Volume 4. Chapter 301. Chapter 301 The Cultivation Center. Translated by Rara of Exiled Rebels Scans. The two most bustling zones of Ward A, one was the arena, and the other one was a place called the Cultivation Center. The livelihood of this place was nowhere inferior than the bazaar. XiaoMo had to ask some seniors for the location of the arena and the cultivation center. The seniors, guessing that they must be the freshmen, told them the location without making things difficult, and then hurriedly left. XiaoMo looked toward their direction and was surprised. Are they leaving for the cultivation center too? Quickly leaving after telling them like that was a bit impatient. Ling Xiao walked over and hugged XiaoMo's shoulder. There might be something fun over there. Let's check the place out. The two immediately followed them. On the way, they ran into Tong Yuesu and Feng Qiyun. Tong Yuesu and Feng Qiyun were surprised to see their appearance, since it seemed like they were also going to the cultivation center. After a slight moment of surprise, Tong Yuesu gently nodded toward them. I didn't see you guys here yesterday. Are you going to the cultivation center today? XiaoMo blushed while remembering yesterday's event. Ling Zhao's face was much thicker. He talked as if nothing happened yesterday. You went to that place? Tong Yuesu nodded. I went there once yesterday. That place is quite good, although, XiaoMo hastily asked, although? Feng Qiyun continued the sentence, although its restrictive condition is very stringent. I heard that it wasn't this strict before, but it seems like something has happened, causing the rule to be changed abruptly. This started roughly a year ago. The cultivation center was the most unique feature of Ward A. The place was a huge circular structured building with numerous stone rooms. Like Ling Xiao had said before, the deeper one went in, the more effective it was for cultivation, but a year ago, the restriction against the cultivation was not particularly strict, which was reflected through the point cost for a stone room. Somewhere around last year, the cost for each room suddenly rose up a time and a half. For example, a room that cost only 4 points before now needed 6 points. For most people, this was a bad news. Earning a point every day had always been a very difficult task to begin with, and with this unexpected rise of cost, a lot of students felt reluctant. In the end, the academy's side also didn't make an explanation, and this matter remained unsolved. Although people couldn't understand, no one was willing to give up such a wonderful place for cultivation. Therefore, even if the majority felt reluctant, the place was still packed with an endless stream of people every day. However, this was not the only one restriction. There was another one that was much more stricter than the increase of points, which also limited more students, and it was a condition related to the student's card. From outside to inside, the cultivation center was divided into 3 areas: the black card zone, the purple card zone, and the red card zone. As the name suggested, black cards were only able to access the black card zone, while the red card could enter all 3. Yet before, this restriction didn't even exist. As long as one had enough point, any of the 3 areas were accessible. Of course, not like many people could afford the costly price for the purple and red card zone. It was a bit pity, but in contrary, very few people cared about this matter. Not long after, the 4 of them reached the destination. Along the way, they encountered more and more people. Some came individually, but mostly were in a group, and eventually, everyone stopped in front of a white circular building. Its exterior design closely resembled the auction house XiaoMo had gone to. XiaoMo gazed afar. This is the cultivation center? What a majestic building, looks like there are plenty of spirit gems underground. Tong Yuesu was astonished. What did you just say? XiaoMo quickly shook his head and shifted to another subject. Nothing, so when can we go inside? Tong Yuesu answered, we can go in right now. But since this is your first time here, maybe you should check out the black card zone first to adapt the energy fluctuation of this place. XiaoMo nodded, no problem. So, let's go in. Since there were too many people, they needed to line up. Thankfully it didn't take much time, and they went with the people that flowed into the black card zone. The stone rooms inside the black card zone were circularly distributed. The black card zone had a total of 3 passageways. Despite the fact all 3 passages belonging to the black card zone, there were some differences, as each passage was charged for differently. There were passageways for 2 points, 3 points, and 4 points respectively. Tong Yuesu and Feng Qiyun used the 3rd passage. XiaoMo looked around first, then chose a vacant stone room on his side. However, he looked at Ling Xiao with glistening eyes. Seems like a stone room can hold more than 1 person. Then, can we only pay 1 point, and both of us can come in and cultivate together? Don't be silly, the academy must have long thought about this matter. Ling Xiao immediately shaming him. XiaoMo unwillingly made a sound. Let's try it first and we will see. After his sentence, they opened the door. Entering their eyes were walls on every side and there was almost nothing inside. The stone room was empty, but XiaoMo saw there were 4 small square-shaped white podium dais, each of them was 1 meter square. In front of the dais was a small socket, which was used to swipe the card. Ling Xiao leaned against the door, interestingly laughed. Look. XiaoMo pouted, shut the door and came closer. This dais must be the medium for cultivation. As long as one paid the points in advance, one would be able to use the dais to cultivate. XiaoMo asked, do you want to cultivate together? Ling Xiao indifferently shrugged his shoulder, better than nothing. Then Ling Xiao picked the dais on the opposite and swiped his purple card. 4 points were deducted from his card. XiaoMo looked at Ling Xiao who had crossed his leg on the dais with curiosity. Seeing Ling Xiao's cultivation situation was no difference to others, he then averted his eyes away. He took out his card and looked at the point on it. He nodded satisfyingly, looked like he wouldn't need to earn points for a meanwhile, the points he owned was substantial enough for a long time. After swiping his card, XiaoMo crossed his leg on the dais. As expected, he felt an endless surge of energy coming from the dais. It was a kind of energy that was much more pure than the spiritual energy and he could feel every pore on his body comfortably opening up. XiaoMo immediately used the Heavenly Soul scripture, and after a short while, he opened his eyes with a frown. Ling Xiao noticed his unusual expression, so he opened his eyes and asked, what happened? XiaoMo scratched his head, the energy absorption speed is a bit slow. I'll wait, it more like, the energy transmission speed is a bit slow, it can't keep up with my absorption speed. Ling Xiao said, then we should switch the other stone room, we should go to the purple card zone to try. XiaoMo, but we only arrived here, if we don't fully use what we have paid, it would be too wasteful. Ling Xiao put his chin onto his hand, you don't like the slow speed, but you also dislike being wasteful, just say it straight, what do you want? XiaoMo guiltily laughed, how about we go there tomorrow? That's right, how is your cultivation, is it effective? Ling Xiao raised his shoulder, at my level, I can only accumulate bit by bit, of course, it's not like there aren't any other options, but... XiaoMo asked, but what? Ling Xiao glanced at him, then slowly smirked, but, you are a level 6 mage, you are still unable to satisfy me XiaoMo's face went red, why did he feel another meaning in Ling Xiao's word? This was definitely the result of being bullied by him every day, that was why every time he heard Ling Xiao say anything, he would always have a misleading association. Can your current level only be increased by relying on magic pills? XiaoMo thought for a moment, then asked Ling Xiao. Not necessary, but eating magic pills is the quickest way. As for the other methods, you can only wait for an opportunity to come by. Luck also has something to do with it. But luck is something that is much harder to grasp than fate. Sometimes, it could take thousands of years to encounter such luck. Ling Xiao said. Thousands of years? XiaoMo gaped and became speechless, no wonder Ling Xiao had no hope for luck to arrive. Even himself wouldn't want to waste all of his effort onto some illusory luck, leveling up would be so much faster. XiaoMo ensured, I will work hard to level up. XiaoMo suddenly realized, he finally found his goal, which was to make Ling Xiao stronger. Ling Xiao laughed, yeah, I believe you. Afterward, they really spent a day in this stone room before leaving this black card zone for the purple card zone, and they didn't go back to their room halfway through. With their current cultivation, eating had become unnecessary. Even the breatharian pills XiaoMo had refined before were not needed. However, XiaoMo was already used to eating 3 meals a day, so occasionally he would treat himself to some food. Entering the purple card zone was the same as the black card zone. There were 3 passages, each passage cost 5 points, 6 points, and 7 points respectively. When they were about to go in, they were stopped. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 302. Chapter 302 Flamegrass. Translated by Juescence of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. The one who stopped them was an elder that guarded the purple card zone. Before they entered, the elder suddenly stretched out his arm, blocking them. XiaoMo asked respectfully, "Might I know your name, elder?" That person said, "My surname is Xiao, you may refer to me as Elder Xiao." XiaoMo again, respectfully asked, "Elder Xiao, may 2 people share a card?" If possible, he wouldn't need to show his card, and he could go with Ling Xiao to the red card zone together. But then, Elder Zhou said without hesitation, "No. 1 card per person. If you only have 1 card between you, only 1 person can enter." The passers-by began to whisper among themselves, hearing XiaoMo's words, some even mockingly laughing, like XiaoMo's question was funny. XiaoMo didn't think his question was funny, and he thought for a moment before asking, "Can we lend our cards to others, then?" Elder Zhou cast a cold glance at the laughing bystanders, causing them to fall silent. He then replied, "There are no rules about that, but..." The reason that there were no rules against that was because no one was dumb enough to lend their card to someone else in the first place. In this world, there was no such thing as an absolute friend, and even your kin could betray you. That was why the school didn't set rules against it. Even if people like that existed, they definitely wouldn't be the majority. XiaoMo was delighted. No rules meant no restrictions. Upon realizing this, he immediately took out his red card. When the surrounding people saw his red card, sounds of surprise immediately erupted from the crowd. Everyone's incredulous gazes also held traces of jealousy, envy, greed. Elder Zhou's surprise was also clear. He asked, "You don't happen to be XiaoMo, one of the 2 champions among the new students, do you?" XiaoMo was taken aback. "You know me?" He had only just gotten to Ward A. No matter how big of a reputation he had, they wouldn't recognize him, right? Elder Zhou's serious expression softened a little. "Your name is known to practically the entirety of Ward A. How could anyone have not heard of Duan Qitian's pupil?" However, the reason why he was identified was because of his red card, as the news had spread on the day of their enrollment. Many people already knew of how XiaoMo had defeated an old student and also how he had a red card. XiaoMo scratched his head in embarrassment. He could guess why. Elder Zhou soon let them in and the 2 went for the 3rd passage again. It was probably because many people had heard of them, so there was no lack of curious heads that turned their way, gazes curious. There were much less people in the purple card zone, probably less than 1/5 of the amount of people in the black card zone. But, those who could enter the purple card zone were either powerful or had powerful backers. The further they walked, the less people there were. They stopped in front of room number 49, at the end of the hall. XiaoMo opened the door, revealing 2 dais. There was a specialized lock on the door. If one didn't want anyone to come in, one could lock it and the people outside would be locked out. Since there were plenty of rooms, there had never been a situation where someone couldn't find a free room. XiaoMo pushed Ling Xiao inside, closing the door as he walked in rather fast and separating them from all those gazes. The rooms on the 3rd hall required 7 points. It was a little expensive, but worth the expense. XiaoMo paid 7 points, sat down cross-legged, and began to cultivate. Doubtlessly, the influx of energy was far faster than the black card zone, so it wouldn't have problems keeping up with the speed at which he took it in. Conversely, he might actually be unable to keep up with it. Having realized this, XiaoMo was filled with elation and began to absorb the energy like crazy. After half a day, XiaoMo looked inwardly and found that the central light green crystal had become fully green. Before, he was always that much away from changing it, so hadn't been expecting that he would make so much progress these few hours. The effects were amazing, no wonder everyone scrambled to get here first. As he absorbed energy, Ling Xiao had already stopped cultivating, sitting opposite him and watching him with his chin on his hand. Though he didn't look like he was cultivating on the outside, but if one used their sixth sense they would find that the energy from the dais was really being absorbed, little by little. In comparison to his uncaring mood, XiaoMo was frantic. For him, a day passed in the blink of an eye. When XiaoMo next opened his eyes, it was already the third day. Ling Xiao had helped him swipe his card in the middle, allowing him to keep cultivating without a disruption for another day. XiaoMo didn't know this. He jumped up happily. In these few days, he could feel himself approaching a breakthrough, having gained progress that would usually take him half a month. Let's go try out the red card zone together tomorrow. Having tried out the benefits, XiaoMo thoughts turned towards the red card zone. Ling Xiao said, "You're wrong." XiaoMo blinked, "Huh?" Ling Xiao glanced at him. "Did you forget how it's one card per person?" XiaoMo rubbed his nose. I did forget. Then what do we do, Ling Xiao folded his arms in front of his chest, thinking for a moment before speaking. We have two solutions. One is that we split up. The other is that we get another red card. XiaoMo said, "The second is a little too hard, isn't it? To get a red card you need 10,000 points in your card and pay 800 of them. That's too expensive." That wasn't all. 10,000 points was no anthill, especially in Ward A. Once everyone had gotten enough points, they would come to cultivate in the cultivation center. The amount of points spent was probably equal to the amount they earned, unless it was a large power, like one that specialized in selling magic pills. They might be able to make enough. Ling Xiao said, "There's got to be another way, There were less than 20 red card holders in Ward A, but that was because every year, a bunch of students would graduate and, among them, there was no lack of red card holders. There had to be another way of getting a red card. It was just that they didn't know." XiaoMo thought that was logical, too, and stood up, saying, "Then let's go. Tong Yuesu should know. Let's find him." So the two stopped cultivating and went to find Tong Yuesu. Unfortunately, they couldn't find him. After entering the cultivation center together, he hadn't come back out and neither had Feng Qiyun. They couldn't do anything about that, so they returned home to rest. After an hour, they left again. This time they headed for the Magic Herb Pavilion, having yet to collect their rewards for first place. The Magic Herb Pavilion was in the southeast and the security was just as heavy as the Soul Training and Skill Training Pavilions. The security measures were almost exactly the same. After identifying him as XiaoMo of Block 2, the elder guarding the place stared at him for a moment before letting him in, and saying, "Come out immediately after finding the herb you want." XiaoMo nodded at once. "Understood, elder." Then he went in with Ling Xiao. The elder had never said they couldn't go in together. The Magic Herb Pavilion was massive, with transparent barriers everywhere. Inside these barriers were stock after stock of rare and high-leveled magic herbs. Most of them were mid-grade, though there were a few low and high-grade ones. XiaoMo was glad that he had spent so much time learning inside the old geezer's library. He could knew most of the level 8 and 9 magic herbs, and though some he didn't know much about, he could still name them. Heart blossoms, twilight herbs, demon grass, open spirit herbs. XiaoMo had to repress the urge to salivate as he named them each aloud. These were all level 8 and 9 herbs, and it made his heart itch, but he knew these weren't to be touched. Soon enough, he found his target, a flamegrass. Flamegrass was red all over. Not just the leaves, even the roots were a vivid fire red. Through the barrier, he could see the slight white glow of the leaves and stem. This was a mid-grade magic herb, and there was plenty of energy within the leaves and stem. If he soaked it in spiritual water, it could very well break through mid-grade and become a high-grade magic herb. Thinking of this, XiaoMo immediately took out the badge the elder had given him and, after swiping it, the barrier disappeared, exposing the flamegrass. XiaoMo happily picked it up along with the jade box for storing it. It was most likely for the person who came to collect it anyways. Before he left, he glanced back at the other herbs with some longing. "Do you want to take them?" Ling Xiao suddenly cuffed him around the head. "I'm just looking," XiaoMo replied. If he didn't look now, he would probably never get another chance, because these herbs were far too expensive. A level 8 magic herb needed more than 1,000 points. Level 9 was even more expensive, topping 3,000. He wouldn't be coming back anytime soon. If only they had seeds, those probably wouldn't be nearly as expensive. Ling Xiao said, "If you want, we can." XiaoMo hurriedly covered his mouth. "My friend, the walls have ears. It's better to not say things like that. Let's just go." Then, he pulled Ling Xiao from the magic herb pavilion. He checked in with the elder before leaving, returning the badge. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 303. Chapter 303, Strict Demands. Translated by Juessence of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. After 5 days, Tong Yuesu finally came out of the cultivation center. XiaoMo and Ling Xiao had decided against actively seeking out information on red cards. Since even if there was an easier way to get a red card, it definitely wouldn't be something they could accomplish in a day, there was no need for them to actively seek out such information. The two stayed in their room. XiaoMo occasionally refined pills, went to the cultivation center with Ling Xiao or did some speed training in the dimension, keeping himself busy, all the way until Tong Yuesu came back. Living in the room next to theirs, Tong Yuesu's return was something they were immediately informed of. Hearing them ask about red cards, Tong Yuesu didn't hesitate to tell them everything he knew, even though he thought it strange. Tong Yuesu said, "In regards to red cards, there are 2 ways of obtaining one. You already know the first way, you need 10,000 points. Very few accomplish this, and I doubt you have the patience, so you can only rely on the second method." XiaoMo was elated. "Just as we thought, there's another way. Quick, tell us." Tong Yuesu said, "The second method is very competitive and you'll have to mentally prepare yourselves. That method is the trials." XiaoMo was taken aback. "What's that?" Tong Yuesu explained, "The trials refers to an annual competition held in Ward A and the rewards are very abundant. The winners can choose their reward, and one of the rewards is a red card, but..." XiaoMo anxiously asked, "But what?" Tong Yuesu said, "But the rules of the trials are very strict and demanding. Even famous powerhouses that rank high up on the rankings might not necessarily achieve them." XiaoMo was very confused. Ling Xiao asked calmly, "There are requirements for the top 5? Tong Yuesu continued, "That's right. From what I've heard, there has never been more than 4 who could fulfill these requirements in the past years. Some might rank high, but they might not be able to fulfill the requirements, and end up with nothing but the ranking. However, the school would still give some small rewards to encourage the students." XiaoMo held his own chin. "There are so many powerhouses in the school, yet some can't fulfill the requirement. How hard is it?" Tong Yuesu smiled lightly. "It's just as you say. There are so many strong people in the school, so there will be many competitors aiming for the top every year. The school didn't used to have such high standards and rules, but since the competition was so intense, there would always be casualties. Some of those casualties really had potential. So, to prevent students from killing each other, the school had to establish strict rules. Now, if you want to complete the trials, you'll have to rely on teamwork. Ling Xiao asked, "When are this year's trials?" Tong Yuesu glanced at him. "It's been 5 months since the last trials, so there's another 7 to go. There will be plenty of people signing up then." XiaoMo declared, "No matter what, we should have a try." By the way, Tong Yuesu suddenly seemed to remember something. "I forgot to say, the trials have requirements for signing up, too, but it won't be hard for Brother Ling. The only requirement is to be a powerhouse on the 100-man rankings." Ling Xiao then inquired, "How are the 100-man rankings ranked?" Tong Yuesu replied, "The latter 50 are ranked by cultivation level. So long as you're a high enough level, you can get on there immediately. The first 50 are ranked by strength in battle. If you want to rank, you have to challenge someone. If you win, you can take their rank." XiaoMo glanced at Ling Xiao. He really wanted to say that was too easy. The rankings for the 100-man rankings were similar to the rankings in Ward B, very much independent, except XiaoMo noticed a problem. "The trials you just mentioned seem to be for practitioners only, are there none for mages?" He had expected Tong Yuesu to shake his head, but instead he nodded, "Of course there is. There was something I hadn't mentioned yet. The trials aren't just for practitioners. In fact, it is a trial for practitioners and mages as one." XiaoMo hadn't understood. "I'm confused. If the competition is for both, then wouldn't mages be at a disadvantage?" Tong Yuesu shook his head. "It's not as you think, Nut." Ling Xiao spoke up, "It's a cooperation, right?" Tong Yuesu affirmed it, "You could call it that. Practitioners and mages have to rely on one another, so on the competition each year, each participant has to have a mage to form a temporary contract with and will only be released from it when the competition is over, so the trials don't just test practitioners." XiaoMo exclaimed in excitement, "That's great." And he had been thinking it was a shame he couldn't participate with Ling Xiao. Tong Yuesu then added, "Regarding the contract, I hear that the powerhouses on the 100-man rankings have already started looking for powerful mages to contract with, though the competition isn't in until 7 months later." These words weren't for Ling Xiao to remind him to hurry and find a good mage. He knew that if Ling Xiao participated, then there was only one mage he would contract with, and that mage was XiaoMo. After Tong Yuesu left, the two didn't continue with the topic. It was still early, so Ling Xiao didn't need to hurry into this 100-man ranking. However, they could only do their cultivation separately from now on. On this day, XiaoMo gave the pills he had refined to Ling Xiao. Though they had quite a few points stockpiled, but if they kept using points without earning more, they would be broke soon enough. Today it was his turn to go to the red card zone, so XiaoMo decided to get Ling Xiao to go and sell pills for points. Ling Xiao had no complaints. It wasn't the first time he had sold pills in lieu of XiaoMo. Plus, half the pills would end up in his stomach. The two parted outside their room and XiaoMo headed for the cultivation center. To cultivate together with Ling Xiao, XiaoMo hadn't gone to the red card zone yet. This was his first time. Outside the white, circular building, there was always quite a lot of people entering and exiting. Today, it seemed his luck wasn't very good. Just as he prepared to line up like a normal, law-abiding citizen, chaos erupted in the line in front of him as well as the sounds of arguing. XiaoMo usually wouldn't get involved in these sorts of things and prepared to turn away, but it was then that he saw Rong Xin and Qin Zhang. The two seemed to be the main acts of this drama. He walked over curiously. "Excuse me, do you know what's happening?" XiaoMo turned to a young, amused spectator. The young man didn't recognize him, didn't guess that he was a new student and wasn't annoyed. He just said, clearly enjoying the misery of those involved, "Two new students got on the wrong side of Stonegate. They're pretty unlucky to have met Stonegate. Stonegate is infamous for being unreasonable." Stonegate? Was that an organization in Ward A? XiaoMo asked in confusion, isn't the cultivation center a public area? Are there also specified areas for different groups? Hearing this, the young man scrutinized him. You're a new student, too? No wonder you don't know. Though there's no specific designation for groups, there'll always be people who like to cut in line, and the people from Stonegate are people who always do that, unless there's someone stronger. XiaoMo then asked, what sort of background does this Stonegate have? The young man seemed more than happy to share and said, Stonegate is the 6th most powerful group in Ward A, and there are about 100 members. Apparently, their creator was from the Chai family of the 4 families of Yin City. Though that guy isn't in the school anymore, his authority lingers, and I heard the young master of the Chai family, Chai Zhang, has arrived. The Chai family? XiaoMo narrowed his eyes. Were these devils everywhere? Thinking of this, he immediately waded through the crowd and entered the area of effect. Those he pushed frowned, but revealed mocking expressions upon realizing where he was heading. What an arrogant idiot! He even dared to interfere in Stonegate's business. Brother Rong, Brother Qin, XiaoMo called out towards their turned backs. Hearing the familiar voice, the two turned around in shock. Their faces split into smiles upon seeing him. They hadn't seen each other since they enrolled because they lived in different areas. Rong Xian smiled, saying, You've caught us at quite the embarrassing moment, fellow you. Seeing XiaoMo's unimpressed look, they knew that he had figured out what happened. XiaoMo replied, Some despicable people just can't leave things well enough alone, it's unavoidable. Rong Xian didn't even have the time to turn his head when Stonegate's people became enraged. A guy who looked about 25 glared in anger and raged, Who are you calling despicable? XiaoMo turned his turn to roll his eyes at the man. I'm talking about who I'm talk about. The man's eyes looked like they were about to start spitting fire. You brat, do you know who I am? XiaoMo retorted, I don't know who you are, but I know that you're one of Chai Zheng's dogs. Is he not here today? That's sad. He won't get a chance to see you get your ass kicked. The man didn't know how to reply. He knew who this young man was now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 304. Chapter 304, The Silver-Haired Man. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. The archenemy of young Master Chai, Great Master Duan's disciple, and the winner of Ward B's tournament, XiaoMo. The only one who would dare to hurl insults at young Master Chai in front of so many was only XiaoMo. Even the young Master Chai was suffering losses at his hands, not to mention that he was only a little minion. However, he could not continue to be humiliated, otherwise, there would be consequences when he returned to the Stone Sect. XiaoMo totally did not have any interest in their bullshit. He candidly called Rong Xian and Qin Zhang over and had walked away. When the man recovered his senses, the figures of the three had already walked to the entrance of the cultivation center. The man was about to open his mouth to shout at them to stop, but when he saw the elders standing at the entrance of the cultivation center, he involuntarily shut his mouth. Since the beginning, the elders had never looked kindly upon students who initiated trouble. In the midst of the jeers from the crowd, the man could only furiously walk away, with his group following behind. After entering the cultivation center, Qin Zhang called out pleasantries to them before leaving for the black card zone. Qin Zhang did not have a purple card. However, Rong Xian had one which was exchanged when both were still in Ward B. At that time, everyone in Yen Group spent a good amount of time and energy in order to save 5,000 points for the card. Therefore, that purple card actually belonged to everybody, therefore the two decided to take turns with the card. XiaoMo had been amazed by their relationship. Unless the relations between them were that of sworn brothers or lovers, it was impossible for their relationship to be so strong to the extent that both the purple card and the points inside were shared between them. He later found out that although Rong Xian and Qin Zhang were not brothers, they had a rapport closer than blood brothers. Rongxian and Qin Zhang were childhood friends who had already went through trials and tribulations and confronted life and death together. Such a pure friendship was very rare. "Fellow brother Yu, are you intending to go to the red card zone?" Rongxian asked as they walked. Both had long known that XiaoMo had a red card, but there was no jealousy, only some admiration. Though that red card was not gained by his own efforts, with XiaoMo's strength, he would have gotten one sooner or later. XiaoMo smiled and nodded. "Correct, the cultivation speed in the red card zone is faster. Unfortunately, only one person can enter with a single card. Otherwise he would be able to bring Ling Xiao inside too." Rongxian smiled. "The relationship between you and Ling Xiao seems good?" XiaoMo's step stuttered for a moment. "The relationship between Qin Zhang and you is so close. Ling Xiao and mine can certainly be the same." Rongxian replied, "That's not what I meant. I just feel that the relationship between the two of you seems even better than Qin Zhang and I." "Are the two of you brothers?" XiaoMo lightly blushed and he recalled what Ling Xiao had said to him before. "When other people ask about our relationship, he could not say that they were friends again." Although Ling Xiao was not here now, there was no guarantee that Rongxian would not spill the beans in the future. He hesitated for a while, before he whispered, "We are not brothers. But to me, Ling Xiao is a very important person, more important than family." Rongxian was slightly surprised. "You guys are." XiaoMo immediately cut him off. "You don't need to speak your thoughts about this aloud, just keep it in your heart." Rongxian, "Okay." The more Rongxian looked at him, the redder XiaoMo's face became, and XiaoMo quickly said, "We've reached the purple card zone. You can go inside now, I'm leaving." When he finished speaking, he ran off. Rongxian was in a bit of a daze. He had never thought that XiaoMo and Ling Xiao would have that kind of relationship. Although it was a little unbelievable, the feeling of them together was not unacceptable. Only until he could not see Rongxian's figure did XiaoMo slow down. It was really embarrassing to death, but he finally said it out loud. To tell the truth, it had not been as hard to say out loud as he had imagined. On the contrary, it gave him a relaxed feeling of being relieved of a burden. Ling Xiao would not be able to have any criticisms about this. XiaoMo could not refrain from letting out a small smile when he thought about it. Waking at a relaxed pace, he arrived at the entrance of the red card zone with the surprised gazes of the people around on him. The current situation was just like that of the purple card zone. Before he could even enter, his way was barred by an elder guarding the entrance. Entry into the red card zone is only permitted with the possession of a red card. If you do not have one, please leave. The elder gave a glance to XiaoMo and soon turned his gaze away. It was evident that he did not think that XiaoMo possessed a red card. However, this was not surprising, as there were less than 10 people who had a red card within the entire Ward A. Since the elder was the one regularly guarding the entrance, he would definitely recognize those few, and it was absurd for those people to loan their card out to others. XiaoMo had long known that this situation would occur, so he plainly opened his hand. Incredibly, a glowing red crystal card appeared on the palm of his hand. The elder's lazy look changed in an instant. His eyes peered at XiaoMo's card, and after a long while, he said with an odd expression, "You can enter now." But XiaoMo kept his card away, and smiled. "Thank you, elder." That elder looked at XiaoMo's back, and whispering at a volume only he could hear, he said, "So this is him. He actually looks quite fair and clear." The fair and clear XiaoMo walked into the area. The red card zone was different from the two other areas. There were a total of 31 stone rooms arranged in a circle. The circumference was small and he spent 2 to 3 minutes to walk one round. However, there was one thing which puzzled him: he had only found 30 rooms. Tong Yuesu had clearly told him that there were 31 rooms in the red card zone, but no matter how many times he counted, there were only 30 rooms. XiaoMo did not believe that Tong Yuesu would get it wrong. There was definitely some reason for this. Just at this moment, the 3 stone rooms at his left suddenly opened. 2 men and a woman walked out from each room. The 3 suddenly noticed his presence, and were clearly stunned for a moment, possibly because he was unfamiliar to them. XiaoMo was also surprised. All 3 were handsome men and women, and their appearances were the extremely good-looking kind. One of them even had a head of beautiful silver hair. The only drawback was that his face was somewhat cold. However, Xiao was still handsome and beautiful when compared to them. The woman had already gotten over her surprise and she lightly frowned. "Who are you? Why are you here in the red card zone? Do you really need to ask this question?" Of course he had entered using a red card. He had seen many wearing the same expression, but it was true that his situation was really a bit unbelievable. XiaoMo clasped his hands and replied, "Greetings seniors, I am a new student called XiaoMo. I would be in your care in the future." Once he said this, the 3 suddenly understood. The woman had a strange facial expression. Are the new students nowadays so capable? Without even waiting for XiaoMo to reply, the silver-haired man had already walked away without a word. The other male chuckled before he too followed behind. A subtle hint of anxiety flashed in the woman's eyes, and without even a goodbye, she hurriedly walked away. Looking at the silhouettes of the 3 retreating backs, XiaoMo just felt bewildered. But since they were inside here, they were possibly one of the best 20 experts on the top 100 rankings. In the end, he was still unable to figure out where exactly the 31st room was. XiaoMo could only give up on his search for answers, as he randomly chose an empty stone room. The structure of the stone room was a little different from the ones in the 2 other areas. There were no low stone daisies, instead there were only 2 stone beds. It looked like one could sleep here. But XiaoMo felt that it was a little tasteless, as he believed that there would not be anyone who would deliberately spend 12 points to run over here to sleep, unless that person's brain had been squeezed by a door. T/N, squeezed by a door, stupid, or someone with a problem in the head. However, he forgot that there was someone who might indeed do this. XiaoMo swiped his card at the indentation in front of the stone bed, and left his card there. The points in his card dropped by 12 again. This type of spending was really too luxurious. He had to concentrate on his cultivation now and would certainly have less time to refine pills as compared to before. The earning rate of points would naturally slow down, therefore no matter how many points there were left in the card, he still felt distressed when he saw it drop. XiaoMo crossed his legs and sat on top of the stone bed. He soon experienced the difference between the red card zone and purple card zone. The difference could no longer be measured in numbers, instead, it was a qualitative leap. No wonder Xiao said that the nearer the origin of the ley line, the faster the cultivation speed. In just 3 hours, he discovered that the luminous bodies in his sea of consciousness were approaching their full capacity. This implied that he was on the verge of breaking through to become a mid-grade level 6 mage. It was as if XiaoMo had eaten a stimulant. Not only was the space between his eyebrows absorbing the pure energy underneath, even the pores on his skin seemed to have opened up, happily absorbing the energy. The passage of time passed virtually unnoticed. XiaoMo's body suddenly jolted, a hint of an abnormal flush rose on his cheeks, and a roaring sound echoed in his consciousness. Something inside his body seemed to have exploded. It was only 6 seconds, then that feeling vanished, and he gradually felt a majestic spirit power reagglomerating. When XiaoMo opened his eyes, the spirit power surging in his body had finally quieted down. He spread his palms and, sure enough, he had a breakthrough. This time, the time he took to break through was faster than ever and had broken his own record again. XiaoMo jumped down from the stone bed and extracted his card from the indentation. With one look, he discovered that the points inside had decreased by 36 points. Only then did he realize that 3 days had passed. 3 days was not considered a long time, when he recalled the time he went into closed-door cultivation several times for a month in the Tianxian sect. However, when he thought that Xiao might be waiting for him, XiaoMo immediately took his card back and ran out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 305. Chapter 305, The Last Stone Room. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. When he returned to his room, XiaoMo had assumed that Ling Xiao would be there. After looking all over, he discovered that Ling Xiao was nowhere to be found. XiaoMo intended to go next door to ask for his whereabouts, but Tong Yuesu and Feng Qiyun were also not in. Just as he was puzzling over this, footsteps sounded from outside. XiaoMo ran out from the bedroom. Seeing Ling Xiao, who had just entered, he walked over and asked, "Where did you go?" Ling Xiao had long discovered that XiaoMo was in the room. Hearing him ask as such was also not a surprise, and he simply opened his mouth and replied, "To sell magic pills." XiaoMo grew more astonished. "That can't be. I remembered that I gave you less than 50 magic pills 3 days ago. You've been selling them for 3 days and still haven't finished?" Ling Xiao replied, "Firstly, this is not Wardby. Secondly, your magic pills are not famous yet, so there would be less people buying. Thirdly, there are more people in Ward A who are keen on cultivating, so there's less traffic flow in the sales area as compared to Ward B." XiaoMo could not help but admit that what he said was reasonable. In the beginning, the reason he was able to sell all his magic pills in an instant was due to Rongxian and Qin Zhang. Although he was now a little famous by virtue of his connection with the old geezer, there were very few people buying his wares. It seems like the growth of the sales of magic pills would still have to depend on the accumulation of time. XiaoMo questioned, "Then have you finished selling them now?" Ling Xiao poured himself a cup of water. "I still have not. But other than selling only 5 pills on the first day, the average amount sold the past 2 days has risen, and the rate of returning customers is more than 50%. XiaoMo mused over it for a moment. Truth to be told, 50% could not be compared to his previous sales rate, and was much lower than his rate when he sold in Ward B. However, since they had just arrived, such a result was not too bad. Ling Xiao said, "Ward A and Ward B are different. Although the quality of magic pills is not particularly high, it is also not too low. You'll have to work harder if you want to gain the advantage." Embarrassment crossed XiaoMo's features. This is really quite a pickle. Cultivation was currently his priority. Now that he has tasted the sweetness, he believed that henceforth he would diligently run towards the cultivation center to practice. Thus, he would have less time to refine pills. If he was to increase the number of times he distilled his materials, the output quantity of his magic pill would decrease. XiaoMo thought over it, then asked, "Since it's like this, we should sell some high-grade magic pills from time to time in the future." Ling Xiao indifferently shrugged. He had originally intended to do as such. Even if others were suspicious, they would definitely not think in the direction of him having a dimension. The most likely conclusion they would reach would be assuming he had some channel for getting high-grade magic herbs. "Oh yes, the last time Tong Yuesu said that there were 31 stone rooms in the red card area. But I looked all over 3 days ago and never found the 31st room. Could it be that Tong Yuesu got it wrong?" XiaoMo remembered this and brought it up in passing. Ling Xiao replied, "He didn't get it wrong. There are definitely 31 rooms in the red card area. The location of the room that you cannot find is well concealed. It should be located in the middle of the origin of the ley line." XiaoMo did a mental calculation of the rooms for a moment. The center of the origin of the ley line. Then it ought to be surrounded by the 30 stone rooms. But the placement was really surprising, no wonder he could not find it. "So how would we be able to enter?" XiaoMo inquired. Ling Xiao looked at him. "The origin of the ley line is of utmost importance. Entry into that stone room would not be easily accessible." XiaoMo sighed, "That's really a pity." He was able to have a breakthrough just by cultivating in the red card area for 3 days. His progress would be even more unbelievable if he could enter that stone room. After that, XiaoMo and Ling Xiao exchanged the cards they held, and XiaoMo transferred 70% of the points in the red card into the purple card. Thinking about how much Ling Xiao would need, he left 30% for him. If it was others, they probably would not be able to calmly accept this like Ling Xiao. The next day, Ling Xiao headed to the cultivation center alone. XiaoMo took out the magic herbs in his dimension. He had managed to accumulate quite a lot of high-grade magic herbs. Subsequently, he let Xiao and the rest plant level 6 and above magic herbs in order to conserve his spiritual water, leading to his harvest today. Although he was not that familiar with Warday's market, things like beauty pills would always be a lure for girls. 10 days later, XiaoMo excitedly walked out from the bedroom. His expression may have held a hint of exhaustion, but it was still unable to dampen his pleasure. After resting for a while, he then remembered that it had been close to 10 days and Ling Xiao had not yet returned. Even though his attention had always been very focused when he was refining pills, he would definitely notice Ling Xiao when he reappeared. However, this the first time that Ling Xiao had disappeared for 10 days to cultivate. Such a thing had never happened before. Not knowing when Ling Xiao would be back, XiaoMo packed his things and decided to head to the sales area by himself. Warday's sales area was located in the east, and there was no distinction of goods. All types of transactions were carried out there. One could barter for things or exchange them for points, depending on how the seller wanted to sell. Leaving the residential area, XiaoMo headed east. As Warday was a large area, it took a full 40 minutes of walking to reach his destination. The sales area was established on top of a ginormous plaza. XiaoMo eyed it for a moment. The expanse of the plaza was nearly 5 times that of Wardby's magic pill sales area. Crowded stone tables extended from the entrance as far as the eye could see. There was an assortment of things on the stone tables and bustling crowds roved in front of these stalls. Further in, there were less and less people. Ward A's stall was slightly different from Ward B. A lot of points were needed to purchase the stalls with high traffic. One example was the few stalls that he had seen on the way in which had the highest traffic. Only ostentatious people would be able to afford these stalls. Once the points had been paid, that stall would belong to that person until they left the academy. This regulation applied not only to individuals, but also to the groups in the school. The other difference concerned stalls with the least traffic. Rent did not need to be paid for those stalls. The academy took into consideration students who found it difficult to earn points. Thus, the requirements were lowered in this part of the sales area. After looking around, XiaoMo immediately headed for the stall that Ling Xiao had told him about. But when he reached there, he found that the stall had been snatched by some people. He took the plaque that Ling Xiao handed to him and looked at it. Ling Xiao had clearly said that at every stall, a plaque corresponding to the stone table would be put on top. If one wanted to continue using a particular stall, they only needed to take the plaque on the table. When others saw that there was no plaque on the table, they would know that there was an owner for the stall. However, the time limit for holding onto a spot was half a month. Once the time had passed, others would have the right to use the space. But looking at the situation now, it did not seem to be that case. The ones occupying his stall were 2 slovenly-looking youths. The 2 were currently talking. XiaoMo did not know what they were talking about, but vulgar laughter was continuously heard from them. This persisted until XiaoMo walked up. The 2 assumed that he was a customer, and one enthusiastically opened his mouth. "This fellow schoolmate, what do you want to buy?" XiaoMo replied, "I'm not here to buy things." He looked at the things that the 2 had put on sale and was somewhat speechless. There were very few things of value. Most were low-level magic herbs which practically no one wanted in Ward A. They really showed no shame to sell these things. The smile on the youth's face instantaneously disappeared, and he stared at XiaoMo with impatience. "If you're not buying, get lost." XiaoMo showed them the plaque in his hand. "This is my stall. I recall that the academy has regulations whereby the stall would belong to whoever holds the plaque. The expressions of the youths changed, and they immediately stared at him in fury. Kid, do you know who we are? I'm advising you to hand over your plaque, if not I have ways to make your life here difficult. XiaoMo calmly kept the plaque away, automatically ignored their words, and calmly said, seems like you guys are prepared to challenge the academy's regulations. In this case, I can only ask the elders of the academy to be the judge. One youth quickly shot a glance at the other. That person took the hint, and just as XiaoMo turned around, the two suddenly surrounded him. The youth gave a sinister smile. We'll be taking your plaque. Let's see how you complain now. XiaoMo had long guessed that they would try this method, and he felt that they very possibly could be people from the Stone Gate. Since the animosity between the Stone Gate and him had been formed, he would not mind it growing further. Without waiting for the two to attack, XiaoMo made the first move. A vast spiritual power erupted from his body, forming into two fierce tigers which attacked the two. Although he did not use any skill training techniques, his spiritual power already possessed a spiritual attack. The two had also thought that he was just a really physically weak mage, and did not take any precautions, resulting in them clutching their heads and as they let out a horrible shriek. This move did not only deter the two. The large crowd gathered around was also shocked and were staring at XiaoMo with fright. This person was very unfamiliar. XiaoMo walked up to one of the two youths, looked down at him and said, "Hey, take your stuff away." The two crawled up and packed their things away, and instantly made their frantic escape. Only until they ran some distance away did one of the two turn back and maliciously shout, "You had better watch out. The Stone Gate will not let you off." As expected, they really belonged to the Stone Gate. Their manner of speaking was completely the same as the person he had met outside the cultivation center the last time. This was really similar to the style of the Chai family. XiaoMo had thought they would bring people over to make trouble for him. Even though he waited until the sun was about to set, he still did not see any people from the Stone Gate. Despite his doubts, he packed his things and left. He was not so stupid as to deliberately wait for them to come. However, he did not know that those people had really intended to return to make trouble for him. In the end, they ran into Chaizhang and discovered that the target of their hatred was XiaoMo, and they unexpectedly refrained from acting on their impulses. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 306. Chapter 306, Tang Yulin the Genius. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. XiaoMo only found out about the matter after it had happened, but at that time he had forgotten all about it. XiaoMo packed his stall up and left the sales area with an unwavering expression. Only when he overheard the people around him while he was selling his pills did he know why they too wanted to occupy his stall. The reason was indirectly related to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not have any interest in business, but his judgment was top-notch as the stall he selected had a relatively good amount of traffic flow. This was also one of the reasons why he was able to sell many magic pills within 3 days. Generally, it was impossible for a new face to immediately have a hot business unless they found a stall with a good volume of traffic. The two also took a fancy to the stall which Ling Xiao had his eye on a few days ago, but they were too late. The stall had already been occupied by Ling Xiao when the two arrived. As they were accustomed to behaving arrogantly, they stupidly ran over to provoke Ling Xiao, and the outcome was as one could imagine. The two brought over some people and ran over to the sales area to get revenge on Ling Xiao afterwards, but when they arrived, Ling Xiao had already packed his wares and left. Thereafter he went to the cultivation center and did not appear again. The two thought that Ling Xiao had been frightened off, thus they openly occupied the stall. Until XiaoMo came over, they had already been at that stall for 9 days. Ling Xiao was still not back yet when XiaoMo returned to their room. Though a little episode occurred when he set up the stall, the result was still fruitful. He had only sold 8 magic pills out of the dozens in his stock. The quantity sold could not be compared with the past, but as the production cost was zero, coupled with his pills being high-grade pills, his net profit was more than 300 points. This amount was less than his earnings in Ward B. However, most people were not willing to spend points to buy magic pills unless necessary due to everyone being obsessed with cultivating. Therefore the price was pushed lower than normal. On the second day, XiaoMo still did not see Ling Xiao. So he proceeded to the sales area as usual. In the afternoon, he packed his stall up early and went all around on the plaza on a shopping spree. He managed to get a good haul at the stalls selling magic herbs and the seeds of magic herbs. On the morning of the third day, he did not go out. Instead, he entered his dimension to plant the seeds of the magic herbs that he had bought. He only left the room in the afternoon. This time he merely opened his stall for 2 hours and had sold just as many magic pills as he had on the second day. On the fourth day, he ran off to inquire for information about the 31st stone room in the red card area. Thus, close to a month passed in this manner. He sold magic pills one after another, and the points in his card steadily rose, giving him a thrill when he looked at it. His sales had also boosted his reputation. Many people had heard that he was selling high-grade magic pills and were just attracted over on account of his reputation. However, his price was too expensive, so most were unable to afford them. On this day, he followed his usual routine, packing his things up and going back to the room. Without even stepping into the room, he felt a familiar aura inside. XiaoMo could not restrain his delight, and he quickly pushed the door open and walked in. When he saw Ling Xiao, he immediately threw himself at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao clasped his body and beamed, "Did you miss me?" XiaoMo momentarily flushed with pleasure, and graciously admitted, "I missed Ah." "Why did you take so long to come out? Were the results of cultivating in the red card area that good?" He did not think that Ling Xiao would cultivate for nearly a month this time. Luckily he had the foresight to retain 30% of the points that were in the red card, so there was no problem even if Ling Xiao wanted to go into secluded cultivation for 2 months. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and replied, "The results are really good. It would be even better if I could enter the stone room in the center." It was truly worthy of being called a 10-million-year-old ley line. Of all the ley lines that he had ever seen, the ley line in Daoxin Academy was in the top 3. Hearing him say as such, XiaoMo happily said, "I have made some inquiries regarding that room. That stone room is not open to anyone, and the reason may be related to the origin of the ley line. However, there's still a chance to enter inside." Ling Xiao asked, "How?" XiaoMo said, "It's through the mountain trials that Tong Yuesu mentioned before. No matter whether they meet the requirements or not, the top 5 all have a chance to enter. Moreover, this does not have any relation to the rewards and seems to be an additional bonus." Ling Xiao stroked his chin, "Looks like we have to meet the requirements at any cost." XiaoMo said, "Anyway, there's still a few months before the trials begin. It doesn't matter if we take things slowly." For a period of time afterwards, Ling Xiao seldomly went back to the red card area. According to him, the results the red card area gave him were not as good as before. However, it would be different. He could enter the central stone room, which was not open for use. XiaoMo would occasionally head over to cultivate for a few days. Combined with practice, his level rose like a rocket to the peak of level 6. He only needed a little more before he would advance to a level 7 mage. Time quickly flowed in this manner. No one from the Stone Gate came over to create trouble for them, and the two passed time leisurely until XiaoMo accidentally encountered an acquaintance while on the way to the sales area a few months later. That acquaintance was Tang Yulin, who should have still been in Ward B. When he encountered Tang Yulin on the road, XiaoMo thought he was just passing through, or he had encountered a twin, until Tang Yulin took the initiative to call out to him. XiaoMo jerked to attention, "Tang Yulin, why are you here?" Tang Yulin had a blank expression on his face, "I got lost." Lies. XiaoMo absolutely did not believe that he would get lost from Ward B all the way to Ward A. However, Tang Yulin did not seem like a liar, so he inquired, "What in the world happened?" Tang Yulin finally reacted, "XiaoMo?" XiaoMo himself, who was being suspected, had a face full of black lines. "You dare to notice who I am only now?" This matter was actually quite a long story. Ever since XiaoMo left, although Tang Yulin's sales did not plummet, it was clearly not as good as the past. Bailey Xiao and Jiang Xiaofeng were busy in secluded cultivation, and in the end, he returned to the days before where he often had to man his stall for long hours. However, now that he had tasted the sweetness, Tang Yulin began to increasingly miss the days where XiaoMo was around. Thus he was determined to rise toward A. This way, XiaoMo would be able to buy magic herbs from him every day. Tang Yulin was probably a genius. But since his manner was that of go with the flow, his talent did not come to light. Nevertheless, after he had a goal, describing Tang Yulin's advancement with 1,000 miles in one day was not an exaggeration. Vice Principal Yan Fa made an exception to let him enter Warda just the day before yesterday. As for why he was lost, it was because when he came out for a stroll, he accidentally strolled too far and forgot how to get back. Tang Yulin stared at him with two sparkling eyes and said, "I have arrived. If you need any magic herbs later, you can look for me anytime." The corner of XiaoMo's mouth twitched. He never thought that only for the sake of letting him buy his magic herbs, Tang Yulin would specially rise all the way here. This Tang Yulin, not only was he a genius in regards to his cultivation talent, he was also a genius at being slightly adorkable. XiaoMo thought over it, "Then you have to be ready. But I don't need level 6 magic herbs now. If you have the means, you can help me get some level 7 magic herbs. How about this? I'll get a list of the herbs I want for you. If you can help me find everything, I'll take them all, no matter it's a seed, fully mature, or immature." Tang Yulin immediately nodded his head and replied, "Okay." XiaoMo said, "I'll pass the list to you tomorrow. I'm not in a hurry, so there's no need gather everything on the list now." Tang Yulin gave him a look over, and nodded his head in clear understanding. After parting ways with him, XiaoMo returned to his room and told Ling Xiao about Tang Yulin's situation. Ling Xiao was also somewhat surprised. At night, XiaoMo began to collate the list of magic herbs to be given to Tang Yulin. Most of the herbs on it were the less commonly seen level 7 magic herbs. He did not have many types of level 7 magic herbs, so he could not indiscriminately use them in the future. After Tang Yulin received the list, he ran off to find the herbs until no sign of him could be found at all, and stopped appearing in front of him from time to time like a ghost. A few days later, he really managed to gather together a portion of the list. XiaoMo was dumbfounded. He had only entered Ward A few days ago, and unexpectedly he already had social connections. Tang Yulin and Bailey Tanny were inseparable 90% of the time. But these days, he did not see Bailey Tanny circling around Tang Yulin. When Tang Yulin came over, he curiously asked about it. Tang Yulin casually replied, "Bailey Tanny? He's at the cultivation center." XiaoMo probed deeper, "How did you know?" Tang Yulin replied, "He told me last night." XiaoMo let out a no that was somewhat profound. Tang Yulin seemed to only just discover that he had let slip something that should not be said. He silently looked at XiaoMo and blinked. "What did I say just now?" XiaoMo beamed and replied, "You said that last night. Bailey Tanny spent the night at your place." Tang Yulin. There were certainly only disadvantages when a loose-lipped person met an eloquent person. A long while later, Tang Yulin weakly said, "Actually, it's not like what you're thinking." XiaoMo laughed, "You know what I'm thinking of, Dot." With that, the plan that Tang Yulin had thought of with much difficulty for correcting the conclusion in XiaoMo's head suddenly disappeared. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 307. Chapter 307, Gu. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Half a month later, Ling Xiao began his onslaught on the top 100 rankings. It had been a few months since the two had entered Warda. Ling Xiao's advertised level was not low, but as he had never challenged the top 50 people, his rank remained at the 51st rank, never increasing or decreasing. Many people had discovered this phenomenon. Those who could be ousted from the top 50 at any time were even more anxious and fearful. If they dropped from the top 50, it would be even more difficult for them to raise their rank. Of course, there were also others who were dismissive of this. They believed that Ling Xiao did not dare to challenge others even if he was the top student in Block 1 of Ward B. In Ward A, one had to obediently submit no matter if they were a dragon or a worm. Therefore, when Ling Xiao suddenly sent a challenge to the 50th ranking Tang Mengcheng, all the students were in an uproar, and then each and everyone took on a watching a good show attitude. The number 2 in the Stone Gate, Tang Mengcheng. Although the Tang family is not very famous in Yin City, they have a very good relation with the Chai family. The daughter of head of the Tang family, Tang Yining, is Chai Jun and Chai Zheng's mother, who had married the current head of the Chai family 30 years ago. Furthermore, she has retained her status as the head wife, and is an extremely capable woman. Under her protection, the Tang family could be described as flourishing, and no one would dare to offend them. As the sole heir of the Tang family, Tang Mencheng's status is even loftier. It just so happens that his cultivation talent is top-notch, so he is somewhat supercilious and bigoted. After knowing that Ling Xiao had challenged Tang Mengcheng, Tong Yuesu came over to personally deliver the news. Despite the fact that this current situation surprised him a little, when he thought of the relation between the Chai family and the Stone Gate, such a development was to be expected. XiaoMo asked, "How strong is this Tang Mengcheng?" Tong Yuesu replied, "Tang Mengcheng's is a 6-star celestial level practitioner. You should be careful when dealing with him. He is a person who will resort to any means to attain his objective." Resort to any means? No matter how despicable his means were, it could not be more despicable than Ling Xiao. Furthermore, until now he had not seen any who had dared to play tricks in front of Ling Xiao remain safe and secure. XiaoMo was not worried about this point at all. Feng Qiyun abruptly asked, "Why are you guys so certain that Tang Mengcheng will accept the challenge?" XiaoMo let out a proud smile when speaking of this and said, "You wouldn't know this, but I accompanied Ling Xiao when he sent the challenge. The people from the Stone Gate and I have a little grudge, and there was someone inside who recognized me." And as Tongdage said, "This Tang Mengcheng is supercilious and arrogant guy. Faced with a challenge from a person with a lower rank than him, it's impossible that he won't accept it. Maybe the Stone Gate is currently setting off fireworks to celebrate Ling Xiao sending himself to slaughter." Feng Qiyun nodded in clear understanding. He had been in closed-door cultivation, so he did not know of these matters. In the afternoon, an immense crowd flocked towards the arena. Besides the cultivation center, the arena in Ward A's arena had the highest traffic flow, and there would be a variety of interesting challenges occurring daily. Before setting off, XiaoMo met Tang Yulin, who had been looking for him. Both were surnamed Tang, but they belonged to a different clan, and based off their characters, Tang Yulin and the Tang family were too different. Bailey Tianyi had followed Tang Yulin over. Ever since Tang Yulin rose to Ward A, this fella stuck to him wherever Tang Yulin went and was as sticky as a slug. Tang Yulin was unable to remove him, so he had no choice but to let Bailey Tianyi follow. "Yo, everyone." Bailey Tianyi greeted everyone with a smile. "Hello." XiaoMo politely smiled back. Bailey Tianyi had always given him a good impression. "Looks like your destination is the arena. I'm just about to head there too. Do you want to go together?" Bailey Tianyi shot an unobtrusive glance at Ling Xiao. XiaoMo looked at Tang Yulin. "I'm busy now, why don't we discuss this when we come back?" He understood that Tang Yulin would definitely not come over to look for him if there was nothing, especially after XiaoMo had teased him a little bit the last time. Therefore it was very possible that he came over as he had collected some of the herbs from the list. Tang Yulin looked at everyone, and then he nodded. The group grandiosely headed toward the arena. At the arena, the scene of people as far as the eye could see made XiaoMo feel that the oxygen in the air had been drawn away. His back was nearly sweating after being pushed all around in the crowd. There were numerous competition stages in the arena, and the duel between Ling Xiao and Tang Mengcheng was at the 8th competition stage. There was already a large crowd surrounding the periphery of the stage when they arrived. On the way, Tang Yulin had been pulled away by Bailey Tianyi. As a famous expert in the top 100 ranking, there were naturally many people who sent challenges to Bailey Tianyi. The challenges did not only come from those who wished to rise into the top 100 ranking, but also came from those who were in the top 50 rankings, all for the purpose of rising in rank. Bailey Tianyi originally did not intend to accept their challenge, but when he thought of Tang Yulin, he decided to let Tang Yulin see his valiant and heroic bearing. However, he only accepted one challenge. On the other side, XiaoMo and his group had reached the 8th competition stage. Tang Mengcheng had not arrived, but many from the stone sect were present. Seeing that he had arrived, each and everyone looked over with hostile glares, particularly the two who had been schooled by XiaoMo at the sales area, and the man who had been mocked at the entrance of the cultivation center. The three looked at him as if he was the killer of their father. Feng Qiyun said, "Your ability to offend people is really strong." XiaoMo joked, "You can't blame me for that. They were the first to strike. I couldn't possibly stand there motionlessly and let them beat and scold me." Feng Qiyun replied, "That's true." Suddenly the subject changed and asked, "Do you know the three over there? They seem to have been looking at us." XiaoMo followed his line of sight and peered over. Within the chaos of the crowd, he saw a head of familiar silver hair, and abruptly remembered the three he had met in the red card area. Although it had been some time since they had last met, he remembered at once when he saw the silver-haired man. Ling Xiao leaned over, "You know them, dot." XiaoMo quickly replied, "I don't, I only saw them once at the cultivation center." Ling Xiao was dissatisfied and said, "Then why were they looking at you?" XiaoMo retorted, "How would I know?" He also wanted to know why. At this time, Tong Yuesu walked over and stated, "I know those three. That silver-haired man is number 1 on the top 100 rankings, Yin Gu. He is extremely powerful and he rarely puts in an appearance. He has held the first place for 3 years and no one has ever snatched it from his hands before. However, he has a cold temperament and seldom speaks." XiaoMo inquired, "Then the other two any?" Tong Yuesu replied, "The man who looks very gentle is called Zhan Yuxian, and he holds the 3rd rank. He is very close to Yin Gu." Many people have felt that it was strange, as Zhan Yuxian had such a good temperament, how could he be such good friends with Yin Gu? XiaoMo asked again, "Then how about that woman?" Tong Yuesu responded, "That woman is called An Yun Rue. Her rank is lower, just falling nicely at the 10th rank. She's the only woman in the top 10. With her beauty and a pretty good temperament, there are many chasing after her. However, it is rumored that she likes Yin Gu, but with Yin Ji's personality, her road to love her is bound to be bumpy." XiaoMo gave Tong Yuesu a weird look. Tong Yuesu touched his face, not understanding what happened, and asked, "What?" XiaoMo smiled, "I found that you are actually quite gossipy, but..." Tong Yuesu made a rarely seen outcry and flushed, "This is not gossiping, many people know these things. If you probe around, everyone will say as such." XiaoMo laughed, but he did not tease Tong Yuesu anymore, and continued his questioning, "Do they have a match today?" Tong Yuesu gave a slight sigh of relief, "No they don't. Very few dare to challenge Yin Gu and Zhan Yuxian. As for An Yun Rue, because she's a woman, if one challenged her, many would hold them in contempt. Although everyone wants to enter into the top 50, they do not want to shame themselves/lose face." XiaoMo asked, "Since they don't have a match, why did they come here, but?" Tong Yuesu replied, "Maybe they found a person that caught their attention? This is especially so for Yin Gu, as he would not come to the arena if there was no need for it. Therefore there should be someone who caught his attention." XiaoMo let out an "oh" sound. XiaoMo queried. That's right, who is the second-ranking person? Tong Yuesu was astonished. Don't you know? It's Bailey Tianyi. XiaoMo immediately looked in the direction of Bailey Tianyi's competition stage, where the latter had already ascended up the stage. This time there was no need for him to ask, as Tong Yuesu automatically explained. Bailey Tianyi has a sworn enemy that's ranked 4th on the top 100 ranking. He will send Bailey Tianyi a challenge every month, but he has never won once. XiaoMo laughed. This poor guy. But I have to say that he really has perseverance. Tong Yuesu said, I forgot to tell you, that person is Tong Yuesu's cousin, Tong Yu. XiaoMo immediately changed his tune. This audacious guy. I really hate this sort of person who endlessly pesters others. Tong Yuesu. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 308. Chapter 308, Nonsense. Translated by Juessence of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. It wasn't until 15 minutes later that Tang Mengcheng and company arrived. Chai Zhang hadn't come. XiaoMo heard that he hadn't left the cultivation center for over a month and counting, putting his all into cultivation. Another saying was that Chai Zhang was afraid of being overtaken by him and Tang Xian, so he had no choice but to put his all into cultivation. Tang Mengcheng was an eye-catching figure in the crowd. He was handsome young man, clothing rich and elegant, poise regal, gaze sharp and holding the barest hint of disdain. If it wasn't for Tong Yuesu informing them about Tang Mengcheng, then it would probably be very hard to tell how fake this person was. The two sides watched each other from afar, and sparks seemed to crackle in the air between them. Tang Mengcheng walked directly onto the arena, looking at them from above and saying, My time is precious, let's start. His tone was light and uncaring, evidently looking down on them. It might be frustrating to be looked down on like that, but XiaoMo and company weren't normal people. They all turned to look at Ling Xiao. XiaoMo whispered, he seems really confident. Ling Xiao smiled, replying, the 51st is challenging the 15th. He would be better off dead if he didn't have confidence. XiaoMo didn't know how to respond to that. Good luck, but don't expose too much of your strength. Ling Xiao said, Don't worry, my current strength is spiritual level 1 star, how could a celestial level 6 star possibly be my opponent? XiaoMo said, We're civilized people, don't be too hard on him. Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow. How hard is too hard? XiaoMo answered, as long as he doesn't die. There were rules in the arena. Casualties were inevitable in the arena. You could maim, but you weren't allowed to kill. Ling Xiao gave him a look and smiled with mischief. You finally said something I can agree with. XiaoMo raised his head to stare at the sky. I'm a very kind person. Thus, Ling Xiao, who had been ordered to be merciful by the kind-hearted XiaoMo, finally walked into the arena. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, he came to a stop in front of Tang Mengcheng, barely 5 meters away. Not many people were truly interested in this match. In the eyes of most, there was no need for a match. A new student who hadn't even enrolled for half a year wanting to win the ranked 15th Tang Mengcheng? Ridiculous. Tang Mengcheng looked at Ling Xiao coldly, and said sinisterly, Don't worry, I won't let you lose too quickly. I'll take good care of anyone who dares to go against the stone gate. Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed with a hint of a smile. The corner of his lips lifted as he replied airily, Then thank you very much for that. That wasn't a response Tang Mengcheng hoped to elicit. Chai Zhang might be a bit fearful of XiaoMo, letting his underlings bother them instead, but he didn't want anyone to think Stonegate was weak. So, he was trying to use this chance to punish XiaoMo and Ling Xiao. Tang Mengcheng huffed in a very queen-like fashion, becoming a dark shadow that streaked towards Ling Xiao. In a flash, he appeared behind Ling Xiao, his fingers claw-like and flashing with poisonous green like as they darted for Ling Xiao's neck. These movements were swift, but for Ling Xiao they were at a snail's pace. The claws approached, but their target had disappeared. Staring at the lingering afterimage in front of him, Tang Mengcheng was startled by his opponent's reaction speed, but didn't panic. The spiritual energy on his body struck behind him, bearing a sinister air. "Are you fighting with the air?" The lightly spoken words that rang out from beside his air held a mocking tone. Tang Mengcheng tensed, gaze coloring with shock. He gave up on attacking, quickly backing away from the source of the voice. It was only until he had retreated to a distance he felt safe with that he looked back at the source of the voice, only to find that Ling Xiao hadn't moved at all, still standing in the same place and smiling. Their first exchange, no, it was just simply a round of attacks from Tang Mengcheng's. Ling Xiao hadn't truly acted at all, but Tang Mengcheng was already at an obvious disadvantage. This situation elicited a wave of surprise from the audience. Though a single round couldn't predict the conclusion, but it seemed that the course of this fight would be far from what they had believed. Tang Mengcheng's face was pale. Ling Xiao's performance had scared him and he didn't dare hold back any longer. He immediately took out his weapon, a black spear that didn't seem to be made of a special material. His figure blurred, dashing towards Ling Xiao even faster than before. His spear cut through the air to his will, swinging in a half circle. His spiritual energy rapidly covered the spear, no longer white, but a light gray that crackled with energy. In a few rapid movements, leaving behind afterimages, Tang Mengcheng arrived in front of Ling Xiao. The spear was like a razor-sharp tooth, tearing apart from the very air around them. Arcing in a strange angle, the imposing energy locked onto Ling Xiao's surrounding and a sinister force erupted from the tip, heading straight for Ling Xiao. Tang Mengcheng smiled darkly. "Take this." Moon-shattering spear. Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow. It seemed to be a lower high-grade skill, pretty powerful by the looks of it. Moon-shatter spear was what delivered the Tang family to fame. It might have only been a lower-grade technique, but the power of it had been closing in on mid-grade, thanks to generations of adjustments made by the Tang family. All members of the Tang learned it, and it could count as an ultimate technique. Tang Mengcheng seemed to want to finish this as soon as possible. It hadn't been long into the battle and he was already taking out the ace up his sleeve. Surprise spread amongst the spectators. It seemed like Tang Mengcheng really wasn't going hold back this time. They never expected for him to do this so soon. To make it more realistic, Ling Xiao flipped his hand around and a fan appeared between his fingers. Seeing the fan, XiaoMo startled. Speaking of, he hadn't ever seen Ling Xiao use a weapon before. This was the first time, and it was a fan as well. It seemed flimsy compared to Tang Mengcheng's spear. Lightning ace. Ling Xiao opened the fan and a minuscule spark of red fire that hid amongst his majestic spiritual energy darted to his fan from the center of his palm. The silver fan shone blindly. As Ling Xiao waved the fan, the energy shot out like a blade with the howl of wind as it tore through the air. A streak of white and red flame entangled together crashed against Tang Mengcheng's moon-shattering spear. The scene was like watching a volcano erupt. The shockwaves from the clash between these two powerful energies rapidly caused the arena floor to crack and crumble. The crumbling stone was swept up by the whirling wind into the sky, and a massive crater was left in the ground. The spectators ran for cover as they saw this. Though it was just crumbling stone, they would still be injured if they got hit. As everyone ran around in a panic, a sliver of red flame darted out, heading towards the shocked Tang Mengcheng in an arc, and latching to his body. Tang Mengcheng screamed in pain. He may have been wearing armor, but it was melted in an instant. The flames shoot into his body and burned him everywhere it touched. It wasn't until he had been torched half dead that the flame disappeared without a trace. Waiting for the dust to clear, the spectators finally were able to see the situation in the arena. Upon setting eyes on Tang Mengcheng, whose fate was yet to be revealed, they couldn't help but inhale sharply. It was really as XiaoMo had said, as long as he didn't die. Stone Gate's people's faces were green. They couldn't believe that the most powerful person in Stone Gate would lose to the ranked 51st. They had been given a harsh slap to the face in front of everyone. That man is much more than he looks, and XiaoMo exclaimed with surprise, her beautiful eyes looking over at Ling Xiao with brimming curiosity. Zhan Yuxian smiled. It's not an unexpected result from a celestial 6-star going against a spiritual 1-star. Tang Mengcheng underestimated him because he was a new student. Someone like that won't get anywhere. Yinggu glanced coldly towards XiaoMo and company, his gaze void of emotions. 2 seconds later, he calmly said to Zhan Yuxian, "Let's go." Zhan Yuxian smiled softly, following. And XiaoMo bit her lip with disappointment, following after them closely. She knew that this was simply how Yinggu was, but she was left hurt every time. On the other side, XiaoMo watched Ling Xiao come down from the arena with excitement, approaching him first. XiaoMo exclaimed, "Ling Xiao, that lightning ace you used was amazing." Ling Xiao smiled lazily. "Oh, lightning ace?" XiaoMo immediately nodded. Ling Xiao replied, "I just made it up on the spot." XiaoMo, Please don't tell me the truth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 309. Chapter 309, Selling Oneself. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. XiaoMo suffered a huge mental attack with Ling Xiao's words. He immediately guessed the reason for Ling Xiao's fabrication after hearing that sentence. Ling Xiao probably did not want to let others think that he had easily defeated Tang Mengcheng, so he deliberately engaged in such an action, causing him to really think that Ling Xiao had some secret move called Lightning Ace. Ling Xiao was amused by XiaoMo's resentful expression, and just when he wanted to say something, an exclamation of pleasant surprise sounded from behind him. Fellow Ling, you're really here." The two turned towards the direction of the voice at the same time and saw a familiar person quickly walking toward them. This person was none other than the one who pulled some strings for XiaoMo at the entry assessment, Gao Yang. XiaoMo had thought of going over to look for Gao Yang ever since he rose to Ward A. However, he did not know where Gao Yang was staying, and with the latter's personality, he was probably at the cultivation center. It would have been a little troublesome to find him, so he put the matter on hold. Who would have thought that XiaoMo would meet him here? XiaoMo happily cried out, "Gaodage, it's been a long time since we last met." Gao Yang walked over and nodded to Ling Xiao, "It's really been a long time. It's a pity that I couldn't personally welcome you guys when you rose to Ward A." XiaoMo replied, "Gaodage was at the cultivation center, right? Then it couldn't be helped. And it doesn't matter whether you could welcome us or not, it'll be okay if we haven't chance to meet somewhere down the line." Gao Yang explained, "I wasn't busy with cultivation. At that time I had received a task which was a little difficult, so I spent a lot of time on it. But it's finally completed now." When he finished speaking, he stared at Ling Xiao and gave him a look over. Gao Yang was pleasantly surprised, "Fellow Ling, I didn't realize you were this strong, congratulations. We should find an opportunity to swap pointers with each other." Ling Xiao glanced at Gao Yang's level and replied, "If there's an opportunity." XiaoMo curiously asked, "Gaodage, how high is your current level now? What's your ranking on the top 100 list?" As the disciple of the vice principal, Gao Yang's strength should be quite high. Gao Yang gave a modest smile, "I'm only at the level of a 4-star spiritual realm, ranking 5th on the top 100 list, slightly behind Bailey Tanny and the rest. They're all geniuses and are much stronger than me." XiaoMo patted his shoulder, "Gaodage, you're already very strong. I believe that you'll be stronger than them in no time." Gao Yang burst into laughter, "Then I'll just have to thank you for your kind words." Ling Xiao looked at the hand XiaoMo put on Gao Yang's shoulder, and faintly narrowed his eyes. XiaoMo suddenly felt as if a hole was burned into the back of his hand. Turning his head, he saw Ling Xiao staring at his hand without blinking. The sight was so scary that it made him immediately retract his hand. Gao Yang discovered this and asked, "What happened?" XiaoMo embarrassedly smiled, "Nothing, I was just bitten by a mosquito. Gao Yang felt that it was strange but did not ask further. The two chatted for a while before he left. Gao Yang had just returned not long ago. If he had not been drawn over by the commotion here, he would have been on his way to submit his report on his task. Soon after Gao Yang had left, the victor had been decided in Bailey Tiany's challenge. As Tang Yuesu had said, that person called Teng Yu was completely not Bailey Tiany's match. However, this person really had great perseverance. His zeal of persisting in fighting despite continuous setback was worthy of learning. XiaoMo and Tang Yuesu parted ways in the middle of the road going back. Tang Yulin still had magic herbs for him, so he followed them back to the residential area. There were many magic herbs on the list that XiaoMo had handed to him. It included the ones that he needed now and the ones that he needed sometime later. Anyways, he was pleased that there was a person willing to do free labor to look for the herbs he needed, though payment in the form of some points was required. Thus he got somewhat carried away and wrote down many types of level 7 and 8 magic herbs when he wrote the list. However, he did not think that Tang Yulin would actually manage to find 1/5 of the magic herbs on the list in such a short time. He had said that Tang Yulin could give him seeds or immature magic herbs instead, and mature level 7 and 8 magic herbs were indeed not easy to find, so Tang Yulin really had found a lot for him. XiaoMo did a little calculation and transferred 400 points over to him. Tang Yulin took his black card. He was a little dazed upon seeing that the points on it had nearly doubled. As expected, it was worthwhile to deliberately chase him after XiaoMo. Doing business with him was really the best. Bailey Tiany unsympathetically said, Lin, have you not forgotten something? T/N, is a prefix to name in order to show familiarity. Tang Yulin instinctively covered his own card, and blankly looked at him. What did I forget? Bailey Tiany hated for iron for not becoming steel as he said, have you forgotten the promise we made? We agreed that I would help you find the magic herbs, but after selling them, we would split the profits 460. Are you planning to pocket it all? T/N, hate for iron for not becoming steel means to feel resentful towards somebody for failing to meet expectations and being impatient to see improvement. Tang Yulin embarrassedly frowned. He definitely wanted to pocket it all. Looking at the points on his card, it felt like a piece of flesh was forcibly scraped off his body for him to give some to Bailey Tiany. Tang Yulin murmured, 60 for me, 40 for you? Bailey Xiao lightly laughed, wrong, it's 60 for me and 40 for you. Tang Yulin suddenly had a deadpan expression. If he got 40%, he would only get 160 points, which was not even half of the sum he had received. How could he accept this? Tang Yulin tightly gripped the card in his hands. He clearly wanted to renege on their promise. Bailey Tiany was not surprised. He gently chuckled and leaned over to whisper in Tang Yulin's ear, Lin, I'm all right to hand all the points over to you, but you must agree to one condition of mine. Tang Yulin thought over it and asked, what condition? Bailey Tiany whispered, I want you to move in with me. Tang Yulin paused, I won't pay the rent. He knew that the room Bailey Tiany was staying in needed 2 points every day, so it was necessary to affirm this. Bailey Tiany smiled so widely that there were flowers blooming, of course. After reaching an agreement, Bailey Tiany impatiently dragged Tang Yulin off. He will help Tang Yulin move to his room now, lest Tang Yulin have second thoughts. XiaoMo did not hear some contents clearly as they had been whispering, but he was curious to death about it, so he asked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's strength was high and he should have been able to hear their dialogue. After listening to his retelling, XiaoMo was at a loss for words, so he sold himself just like that? Ling Xiao held his chin and roguishly grinned, exactly, selling himself just for 200 points, he's even more stupid than you. At the least it should be more than 2,000, right? XiaoMo was nearly blinded by his pearly grin. Hearing what Ling Xiao said, he almost subconsciously nodded a yes. Fortunately he managed to react in time to stop himself. However, this line of thinking was really similar to his. Ling Xiao really understood him. Thinking of this, XiaoMo righteously stated, "I will not succumb even if you gave me 2,000 points." Really? Ling Xiao obviously did not believe him. XiaoMo nodded, "Of course, if you don't believe me, you can give it a try." Ling Xiao replied, "Try? Earn 2,000 points and then try to lure you with it?" XiaoMo said, "That's not a bad idea." Ling Xiao looked at him in delight. "Do you think I'm the type to be duped with just a few words?" XiaoMo's eyes glittered and he pretended not to understand what Ling Xiao meant. "What are you saying? I don't understand what you're meaning." "No one will force you if you don't want to try. Ling Xiao said, "I feel that lately you're getting bolder and bolder, but..." XiaoMo played the fool and laughed. "How can it be? You should already know that I'm not bold at all." Ling Xiao tenderly held his waist and whispered, "Your cultivation seems to have fallen a lot recently. It's time to resume your training courses. I hope for your sake that your speed has not dropped too." XiaoMo let out a cry of "Aoo, crap." T/N, Aoo is an onomatopoeia that describes a wailing or howling sound. The tragically ravaged XiaoMo was finally liberated in the dead of the night. The next day, his whole body was aching so much that he could not crawl out of bed. This symptom was the same as the thing they were doing every night that cannot be seen by children. No, it was even worse than that. XiaoMo suddenly had a delusion while lying on the bed. Compared to being chased and bitten by the thunder flame leopard every day, he would rather be pressed down and bitten by Ling Xiao. At the least he would be able to drink a bit of spiritual water. Ling Xiao generally did not allow him to drink it when training, saying that it would weaken the effect of the training. He really did not know if Ling Xiao was messing with him or not. In the afternoon, his body was still somewhat sore, but XiaoMo did not continue to lie on the bed to rest. He had not even been to the gravity room once ever since he entered into Ward A. It was mainly because the results from the gravity room were not as evident as the cultivation center, and he did not have the time as he also needed to refine pills. The gravity room in Ward A was in fact a gravity mountain. There was only one such mountain, and it was rumored to be so large it could accommodate more than 10,000 people. It was truly poles apart from the gravity room that had been used in the competition before. However, there were less people going to the gravity room every day as compared to the arena and the cultivation center. Before leaving the house, XiaoMo looked at Ling Xiao, who was pretending to be elegant and drinking tea. "I'm going to the gravity mountain. Do you want to come along and take a look?" Ling Xiao put his teacup down. "Let's go together then." XiaoMo replied, "Then you should hurry up." The two left the residential area a while later. The gravity mountain was in the same direction as the cultivation center and both were located not far from each other. Thus, there was a huge crowd in the beginning. However, the number of people on the road slowly decreased when the road forked. The two finally reached their destination after half an hour. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 310. Chapter 310, Gravity Mountain. Translated by Juescence of Exiled Rebel Scanalations. There was a huge difference between the Gravity Mountain and the Cultivation Center. The difference was that Gravity Mountain was a part of a series of mountains, and the only entrance was a dark cavern opening. Two words were written strongly above that opening: Gravity Mountain. XiaoMo said, "I hear that the stone that the gravity room is made of was discovered here and then it was dug out into a gravity training area. If that's true, then who knows how big this gravity mountain really is?" Ling Xiao turned his head and said, "The rules seem to be written at the entrance. Let's go take a look." The two walked over and, on the right side of the cavern entrance, there were, indeed, words carved there. Since there were many people reading the rules, a sea of people surrounded them. XiaoMo could only see the word rules when he stood up on his tiptoes. Ling Xiao lowered his head and spoke into his ear with a smile, "Do you need me to lift you up?" XiaoMo immediately shook his head, "I don't need it. It would be so humiliating in front of all these people." It was a good thing that the rules weren't too long-winded and those at the front quickly finished looking over them, turning to walk into the gravity mountain. It finally came to XiaoMo and Ling Xiao's turn. The first rule: you are not allowed to attack anyone else in the gravity mountain. If you were caught, you would be immediately expelled. It was very strict, so even if you met your father's murderer, you could only control yourself. The second, there is no fee to use the gravity mountain, so you can stay inside for as long as you want without worrying about points. However, to record your information there, you needed to swipe your card against a special instrument. Of course, you could choose not to since it wasn't required to enter. The third wasn't a rule, but a warning. It said that the gravity mountain's pressure increased as you went further in, so don't delude yourself and think you can make it so far in one go. After reading, the two went in with the crowd. The dark space was lit up brightly by tens of shining pearls. It was an extremely spacious area, like a football field, with a gathering of over 200 people. As soon as the two walked in, they were assaulted by the racket of hundreds of people talking at once, like the yelling in a marketplace. It wasn't until 10 doors on the far wall opened that the noise quietened. There were always a lot of people, so to avoid everyone crowding at the door, the school had made 10 small doors. Every hour, each door could let 5 people in at once, so they weren't really very small. When it came to Ling Xiao and XiaoMo, the elder next to the door spoke up and asked, "Would you like to buy transport stones?" XiaoMo paused for a moment. He knew what transport stones were, of course. He had thought that the school had finally decided on being generous and letting people train here for free, but he hadn't thought there would be this. After a moment of hesitation, XiaoMo asked, "How many points is a transport stone?" The elder answered, 5 points, XiaoMo waved his hand and turned to enter the gravity mountain without bothering to consider it, saying, "Then never mind." 5 points wasn't much, but transport stones wouldn't necessarily be needed. Plus, if one had a transport stone, they would have an easy way out and wouldn't be able to achieve the best possible effects with their training. The elder didn't reply, watching XiaoMo and Ling Xiao walk inside. Smart people wouldn't buy these stones, that was the truth. Upon stepping inside, XiaoMo felt a light pressure push against his body. This pressure wasn't the same as the pressure inside the gravity room, only having a third of its strength. He could still walk, though he was slower, about a third of his usual walking speed. Looking across, the other people were the same as him. Only Ling Xiao seemed completely unaffected, walking at the same speed as usual. Ling Xiao asked, "How do you feel?" XiaoMo replied, "We can go a little further inside. The pressure here isn't enough." Ling Xiao looked over the crowd in front of them. Everyone was walking further inside, but upon reaching a certain distance, their speed suddenly fell again, making them even slower than snails. He looked to the black floor. Thanks to the lighting, he could clearly see that there was a yellow line drawn there. He said, "This is probably the first zone of the gravity mountain. If we walk another 200 meters, we'll reach the second." XiaoMo frowned a little. The gravity mountain is separated into zones? How many are there in total? Ling Xiao, let's go check. To keep pace with XiaoMo, Ling Xiao slowed down. So, to outsiders, Ling Xiao seemed to be the same as everyone else. 200 meters wasn't much, but by the time XiaoMo had arrived at the boundary between the first and second zones, his forehead was peppered with sweat. You really couldn't underestimate this gravity mountain. Even training long-term in the weakest first zone would probably make you as dexterous as a swallow, and improve your speed by leaps and bounds as well. Thinking of this, XiaoMo's eyes suddenly lit up. Ling Xiao, who had been watching him, raised an eyebrow. XiaoMo tugged on Ling Xiao's sleeve and said in excitement, "Ling Xiao, I've had an idea. Next time, we don't need to go to your pocket dimension for speed training anymore. This is a good training area for that." Ling Xiao immediately realized what this was about. Though he might have come up with this idea to avoid Thunder Flame Leopard's lightning, it didn't mean it wasn't a good idea. Ling Xiao nodded in agreement. We can try it out. XiaoMo made a victory sign with his hand, in his mind. Ling Xiao then continued, if the effects aren't good though, we'll continue to train in the pocket dimension. XiaoMo replied, okay. He definitely wouldn't let that happen. After dealing with that persisting worry, XiaoMo felt like his body had suddenly become much lighter and stepped over the yellow line with spirits high. A stronger pressure immediately pushed down against his body. XiaoMo held his breath. It was, as expected, increasing by each zone. The pressure felt in the second zone was twice the first, but he could still move, though his speed had fallen again. It seemed like the third zone should have the same pressure as the one they had first experienced in the competition. The two continued on towards the third zone. When the pressure from the third zone came down on him, XiaoMo was surprised. It didn't feel the same. When he had first entered the gravity room, he had been completely unable to move because of the pressure. However, he seemed to still have enough strength for movement and then some this time. His body was lighter than before. He informed Ling Xiao of this strange situation. Ling Xiao rolled his eyes. Of course there would be a difference. It's been months since the competition, and during this time, not only has your cultivation level grown, but you've trained in the pocket dimension, too. If your physical constitution doesn't improve even with that, then you might as well go and kill yourself. XiaoMo was sweating in embarrassment upon hearing those words. He had forgotten that improving one's cultivation level would also improve their constitution. In addition, he had been struck by thunder shocks several times, and his strength had improved in many ways. A difference was to be expected. After walking several steps, XiaoMo could feel the sweat running down his back. He braced his hands on his knees, panting uncontrollably. Looking towards the yellow line 300 meters away, he steeled himself to continue. He swore he would get to the fourth zone today. As he swore to himself silently, Ling Xiao suddenly gripped his shoulder. XiaoMo turned his head to look at him. What? Ling Xiao said, just train in the third zone for today. XiaoMo was confused. Why? Ling Xiao then asked him, are you here to train or to test your limits? XiaoMo, to train. Ling Xiao said, the current you won't even be able to move if you entered the fourth zone. Gravity Mountain never existed for students to use to test their limits. What you need to do now is to get yourself to the point where you can run in the third zone. Once you're able to run and jump as normal, you can challenge the fourth zone. XiaoMo thought about it carefully. His suggestion was very reasonable. Ling Xiao then said, also, as you train, you can use your soul force to help you. That way, you can train your physical ability while also refining your control of your soul force. XiaoMo nodded rapidly. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, he would have never thought of that. XiaoMo immediately drew out his soul force, carefully spreading it over his body. As expected, he felt much lighter. Seeing Ling Xiao still standing there, he said, you don't need to worry about me, you can go check it out. Ling Xiao shook his head. I can't go and check it out. I'll be seen. A spiritual one-star powerhouse walking to the far end of Gravity Mountain? There must be something strange about him. XiaoMo understood what he was trying to say. How about you go back first? Ling Xiao replied, even if I go back I'll have nothing to do. I'll just stay and watch you. XiaoMo pursed his lips. That would be so embarrassing. But since Ling Xiao had made a decision, he didn't say anything against it. Do what you want. So, he began to focus on training. His first goal was to get himself running. Even with the help of his soul force, he could only walk slowly. Every step of his took 3 to 4 seconds. He probably wouldn't be able to get to the point of walking at normal speed today. When the sun was setting, XiaoMo was carried out by Ling Xiao, soaked in sweat. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 311. Chapter 311, Tang Ziyi. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. XiaoMo felt that his vigor was thoroughly restored after getting out of bed the next day. Though concrete results may not be seen on the first day of training, he believed that the results would be beyond his expectations after enduring it for a long period. Now he felt that walking was very cool and as easy as the wind. Before leaving, XiaoMo specially dragged Ling Xiao to his dimension to look for the Thunder Flame Leopard to test the results of the training out. His speed had definitely risen a little. It was not much, but to have such progress in a day made him more determined to reach his target. Nevertheless, the most important thing was that entry into the Gravity Mountain was free. XiaoMo headed towards the Gravity Mountain as usual today. Ling Xiao did not follow him as he had been dispatched by XiaoMo to the red card area of the cultivation center. Feng Qiyun heard that he went to the Gravity Mountain to train yesterday, so he wanted to come along with him to take a look. Tong Yuesu had not been to the cultivation center recently, instead he had been refining pills. As his speed of advancement was too fast this time, his foundation was not very strong, so he needed to re-establish his foundation. Otherwise, his success rate of refining pills would be low in the future. On the way there, XiaoMo explained the Gravity Mountain's rules and the do's and don'ts to Feng Qiyun. As the two left early, there were not many people inside after they reached the Gravity Mountain. That elder had also recommended a transport stone to Feng Qiyun before they went in, but he declined the offer. XiaoMo walked from the first to the third area like it was nothing special. Feng Qiyun blindly followed suit and walked along with him, giving an impression of doing it skillfully and easily. XiaoMo, Feng Qiyun, your strength is quite good. During the gravity room test, why didn't you persist for a few more minutes? Feng Qiyun shook his head. I feel that it's enough if I just ensure that I can get into the top 10. This attitude was really sanguine, no wonder he could remain on top of the geniuses that were everywhere in Daoxian Academy. XiaoMo thought, if not for Tang Zixian and Chai Zheng's provocations and the old geezer's threats, it would also be enough for him to just ensure he could enter into the top 10. Feng Qiyun had already broken through the 6th level to become a low-grade level 7 mage. Naturally, the qualitative and quantitative change in his soul force could not be compared to a level 6 mage. Therefore the third area was a little more effortless for him when compared to XiaoMo. However, XiaoMo was also not an herbivore. Every aspect of his was more powerful than an ordinary mage, and he was able to catch up to Feng Qiyun before long. Just at this moment, Feng Qiyun pointed to a person in front and said, "Look at the 4th area, on the right side. Doesn't the man wearing black seem a little familiar?" XiaoMo followed his finger and looked in that direction. That was a man with slightly solemn and cold facial features, which were so handsome that it looked as if it was a perfect masterpiece carved out by God. He unremittingly walked around even though his cheek was already covered in perspiration. His face really looked familiar. If his facial features were softened, he looked completely like a female version of Tang Zixian. Without a doubt, this person should be Tang Ziyi. Feng Qiyun explained, in actual fact, between the brother and the sister, Tang Ziyi is the genuine genius of the Tang family. It's only just because Tang Zixian's talent is slightly better and she has a powerful master, so outsiders think that Tang Zixian is the Tang family's best genius. XiaoMo interjected, but a true genius does not only need to have a good talent. It should also be important for them to have a motivated heart, and be able to put in the hard work and sweat required ba. He knew this principle better than Feng Qiyun. Feng Qiyun smiled but did not continue their conversation. The two's gaze coincidentally moved away from Tang Ziyi at the same time. They would not despise him based on his relation as Tang Zixian's brother. Rather, time will tell them exactly what type of person Tang Ziyi was. XiaoMo's speed had increased a little after a day of training. He believed that it would not take long for him to be able to walk around normally. After the sun set, the two simultaneously exited the Gravity Mountain, and their bodies seemed as if they had unloaded a burden weighing 1,000 jin. T/N, jin is a measurement of weight, equivalent to 0.5 kilograms. XiaoMo sighed in relief and he turned back to look at the gravity mountain. Before exiting, he specifically took a glance at Tang Ziyi, who was in the fourth area. He was still persevering on, and did not even have the slightest hint of the intention of coming out. Looks like he won't come out today too. It seems that he had been inside for close to 2 weeks. Tang Ziyi is really trying his hardest. Is he not afraid that his body is unable to endure the strain? I've heard that if he's tired, he'll go back to the third area to rest. After enough rest, he will continue to train in the fourth area. The whispered conversations sounded from behind them. It came from the couple of people who had also come out from the gravity mountain. They appeared to be senior students who were very familiar with Tang Ziyi. Tang Ziyi was indeed working hard. However, results will only show with continued perseverance for the type of cultivation location like the gravity mountain. Thus, XiaoMo felt that he understood Tang Zi's frame of mind a little. Both were from a family of geniuses, but they were constantly compared to their younger sister. Not only that, their sister was also superior to them. As the elder brother, it was natural that their heart would feel somewhat uncomfortable. After returning to his room, XiaoMo discovered a note from Ling Xiao on the table in the bedroom. The note said that he would go into secluded cultivation in the red card area for more than a month. He also told XiaoMo to take care of himself during this time and to remember to think about him. XiaoMo was jubilant. Although 300 to 400 points would be spent to cultivate in the red card area for more than a month, he had also sold many magic pills when Ling Xiao had previously went into secluded cultivation. Each of the 2 cards now had more than 2,000 points inside. This was considered as a huge sum of money. Since Ling Xiao wanted to go into secluded cultivation, XiaoMo also planned to go into secluded cultivation at the gravity mountain. He was slightly stimulated by Tang Zi's situation. Since Tang Ziyi could train at the fourth area, he should also be able to do the same. However, he did not forget Ling Xiao's instructions to train in the third area until he could run and jump about inside. Before going to the gravity mountain for secluded cultivation, XiaoMo went to look for Tang Yulin to inform him that he was going into secluded cultivation. He also instructed Tang Yulin to hold on to the magic herbs that he had found, and that the bill would be settled when he came out. The next day, XiaoMo headed over to the gravity mountain together with Feng Qiyun. Sure enough, they saw Tang Ziyi at the fourth area after they entered. To tell the truth, if Tang Ziyi wanted to immediately raise his strength, he could go to the cultivation center. This was because the most important thing for mages was not the physical quality, but the spiritual prowess. Feng Qiyun glanced at XiaoMo, who was looking restless, and laughed. Do you want to go to the fourth area? XiaoMo hesitated for a moment, but he still shook his head. No, I promised Ling Xiao that I would train in the third area. I'll wait until I've advanced to a level 7 mage to see if I want to enter the fourth area. Feng Qiyun, looking at your aura, it appears that you'll advance. XiaoMo delightedly crowed, yup. That's right, aren't you a level 7 mage? Are you not preparing to test yourself in the fourth area? Feng Qiyun took a gander in the direction of Tang Ziyi and shook his head. Nope, I like a down-to-earth progress rate. XiaoMo excitedly clapped his shoulder. Your personality is really lovable. There would truly be none who would dislike a down-to-earth person. Feng Qiyun did not understand what was there to be excited about, and after laughing he did not speak again. After 10 continuous days of training and adaptation, XiaoMo could walk about normally in the third area. He did not go out once in these 10 days. Feng Qiyun persisted for 3 days and did not come back after leaving. Most likely he had gone to the arena or the cultivation center. XiaoMo could already trot about after another 10 days. Taking the 2 yellow lines linking the third area as the start and the finish line, he ran back and forth while speeding up from time to time. This scene attracted the attention of many others. The ones around were all practitioners, as mages seldomly came to the gravity mountain. It was extremely difficult for many to achieve running and jumping around in the gravity mountain. Most people proceeded to the next area after they had attained a normal walking pace. Few would be like XiaoMo, who was running and jumping about. Who is this person? I've never seen him before. He should be able to go into the fourth area with his current strength. I'm not sure why he wants to persist in training here. On the contrary, I feel that his training method is quite good. Not many in Warda recognized XiaoMo. Everyone only knew that he was a mage. If a mage could accomplish this, there was no reason for them to not be able to do the same. Thus, without XiaoMo's knowledge, a butterfly effect was triggered. Hearing a hubbub behind him, Teng Ziyi looked back. His cold and severe gaze was directed towards the source of the commotion. At a distance of 300 to 400 meters away was a youngster who was trying to run. Teng Ziyi did not recognize XiaoMo, but he had constantly been seeing him for a period of time. His dedication reminded Teng Ziyi of himself, so he could not refrain from looking over more often. Just as he was preparing to turn away, a clamor erupted from that direction. Ah, he's going to advance now. An unknown person loudly exclaimed. Teng Ziyi discovered an extremely strong soul fluctuation coming from the youngster. This was a sign of advancement which he had also experienced the same not long before. However, what surprised him was that the youngster was quite young, and he was actually about to advance to a level 7 mage. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 312. Chapter 312, Protector. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. XiaoMo felt like crying, but he had no tears. He himself did not think that his advancement would begin so unexpectedly. It wasn't that he did not think that he may advance at any time these past few days, but he had relaxed his guard a little as there was no activity for 20 consecutive days. Who knew it would suddenly arrive now? When that person had shouted that he was going to advance, he knew he was in deep shit. He would probably have to advance under the watchful eyes of the public this time. The only silver lining was that the academy had stipulated that no student was allowed to attack another in the gravity mountain. However, he also could not exclude the possibility that his enemies may throw caution to the wind. He had been absorbed in training, so he did not know if Teng Zixian or Chai Zheng's people were inside the crowd surrounding him. In any case, he needed to look for a person to act as his protector. Just at this moment, one person walked up to him. XiaoMo lifted his head for a look. His heart could not refrain from stuttering for a moment when he saw the person who arrived. It turned out to be Teng Ziyi. Teng Ziyi stared at him expressionlessly. "I'll be your protector." The brother of his enemy wanted to be his protector. This development was truly beyond his expectations. XiaoMo bitterly swallowed. Should he accept the offer or not? He actually nodded after he met Teng Zi's profound and veiled black eyes. "Thank you." XiaoMo did not know how that had happened, but it must be the work of demons and gods. T/N, work of demons and gods means an unexplained event crying out for a supernatural explanation. He only regained his senses after he spoke. However, there was nowhere to retreat now. XiaoMo was worried that he would suffer a backlash if he did not concentrate on mediating to advance in rank. Looking at Teng Zi's back, XiaoMo decided on a bold decision to take things as they come, no matter if he recognized him or not. Then he soon began his advancement. There were many in the crowd who had recognized Teng Ziyi. They could not help but be astonished when seeing that he was acting as a protector for an unfamiliar mage. Such an event had never occurred before. Everyone knew that though Teng Zi's disposition looked mild, his temper was actually a little cold. He was quite a contradictory person, and few had seen him take the initiative to talk to someone, let alone take the initiative to act as a protector for others. One person had witnessed this whole scene within the crowd. After his gaze went back and forth between XiaoMo and Tang Ziyi twice, he immediately turned and left the gravity mountain. Half an hour later, that person ran over to shriek loudly outside Chai Zhang's room, causing Chai Zhang to come out. Chai Zhang walked out from his room with a black face. He glared at that person and scowled. "What are you shouting about? If there's nothing urgent, you better be prepared to be dealt with." That man winced. Seeing that Chai Zhang patience was running out, he immediately blurted, "Young Master Chai, there's some big news. I just saw Tang Ziyi at the gravity mountain." Chai Zhang was sullen. "So what if you saw him? How is Tang Zi's whereabouts a big news?" The man hastily continued, "No, there's still another person. That person is XiaoMo. He was also training at the gravity mountain. He was suddenly about to advance half an hour ago. Tang Ziyi took the initiative to be his protector." The last sentence was the most important point. Chai Zhang was dumbfounded. Tang Ziyi was helping XiaoMo as a protector? How could this be? However, this should be true, as he did not think that this person would dare to lie to him. Could it be that Tang Ziyi and XiaoMo were on friendly terms with each other? The more he thought about it, the more he was convinced that this was possible. All of a sudden, Chai Zhang stood up, pushed the man away and walked out. He then proceeded to the cultivation center and managed to dig Tang Xin out after 30 minutes. Tang Xin, who had been bothered while in the cultivation center, revealed an annoyed expression. Chai Zhang was not in the mood to give her a lengthy explanation. After seeing that she had walked out, he said, "Tang Xin, did you know that your brother and XiaoMo are friendly with each other?" "Impossible." Tang Xin's first reaction was denial. Chai Zhang replied, "How is it impossible? Some people from the Stone Gate personally witnessed it. Your brother is acting as XiaoMo's protector in the gravity mountain. Based on his personality, how could he act as the other's protector if the two were not friendly with each other?" Tang Xin saw that he spoke with certainty, and suddenly hesitated. In actual fact, the relationship between her and Tang Ziyi was not particularly good. As they had been compared against each other from young, this could be one of the reasons why Tang Ziyi had never been close to her from childhood. In addition, he was also not very close to father and mother, so she had always assumed that it was probably largely due to Tang Zi's personality. However, no matter how Tang Zi's personality was like, she was still only a woman. Being the eldest son, Tang Ziyi would inevitably inherit the position of the helm of the Tang family. She definitely did not want to see the scene of him being friendly with XiaoMo when facing Tang Ziyi, who had boundless prospects. "Are you sure that this is true?" Tang Xin was still unwilling to believe him. Although Tang Ziyi was obsessed with cultivation, it was impossible for him to not have heard of the matter between XiaoMo and her. They may not be close, but they were still siblings. Chai Zhang also did not want to believe this. If Tang Ziyi was standing on XiaoMo's side, he would have to be apprehensive of Tang Zi's presence when he wanted to make a move in the future. The two were standing there and letting their imaginations run wild. However, never did it occur to them that since Tang Ziyi was obsessed with cultivation, how could he possibly have seen XiaoMo before? Tang Ziyi had been instructed to become a qualified heir from childhood. No matter what he did, the basis of his actions was according to what would benefit the family. Therefore, he definitely would not carelessly make enemies with others just because of some things like jealousy or lust. If he had been a jealous person, the one who would bear the brunt of it would be his younger sister Tang Xin. Chai Zhang and Tang Xin sent out some people to gather information in order to investigate this matter. They soon got their answers without breaking a sweat. After all, there were few who would advance in the gravity mountain, and the news traveled fast as Tang Ziyi was also a small celebrity at the gravity mountain. XiaoMo had successfully advanced with the help of Tang Ziyi. XiaoMo hesitantly glanced at Tang Ziyi, and took the first step to say, "Thank you." Tang Ziyi gave a slight nod, "You're welcome." He finished speaking and was about to turn and leave. "Wait a moment. XiaoMo quickly stopped him. Though he did not know what Tang Ziyi was thinking, he still wanted to tell him, "I am XiaoMo, pleased to make your acquaintance. I owe you one this time." Tang Ziyi paused and looked back. "You are the XiaoMo that had defeated Tang Zixian over and over again?" XiaoMo gave an awkward laugh. Tang Zi's voice was very calm and he totally could not tell what Tang Ziyi was thinking about. Tang Ziyi said, "You're really good." He returned to the fourth area when he finished speaking that sentence. What in the world did Tang Ziyi mean? XiaoMo stared blankly at his back, but his first impression of Tang Ziyi was quite good. It was only that he did not know if it was faked or his personality was just like so. The feeling that Tang Ziyi gave him was too confusing. XiaoMo did not have the desire to remain inside the gravity mountain any longer, so he soon left. He now was a level 7 mage. The effects of the gravity in the third area was no longer enough to satisfy him after his strength rose, so he could proceed the fourth area at any time. However, he was not in any hurry anymore. What he needed to do now was to inquire about some information. He would not act shamelessly about the favor that he owed to Tang Ziyi just because he was Tang Zixian's brother. Ling Xiao still had not returned and he was unable to enter into the red card area to look for him without a red card. After thinking about it, he decided to look for Tang Yulin first. XiaoMo had gone into secluded cultivation for close to a month. He was probably quite anxious now. Ever since Tang Yulin had ascended to Ward A, he regained his original nature, not slacking in his cultivation, yet not being especially zealous. When XiaoMo went to look for him, he was in his room as expected, but in the bright room, Tang Yulin was enveloped in sunlight as he lay on the ground with a deep blush on his face. A man was pushing him down, and was caressing/fondling him all over, but this was not the important point. XiaoMo could clearly see that Tang Yulin's outer garment had been torn away, revealing a pale and white chest with 2 delicate red fruits. One fresh and tender red fruit had been sucked into the man's mouth. The man lifted his head upon hearing a sound, and the scene of the sparkling and translucent salvia covering the red fruit was crystal clear. Oh my God! Isn't this daytime sex? XiaoMo sucked in a breath of cold air. "I'm sorry, you guys continue." After loudly screaming these words, he immediately closed the door with a loud bang. The bang awakened Tang Yulin, who had been teased until he was somewhat lost and delirious. The adorable Tang Yulin bewilderedly looked at Bailey Tianyi, who was pushing him down while smiling obscenely. Then he looked at himself again. Just by lowering his head, he could see his own red fruits. It was truly quite lewd. Tang Chunmeng stared for a moment, before he pulled his clothes up to conceal his naked chest. "You get up." T/N, adorable in Chinese is, and is read as Chunmeng. The literal translation is stupid in Mo. As Tang Yulin is quite silly, the author made a word play on his name and called him stupid in Mo Tang. Bailey Tianyi bended down and kissed his lips. "No. Tang Chunmeng, XiaoMo is here." Bailey Tianyi, is he more important or am I more important? Tang Chunmeng, he is more important. Bailey Tianyi fell silent for a moment, before he suddenly gripped Tang Yulin's semi-erect thing below. Hearing the breathing of the person below him abruptly becoming heavier, he pulled out his own erection, lined both up, and rubbed them together in his hand while saying, "Since he's more important, we should quickly finish our affair." Tang Chunmeng already did not know how to respond, and was soon drowned in the violent surge of desire. This was not the first time Bailey Tianyi had helped him do this, but every time Bailey Tianyi would make him feel extremely comfortable. He was a person who liked to go with the flow, and would naturally accept comfortable things. Thus, he soon forgot about XiaoMo, who was currently waiting outside for him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 313. Chapter 313, Gossip and an Encounter. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. XiaoMo bitterly grinded his teeth. He had been waiting for 15 minutes, and had not even seen any sign of them coming out. They had actually continued. Under these circumstances, wouldn't most people immediately come out? XiaoMo had overestimated Tang Chunmeng's IQ, and underestimated Bailey Tiany's shamelessness. Half an hour passed before Tang Yulin was helped out by Bailey Tiany. The stupid and mole person's legs were completely soft, and his whole body was hanging off Bailey Tiany. His complexion was so rosy that one could almost squeeze dew out of his cheeks, and they could even tell that he had undergone moisturizing with one glance. XiaoMo was not one bit surprised. It was very easy to eat Chunming's up with his personality. If Bailey Tiany was still unable to eat him up, then he could only be called useless. However, wasn't 30 minutes too short? XiaoMo suspiciously eyed both of them. He absolutely did not harbor any resentment about the waiting time being too short. Although he looked a little exhausted, Tang Yulin's eyes were still bright. He happily told Bailey Tiany, "Go bring out the magic bag that I used to store magic herbs." Bailey Tiany helped him to the tea table, sat him in a chair before he walked into the bedroom. After a while, he walked out while carrying a magic bag. Tang Yulin fished the list out and passed it to XiaoMo. "I've already found those herbs with a tick beside its name. The rest are the magic herbs which are not commonly found, and it's going quite difficult to gather them together. Just give me more time, I will definitely find them." XiaoMo received the list. Besides ones that have been ticked, there were also some which were crossed out. Those were the herbs which XiaoMo had paid for and left with Tang Yulin. At the side, there was also an annotation with the quantity he was looking for. XiaoMo did some calculations. He had gotten more magic herbs this time, and though there were still less mature magic herbs, he still spent more than 1,500 points after settling the bill. XiaoMo was silently distressed upon seeing that there was only more than 1,000 or so points remaining in his card. He constantly consoled himself that he would doubtlessly be able to earn it back in the next few days. It just so happened that he had just advanced and could refine level 7 magic herbs. After bidding farewell to Tang Yulin and Bailey Tiany, XiaoMo returned to his own room, locked the door and entered his dimension straight away. XiaoMo walked to the lakeside. There was still only half of the water remaining in the spiritual lake. In order to conserve spiritual water, he made Xiao and the rest help with clearing the weeds and tilling the soil to make several magic herbs fields. He had them plant the high-grade magic herb seeds that he had gotten the last time, and then used diluted spiritual water to slowly cultivate them. Although the growth rate of the magic herbs was a little slow, with careful planning, he would be able to use the herbs in the same manner when he advanced again. Next, he took a look at Xiao and the rest who were cultivating. Paiqiu and Catqiu had really become quite obedient ever since he ordered them to cultivate. After making a surprise inspection and seeing that they were not playing around, XiaoMo then believed that the two really did listen to his words. XiaoMo returned to the small log cabin. He took out the seeds that he had gotten from the Paradise Realm from a drawer in a cabinet. He had found some seeds that resembled his in a high-grade scroll when checking the notes in the old geezer's study. The surface of these seeds were full of bumps and hollows, and they were significantly dehydrated. Since they had been left out for so long, he did not know if the seedlings were able to survive even after being planted. XiaoMo looked for a wooden tub, put the seeds in, and ladled in a dipper of spiritual water. As per the content recorded in the old geezer's scroll, the higher the level of the seed was, the lower the survival rate. He did not know if there was life in these seeds, as once it was ruined, it was less likely to be successfully brought back to life. After he was done, he looked at Xiao and the four at the lakeside and could not help but think of that demon beast egg. He did see that egg lying on the grass alone when he had gone with Ling Xiao to his dimension to train his speed. It was truly a slightly pitiful sight. He remembered the time where he had locked Paiqiu and Catqiu in the beast cage. XiaoMo then decided to get the egg back from Ling Xiao when he returned. Half a month later, an event happened to XiaoMo before Ling Xiao had returned. That event was related that mountain trials. As the time for registration was approaching, practitioners on the top 100 rankings were beginning to pick mages to cooperate with, and many mages had also tossed an olive branch out to the practitioners. One of the most sensational news was related to two celebrities in the top 100 rankings. They were Yin Gu and an Xin Rue. It is a known fact that an Xin Rue fancied Yin Gu. However, there was a female mage who had recently recommended herself as a partner to Yin Gu. The strength of that female mage was quite solid. She was a mid-grade level 8 mage, and had a high-level demon beast with a water attribute. That demon beast was a Scarlet Thunder Heaven Shark which had a level 8 bloodline. That female mage's qualifications were really good from every point of view, and she would not be unworthy of Yin Gu when cooperating with him. It should have been a pairing that would be in favor with the general public, but an Xin Rue disagreed as she felt that that female mage had an ulterior motive. There was a special rule pertaining to the mountain trials. If the students that were competing honestly did not want to find a mage to cooperate with, there was an exception that allowed them to find another practitioner to cooperate with. But he needed to find a practitioner that was in the bottom 50 rankings, otherwise the academy would regard it as them voluntarily renouncing the reward if they won. And Xin Rue willingly gave up, but was rejected by Yin Gu. This matter could be said to have spread till there was uproar in Ward A. Its momentum was no less than what XiaoMo had experienced at that time in Ward B. But the climax was yet to come. Everyone originally thought that an Xin Rue would never give up. 3 days later, there was news that an Xin Rue had picked a mage to cooperate with. The person she was cooperating with was the first on Block 2's top 100 ranking, who was also an Xin Rue's suitor. When this news came out, many people started booing. What a fickle woman! Though she may have done it to provoke Yin Gu, but Yin Gu did not have the slightest reaction even after he knew of this. This news was gossipy enough that when Tong Yuesu told him about it, XiaoMo found it somewhat hard to believe. He felt that Tong Yuesu definitely was a lover of gossip, though Tong Yuesu would never acknowledge it. XiaoMo only began to pay attention to the top 100 rankings for mages after he had heard of this matter. He had just become a level 7 mage not long ago, so he was not on the top 100 ranking, but the Academy's sole requirement for the mountain trials was that the participants have to be experts on the top 100 rankings. This restriction applied not only to practitioners, but also to the mages that were cooperating with them. Thus he needed to squeeze into the top 100 rankings before the trials began. XiaoMo started to plan once he thought about it. The strongest mage on the top 100 rankings was a peak level 8 mage, who was also the male mage that an Xin Rue was cooperating with. As the crossing over from level 8 to 9 was an immense gulf that many were unable to overcome, that man had delayed his advancement. Despite this, his strength was still the strongest. Further down, the top 50 were mostly level 8 mages, and the bottom 50 were the level 7 mages. XiaoMo did not need to enter into the top 50. He only needed to ensure that he was in the top 100 rankings, and then form a contract with Ling Xiao when he came out. A few days later, XiaoMo went to consult with Tong Yuesu. Tong Yuesu was not able to give him any suggestions this time. Despite being very familiar with most of the happenings in Ward A, he was not as familiar to the extent where he was a walking encyclopedia. For lack of a better option, he had to put the matter aside and wait until Ling Xiao came out to revisit the matter. XiaoMo was preparing to go to the cultivation center on this day as he had not been there for more than a month. However, he unexpectedly encountered a person en route. That person was Tang Ziyi. It had been more than half a month since the event which caused XiaoMo to owe him a favor. Even if they met at the Gravity Mountain afterwards, they also had not held a discussion about it. Hello. XiaoMo awkwardly opened. They were almost face to face this time. He would not be able to justify it if he did not call a greeting out. Contrary to his expectations, Tang Ziyi responded to him, even though it was just a modest nod. The two walked along the same road. The mood became a little tense with both not saying a word, so XiaoMo could only look for something to talk about. Are you heading to the cultivation center too? Tang Ziyi, yeah. XiaoMo, what a coincidence. I'm heading there too. Tang Ziyi stared at him. XiaoMo let out a forced laugh. He knew that these questions were really stupid, but as there was nothing to talk about, it was normal to have this sort of outcome. The mood became tense again. A long while later, Tang Ziyi suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "Are you preparing to participate in the trials?" XiaoMo was somewhat taken aback. "Yeah, how about you?" "Tang Ziyi, the trials can be a good opportunity to train." This implied that he was preparing to participate, however he did not seem to be participating for the sake of the reward. XiaoMo, you really go all out. Tang Ziyi looked ahead. "It'll be no good if I don't go all out." XiaoMo hesitated, then said, "You'll need to be in the top 100 rankings if you want to participate in the trials." "Are you inside?" Tang Ziyi replied, "No. This kind of thing is of no matter to me. But since it is a requirement, it's enough to just undergo a little test and appraisal when required again." He really said it like he was indifferent to it. XiaoMo really admired his relaxed and serene attitude. He would be able to befriend him without any qualms if he was not Tang Zixian's brother. It was a pity that life was unpredictable and the one he first met was Tang Zixian. The two separated when they reached the cultivation center. Both were preparing to head to the third passage in the purple card zone, but they were coming from different directions. Tang Ziyi took a turn and glimpsed the back of XiaoMo entering from the corner of his eyes. Just as he was about to head in, he suddenly stopped and lifted his head to look at Tang Zixian, who had long been standing at the entrance of the passage. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 314. Chapter 314, Test. Translated by Juessence of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. I knew it. "Brother, you're befriending XiaoMo." Tang Zixian looked at Tang Ziyi coldly, waiting for a pause before telling him what she had witnessed. She had always thought that Tang Ziyi would cut ties with XiaoMo after knowing about the bad blood between her and XiaoMo. Yet it hadn't been long and they were already such good friends. She was honestly very disappointed. After all, it was her who was Tang Zi's sister. Tang Ziyi looked at her silently. Tang Zixian wasn't particularly surprised though, continuing, "Brother, you know I won't forgive him. Why are you getting close to him? Do you want to help him?" Tang Ziyi narrowed his eyes, curling his lips as he said, "In your heart, getting close to him equals to helping him? I've simply just met him a few times, we aren't close." Tang Zixian paused in surprise for a moment, joy flashing through her eyes. She hurriedly stifled her excitement and said, "Brother, are you getting close to him for me?" Tang Ziyi didn't confirm or deny it, only speaking quietly as he brushed past her, "I don't care why you hold such a grudge against him, but remember, your words and actions all represent the Tang family." Tang Zixian watched him as he left, both red and green-faced. With her intelligence, there was no way she'd misunderstand what Tang Ziyi was hinting at. He was accusing her of her actions being an embarrassment to the Tang family. But it wasn't all bad. She had managed to confirm that Tang Ziyi had nothing to do with XiaoMo, because Tang Ziyi didn't lie. If he said they had simply met a few times, then that must be so. By the time XiaoMo departed from the cultivation center, 3 days had passed. He had wanted to go to the red card zone to check if Ling Xiao was still inside or not, but since he knew he wouldn't be able to get in, he gave up on that idea. Leaving the cultivation center, he headed directly to his room. As he approached, he realized that there was someone in the room. Apart from Ling Xiao, most people couldn't enter without the owner's permission. That person just walked out of the room when XiaoMo threw himself at them without thinking. Ling Xiao was afraid he would fall and hurt himself, so he grabbed XiaoMo around the waist. XiaoMo clung onto him, excitedly saying, "You finally came out." Ling Xiao smiled, replying, "Because I can't bear the thought of leaving you alone at home." The corner of XiaoMo's lips twitched. He didn't think that this phrase was suited to describe him. Ling Xiao brushed his hands against XiaoMo's body, suddenly saying, "You've achieved a breakthrough. Seems like Gravity Mountain is doing rather good for your training. Your body seems more flexible, too. We might be able to try a few positions with a higher difficulty in the future." "Don't touch me like that." XiaoMo was flushed by Ling Xiao's movements, especially when Ling Xiao stroked his sensitive waist. However, when he heard the last part, he immediately glared at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao picked him up and into the room, asking with a laugh, "Has anything happened recently?" Tong Zi's situation immediately came to mind. XiaoMo didn't hesitate, explaining everything to Ling Xiao. "I think Tang Ziyi must know about the situation between me and his sister." Ling Xiao said, "Your whole situation has blown up. It's impossible that he hasn't heard of it. However, he's different from Tong Zixin. He's smart and calm, knowing how to not expose himself. If he were really to fight you, you wouldn't have a chance. Make sure to stay away from him in the future." XiaoMo nodded. "But I still owe him a favor." Ling Xiao said, "Do no more than what you can." But XiaoMo asked, "But what if he asks for something that troubles me?" Ling Xiao thought for a moment. "If he does do that, then act as if nothing happened between you." XiaoMo looked at him wide-eyed. How could he say that? But it did seem like something Ling Xiao would say. If it came to it, he might actually act as Ling Xiao had told him to. Next he brought up the mage's 100-man rankings. It wouldn't be long until the trial in the mountains begun, and many people had already found a mage to work with. Some had even finished their contracts, pairing up and provoking many of the still single people. Recently, pairs were common over in the arena. Mostly because they wanted to improve their teamwork. Ling Xiao asked, "How is the 100-man rankings for mages ranked?" XiaoMo said, "I think you have to purify a magic herb in a set amount of time, and they test it for purity at the end. I hear that the instrument used to test it is much more precise than the previous ones. The full score is 100. Ling Xiao said, "Then you should find time to take the test." The mage's 100-man rankings was similar to that of practitioners. The first 50 had to be challenged, and the latter 50 only needed to take the test for purifying herbs. However, they had to go to the specially set testing area for this. If their score was higher than the 100th person, then they would be able to ascend the rankings. The following day, Ling Xiao went to the testing area with XiaoMo. Usually, there weren't many people there, but recently more and more people were coming to take the test. By the time the two arrived, there were quite a lot of people at the testing area already, talking among themselves, mostly about the trials and the 100-man rankings. Not long later, an elder walked out from behind. With his appearance, everyone quietened down, staring at him. "I don't think there's any need for me to explain the rules here. We'll start testing now. Every round 10 people will go up and test. You can pick a stone dais to stand at yourself." The speaking elder was very straightforward, not bothering to say anything extra. XiaoMo took a look at the crowd around him. There were over 50 people here. If he waited at the back, it would probably take a long time before he got to the front, so he informed Ling Xiao he was going up to the front before heading off towards the nearest dais. There was a cauldron ready for him at the dais and a level 7 magic herb. He had seen this herb in the old man's magic herb handbook. It was a diamond herb. It had a very peculiar form, it was golden, and both the stem and leaves were very hard, increasing the difficulty of purification. XiaoMo had heard that the school would pick a new herb out of a group of herbs with a similar difficulty in purification as the diamond herb to test students with. This year it was the diamond herb, the one known as the hardest to purify and the easiest to fail at among all level 7 herbs. XiaoMo finally understood why no one had ever gotten a full score. It really was very hard. He wasn't even certain if he could get above a 90. When the hourglass began to run, everyone started to move. The lowest score on the 100-man rankings was 53, so they only needed to be better than that to enter the 100-man rankings. Even if they weren't among the first 50, it was okay. Thinking of this, XiaoMo immediately cleared his mind of irrelevant thoughts and threw the herb into the cauldron. The purification of herbs tested a mage's control over his soul force. This, XiaoMo was certain, he wouldn't lose to anyone in. After staying in the Gravity Mountain for a month, he was even more confident about it. Plus, after experimenting recently, he had learned a faster way of purifying herbs. However, this method could, for now, only deal with one herb at a time. Thinking of this, XiaoMo immediately separated his soul force into two and then wrapped them around the diamond herb in the cauldron one after the other. One stick of incense burned, and then another. By the time half an hour had passed, everyone began to come to a stop one after the other. XiaoMo put the powdered herb into a vial, wiping the sweat from his forehead. The amount of times he had purified this herb was both expected and unexpected, because he had managed to purify it 9 times. There was still time remaining. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't manage to clear out any further impurities, he would want to try for another time. As the first group finished, the second group quickly followed. XiaoMo and the others walked to the side to test their herbs. The person that was helping him do that was a middle-aged man. The man had him place the herb into the measurer. After pressing the button, the instrument began to whine quietly. When the number on it broke past 70 and continued to rise, a group of spectators all looked his way, eyes full of surprise. 70 was good enough to get into the top 70 of the 100-man rankings, but this number was still rising. This made everyone very shocked, especially since XiaoMo didn't seem very old. The number was still rising, until it broke past 90. It jumped a few times before stopping at 97. The middle-aged man stared at the instrument in shock. It had been years since he had seen a number over 90, even approaching 100. The crowd around him was cacophonous. The Academy hadn't had a score that was so close to 100 in a long time. After a moment of silence, the middle-aged man spoke up, saying, 97 points. You're ranked number 51. XiaoMo nodded. Now, he no longer had to worry about the 100-man rankings. As expected, splitting his soul force into two had a great effect. Though he hadn't managed to reach 100, he was already very satisfied with his score. After him, none of the others managed a test as spectacular as his. Though he felt a little like he had reached the sky in one step, XiaoMo wasn't very surprised. Ignoring the curious and startled stares of the crowd, XiaoMo and Ling Xiao left the testing area, directly heading for the registration area for the trials. A practitioner had to confirm their temporary contract with a mage before they could apply. There weren't many people there to register, but they bumped into a pair who were arguing over something. XiaoMo was surprised to notice that he recognized the girl. It was an Xiao, who he had met twice before. He didn't recognize the other, but if they were here, they were probably here to apply. He would have thought she would have struggled for a bit longer. Ling Xiao looked in the direction of his gaze. What's so interesting? XiaoMo answered, an Xiao doesn't seem very willing. Ling Xiao laughed. Didn't you say before that she liked someone else? She obviously wouldn't be willing to contract with someone she doesn't like. It's probably an attempt to grab their attention. XiaoMo nodded. Just as Ling Xiao's words fell, an Xiao and that mage walked towards them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 315. Chapter 315, Task. Translated by Jouissance of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. An Xiao didn't seem to be a very good mood at all, and there was a heaviness to the set of her brows. The mage following her was talking to her, head bowed, but she never responded to him, walking past the two of them. XiaoMo only heard one sentence from the mage. He said, Xiao, temporary contracts can be cancelled. If Ingu really backs out, I'll cancel the contract between us. XiaoMo asked Ling Xiao, who was beside him, can temporary contracts really be cancelled? Ling Xiao replied, if both sides agree, and then pay 500 points, then yes. XiaoMo mumbled to himself, no wonder, he had a feeling that Xianrui wasn't the type to give up so easily. Now it seemed that, as expected, she had ulterior motives. But 500 points to cancel a contract? That was daylight robbery. After registering, the mentors made pairs make contracts there to prevent people from fishing in troubled waters. Soon enough it came to an Xianrui and the maid she was with. She looked very much unwilling, and after the contract was complete, the male mage was smiling brightly. XiaoMo was suspicious. If Ingu really did speak up, would this mage truly be willing to cancel the contract? This was a small bet. XiaoMo felt that he wouldn't. Leaving the registration, the two returned to their room. Now all they had to do was wait for the coming of the trials. Before sleeping that night, XiaoMo asked for the demon beast egg from Ling Xiao. When it was released, the demon beast egg didn't even get a chance to react before it was stuffed into the demon beast cage by XiaoMo. Don't think you can run, XiaoMo said triumphantly. The demon beast egg shifted a little, as if taking a look around at his current situation. Then, it fell still for a while before suddenly jumping and smashing itself against the bars of the cage. XiaoMo jumped, but quickly calmed down again. He reached inside and picked up the egg, looking it over, only releasing a sigh of breath when he found no cracks, before putting it down and saying, there's no need to struggle anymore. This cage was made for level 6 demon beasts, you won't be able to break it with your current strength. The demon beast egg ignored him, continuing to smash itself against the cage. XiaoMo watched on anxiously, hurriedly saying, don't slam it anymore. If you crack your shell, your shit and piss will flow out too. The demon beast egg's movements suddenly paused. Though it quickly recovered, XiaoMo still caught it. XiaoMo said, it doesn't matter if you keep slamming yourself against the bars. I'll just buy a higher level one and see if it's your shell that'll break first or the cage. Maybe it was because the egg really was listening to him that it suddenly stopped its slamming. The round egg swayed inside the cage. Who knows what it was thinking? No matter, at least it had finally settled down. XiaoMo sighed, saying, for the next few days, behave yourself and stay inside. I'll keep you in the pocket dimension. When I'll let you out depends on your behavior. If you agree, sway. The swaying movement of the egg immediately ceased. XiaoMo. You brat, do you really wait to go against me like that? XiaoMo lightly stroked the top of the egg, quietly saying, it's okay if you don't agree. Later on, I'll have Ling Xiao cook you. By the way, I think I might have forgotten to tell you, but I actually enjoy eating egg a lot. In the past, I would have one each day. After coming here, I'd become rather busy and haven't had time. Before he finished speaking, the egg began to sway, accepting its fate. XiaoMo nodded in satisfaction before sending it into his pocket dimension with a wave of the hand, while ordering Xiao and the others to keep an eye on that egg and make sure it reflected upon its actions. A few days later, XiaoMo received a letter from the old man. The letter said that it'll be a while before he could come back, and told XiaoMo to go and self-study in Warday's magic herb garden. When he comes back, he'll teach him a new method of cultivation. XiaoMo was excited as he read this. The old man was finally going to pass the heavenly soul scripture down to him. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The following day, XiaoMo headed to the old man's magic herb garden with Ling Xiao. The old man had a place in both wards. The difference was in that the value of the two were different. The magic herb garden was the soul and blood of the academy, with many highly valued magic herbs. And at the heart of it, stood the old man's other pill room. That was a place not even the elders and mentors of the academy were allowed into. The old man's pill room was massive, a combination of a study and a room for refining pills. XiaoMo wandered around for a bit, finding several level 7 magic pill recipes. Apart from that, there was even a drawer full of freshly refined mid-high grade pills, emitting a herbal scent. Ling Xiao held his chin as he said, "What do you think of taking this drawer of magic pills for ourselves?" XiaoMo's sweat dropped. He knew Ling Xiao would say something like that. In the end, Ling Xiao didn't get to do as he wanted. Not just anyone could enter the old man's pill room. If anything went missing, they would be the biggest suspects for certain. Plus, the old man might have said he could enter, but he never said he could take anything, so XiaoMo didn't dare take a single thing. However, the pill room really was a good place to be. From now on he had another place to go. From that day on, Ling Xiao didn't return to the cultivation center. Sometimes he would go with XiaoMo to sell magic pills, but most of the time he would accompany XiaoMo as he went to cultivate. The place they went to most was the pill room, with Gravity Mountain a close second. XiaoMo noticed that after bumping into Teng Ziyi on the way to the cultivation center, he hadn't seen him again, until the start of the Deep Mountain trials. Since the registration was over, the requirements for different placements in the trials had been declared. The first 5 were, as expected, very demanding. Just the third place had to capture a demon beast called Divine Snow Wasps. What was even more absurd was that it had to be female too. Divine Snow Wasps were a high-grade demon beast. They only appeared in snowy, icy places. There were definitely ones that were under level 9, but it wasn't possible that there would be no level 9 and above. In addition, divine snow wasps liked to live in groups, so the mission was even more dangerous. At the list of missions, many others were also looking at the top few missions. He could hear the sighs coming from around him. It seemed like each year's missions would get harder than the previous. XiaoMo pulled on Ling Zhao's sleeve, quietly saying, "Which mission do you think we should take?" Ling Zhao's gaze fell on the first 5. "Anyone is fine." XiaoMo suddenly thought of an idea and excitedly asked, "Hey, do you think they'll give us the rewards for 2 placings if we complete 2 or more missions?" Ling Xiao looked at him in disdain. "Do you think that's possible?" XiaoMo smiled awkwardly. "Okay then, just pretend I'm dreaming." Ling Xiao said, "Memorize the first 5. We'll just complete whichever we find first." Before he left, XiaoMo saw an Xian. In the end, she didn't get what she wanted. However, Yinggu didn't contract with any female mage. What was rather surprising was that his partner was Feng Qiyun. Upon hearing of this, XiaoMo couldn't believe his ears. Since when had Feng Qiyun gotten involved with Yinggu? It had only been a month since they last saw each other. On the day of the competition, all the participants gathered in the plaza. XiaoMo had wanted to find Feng Qiyun to ask him about Yinggu, but the other had already left. When he arrived at the plaza, it took him a while to find the other. Feng Qiyun only noticed XiaoMo waving when he turned his head. He looked at Yinggu, whose cold aura seemed to be warning everyone to not come within 1,000 miles of him, and hesitated before saying quietly, "Sorry, my friend wants to speak to me. I'm gonna leave for a moment." Yinggu glanced at him, responding non-committally. Feng Qiyun was used to it, turning and walking away. XiaoMo could barely wait, immediately asking when he saw the other approaching, "Feng Qiyun, what relationship do you have with Yinggu?" Feng Qiyun felt that what he asked seemed a little weird and replied, "I don't have any sort of relationship with him." XiaoMo said, "Liar, if you guys didn't have any sort of relationship, why would he choose you?" Feng Qiyun placed a hand to his forehead. "That's a long story. 2 days ago, I went to the testing area, but when I left, I bumped into Yinggu and a female mage was bothering him. When I passed by them, Yinggu suddenly grabbed me and said he wanted to contract with me." XiaoMo wondered aloud, "And then you really contracted with him?" Feng Qiyun was a little embarrassed. "Actually, there's a little more to it. Yinggu had rejected that female mage multiple times, but she was unwilling to give up, so Yinggu had me cooperate with him. At the time, I thought I was just gonna put on an act to help him out of a pickle, so I followed him to the registration point and contracted him in front of that female mage. And then he refused to cancel the contract, right? XiaoMo asked, lips twitching. Feng Qiyun replied helplessly, that's right. No matter what I said, he refused to cancel our contract after that, saying that if he did, then the female mage would come and bother him again. XiaoMo said sympathetically, you have my condolences. The corner of Feng Qiyun's lips twitched. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 316. Chapter 316, The First. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. No matter whether Feng Qiyun accepted his fate or not, he was unable to escape. To tell the truth, he had not planned to participate in the mountain trials. He had participated in the assessment just to test his own strength. How would he have expected this sudden and unexpected disaster? He would have followed Tong Yueshu's example if he knew this was going to happen. Tong Yueshu did not lack actual combat experience, so he had been going back and forth between the cultivation center and the gravity mountain to cultivate. He was not in the top 100 ranking as he did not go for the assessment at all, thus he had nothing to do with the trials. Not long after, the person in charge of the trials came out. It was Vice Principal Yenfa. Gao Yang had also come out with him. Gao Yang was ranked 5th on the top 100 rankings, and he was cooperating with a mage he was familiar with. After Gao Yang and the mage returned to their positions, Yenfa began to explain the rules of the trials. The tasks announced by the Academy for the mountain trials were ranked based off the difficulty of the tasks. There would definitely be many people receiving the same tasks as there were not many tasks. After roughly going over the rules, Yenfa got some helpers to carry a table up the stage. Paper and pens are put on the table. Under the surprised gazes of the audience, Yenfa announced, the trials this year will be different from the past years. To prevent some people from fishing in troubled waters, the Academy will record the tasks that you've accepted. Starting from now, come out and report your names when the tasks are read out. In addition, every team may only take up one task. T/N, fishing in troubled waters means to take advantage of a crisis for personal gain. Everyone burst into an uproar upon hearing these new rules. If they could only receive one task, this meant that there were no other chances if they failed. It was clearly much more stringent than the previous years. However, as Yenfa had said, there were people who had used this loophole in the past. Therefore, they could still fall back on the other tasks even if they failed one task. The benefits that could be gained from this were more apparent for the strong. Since these rules were to be implemented this year, the odds for the other participants had greatly increased. Except for the minority who were unhappy, most were in agreement with the new rules. However, after hearing the new rules, the unhappiest person was XiaoMo. The hopeful plan that they had just strategized yesterday had been ruthlessly shattered today. XiaoMo asked, Ling Xiao, which task should we take? The teams which received the top 5 tasks were able to obtain entry into the 31st room in the red card zone. Logically, they only needed to choose the 5th task to obtain their objective, but there would definitely be many who had also thought of the same. Ling Xiao was strong. There would be no problem even if they took up the first task. But even if the task was harder, it did not mean that the rewards would be better, as the Academy had a rule whereby the items obtained in the trials belonged to the individual students. So they still needed to carefully think over whether the objective of the task was useful or not. The objective of the 5th task was a stock of a level 8 magic herb. Unfortunately, he did not happen to have that particular magic herb. It was necessary to point out that the objectives of the tasks the Academy listed all had a special trace on it. There may also be people who would tail them, so it was fruitless to try to use the same item to bluff one's way through. Ling Xiao knew what XiaoMo was thinking about, and said, which one do you want to take? XiaoMo mused over it for a moment. For the time being, he did not particularly need any tasks concerning demon beasts. Excluding that demon beast egg, his Xiao team already had 5 beasts. If he added in a pair of hidden dipper stink bugs, he would have 7 beasts. Though he planned to get a football team or 2 basketball teams worth of demon beasts, he was not in a hurry to assemble them. His current priority was focused on magic herbs. The magic herbs required by high-grade magic pills were too many to count, and he did not have much stored away. The tasks involving magic herbs are only the first and the 5th task. The objective for the first task is a level 9 magic herb. There should not be many taking this up, as the 5th task is easier. XiaoMo did a little calculation, and after taking everything in account, it appeared that they could only take the 5th task. It was a little difficult to complete the first task because of Ling Xiao's current strength. Ling Xiao said, "Then we should, The 5th task had been read out just as they had been talking. The tasks were read out from the last to the first, and a team only needed to complete the task for them to receive the reward. Therefore, there were always more than 3 teams taking the same task regardless of which was taken. The ones who took the 5th task were Tang Yu and Tang Ziyi. In addition to them, there were also 2 other teams whose strength was the top 10 in the top 100 rankings. Their strength may be inferior to Tang Yu, but they were still strong competitors. As the objective of the 4th task was pertaining to demon beasts, there were many fighting over it, and one of the teams was Gao Yang's. The objective of the 3rd task was also related to demon beasts. Contrary to all expectations, the first to accept this task was actually Yinggu. Everyone had assumed that he would take the 2nd task if he did not accept the 1st task. No one had predicted that he would take the 3rd task, and there was a high probability that he would be able to complete the 3rd task with the level of his strength. In addition to this, an XiaoMo had also taken up this task. It seemed as if she wanted to shoulder the task together with Yinggu. The 2nd task was rather strange. The content of the task was to obtain the life crystal of a crimson fire azure dragon. The life crystal was valuable, and the energy contained in a small fragment was extraordinarily huge. It was known as an iniquitous treasure for rapid advancement, and there were no negative side effects. The Crimson Fire Azure Dragon would produce a life crystal every 100 years, and according to the news that the Academy had attained, it only had 1 crystal left. Despite the treasure being very valuable, the Crimson Fire Azure Dragon was not to be trifled with. It was said that there was only 1 Crimson Fire Azure Dragon in the entire mountain. It was a demon beast that was half a step into the 9th realm and was very difficult to deal with. However, there were 2 teams who took this task, Bailey Tiany's and Zhang Yuxian's team. It was foreseeable that there would be a fierce battle between the giants. The people in the top 10 rankings have all chosen their tasks. Doesn't this mean that there will be no one taking up the 1st task? Some people finally discovered a problem when Bailey Tiany and Zhang Yuxian took up the 2nd task. Never had there been an occurrence where a task had not been taken up. Taking the last year as an example, the one who accepted the 1st task was Yinggu. However, he had chosen the 3rd task this year, and the rest also knew the limits of their own strength. They undeniably did not have any way to defeat the demon beast protecting that stock of level 9 magic herb. As a result, the task had been left vacant. The others had also remembered this after one had raised this issue. Yanfa did not forego the 1st task just because the top 10 had already accepted a task. While everyone was commenting on this, he calmly and collectively addressed the crowd. The last is the 1st task. State your name if you wish to accept this task. When he finished speaking, the crowd fell silent. 3 seconds later, a lazy voice drifted out from the crowd, Ling Xiao. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and could not help but be stunned, as they had discovered that this person was actually the man who had defeated Tang Mengchang. Although he was courageous enough to dare to take the 1st task, his strength as the 15th rank was simply not enough to complete it. Many felt that Ling Xiao was overconfident, but since he wanted to accept this task, they would not speak further on this. Yanfa asked, "Are you certain you wish to take this task?" Under the eyes of the crowd, Ling Xiao nodded and smiled. It won't do if I'm not certain. The competition for the other tasks is too fierce. Only the first task does not have any takers. Everyone immediately looked at him as if they were looking at a fool. To take up the task because no one took it, this person's brain was surely broken. Ba. Yanfei immediately asked a helper to record Ling Xiao's name down. To embark on such an action meant that there would be no turning back. Even if he wanted to turn back, he would be unable to, as it would signify that he would be retiring from this year's trials. Seeing this scene, those who were antagonistic with Ling Xiao and XiaoMo broke into sneers. It appeared that they would not need to make any move, as these two were going to dig their own graves. Although there were more procedures to go through before departing, it did not affect everyone's enthusiasm. After Yanfei announced the order to depart, everyone followed him to leave Ward A. Ward A was big, but it was not large enough to encircle the mountains, so they needed to walk out of the barrier for the trials to begin. The participants walked in a single file, following the road that they used when they first entered Ward A. After close to an hour of walking, they finally reached the outside of the barrier. 200+ people were standing upon a wide plain. Before the trials began, Yanfei said, as the difficulty of the trials this year has increased, the time limit has been extended to half a month and 5 days. No matter if the task has been completed or not, everyone must gather here within this limit. With that, I hereby declare that the trials begin now. When he finished speaking, Yanfei went back into the barrier with the elders. The atmosphere relaxed in an instant after their figures were swallowed by the barrier. Everyone was not in a hurry to get out of here. Instead, they broke up into 2s and 3s to converse with each other. XiaoMo tugged on Ling Xiao's sleeves. What's going on? Ling Xiao sharpened his hearing. They're looking for groups to work together with. There were some tasks with a high level of difficulty that was hard to complete with merely 2 people. Therefore, there would be a bunch of people looking for others to form a group with. They would distribute the benefits accordingly, and then reach a collaboration agreement. Just as XiaoMo wanted to say something, he caught sight of Zhang Yuxian heading towards Yinggu. Bailey Tianyi was standing together with Gao Yang, and they seemed to be discussing something. Looking at them, they may have been making arrangements to cooperate with each other. He had been a little depressed, but when he saw an Xian Rui looking at Yinggu with a conflicting expression on her face, he suddenly felt like he had been cured by her misfortune/suffering. Ba, one truly should not have such a twisted way of thinking. A few minutes later, the participants successively left the plane. XiaoMo saw that after Gao Yang and Bailey Tianyi had finished talking and seemed to be walking towards him and Ling Xiao. Just as he was about to wave to them, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped him and dragged him away. The figure of the two disappeared from sight a few seconds later. Not far away, Gao Yang, who had been about to call out to them, had his mouth hanging open, unable to speak a word. Bailey Tianyi stifled his laugh, and patted the shoulder of his old friend. Forget about it, they look like they have a plan of their own. Gao Yang helplessly shook his head. He knew that Ling Xiao's strength was that of a 1-star spiritual level. With their strength, they definitely would not be able to complete the task. He had planned to discuss the topic of cooperation with Ling Xiao, but who would have thought that he would run off? Perhaps they may really have some other plans. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 317. Chapter 317, Flying Fish Sect. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. The two ran through the dense forest. The rest of the participants seemed to have intentionally parted so they were able to quickly throw the others off. The occasional roars of demon beasts drifted over in the endless forest. XiaoMo stood under a large tree and let out a small sigh of relief. He had just been pulled along while Ling Xiao was running. The distance they covered was more than several kilometers and could even be said to have reached 10 kilometers. If it was the past him, he would have been running till he was panting for breath. But it was as if his whole body was full of energy ever since he trained in the gravity mountain for several months. "Why are you running so fast?" XiaoMo turned around and looked at Ling Xiao, not understanding his sudden move. Ling Xiao tilted his head, glanced at him, slightly narrowing his eyes. "Could it be that you want to complete this task together with your gout age?" XiaoMo guiltily rubbed his nose. "No, I don't." "So where are we going now?" Their task was the first one. So as not to let other people discover Ling Xiao's secret, they certainly could not cooperate with others. Ling Xiao declared, "Let's familiarize ourselves with the terrain here." The deep mountains range was exceedingly vast. Moreover, there may be unforeseeable danger behind every corner, so it was impossible for someone to know the terrain of the deep mountains like the back of his hand. But since the academy had organized the trails, they naturally would not set the task at a particularly dangerous and far place, for example, the Demon Forest Mountain, a high-risk area where the inhabitants were very much stronger than them. Ling Xiao had come into the mountains with others before when he was in Ward B. However, the scope of activities at that time was just in a small corner of the mountains, so this was also his first time here. The only silver lining was that the approximate direction and toponym was indicated on the back on the content of the tasks published by the Academy. Furthermore, everyone would first go around gathering some information after deciding on their tasks, so they usually would not be running around blindly. However, it was more troublesome for XiaoMo, who had never been into the mountains, as he completely did not know where to run at all. "Let's head north first," Ling Xiao said as he took the lead. Their task was located in the north, but they did not know the general location. Hence they could only slowly look around for it. XiaoMo quickly followed him. It looked like there was no other way. He could not help but brood over it. No wonder the school gave them half a month's time. Apart from giving them enough time to complete their task, they had probably intended to let the students train in the mountains. Besides the large forests, the mountains also had many ranges and valleys that were connected to each other. Innumerable demon beasts hid themselves in there, and one moment of carelessness could cost one their life. There was a vast mountain range located in the north, the length of the range covering the entire north side. It was known as the Demon Forest Mountain, and countless demon beasts inhabited the area. It was doubtlessly the most dangerous place in the mountains. This was all the information XiaoMo had gathered before they left. He roughly knew why everyone did not choose the first task now. Without even mentioning that the objective of the task was a level 9 magic herb, the demon beast protecting the herb would definitely be a level 9 demon beast too. It was simply an impossible task to sneak into the Demon Forest Mountain and steal the magic herb from a level 9 demon beast. There would be many high-level demon beasts around these mountains that were full of danger. It was imperative to gradually advance cautiously and carefully, as a single misstep could lead one into entering the territory of a demon beast. "Let's run there." Ling Xiao, who was walking ahead, suddenly looked back. XiaoMo was somewhat taken back, but he did not question Ling Xiao. This was just the chance for him to test out the results of his training in the Gravity Mountain. Ling Xiao smirked at him. "Do you need me to carry you?" XiaoMo rolled his eyes, and without saying anything, he dashed away. Did Ling Xiao think he was still the old XiaoMo? No matter how weak he was, he could not possibly have always remained at his original place. The present XiaoMo was already incomparable to the past. Ling Xiao looked at his back, chuckled, and then caught up to XiaoMo. Two figures, one ahead and the other behind, speedily dashed through the forest, occasionally startling a few weak crows that cawed and flew off to other habitats. XiaoMo let Ling Xiao fully witness the results of his training. He was still going strong after continuing to run for most of the day. Other than being slightly out of breath, there was generally no problem. Just as he was jauntily running, shrieks abruptly sounded ahead. A large flock of birds were frightened in the wake of the snarls of the demon beasts, and one after another, the dense mass took flight in all directions. XiaoMo stopped on the branch of a large tree with Ling Xiao following behind. XiaoMo hurriedly looked forward. "There's been an attack by demon beasts so soon?" Ling Xiao stood beside him. The ones being attacked probably aren't students from the academy. They were moving quite fast and were also the first group to leave the plane. Although some groups had tasks that were in the north too, those people should not be that fast. Then who are they? XiaoMo asked. Let's take a look, then we'll know. Ling Xiao replied. With that, the two jumped down from the tree. When they reached their destination, the strong stench of blood assaulted their senses in a split second. The ground was filled with mutilated limbs and the stench of blood was so disgusting that XiaoMo nearly vomited. The human practitioners had the most casualties as the battle drew to a close. Their opponent was a horde of demon beasts whose shapes resembled shriveled corpses of humans. XiaoMo recognized this demon beast. It was a level 7 mummy demon beast. Under sunlight, that is, in places with strong yang qi, its fighting strength would weaken. Likewise, its fighting strength would increase in dark and damp places. T/N, yang qi means the aspects or manifestations of energy that are relatively immaterial, amorphous, expanding, hollow, light, ascending, hot, dry, warming, bright, aggressive, and active. In this case, it's referring to sunlight. These people had probably strayed into the mummy demon beast's territory and were massacred until there was not even half of their group left. With more than 100 mummy demon beasts and many injured cultivators, a complete wipeout would occur sooner or later. XiaoMo discovered the same symbols placed on their arms, appearing to belong to the same group. There were more than 20 people there, so they were definitely not students from the academy. XiaoMo looked at Ling Xiao, and just as he was about to say something, one of the people discovered their presence. As if they had grasped a lifeline, they cried out to XiaoMo and Ling Xiao for help without demur. That friend over there, we are from the Flying Fish sect. We would be very grateful as long as you attempt to save us. His words resembled the cries of a person who had been consumed by despair in the desert but had encountered an oasis, and his eyes instantly shone with a glimmer of hope. XiaoMo looked at Ling Xiao. Do you want to save them? Ling Xiao was not the type of good-hearted person, so he could not be sure that Ling Xiao would save them. Save? Of course we should save them. You wait over here, I'll be right back. Ling Xiao smiled. It was rare to encounter a group of outsiders. Considering their disposition of troops, it did not seem that it was their first time entering the mountains. When he finished speaking, he threw himself off the slope. The white figure fell into the horde of mummy beasts, stunning those who were witnessing this scene. He really ran into the horde of demon beasts. Without waiting for them to be over their shock, the white figure had swept out from the horde. Wherever the white figure passed, the heads of the mummy demon beasts rolled across the ground one after another, its green blood emitting a putrid stink. My God, this person is really powerful. The people who were able to take a breather with Ling Xiao's participation, gasped and let out terrified noises. His strength may be comparable to the level 8 mummy beast. And he even killed more than a dozen in a single strike. Even the sect master is unable to perform this feat. Zhou Lin had already disregarded the wound on his shoulder, his eyes closely following the white figure within the horde of demon beasts. Less than 15 minutes later, the circumstances had reversed. Out of the hundreds of mummy beasts, 90% were dead and the remaining 10% had retreated after perceiving that the enemy was too strong. There was nothing more wonderful than escaping the jaws of death. The 7 who had survived fell to the ground all of a sudden. Their mental nerves, which had been stretched taut, were finally able to relax. Zhou Lin walked to Ling Xiao and endured his wounded shoulder to clasp his hands. Many thanks for your rescue, sire. The Flying Fish sect will remember this kindness of saving our lives as long as we live. We would be sure to repay sire in the future. At this moment, XiaoMo, who had been hiding away, saw that the fighting had finally ended, and quickly ran out from the shadows. The 7 suddenly behaved like birds startled by the mere twang of a bow as they brought up their guard. T/N, birds startled by the mere twang of a bow means people who frighten easily, due to past experiences. Who is it? Zhou Lin shouted as he assumed a combat-ready position. They were somewhat taken aback when they saw XiaoMo standing on the high slope. "Come here." Ling Xiao opened his mouth and said. XiaoMo was about to go over when he suddenly stopped again. He looked at the ground, which hardly had a clean area to step onto, and felt extremely sickened. Zhou Lin and the rest finally reacted. So they were familiar with each other. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, they heard the youngster speak, and the contents struck each and every one dumb. "Why don't you come over instead?" This youngster did not look very strong, and he actually used this type of tone to talk to their savior. However, what surprised them the most was that their savior really walked over. Zhou Lin and the rest could not help but look at each other in dismay. Although they did not know what the situation was, since their savior walked over, they too could not continue to stay here. If they met another pack of demon beasts in their current wounded states, they would definitely be dead, so they hesitantly followed after Ling Xiao. After walking to a clearing, Zhou Lin and the 6 others began to wrap their wounds up. Except for 2 who were heavily wounded, most of their injuries were not severe, and they soon recovered after consuming a magic pill. Ling Xiao waited until they were finished before he began to question them of their origins. As the questions were from their savior, Zhou Lin naturally answered without any reserve. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 318. Chapter 318, Strange Man. Translated by Juisens from Exiled Rebels Scanlations. After questioning Zhou Lin for a while, the 2 had gotten the gist of their identity and why they were here. They were people from the Flying Fish sect, which didn't belong to any of the powers of Yin City, or rather, they came from a power at the edge of the Boundless Sea. The Boundless Sea was at the other end of the mountains, an ocean about 5,000 kilometers from there. It was a sea with no end that no one knew the size of. At its edge was a town, and Flying Fish sect was a power there. The town had very little to do with Yin City, but they often came into the mountains to capture demon beasts, so it wasn't unexpected that they would bump into each other. XiaoMo and Ling Xiao had only recently came to the north, so they didn't have too much of an understanding about it. It was natural that they didn't know. XiaoMo finally understood why Ling Xiao decided to save them. If the Flying Fish sect was a regular of the mountains, then they might know where their target could be found. Zhou Lin hesitated for a moment, asking, "Are you 2 students of the Xian Academy?" You couldn't blame him for his doubt, because Ling Xiao was extremely powerful. Xian Academy was full of powerful people, so XiaoMo was definite, but he hadn't seen a student as powerful as Ling Xiao before. "That we are. You guys are very familiar with the mountains, right?" XiaoMo pressed. Xian Academy's trials weren't a secret, and with a thought to what time it was, Zhou Lin quickly guessed their reason for being here. Seeing that it was XiaoMo asking, he paused for a moment in surprise before saying, "We often arrange for people to enter the mountains, so while we can't say we have a complete understanding of the entirety of the mountains, we're familiar with most of it. Whatever questions you might have, shoot." XiaoMo smiled. Speaking with smart people was always nice. He asked, "Do you know of an area in the north of the mountains called Uneven Slope?" Zhou Lin was stunned. Of course he knew. Uneven Slope was a very dangerous place in the deep mountains because it was at the entrance of the Demon Forest Mountain. Anyone who wanted to enter the Demon Forest Mountains had to go through the uneven slope, but very few could enter and exit safely. That was because Uneven Slope was inhabited by many demon beasts. The slightest commotion would grab the attention of these demon beasts. If you were surrounded by them, then only death awaited you. I won't lie to you, I do, in fact, know the Uneven Slope, but that's an extremely dangerous area. If you two want to go, it's best to think it through carefully, Zhou Lin warned them. He knew that his savior was powerful, but he still felt like it was too dangerous. The Uneven Slope wasn't like most places with mid-grade demon beasts and the occasional high-grade. Instead, the majority of demon beasts were high-grade, with the occasional mid-grade. Ling Xiao said, This isn't any of your business. Just tell me where the uneven slope is. With such a rude tone, Zhou Lin and the others would ignore him, usually. But Ling Xiao was their savior, so they didn't mind it. Zhou Lin immediately took out a sheet of cow leather, handing it over as he said, "This is a map we, the Flying Fish sect, drew ourselves. You can't obtain something like this anywhere else. Though it's incomplete, the Demon Forest Mountains and Uneven Slope are both on there. You can definitely find the uneven slope if you follow the map." XiaoMo took the cow leather happily. The lack of a map was exactly what had been bothering him. Though it was hand-drawn, the places on the map were very clear. XiaoMo immediately found the uneven slope. There was quite a distance between here and there. By his speed, they'd probably need 2 days to get there. However, this was with a map. If they didn't have a map, then it'd probably take several times longer. With the map, there was no need for them. However, XiaoMo got some info on the uneven slopes from them before leaving. After knowing everything they wanted to know, Ling Xiao immediately called XiaoMo to head off. Zhou Lin hurriedly called them back. "Are you too certain you want to go to the uneven slope?" XiaoMo turned his head to smile at them. "Why would we ask you guys if we weren't going? Okay, see you." Zhou Lin felt like the youth's smile had seen through his intentions, flushing. The words he had wanted to say were stuck, and he could only watch them leave helplessly. It was only when their figures disappeared into the forest that he expressed his frustration in his expression. The other members all exchanged glances. They could guess what their vice-sect leader was thinking, and all had the same hopes. However, that man was their savior. Using this to exchange a map was disadvantageous to them. If they asked for another favor, that would be too shameless, and might even cause the other to react negatively, making everything worse. It wasn't until he could no longer see that group of people that XiaoMo ran in front of Ling Xiao, walking backwards as he smiled. "Ling Xiao, do you think they had wanted to follow us?" Ling Xiao looked at him lazily, saying, "Not just that. Be careful. Don't worry." XiaoMo then said, "That guy had a good idea in mind. I think they were trying to postpone our journey to the uneven slope so we could protect them for a while." "How greedy," Ling Xiao said with a mocking chuckle. If it wasn't for the fact that they had some sort of use, the 7 of them would have long since joined their friends. Though there really was nothing wrong with their desire to live. XiaoMo held the map, inhaling deeply and saying to Ling Xiao, "How about we have a competition and see who arrives first at the uneven slope?" Ling Xiao gave him a meaningful glance. "Are you sure you want to compete with me?" Of course, XiaoMo nodded, continuing, "However, you can't go all out. You can only use 1% of your full power." 1%? Ling Xiao's smile didn't falter at all, instead becoming anticipatory. "I can, but it's rather boring without a bet. How about this, if you lose, then next time I'll..." Ling Xiao quietly whispered into his ear the rest of the sentence. XiaoMo went red, stammering, "You don't know who's going to win yet, dut." Ling Xiao smirked, licking his lips, I can't wait." When his words fell, XiaoMo ran. It wasn't like they agreed that they had to start at the same time, so it wasn't a violation of the rules. Ling Xiao smiled, eyes curving. He knew that XiaoMo would take a head start. At the same time, in a different corner of the deep mountains, a pair of participants in the trials were currently heading towards their target, soon finding what they wanted in a dark, wet cavern. The task they had chosen was the easiest on the list in the first place, so they hadn't expended much effort. "Is our target really in this cave?" The male mage quietly, but excitedly asked. He hadn't thought they would be able to accomplish their task so smoothly. It had only been a day since the trials had started. If they managed to finish their task within the day, they would be the fastest team to ever finish the trials. They would definitely become famous. "I'm certain. I've prepared for this for a while now. Snow serpents like humid caverns, and caverns with snow serpents will always have a white sort of lichen growing on it. Most are in the northeast, so I'm over 90% certain that a snow serpent lives here, his partner said confidently. Then when do we go and catch it? After dark. Snow serpents like to come out and hunt at night, so all we'll have to do is find one that's alone. The male mage opened his mouth to reply when a chilling breeze blew from behind, accompanied by a cold, threatening aura. His body tensed. His companion had also noticed it, and the two turned their heads stiffly, widening their eyes in shock. 3 dark, cloaked men had appeared silently behind them. They didn't know when they had arrived or how much they had heard. What truly scared them, though, was the intense pressure they felt from the 3. It was a type of absolute suppression that made them incapable of fighting back against it. Especially the man at the lead. The scent of death lingered on him. The 2 were unable to speak, as if they had suddenly gone dumb. The man at the head's exposed lower face twisted in an evil smile. Then he said fervently, "Are you Daoxin Academy students? I'm going to ask you a question, and if your answer satisfies me, I'll leave your corpse whole. In the past 2 years, have any rather special students enrolled in the Daoxin Academy?" The 2 widened their eyes in shock. These people knew they were students of Daoxin Academy and still dared to kill them? Did you hear what I said? The man's voice was very gentle, chillingly so. SP special in what way? The male mage swallowed thickly, his voice unsteady. He fully believed that if this man wanted to kill them, then there was no chance for them to live. It doesn't matter what way. Mages, practitioners, anyone. The man's snake-like gaze landed on him. The male mage shrunk a little, lips trembling. I remember there are a few rather special ones. They all have great potential. In an attempt to save his own life, the male mage decided to cough up everything he knew. Among these people, are there any that behave out of the norm? There's that Tang Ziyi. He's the successor of one of the 4 great families of Yen City, the Tang family. He strangely likes to be alone in the academy. Without waiting for him to finish, the man cut him off. Not that one. I know another one, the male mage's partner suddenly said. Speak. The man's unforgiving gaze immediately switched to him. The guy's called Ling Xiao, he's a practitioner. He only joined the academy in the last year. He's very powerful, but no one knew of him before he joined the academy and started making a name for himself. Recently, he even challenged the 15th ranked student as the 51st ranked student and gained an easy victory. Usually he keeps to himself, and barely talks to anyone else, apart from one person. That person enrolled with him. He's called XiaoMo, he's a mage and he's extremely talented, scaling the cultivation levels like it's nothing. Neither of them come from Yen City, the partner rambled. That's right, I remember, that XiaoMo is really quite special. He always goes to sell magic pills with that Ling Xiao, and would occasionally sell some high-grade pills. Many people are curious where he gets the herbs, but he has a level 10 mage as a master, the male mage added. To live, he could only give up as much information as possible, hoping that this man would be satisfied and let them go. Ling Xiao? XiaoMo? High-grade pills? The man mumbled, are these 2 also in the deep mountains? Do they have any defining characteristics? The 2 nodded at once, the partner saying fearfully, yes, they accepted a task on the north side of the deep mountains. That Ling Xiao is always wearing a really ugly mask, so you'll recognize him on sight. We've told you everything we know, can you let us go now? Because it was the first ranked task, they remembered the details rather clearly. The man looked down at them, suddenly smiling evilly. Now, you can die. The 2 only had the time to widen their eyes before a line of blood appeared on their throats. The man kept his promise, keeping their corpses whole, but if any demon beasts came and ate them, well, it wasn't any of his business anymore. No one knew that 2 students had already been killed when the trials had only just started. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 319. Chapter 319, Profiting from Disaster. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. 2 days later, XiaoMo and Ling Xiao finally reached their destination, the uneven slope. The colossal uneven slope resembled a vast prairie. What met their sight was a sloping prairie, of which no one knew what dangers were hidden in the dense forest. However, the uneven slope was truly the same as what Zhou Lin had described. There were countless high-leveled demon beasts hidden inside. If a completely ignorant person barged in, the road was only death for them. XiaoMo stood on a tree and gazed afar at the uneven slope. They used 2 days to reach here. They would not need that much time if Ling Xiao had been the one running. But XiaoMo had been depending on his own strength from the start for the purpose of training. Midway, they had come across other students from the academy, but XiaoMo chose to avoid them. "This place is just too big," XiaoMo exclaimed in astonishment. He had thought that it would be a 100-meter hill at most. Who would have thought that the uneven slope was dozens of times bigger than what he had imagined? It would be a nigh impossible task to look for that stock of level 9 magic herb in such a large area. Ling Xiao raised his head. "We'll know where it is if we catch a demon beast and ask them." XiaoMo tilted his head and looked at Ling Xiao. "Good idea. Then when should we catch one?" Ling Xiao replied, "You stay in the dimension and I'll catch it?" "No, I want to go with you." XiaoMo bluntly rejected him. This was a good opportunity to gain knowledge and experience. Ling Xiao expected that reply and agreed to XiaoMo's request. However, he could not let XiaoMo travel by his own power for the next part of their journey. The uneven slope had numerous level 9 and 10 demon beasts. It would be very troublesome if they were all attracted over. XiaoMo self-consciously climbed onto Ling Xiao's back. Let the princess carry incident be water under the bridge. Although he was not able to top Ling Xiao in bed, he did not mind this current situation. By skewing his thinking for a moment, carrying on one's back could also be considered as a form of topping. When Ling Xiao started moving, XiaoMo silently thought to himself, "Giddy up," and suddenly felt a notable sense of accomplishment. The whistling wind was like a blade as it stung against his cheeks. XiaoMo promptly buried his face in Ling Xiao's back. In a split second, a comforting and soft fragrance enveloped him. This was an unusual sense of security. Even if the heavens were to fall, he would not panic because he knew there was someone beside him who would help him block it. However, he did not slack off just because he had someone to rely on. On the contrary, his will to fight rose as he wanted to be someone who was worthy of Ling Xiao. Therefore, he had been hard at practice for this year. Even though his rate of advancement was practically the fastest in Daoxian Academy, he was still not satisfied because the current him was merely a level 7 mage. His goal was to catch up to and even surpass the old geezer. Every time he thought about this, he would wish for an item that could speed time up. Meanwhile, the other students were hasting to their task objectives. Their luck was not as good as XiaoMo and Ling Xiao, who had met the people from the Flying Fish sect in the very beginning. Without a map, they could only rely on the information they had gathered to slowly search for their targets. Bailey Tianyi and Zhang Yuxian's luck was better. There was only one Crimson Fire Azure Dragon, and the two frequently came into the mountains to gain some experience, so they knew the location of this demon beast very well. Once the trials began, it was a race against time as the two teams rushed towards the Black Cloud Cave, which was the lair of the Crimson Fire Azure Dragon. The mage cooperating with Bailey Tianyi was not Tang Yulin. Although Tang Yulin rose to Ward A, he was no longer obsessed with cultivation and was not able to squeeze into the top 100 rankings. Bailey Tianyi had not been able to bring him along, but he also did not wish for Tang Yulin to take such risks. Moreover, the reason that he took up this task was for Tang Yulin's sake. A life crystal could be used to raise one's level by 2 to 3 stars according to one's level of compatibility. However, the lower one's level was, the greater the increase in level. Bailey Tianyi thought of this idea so as not to let Tang Yulin's cultivation lag behind. He did not know how many brain cells had been spent every day for the sake of his own family's little wife. He would not be able to take it lying down if he did not defile Tang Yulin. Bailey Tianyi, I won't let you have that life crystal. Zhan Yuxian looked at Bailey Tianyi, who was 4 to 5 meters ahead of him, and straightforwardly said. His rank may be below Bailey Tianyi, but combat power did not depend entirely on one's cultivation level. Bailey Tianyi looked back and grinned. What a coincidence. I'm also not prepared to let you have it. Zhan Yuxian chuckled, then each of us will have to rely on our own skill. With that, the four put on a burst of speed. It would be better for them to finish their tasks sooner, as it was common for unforeseen events to occur. Being seniors, the two knew about this point. Furthermore, the Crimson Fire Azure Dragon was not easy to handle. Just because they were nearing their destination did not mean that they were going to complete their task soon. If they really got into a fight with the Crimson Fire Azure Dragon, it would likely drag on for a long time. Yinggu and Zhan Yuxian had split up from the beginning as their objectives were in different directions. There was only Yinggu and Feng Qiyun traveling on the road. Though Feng Qiyun was an obscure and unknown mage in the academy, he was quite strong. If he had taken the tournament seriously, perhaps the one in the limelight would not have been Chai Zhang and Qing Qiu. Yin Ji's impression towards Feng Qiyun had been slowly changing. Feng Qiyun was only a level 7 mage. Being a level 7 mage was nothing much, as they were almost everywhere in Ward A. Yinggu had thought that Feng Qiyun was quite frail and would need to be taken care of, but now he changed his opinion. Feng Qiyun had never said a word of being tired from the start to the end. Not only that, but he was even keeping pace with him. It should be stated that even a practitioner may not be able to keep up with his speed. Yinggu, how long more before we reach our destination? Feng Qiyun finally could not refrain from asking. What happened? Yinggu looked back. His expression was still cold and his tone did not have the slightest undulation. Do you really think that I'm made out of steel? I'm already feeling a little tired after continuously running for 3 days. Feng Qiyun snapped. He truly suspected that if he didn't propose a break, Yinggu would really just keep on heading to the destination. He just knew that this was not a profitable transaction. Yinggu stopped upon seeing that there was a hint of weariness showing on his face. Then let's take a break. Without raising any objection, Feng Qiyun found a tree to lean against and then closed his eyes. In actual fact, the fatigue he was feeling was not physical but mental. He felt a little tired after using his spiritual power for 3 consecutive days. Half an hour later, Feng Qiyun's body unexpectedly jolted. In the next second, the spiritual energy around his whole body started to sharply fluctuate. Yinggu immediately discovered this phenomenon and raised an eyebrow in surprise, yet he quickly assumed the role of Feng Qiyun's protector. Feng Qiyun could have been said to have profited from disaster this time. By repeatedly circulating his soul force to the limit and with him remaining at low-grade level 7 for a period of time, the opportunity to advance came all at once. However, the speed of advancement may vary. If one's luck was good, one would be able to advance in a few hours. If one's luck was bad, one would possibly need a few days. Feng Qiyun's had better luck. He had just exhausted his supply of soul force, so the circulation speed of his sea of consciousness was many times faster than usual, leading to an increase in his speed of advancement. After 2 hours, the spiritual energy fluctuation in the area finally calmed and Feng Qiyun opened his eyes. What entered his sight was the ground completely strewed with demon beast corpses and a slender silhouette. Silver-colored long hair refracted the cold and brilliant rays. The scene was somewhat blood and greatly impacted him. Yinggu looked back at him. Feng Qiyun felt as if he had blurred vision. The pupils of Yin Ji's eyes appeared to be sliver. Did humans have eyes like that? When he had reacted, Yinggu was looking at him with a raised eyebrow and his eyes were black. Were all these killed by you? Feng Qiyun asked after hesitating for a moment. Yin Gu gave a minute nod. Feng Qiyun, he had some doubts when he saw the corpses. Why were there so many demon beasts? This location was slightly remote. It stood to reason that it was impossible for there to be so many demon beasts. Yin Gu replied, when you were advancing, you triggered an upheaval in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Feng Qiyun was somewhat embarrassed. He did not think this would happen. If it wasn't for Yin Gu, he would already have been inside the stomach of some demon beast. The resentment from being forcibly brought into the mountains by Yin Gu had finally dissipated. Thank you. There's no need for thanks, I just did what I ought to do. Since he brought Feng Qiyun in, he would naturally have the responsibility to ensure Feng Qiyun's safety. It was unthinkable for Yin Gu to harbor resentment over being his protector. Then, let's keep moving. His soul force had recovered after advancing and his mind was full of energy as well. It would not be a problem even if they were going to run for another 3 days again. Yeah. With that, the two set out once more. However, not long after they left, XiaoMo and Xiao finally managed to catch up as their speed was slower. They were extremely shocked when they saw the ground full of demon beast corpses. XiaoMo paled. After all, she was still a girl. This is definitely Yin Ji's work. Xiao carefully looked at the scene again. Among the corpses of the demon beasts, he discovered the corpse of a level 8 demon beast, and paled even more than XiaoMo. He could not help but shudder. To actually deal with so many demon beasts by himself, just how strong was Yin Gu? Xiao suddenly felt an ominous premonition. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 320. Chapter 320, Bird of Pride. Translated by Juessence of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. As one of the big dangers of the deeper mountains, a level 10 demon beast resided in the uneven slope. There was no lack of level 9 demon beasts, but they all fell under the level 10 demon beast's command. Rumor had it that the level 10 demon beast was protecting a level 10 magic herb, so he wouldn't set his sights on the magic herbs of other creatures. So the quickest way of finding that magic herb was through that level 10 demon beast for sure. With this idea in mind, the two soon found the cavern that the demon beast had made its home in. The demon beast had already gained a human form, so XiaoMo couldn't tell what species it was. Ling Xiao explained, his original form is a bird of pride. In human form, it has a swirling dark miasma around him. Anyone who touches that miasma will start to rot and eventually die. Normal level 10 monsters aren't a match for him. His name sounds like it's part of the 7 sins, XiaoMo commented. Ling Xiao replied, not like, he is a 7 sins beast. They're born from curses, a special kind of demon beast, strength second only to emperor beasts. XiaoMo wouldn't dare to even think of getting his hands on an emperor beast, but he could possibly have a 7 sins beast of his own. Ling Xiao smiled, showing a row of pearly white teeth. You can have one, but you lost the race before. Don't try and get out of it. XiaoMo choked. He had been trying to get out of it, but he was somehow found out. But thinking of this made him angry. Ling Xiao was tricking him from the start. At first he let him take the lead, making him excited and hopeful, but then at the last minute, he overtook him. This was definitely planned. After being threatened, XiaoMo was forced to admit to his defeat. Ling Xiao immediately took XiaoMo over, not wasting any time. As one of the 7 sins beasts, the bird of pride was a demon beast that knew how to enjoy himself. It could be seen from the cavern entrance. Where there should have been wildly growing weeds, there were, instead, quite a few patches of flowers. There were even green vines hanging across the entrance. It was obviously made that way on purpose. Is that bird of pride inside? XiaoMo asked. No, Ling Xiao checked. It really wasn't there. Then, Tong Ziyi and Teng Yu had taken on the 5th task. The demon beast that was guarding the herb they needed was only stronger than Tang Yu by a star, but they stayed in the shadows while the beast roamed openly. After a day of keeping watch, the demon beast finally fell into their trap and the two worked together to bring it down, successfully digging up their required herb. Originally with Tang Yu's ranking, he shouldn't be taking the fifth task because the difficulty of the task wasn't very high for him. However, he had to ensure the safety of Tang Ziyi, so he chose this task. Tang Yu asked, "Ziyi, should we go back now or continue to train here?" Tang Ziyi was the future head of the Tang family, so Tang Yu had a duty to protect him. He knew that Tang Ziyi had come here to train, but he would prefer it if they went back because there were too many unknown dangers in the deeper mountains. Continue. Tang Ziyi gave him a very direct answer. Tang Yu was helpless to do anything but chase after him. Half an hour later, Tang's eye suddenly stopped. Tang Yu asked, confused, "What's wrong?" Tang Ziyi frowned, not answering him and turning to walk to the right. When he stopped, two tattered corpses were visible, lying under a nearby tree. A snow-white snake was wrapped around one of them. "Aren't those students of XiaoMo Academy?" Tang Yu widened his eyes in shock. Tang Ziyi remembered, the academy had a task that was related to the snow serpent, but snow serpents were level 6 demon beasts. No matter how weak the two were, they wouldn't lose to a snow serpent. Most importantly, the positions of the corpses were wrong. Tang Yu immediately walked over and killed that snake. A quick check over the body revealed the 2 slashes across their throats. As expected, they hadn't died at the fangs of the snow serpent. They had been murdered, it seemed. "Seems like something big has happened," Tang Yu commented. XiaoMo Academy was very famous in the north. No matter how bold hunters were, they wouldn't dare kill a student of the academy. He found that the wound on their necks were very neat, obviously a death blow. Also, their eyes were frozen in a sort of unbelieving terror, as if expecting that their killer would kill them. He had a bad feeling. If this was done by someone they knew, then things would be serious. "Let's take these corpses back with us. We have to inform the elders immediately," Tang Ziyi instantly decided. Their task was finished anyways, and if something bad had really managed to sneak in, the others were probably in grave danger as well. At the same time, the target XiaoMo and Ling Xiao were waiting on had finally come back. The Bird of Pride's original form was a tall, well-built man, with a face full of stubble. No matter how one looked at him, he was a testosterone-filled person, yet for some reason Seeing him step inside, XiaoMo was stunned. The Bird of Pride was stunned, too. The two were speechless until the Bird of Pride came back to the present first. He didn't immediately demand XiaoMo's identity. Instead, he narrowed his eyes, his sharp gaze like needles stabbing into XiaoMo. Just as he prepared to speak, XiaoMo suddenly gripped his head with both hands and began yelling. "No, why does the Bird of Pride have such an androgynous persona? A buff guy like that was wearing a bright red robe, his fingers held as an orchid. His long hair even had pretty and romantic little red hairpin holding it up. It could only be described as tacky." XiaoMo pointed at him, trembling. "You're clearly a ladyboy." As soon as the word ladyboy came out, the Bird of Pride's eyes spat fire and his expression darkened. What he hated most was when other people called him a ladyboy. No matter if it were humans or demon beasts, the people who dared call him that were no longer on this world. Just as he was about to strike, a sigh suddenly rang out, shocking him to the point where the hairs on his body all stood up, because he hadn't sensed a second person at all. The one who made the sound was Ling Xiao, and he sounded rather exasperated. XiaoMo continued to scratch his head. "But, I thought you were exaggerating." Ling Xiao yelled back, "Idiot! Do I look like someone who exaggerates?" XiaoMo replied, "Yes." "Ling Xiao, who are you?" The two's tangent was finally interrupted by the Bird of Pride's angry yell. He watched Ling Xiao with caution, as if looking at something terrifying. It was impossible for him to not be wary, because he couldn't feel Ling Xiao's presence. That meant that this person's strength was very possibly above his own. XiaoMo and Ling Xiao looked to him. The former with disdain, the latter with mischief. XiaoMo's face was wrinkled. He wasn't against men liking beauty, but ladyboys were a bit too much. Ling Xiao held up 2 fingers. Let me give you 2 choices. 1. Contract with him. 2. Become my servant. Is there any difference between the 2? The bird of pride's expression was uncertain. Of course, Ling Xiao said with smile. He's called XiaoMo. I'm called Ling Xiao. Different masters. The bird of pride felt like coughing blood. This guy was clearly playing with him. He would never serve a human. He didn't answer, directly attacking XiaoMo, because he was weaker. Ling Xiao's gaze went cold, flashing in front of XiaoMo and blocking the dark energy punch before grabbing him around the waist and giving chase. The bird of pride knew he was no match for Ling Xiao, so he only attacked XiaoMo for a chance to escape. He had succeeded. Ling Xiao had gone to save XiaoMo. Though this only gave a few seconds, it was enough. His speed was immense. If he was in his original form, he would be even faster. However, his original form was too large and eye-catching, so he would be found immediately. Even if he didn't return to his original form, he was still found. Several hundred meters in front of him, 2 white and blue figures stood suspended in midair. The bird of pride's pupils dilated. He was already extremely fast, but this man was even faster. Who was he? He had never heard of such a person in all his years at the uneven slope. The bird of pride didn't want to fight this man, about to retreat when an intense pressure came down on him like a tidal wave, immobilizing him. The bird of pride widened his eyes fearfully. This is an emperor beast. No, if it was, he wouldn't be able to suppress me with just the force of his presence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 321. Chapter 321, Profound Hatred. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. What is he mumbling to himself? XiaoMo asked. He had faintly heard the word emperor, but he did not manage to hear the details. Ling Xiao said, he said that he was preparing to surrender. XiaoMo turned his head and looked at him. Did Ling Xiao really think that he was a 3-year-old child? No matter how lousy he was, he knew that it was impossible for the bird of pride to have said this. He could not refrain from suspiciously squinting at Ling Xiao. What in the world was he saying? Ling Xiao opened his mouth. Just at this moment, the bird of pride furiously roared, "You are definitely not the emperor beast. XiaoMo. Ling Xiao." After quite a while, Ling Xiao helplessly admitted, "Actually he's crazy in the head." But XiaoMo was at a loss for words. "We'll have to cure him if he's crazy, if not, how will he be my contracted beast?" "No, wait, I don't want a contract with a demon beast that's crazy." Ling Xiao cajoled, "Why don't you go into your dimension first and come out 2 minutes later?" XiaoMo stared at him. "Why do I have to go into my dimension? Just put me down, I'll wait there for you." Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment. "All right, but call Xiao out." XiaoMo would have discovered the problem if he was too insistent. After safely putting XiaoMo down onto a grassy patch, Ling Xiao immediately rolled up his sleeves for battle as he prepared to get rid of the bird of pride. "Who permitted you to shoot your mouth?" After the bird of pride had discovered Ling Xiao's identity, he took advantage of the time when the two descended to make a hasty escape. He was not even able to defeat the emperor beast, don't even mention one that was above the emperor beast. Though the bird of pride was prideful, he knew when to cut his losses. If one couldn't beat them, then one should run. This was a characteristic of the 7 sins beasts. However, Ling Xiao would never easily let off someone who had nearly exposed his identity. With one figure in front and one behind, the two quickly vanished into the horizon. XiaoMo hid in the underbrush while occasionally sticking his head out and looking around. He had not planned on calling Xiao out. Still, the uneven slope was very dangerous and he did not want Ling Xiao to worry, so he took Xiao out of the dimension. Xiao's level was ever more sophisticated. He immediately noticed when XiaoMo's intent arose. After coming out, he looked at the surrounding situation with no surprise at all. "Where's boss?" Xiao asked. XiaoMo dully supported his chin. He went to chase the bird of pride. He should be back very soon. Xiao was astonished. The bird of pride, one of the 7 sins beasts? Who would have thought that a 7 sins beasts would exist on the Longxian continent? XiaoMo suddenly became very energetic after hearing him say as such. What does that mean? Are you saying that the 7 sins beasts are not a local specialty of the Longxian continent? A local specialty? The corner of Xiao's mouth twitched. All right, this term was not entirely inaccurate. The Longxian continent is only a middle-level realm. The 7 sins beasts, which are only second to the emperor beasts, were originally living in a higher-level realm, but everything is not absolute. XiaoMo knew of the emperor beasts. To speak frankly, it was just about the same as the pinnacle of the aristocracy in the human race. It was only that the emperor beasts had a pressure emitting from its blood and the aristocrats did not have that. Is the higher-level realm that awesome? Of course, there are 2 differences in the higher-level realm and middle-level realm. The first is in the spiritual energy. For realms on a higher plane of existence, their spiritual energy would be denser, leading to a faster speed of cultivation. The second is related to strength. The middle-level realm receives a restriction due to its location, so the people here will never be able to break through to a higher realm. You will know this after you go to a higher-level realm. You are so certain that I would go to a higher-level realm? XiaoMo saw that Xiao seemed to be seriously convinced that he would definitely go there in the future, thus he could not help but be curious. Did you not know that the boss is from a higher-level realm? Xiao asked in astonishment. No, I didn't, XiaoMo replied. But he always had a faint inkling in the back of his mind, so he did not feel too surprised when he heard Xiao say as such. XiaoMo had never believed that the Longxian continent would be able to produce such a person like Ling Xiao. Xiao did not feel that he had said anything extraordinary and indifferently stated, now you know. XiaoMo mused over it before he asked again, just now, that bird of pride said this as he looked at Ling Xiao, you are definitely not the emperor beast. Do you know what these words mean? Xiao was taken aback, but he pretended to be indifferent so as not to let XiaoMo discover any lapses. It was probably that he didn't believe that a human practitioner would actually be stronger than him. He had thought that only the emperor beasts would be able to suppress him, so he felt that this was impossible. That makes sense. XiaoMo accepted this explanation when it was combined with the fact that the 7 sins beasts were only second to the emperor beasts. Xiao inwardly wiped away his cold sweat. What a fortunate escape. The two's conversations had lasted for 2 minutes. Just as they had finished talking, the sound of the wind whistling was suddenly heard approaching from far and the mass appeared to be reaching the airspace above the uneven slope soon. XiaoMo thought that Ling Xiao was back and became delighted. He stood up and was about to walk out when Xiao abruptly grabbed his shoulder as his expression slightly changed. No, wait a moment. What oomph? XiaoMo was just about to ask when Xiao covered his mouth. The one approaching is not boss. Xiao whispered to him while looking extremely imposing. It appeared that the one approaching had ill intent. Xiao was strong. But with how fearful Xiao was of the other party, it was evident that that person's strength was above Xiao. XiaoMo immediately quieted down. As the master, he knew Xiao's strength best. Xiao was already a peak 7-star level 9 demon beast, who would be able to have a breakthrough with just a little more time. Although he couldn't compare with the bird of pride, he had no problem traversing the Longxian continent with his strength. Come with me into. XiaoMo was worried about leaving Xiao alone. Those two hiding there. When do you want to hide until? XiaoMo had not finished speaking before a sinister voice abruptly interrupted him. The two raised their heads, seeing three figures in the air that had already discovered them. The black-robed man was looking at them with a hint of amusement in his eyes, giving off an exceedingly disgusting feeling. There was no other choice since they had been discovered. Xiao did not dare to let XiaoMo enter his dimension at this moment, as the dimension was his master's secret. If it was known by these three people, he couldn't guarantee that they would not think of killing them and stealing the treasure. A mage and a demon beast? Then it shouldn't be these two. The black-robed man began to mutter to himself without waiting for them to speak. Lifting his head, the man saw Xiao's guarded expression, and the corner of his mouth lifted. The little mage at the back, you are a student from Xian Academy, right? Answer a question of mine and I will consider leaving both your corpses intact. Xiao's expression became taciturn. XiaoMo also did not know what to say. This man was really arrogant. For such a deal whereby he asked for answers and a satisfactory reply from the addressee would lead to him leaving an intact corpse, did he would assume that people would accept these terms? Could the wires in his head be crossed? However, the weak are prey to the strong. It was a fact that this man was very strong, even stronger than Xiao. He could only be so arrogant because of the basis of his strength. However, XiaoMo felt that he would not hate it at all if the person who said this was Ling Xiao instead. At the most he would look down on Ling Xiao a little. When it was said by this person, he didn't know why, but he felt really disgusted. The man seemed as if he did not need them to agree to this deal as he went ahead and asked, do you know these two called Ling Xiao and XiaoMo? Where are they now? Xiao and XiaoMo were simultaneously stunned. What are you guys looking for them for? The man's words were beyond Xiao's expectations. It just made him even more alarmed, as one of the two main characters was just behind him. The man looked at him sinisterly. Tell me, where are they? You know it, right? Xiao replied, that's right, I know where they are. But I'm afraid that if I tell you, you will immediately kill us, right? The man darkly looked at him and broke into chuckles as he malevolently said, it seems that you're very chatty. Are you trying to buy time to try to escape? Or are you waiting for some person? Ha, sure enough you're an inferior demon beast. I'll be sure to cut you up into pieces since you've already lost your last chance. With that, he then shifted his gaze to XiaoMo behind, little mage, I'll give you a chance. Where are they? Don't attempt to answer me half-heartedly. I have many ways to make you beg for death. XiaoMo gave a grieved sigh, I can tell you, but I have a small request. You don't even need to lift a finger to fulfill it. This answer was beyond the man's expectations. Oh? Tell me about your small request. XiaoMo gnashed his teeth as said with profound hatred, actually, I have a little personal grudge with XiaoMo and Ling Xiao. When we were in the academy, they had once embarrassed me in front of everyone. I hate them so much that I cannot wait for them to die, so I hope that you could kill us later. I want to personally watch them die before me, otherwise I won't be reconciled. Xiao. Hearing this, the man took some interest in him instead. You look so fair and clear, yet who would have thought that you were such a black-hearted person? Not bad, you're really to my liking. XiaoMo continued with his con, this is the uneven slope, which is where the objective of their task is at. They should be reaching soon with their traveling speed. You only need to wait for about half an hour before they will deliver themselves to your doorstep. Good, I will let you guys live for half an hour more. The man mercifully stated. Xiao suddenly felt like kneeling. This was the first time he found that his master was such an awesome person. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 322. Chapter 322, The Netherworld Siren. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Xiao did not dare to reveal the slightest hint of what he was thinking. It would ruin his master's plan if he was discovered by the man. The only thing they could do now was to wait for boss Ling Xiao to come back. He believed that half an hour was definitely enough for him to return, but Xiao could probably guess the reason why boss Ling Xiao was taking so long to come back. Boss Ling Xiao was probably teaching that bird of pride a lesson for nearly exposing his identity to his master, Xiao thought as he glanced at XiaoMo. Time slowly trickled past. XiaoMo felt that man's eyes on him and did not dare to reveal any hint of anxiety too. The estimation of half an hour was really long, though he believed that Ling Xiao would not even need 10 minutes before he returned. Yet, he did not dare to give a shorter estimate as it may possibly raise the man's suspicions. XiaoMo had stated that he and Ling Xiao were enemies, so it was impossible for him to be so knowledgeable of their whereabouts. The man suddenly jumped down from above after 3 minutes had passed. Once he came down, the other two also followed. The man walked towards XiaoMo. XiaoMo could not help the slight tremble running through his body. The man instantly caught this action and he narrowed his eyes. An indescribable look flashed behind his gloomy and penetrating eyes as he abruptly picked up his pace. With a glance at his expression, XiaoMo gave an inner cry of "oh shit." Had he seen through the bluff? Just at this moment, a screaming cry echoed from afar through the horizon. The man and his two companions immediately looked in the direction of the cry and sighted an immense gray shadow flying towards them. It appeared to be a giant bird cloaked in a terrifying aura. They could feel this oppressing pressure even before it approached. The man's chilly and gloomy gaze was as sharp as a needle. Why is there a bird of pride here? Hearing this, XiaoMo rolled his eyes and tried his best to restrain his excitement as he explained, "I've heard that there's a level 10 demon beast in the uneven slope. It's very likely that it is this bird of pride." The bird of pride had already flown over while they were speaking. It was not very obvious from a distance, only when it was near did they realize that the bird of pride's original form was actually so big. Its humongous body was 1/10 the size of the uneven slope. Its feathers were gray, and as Ling Xiao had said, a black miasma twined around its whole body. However, where was Ling Xiao? XiaoMo could not help but raise his head and look around. "My boss, where are you? Quickly come down and help. This little me cannot hold on anymore." The bird of pride took on a condescending posture and arrogantly looked down at the people below. "Who are you guys? You actually dared to barge into this uncle's territory." As one of the 7 sins beasts, the bird of pride naturally was an existence that many dreaded. This was definitely a miscalculation as the man totally did not expect that there would be a bird of pride here. But this did not mean that he feared the bird of pride. On a basis of pure strength, he would end up coming out on top. He did not wish to start a fight with the bird of pride for 2 reasons. 1, the one he was looking for was coming soon, and 2, it may attract the attention of some experts from Xiao Academy if they started to fight it out here. The man took a step forward. A formidable aura that was comparable to the bird of pride was released without restraint. He was confident that the bird of pride knew how to sound out the difficulties and retreat to avoid defeat, but contrary to his expectations, he had made a miscalculation again. The bird of pride was somewhat shocked at this man's strength. Despite living in the mountains for many years, he had only met a couple of demon beasts in the Demon Forest Mountain and a few old chaps from Xiao Academy who were stronger than him. He had never thought that he would meet 2 people who were stronger than him within the same day in the mountains. The bird of pride may probably have really feared him if the man was the first one he had met. "Human, this uncle will repeat himself once more. Clear out of the uneven slope. Otherwise you can all remain here forever with this uncle." The bird of pride arrogantly snorted. In an instant, the man scowled as he malevolently said, "You are only a mere bird of pride. It seems that you've been too comfortable here for such a long time that you've forgotten a rule. Since you don't remember it, then you can use your life as payment for me to jog your memory. It's not that he doesn't remember it. It's just that he has a backer. Just as the man's voice faded, a lazy voice abruptly rang out from the Bird of Pride. The man was surprised. Who is it? Was there actually someone standing on the Bird of Pride? Without waiting for the owner of the voice to reply, XiaoMo excitedly helped him answer. He is the Ling Xiao you are looking for. The man's pupils constricted and his gaze immediately shifted to XiaoMo, discovering that he was already dashing to the Bird of Pride under the escort of the nine-winged Unity Serpent. Making a connection to what XiaoMo had previously said, the man had a flash of insight and his face darkened terrifyingly in a split second. You dare to trick me? He launched a sudden palm strike as he spoke. A fierce and malicious gale rapidly sped towards the retreating XiaoMo to attack him. Even though it was just a casual action from the man, the force of the strike should not be overlooked. Xiao was about to stop to deal with it when a white figure jumped off the head of the Bird of Pride to stand in front of them. The person in white easily made the man's attack go up in smoke. The man's face twisted in anger, yet he did not cower as a result of this. He viciously expelled a snort of disdain. You are Ling Xiao? Then the mage behind you must be XiaoMo. Your trick was well played, very good. No one had ever dared to trick me like this. It appears that you are the one I am looking for, not. XiaoMo sensed the gloomy and cold gaze that the man directed at him and promptly hid behind Ling Xiao. It was a life or death crisis. It was only natural that a little more effort would be put into acting the trick out. Though he did not really know how to act, he only had to imagine Teng Xian or Chai Zhang as his bitter enemy to bring the emotions forth. No matter how lousy he was, he still had enough imagination to do this. This big brother here, in actual fact, we don't even know each other. I think that we have never offended you too. Why are you being so overbearing? How would this benefit you at all? XiaoMo could not refrain from asking. Ever since he heard that the man was looking for him and Ling Xiao, he had always been seeking an answer for this question. He was confident enough to vow that he had never seen this guy before, unless he had indirectly offended these people. But that was not right too, as this person obviously did not recognize him. If there was resentment between them, how could he not have looked for his profile beforehand? The man's sharp piercing gaze fixed onto him. You don't have to try to coax answers from me. Since I'm here under orders, I will certainly be sure to bring you back. None of you will be able to stop me. His line of sight clearly moved to Ling Xiao when he said the last sentence. Could this be the doing of the Tang or Chai family? XiaoMo exclaimed. Ling Xiao rapped XiaoMo's head as he finished speaking. XiaoMo lifted his head and looked at him with teary eyes. Why did you hit me? Ling Xiao looked at him in disdain. It's impossible for the Tang or Chai family to be behind this. No matter how deep the pockets of the two families are, it's inconceivable for them to dispatch 2 experts of the imperial level and 1 emperor level expert to snatch you. XiaoMo, then who could be behind this? Ling Xiao, who knows? XiaoMo. Seeing that the two were actually disregarding him to chat with each other, the man's face was as black as a thunder. He lifted his hand and motioned to the two behind to attack. The two immediately flashed over to Ling Xiao at the speed of lightning, appearing to be like 2 sharp blades. Ling Xiao grabbed XiaoMo's collar and swiftly threw him onto the back of the Bird of Pride. XiaoMo gasped in horror. He wasn't even prepared at all. Won't he be disintegrated by the miasma from the Bird of Pride? With a boom, he landed on the back of the Bird of Pride, scaring him until his 3 immortal souls went to the 7 mortal forms. It was only after a long while that he discovered that he was alright. T/N, 3 immortal souls went to the 7 mortal forms just means that he was so frightened that figuratively his soul came out of his body and entered cycle of reincarnation in this context. Xiao had long been standing behind him. Dumbfounded, he performed a facepalm. Sure enough, it must have been an illusion when he had felt that his master was very awesome before. On the other hand, without even needing the Bird of Pride or Xiao to make a move, Ling Xiao had single-handedly ended the man's 2 companions. The ease of Ling Xiao's execution belied the fact that the two were imperial-level experts. He made it look so easy that even Xiao did not know they were imperial-level experts. Seeing his two companions had been killed, the man's expression did not even have the slightest change. He had the two make a move for the purpose of probing Ling Xiao's strength. Such a degree of cold-bloodedness may also be said to be a realm unto itself. You are definitely very strong. Unfortunately, you've run into me. The man's eerie gaze fixed onto Ling Xiao, emitting of a hint of frigid ambience, and was frightfully gloomy. Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow in surprise. Even when it's come to this, his tone was so arrogant, seemed like he had a trump card. The man unquestionably had a trump card. It was his life contract demon beast, the Netherworld Siren. The Netherworld Siren was a high-level demon beast that was above the Seven Sins beasts. It was the king of the South Seas and could be said to be an emperor beast. Hereby, one could also tell that the man's identity was something out of the common run, as not just any person could form a contract with an emperor beast. It was only possible for a talented person from a higher-level realm to do so. With a glance at the Netherworld Siren, Ling Xiao had more or less guessed the man's background. A person from the higher-level realm who would specially run down to the middle-level realm and had called XiaoMo out, saying that he would capture him. Could it be that the man was coming straight for him? Though the enormous Netherworld Siren was as tall as a mountain, it was only a little bigger than the Bird of Pride. Within the immensely vast mountains, it appeared to be just a drop in the ocean. The entire body of the Netherworld Siren was navy in color, and a trace of bitterly cold air unceasingly emitted from his body. In addition to this, there was also a faint majestic pressure which was the characteristic of an emperor beast. Under the attention of the group, the Netherworld Siren slowly opened his eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 323. Chapter 323, Xilan's Sacred Fire. Translated by Juessence of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. The Netherworld Siren's eyes were a deep, watery blue, flashing with a resplendent shine. Those who looked into its eyes would often lose themselves within them. Those who didn't understand the Netherworld Siren would probably be fooled by its tricks. Netherworld Sirens were emperor beasts. His level was at 10, the same as his owner, but 3 stars stronger. In addition, the Netherworld Siren's combat ability was formidable. They possessed immense offensive capabilities. Amongst the same level, there weren't many that could match them in combat. Dongshin, you, with your skill, can't even beat a person from the middle-level realm? A raspy, commanding voice sounded, coming from Netherworld Siren, his eyes filled with displeasure. The man, the one Netherworld Siren called Dongshin, his face darkened. I hadn't expected that my target would have a person whose strength lies above mine with him. I admit that I cannot defeat him, so that's why I ask for your aid. An emperor beast's pride didn't lose at all to the human practitioner. If he had lost in the higher level realm, they wouldn't be so enraged about it. That was because there were plenty of powerhouses there. Dongshin might have an emperor beast, but so might others. However, the Netherworld Siren couldn't understand how he had lost to a person of the middle-level realm, and thus didn't hold back in expressing his anger. Dongshin knew the thoughts that were going through the Netherworld Siren's head, leading him to bow his own. Emperor Beast stood at the top of the pyramid of demon beasts, even more noble than human practitioners. He was extremely lucky to have been able to form a contract with an Emperor Beast. Hearing this, the Netherworld Siren didn't say anything more, assuming a human form in the next second. His gaze alighted on Ling Xiao. He could sense that this man was the strongest and couldn't help but frown. This man's strength is truly above you, and you aren't to blame for not being able to defeat him, but what? Dongshin asked. He gives me a very strange feeling. A sort of Netherworld Siren trailed off because he couldn't think of how to describe what exactly he was feeling. Not being able to think of an appropriate word, Netherworld Siren's gaze fell to XiaoMo, who was on Bird of Pride's back. Are you certain that young man is our target? His situation is rather special. There's a 50% chance it's him. Dongshin wasn't very certain either, because the people up top had only given him very vague information, but this young man seemed to fit the bill. If so, then let's capture and question him. Netherworld Siren made the decision swiftly. There was plenty of time to accomplish their task. If they were wrong, they could go and search again. Dongshins had thought alike and said, "I'll leave that man to you, I'll go and deal with the Bird of Pride." As soon as the words fell, the man and beast began their own tasks. The Netherworld Siren attacked Ling Xiao in an attempt to occupy him, letting Dongshin go to capture XiaoMo. Ling Xiao looked over from the corner of his eyes rapidly filling with murderous intent. Two streaks of cold light flashed in his sharp gaze, stabbing into Dongshin, who was attempting to pass by him from above. Being stared at by these terrifying eyes, Dongshin felt a chill in his heart. This feeling instantly caused his expression to go cold. A middle-level realm person wanting to kill me? Ludicrous. If it was ludicrous or not, would be known only after trying. Ling Xiao snapped his fingers, and in the air above them, a flicker of purple flame that XiaoMo had seen last time appeared. Though the flame was just a flicker, but an immense power rolled within the tiny flame, its temperature feeling like it would annihilate everything around it. XiaoMo, who lay on the Bird of Pride's back, realized that this purple flame seemed to burn much hotter than the one he had seen before. He could feel the heat even from here. Dongshin's complexion changed completely upon seeing the purple flame. Dongshin immediately stopped his advance and retreated back to Netherworld Siren's side, commenting in shock, "That's the Qilin's sacred fire?" Netherworld Siren's expression was ugly. Qilin's sacred fire was the Emperor Beast Qilin's natal flame, its temperature burning extremely hot, able to turn almost anything to ash. It was a method of attack that Qilins had from birth. The color of the flame was purple. The Netherworld Siren was an Emperor Beast, but compared to a Qilin, he was nothing. Though Emperor Beasts were the strongest of all demon beasts, there were divisions between them, and Qilins were the kings of Emperor Beasts. Their blood was far above that of the Netherworld Sirens. If he met one, he could only flee. "Who are you? How come you have the Qilin's sacred fire?" Netherworld Siren asked, face stormy. No wonder this man had given him a strange feeling. He had Qilin's sacred fire on him. It wasn't as if the Netherworld Siren didn't consider that Ling Xiao might have contracted a Qilin, but he couldn't sense the presence of one at all. This made him even more suspicious and anxious. "Who am I?" Ling Xiao chuckled lightly, looking at the two like they were dead men. "Don't you think it's a little too late to be asking that question? Anyone who dares to touch what belongs to me should be prepared to die." He hadn't even finished speaking when he struck. The Qilin's sacred fire formed two roaring purple Qilins, bearing the presence of Emperor Beasts and letting out thunderous cries as they whirled wildly at the two. If you were touched by these flames, you'd probably end up half dead, if not completely so. Dongshin and the Netherworld Siren didn't dare let down their guard. Seeing Ling Xiao dealing with two of them easily, XiaoMo put his chin in his palm, making a contemplative expression. He wasn't that stupid, quickly taking apart the meaning to the conversation. Xiao openly considered XiaoMo. After all, the two's conversation had revealed too much. Though XiaoMo sometimes acted extremely stupid, but most of the time he was pretty sharp. If the Qilin's sacred fire was the Qilin's natal flame and Ling Xiao had it, then there were two possibilities. 1. He had a lifebound contract beast, which was a Qilin. 2. He himself was that Qilin. XiaoMo had never seen a Qilin appear by Ling Xiao. Why would he bother to hide such a thing? If Ling Xiao truly had a Qilin, then he should have seen it long ago, so? The answer was obvious. Xiao, you already knew about this, didn't you? Xiao, who had been watching XiaoMo, heard this, his expression twisting into something a little unnatural. However, XiaoMo evidently didn't need an answer from him, and mumbled to himself, "No wonder he didn't want me to eat his monster fruit. Only demon beasts can taste them. He had hidden it from me for so long. Would he have ever told me if I didn't find out? Xiao didn't know what to say, because everything XiaoMo had just said was right. I had always thought he was human. I never would have guessed that he was actually. This thing was too shocking. In an instant, the words were beast, and with it came a flash of lightning, charring him inside and out. It was a Qilin that had made love to him all those nights. It was a Qilin that had pushed him down and had him all those nights. XiaoMo withered inside. He once again realized with utmost clarity that it was impossible for him to ever top Ling Xiao. The idea of him topping a Qilin made him cringe inside. Actually, the boss didn't keep this from you intentionally, Xiao said with caution. XiaoMo nodded. I know, he did it purposefully. Xiao. With boss Ling Xiao's rather evil personality, it might just be true. As they chatted, Ling Xiao's fight was going strong. However, since Dongshin and the Netherworld Siren both feared Qilin's sacred fire, they were being suppressed by Ling Xiao. The two were losing in a most ugly fashion. They should have ran, but with their target almost in reach, they would have a hard time getting this close if they missed their chance. However, it would only cost them to keep fighting, and such a big ruckus might attract the attention of other powerhouses. Not long later, others would arrive. Dongshin, retreat. Netherworld Siren rapidly made a decision. Though this was a once-in-lifetime opportunity, they had no chance. Instead of dying here, they'd rather retreat to live to see another day and find another chance next time. Dongshin gritted his teeth. This was their only choice. He immediately called on the power within him, and the surrounding spiritual energy began to swirl chaotically. An overwhelming energy gathered above his head, and instantly transformed into a chilling black mist. The pressure of it could be felt from afar. Within this black mist, a long, thin sword began to condense and then absorb all the rest of the mist into it. Sword of breath, go. Under Dongshin's manipulation, the back sword began to hum loudly, trembling and forming a streaking of lightning, darting towards Ling Xiao. The razor-sharp energy pierced open the air, the surrounding space seeming to distort as it passed by. After this, Dongshin and the Netherworld Siren quickly fled. T/N, Qilin, also known as Kirin in Japanese, is a mythical hoofed chimerical creature known in Chinese and other Asian cultures, said to appear with the imminent arrival or passing of a sage or illustrious ruler. It is a good omen thought to occasion prosperity or serenity. It is often depicted with what looks like fire all over its body. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 324. Chapter 324, Life Experience. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Though Ling Xiao had wanted to chase after them, Dongshin's sword of breath hindered his movements. The two were good at escaping. By using the sword of breath to block him off, the two had already made a clean getaway when he had finished dealing with the sword. However, a chilling light flashed across Ling Xiao's eyes as two purple flames shot out from his fingertips, heading towards the backs of the escaping two. The violet fire sped along whilst carrying a dreadful pressure and the power to destroy all things. The two soon discovered the flames pursuing them. The Netherworld Siren's expression slightly changed. The pressure from this flame was more threatening than the ones before. It was fortunate that he would be able to deal with it with his level of strength, but Dongshin was not that fortunate. A fair bit of his spiritual power had been used up since he had deployed the sword of breath. The Qilin's sacred fire immediately reached him, and Dongshin gave a blood-curdling screech as it climbed up his arm. The Netherworld Siren rapidly flashed to his side, cutting his arm off with a swipe of his hand. Then he carried Dongshin and hastily sped away. The arm that was cut off fell into the forest below. Ling Xiao looked in the direction they had run in and coldly snorted, "They're actually quite fast at escaping." He suddenly looked in another direction after he said that. A second later, he returned to XiaoMo's side, picked him up and said, "Let's go." The bird of pride took on a human form. Together with Xiao, he followed behind as they rapidly left the scene of the battle. The perception of the bird of pride in Xiao was strong. There were two extremely powerful people heading over in their direction from Daoxian Academy, and they would arrive soon. The sound of piercing winds rang out as two figures whistled through the air, appearing above the uneven slopes 15 minutes later. They were an elderly man clad in yellow clothes and an elderly man in black robes, both who were unfamiliar to XiaoMo. There were many vestiges of the battle left on the scene as a battle had just occurred here. The yellow-clothed elderly man closed his eyes and spread his senses out. Then he opened his eyes. "Great elder, the ones here have long been gone." The black-robed elderly man faintly nodded. He looked below at the destruction that caused the uneven slope to be riddled with gaping holes. His mien was somewhat solemn as he stroked his beard. It seems that this destructive power does not belong to an ordinary expert. The elderly man in the yellow robes replied, "That bird of pride seems to be involved too." Traces of the bird of pride's aura remained at the scene, but the aura was awfully faint as he did not take part in the battle. They would probably know who were fighting if they could find him. There were not many strong experts on the Longxiang continent, and the two knew most of them. However, they both did not recognize the aura left on the scene. Therefore, the culprits were either outsiders, or some old guy that was a hidden recluse. Though the trials are still in progress, we'll have to suspend it. The black-robed man gently sighed. Since they were unable to discover the origins of the people that had been fighting, it was natural for the trials to be suspended as the academy could not let the students be exposed to unknown dangers. With that, the two soared away and vanished into the horizon. Meanwhile, Ling, Xiao and XiaoMo had left the uneven slopes far behind. Only until they could not see the uneven slopes did they slow down. Ling Xiao turned back to the bird of pride, returned to the uneven slopes and find a chance to bring the stock of level 9 magic herb over. The bird of pride did not hesitate and left after agreeing. He had witnessed Ling Xiao's strength, so he absolutely would not dare to play tricks on him. XiaoMo patted Ling Xiao's shoulder. "Put me down, but." Ling Xiao looked down and saw XiaoMo staring at him with fixed eyes. He lightly coughed, then he put XiaoMo down. "We'll wait for the bird of pride to bring the magic herb back before returning. The old guys at the academy already know of what occurred at the uneven slopes. It's very possible that the trials will be stopped." XiaoMo nodded and looked at him in askance. "Okay. But before that, is there not something you should tell me?" Ling Xiao innocently blinked. "What do you want me to say?" XiaoMo made a long face. "I want to say what you've hidden." Ling Xiao recalled for a moment. "There's quite a lot." XiaoMo's charming face was full of spider webs in a split second. This fellow actually concealed so many things. His mood blackened and he yelled, "If you have that many, then you say them all." "Okay." Ling Xiao helplessly raised his hands. "You're the one who wanted me to say it. To tell the truth, one time we made love on the bed, I deliberately did not clean your insides. I left my sperm within your body." XiaoMo blushed all over, flustered and exasperated, while kicking Ling Xiao's leg. "How are you so shameless? To actually leave your SPE, pay. Who said to talk about these things? You better give me an honest account about this Qilin matter. T/N, pay equals to spit, which is like saying fuck." XiaoMo bluntly cut to the main point. Who knew if he would say something deathly embarrassing again? Xiao tried his best to act as if he was invisible on the sidelines. Boss Ling Xiao still appeared to have the upper hand despite him being in the wrong. He definitely deserves to be called the boss. Ling Xiao laughed. "What's there to talk about for that? Isn't it just like what you're thinking of? That person said that your purple flame is the Qilin sacred fire. Then what's the red flame? I've seen you using more than one type of flame." XiaoMo gave a humph. With his nose in the air, don't think that he didn't realize it. "When did you become so smart?" Ling Xiao exclaimed. "I'm already clever, don't change the subject. XiaoMo would not be fooled no matter what was said. This time he must get Ling Xiao to tell him everything. Ling Xiao elucidated, the red flame is the ancient demon phoenix's natal flame. Although its strength is inferior to the Qilin sacred fire, it is ranked in the top 3 in the sacred fire's power ranking. XiaoMo blinked. You said the ancient demon phoenix. Does it refer to the Feng Huang? T/N, unlike the phoenix of Western mythology, the Feng Huang is in fact 2 birds, the male, Feng, and the female, Huang. The Feng Huang also looks different from its Western counterpart in that a very colorful and fiery plumage and its tail is colored in the 5 sacred colors, red, blue, yellow, white, and black. Feng Huang is also a true immortal bird as it does not grow old and die to be reborn again, unlike the phoenix. In context, Ling Xiao said, demon, Huang, so XiaoMo was unsure if Ling Xiao meant the Feng Huang, phoenix. Ling Xiao, you could say that. XiaoMo looked at him with an odd expression, since you have the Qilin sacred fire and the demon phoenix's natal fire. Could it be that you're a hybrid? He had thought that Ling Xiao would refute it, but Ling Xiao unexpectedly sighed in defeat. You're correct. My father is a Qilin, and my mother is an ancient demon phoenix. Their union led to me, so I have inherited the natal fires of the Qilin and the ancient demon phoenix. That's not bad. XiaoMo did not know what he was resigned about. At the least, he thought that it should be a lot more awesome to have inherited the ability of 2 formidable clans unlike other people. Ling Xiao sighed, it's not as simple as you think. XiaoMo, what do you mean? Ling Xiao explained, the relations between the Qilin and ancient demon phoenixes are quite bad. Elite races are very particular about blood purity, thus the union between my father and mother made both races dissatisfied. Before this happened, while the relations between the 2 races were not particularly close, it also wasn't particularly bad. But when the affair between my father and mother was exposed, the relations between the 2 races thoroughly worsened. XiaoMo felt that he could guess what had occurred next, and though he could not bear to reopen Ling Xiao's scars, he could not restrain his curiosity. Then what happened afterwards? Afterwards, Ling Xiao sorrowfully recalled, the Qilin clan claimed that it was my mother who seduced my father. The demon phoenix clan then claimed that my father seduced my mother. They pushed the blame around and my parents were separated and locked up by their respective clans in the end. It roughly went like that. Then how about you? XiaoMo was captivated as he listened to the sensational story. But this ending was not really good. How was Ling Xiao born if his parents had been locked up? Ling Xiao knew what he was thinking, I was born before my parents were locked up. The one who brought me up was my father's trusted aide, and he was the one to tell me about my parents' situation. He allowed me to save them after I grew stronger. However, I presently don't have enough strength to simultaneously confront the Qilin and the Feng Huang clan. Therefore I need to become even stronger and turn into an existence that the Qilin clan and Demon Phoenix clan are afraid of. XiaoMo felt a turbulence of emotions after hearing his story. He had never thought that the full of metal and insufferably arrogant Ling Xiao would have such a tragic life experience. Although his parents were still alive, it was not much different from them being deceased. Don't be sad, you'll become stronger someday. I'll help you. XiaoMo looked at Ling Xiao with determination. He did not really know how to comfort people. Really? Ling Xiao buried his head in XiaoMo's neck as his subdued voice slowly echoed out. Really, I'll work harder in my cultivation, and then I'll be able to refine higher-level magic pills. XiaoMo was not used to Ling Xiao behaving in this way and was somewhat uneasy. Then, can you agree to a request of mine? What request? I want to do it here. Sensing his reservation, Ling Xiao fell silent for a moment. We have not done it for 5 days already. Moreover, you made a promise before. Oh my God, don't say such a shameful thing out loud using this grief-laden tone. If he used such a tone, XiaoMo wouldn't know how to reject him. The worst thing was that his heart had already softened. XiaoMo had never thought that Ling Xiao would put forward such a request. This was a wild, mountainous country with demon beasts all around. Just thinking about a demon beast suddenly appearing while they were doing it halfway was enough for him to feel humiliated to death. But Ling Xiao did not say anything. He had definitely promised after he had lost in the previous race. Furthermore, the request was also in line with the on-site conditions, as what he promised that time was a battle in the wilderness. But Xiao is here, XiaoMo squeaked out. I have already put him back into the dimension. Ling Xiao replied. The heavens had aligned with the right place, time, and people. It seems that it's impossible to disagree. In the dimension, Xiao stood in a desolate meadow and speechlessly facepalmed. Master, looks like in this lifetime, you're destined to be eaten to death by Boss Ling Xiao. With Boss Ling Xiao's personality, how would it be possible for him to have that sort of sorrowful expression? Did you not see the corner of his mouth repeatedly rising up? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 325. Chapter 325, Fulfilling a Promise. Translated by Juessence of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Then, okay. As XiaoMo stuttered out this sentence, Ling Xiao carried him under a large, thick tree, having him lean his back against the trunk. The two pressed their foreheads together, their breaths unusually heated. The heat made XiaoMo's face redden. Ling Xiao pushed a leg between his two, the heat of his body seeping through their clothes. His low voice spoke up once more, are you really certain? XiaoMo lowered his head, his embarrassment turning to irritation as he yelled, shut up. If you're going to do it, then do it. Ling Xiao actually asked if he was certain for this sort of thing. Didn't Ling Xiao remember who it was that forced him to this point? Ling Xiao chuckled lightly, I was afraid you only agreed out of sympathy. This was the so-called giving an inch, taking a mile. It was a shame that XiaoMo hadn't realized that he was being manipulated by Ling Xiao. Xiao knew, but he didn't have the chance to say anything. Even if he did, he probably wouldn't. Usually, his laughter sounded heartless, but it was different today. XiaoMo's heart had been swayed, so he thought Ling Xiao was giving a strained laugh. XiaoMo gritted out, who would feel sympathy for you? Do you think your backstory could be more tragic than mine? Your parents are still alive, but mine are dead. He was talking about this life. This was what Jiang Lu had told him in the beginning. If they continued down this road, they might go off topic. The atmosphere he had managed to create would be ruined, too. Ling Xiao hurriedly turned things back on track. He lifted XiaoMo's chin and kissed the words from his mouth. This soft and tempting taste was something he hadn't had in 5 days. Ling Xiao's other hand roamed over XiaoMo's body. After training in the Gravity Mountains, the young man's body had become far more flexible, his skin soft but with an inner strength, he couldn't get enough. XiaoMo's lips were parted, submissively accepting Ling Xiao's rather rough kiss. It might have been because it was their first time outside and any man or beast could easily walk in on them, that he was more excited than usual, his body trembling. He didn't even notice it when his sash was loosened to reveal his underclothing. Ling Xiao impatiently tore off his clothes, gaining contact with an expanse of smooth, tender skin, familiar enough to make him sigh in pleasure. XiaoMo's body startled slightly and soon, a tent formed below. Ling Xiao felt it, his smile widening and causing XiaoMo's heart to skip a beat. He suddenly reached out and took off Ling Xiao's mask, revealing his uniquely handsome face, enchanting under the light. XiaoMo couldn't help but grind against the leg between his, bold and open enough that Ling Xiao began to react as well, his breaths coming out rapidly. He tore off his outer robe and casually threw it to one side before leaning down to bite at those lips again. XiaoMo felt a sting, but didn't retreat, instead biting back. This caused Ling Xiao's delight and desire to rise as one. It was only until XiaoMo could barely draw breath fast enough that Ling Xiao released his lips, gently kissing them. One hand grabbed his waist, hiking him up against Ling Xiao's own body, while the other ripped open his inner robe. The delicate pale flesh was exposed, including the two buds on his chest, tempting Ling Xiao into lowering his head and taking one into his mouth. Ah, XiaoMo couldn't help but cry out, his hands tightly hugging Ling Xiao's head. It felt so intense, making him want to flee and take more at the same time. Ling Xiao pressed him heavily against the tree, not forgetting the other nub. His fingers twisted and pinched at it restlessly, the 2 points of stimulation causing XiaoMo's legs to weaken. It was much more intense than before. An hour later, Ling Xiao lay on top of XiaoMo, panting, the two hugging each other tightly and basking in the aftermath. Ling Xiao gently let his legs down and then held XiaoMo's limp body up, his voice a little raspy and desire still present in his eyes. How do you feel? XiaoMo let Ling Xiao take all of his weight, his legs still trembling. He said, I'm never battling in the wild again. Since his back had been up against a tree, his entire back was burning, as well as below, soaked. This was too intense, no wonder Ling Xiao would bet with him. He couldn't take it. One time was enough for this sort of lovemaking. Then that's a shame. Ling Xiao rubbed his head. XiaoMo slapped his hand away. Not really, no. Ling Xiao said with a smile, but didn't you enjoy it greatly as well? You were more excited than usual. The flush on XiaoMo's face had yet to die down, and now it had deepened, with Ling Xiao's words. He stuttered, what are you going on about? I wasn't. Ling Xiao picked up the clothes and mask they had discarded. Go into your pocket dimension and come out after washing yourself. XiaoMo didn't have the courage to appear in this condition in front of anyone, pulling Ling Xiao into the dimension with him. By the time they got back out, no traces of their passions were visible. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 326. Chapter 326, Competition Cancelled. Translated by Rachel of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. We won't be recognized after we changed clothes, will we? XiaoMo asked nervously. He never thought of this until he came out. After all, they did train in the mountains. Most couldn't be bothered to change their clothes during training, but that was not always the case. You think too much. Ling Xiao replied. When the moment came, no one would pay attention to how others dressed. Even if they were discovered, people would hardly mind. I'm only being careful. XiaoMo pursed his lips. At the same time, the bird of pride had finally returned. Not only did he bring back a level 9 magic herb, he also returned with a level 10 magic herb that he had carefully guarded. If he was to surrender and pledge his allegiance, then he would have to show his earnesty. XiaoMo bagged the 2 magic herbs without hesitation. Little did he know that the level 10 magic herb was something that Xiao Ran had been coveting for a while now. In his preparation of making a level 10 magic pill, that was the only ingredient he was missing. Unfortunately, due to the Bird of Pride's prowess, Xiao Ran could never get his hands on it time and time again, only leaving him defeated with wounded pride. If only XiaoMo knew of its value, he would probably have hidden it away so no one could find it. After completing the task, all that was left was the Bird of Pride's contract. Ling Xiao motioned him over to XiaoMo to establish the contract. The Bird of Pride did a once-over of XiaoMo's slight frame. He ultimately resisted the urge to say, weren't there 2 options? He would have preferred to become Ling Xiao's servant. After all, a 7 sins only submitted to the strongest. However, seeing how much Ling Xiao cherished XiaoMo, his instincts told him nothing good would come out of saying what was on his mind. As the Bird of Pride showed no signs of resistance, he was very cooperative. In fact, the contract was established smoothly despite the large difference in levels. Next was the naming process. For every demon beast that XiaoMo had contracted, none had ever gotten away with it. I want to give you a name that's easy to call and sounds nice. XiaoMo stared at the bird of pride and spoke solemnly. As you wish, master. The bird of pride said in an attempt to prove his loyalty. Upon hearing these words, XiaoMo's eyes lit up. You're so tall and strong, you'll be great at playing basketball. How about calling you Lancio? Man, this name fits you so well. It's settled then. T/N, Lan equals basket. Could he retract his previous statement? Ling Xiao was thoroughly amused. He released Xiao from his dimension after a while. XiaoMo immediately shoved Xiao in front of Lancio as he introduced him. This is my newly contracted demon beast. He's your new partner, Lancio. Another unfortunate comrade, Xiao's mouth twitched. Said unfortunate comrade made a face. Lancio, this is Xiao. I have a few more Chios in my dimension, do get along well with each other. XiaoMo said to Lancio. Looks like I'm not the only unfortunate chap here. Lancio instantly felt better. After listening to this horrendous name again, Xiao has learned to keep his cool and live with it. Should he not, he would only make life hard for himself. Yet, after seeing Lancio seeming to be at peace with his situation, Xiao couldn't help the involuntary twitch on his face. XiaoMo placed them back into his dimension. Let personal issues be dealt with in there. To be honest, Xiao genuinely welcomed the new member. With the new addition, the workload in the dimension would be distributed among them. On the other hand, Lancio looked as if he had seen a ghost after hearing that XiaoMo had a pocket dimension of his own. It was impossible for a mage to create their own pocket dimension, unless they already had an independent one. Even in the higher realms, there was not more than 3 people who had it. As rare as it may be, the price to pay seemed too great for one to travel from a high realm to a mid-realm just for the sake of a pocket dimension. Lancio finally understood why as soon as he laid eyes on the spiritual lake within the pocket dimension. This dimension had the ability to accelerate the growth of magic herbs. Should news of this dimension be leaked, it would drive the strong ones in the high realm crazy. It was to die for. Lancio wasn't the only person who had guessed it. After rounds of deduction, XiaoMo and Ling Xiao could most definitely say that the other party was after the pocket dimension. Not many know about XiaoMo's pocket dimension. Only the 2 of them and the other demon beasts. They hadn't told anyone about it, and the other party still managed to track them to Dao Xian Academy. There was only one person who knew where they were. XiaoMo didn't believe that Yi Hanchershu would betray them. There must be something happening that they weren't aware of. XiaoMo felt uneasy. The Tian Xin sect was a long distance away from where they were. Even if something were to happen, they wouldn't catch wind of it. What do we do? What if something happened to the Tian Xin sect? XiaoMo looked towards Ling Xiao nervously. Probably not a major issue. Ling Xiao's words hadn't meant to comfort him. The strongest in the Tian Xin sect was Huang Jing. If anyone were to engage in a fight with him, no doubt would they lose unless they made a compromise. Given the current situation, chances were they most likely chose the latter option. You sure? XiaoMo asked hopefully. No. Couldn't you at least try to comfort me? The 2 of them walked for a distance before meeting an elder looking for them. They had been informed that the competition was over and were to return to the area outside of the barrier to gather. With no reason stated, the elder left hurriedly. It was as Ling Xiao said, the competition was cancelled. The situation must have been serious to warrant such a drastic decision. Most likely another student had been killed. According to Ling Xiao's deductions, the person named Dongshan probably knew they weren't at Uneven Slope after hearing from the murdered students. It took a 3-day journey to Uneven Slope and only half a day back to the gathering point. As they were informed later than the others, a few hundred people had already gathered at the meeting point when they arrived. Most were discussing about the sudden change in events, and from all their talk, XiaoMo discovered that indeed, students were murdered. And it was more than 2. The current death count was at 6, and all 6 were scattered along the path towards the north. No doubt the murderer was heading north. Ling Xiao was speaking with XiaoMo when he noticed someone shooting cold, unfriendly looks at him. When he turned around, he couldn't find the owner of those looks he got, only to find Tang Mengcheng and Chai Zhang in his line of sight. While those two weren't the most skilled, they still managed to take on the 5th task. It was a pity the task was completed by Tang Zai's team first, which caused them to fail their mission. What are you looking at? Curiosity had gotten the better of XiaoMo. Nothing. Just 2 fleas. Ling Xiao turned around and smirked. What's there to look at if it is 2 fleas, XiaoMo thought. A few more hours had passed. NGE's and an XiaoMo's teams had also returned. The former looked no different than when they set off. Judging by the latter's pathetic state, it seemed they had failed their mission. XiaoMo waved happily at Feng Qiyun when he saw him. Feng Qiyun, in response, notified Ing before walking towards XiaoMo. So, you got called back after all. Seeing Feng Qiyun back in one piece, he let out the breath he had held for so long. It was almost immediately that XiaoMo discovered something. You've leveled up? Congratulations. I'm just lucky. Feng Qiyun gave a humble reply. XiaoMo greatly envied him. Ever since he knew about Ling Xiao's history, he desperately wanted to level up. At this instant, a mini cat-like demon beast hopped off the top of Feng Qiyun's head onto his shoulder. XiaoMo blinked. Is this your contract demon beast? Upon hearing that, Feng Qiyun gave him an odd look before saying, it's a type of demon beast called Flaming Lion. It's the target of both NGE's and my mission. And yes, it is currently my contract demon beast. Ing gave this demon beast to you? He said, since he previously forced me to join the competition, this demon beast shall be my compensation. No wonder Ing chose the 3rd task. He wanted to catch this demon beast for Feng Qiyun. Not long after, Bailey Tianyi, Gao Yang and the rest had also returned, accompanied by a few elders. Seemed like everyone had been found. Other than the 6 unfortunate students, most came back unscathed with the exception of a few with light injuries. After accounting for the people present, the elders brought them back within the barrier. The deputy in charge of the Daoxian Academy, YNFA, was already waiting for them at the location where they had first set off. Everyone looked grim. Regarding the 6 murdered students, the Academy will conduct a thorough investigation on this matter. Should anyone have information on the perpetrator, I hope you will speak to us. YNFA directed his gaze towards XiaoMo and Ling Xiao. The killer's target was in the north, and so was their mission. It was no surprise that they were the prime suspects. Following that, YNFA did a quick debrief of the trials. While the competition was forced to stop midway, completed tasks were still considered valid, and those incomplete would receive the appropriate compensation from the Academy. YNFA then got an elder to keep a record of the extent of completion for each mission. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 327. Chapter 327, I'm so nervous. Translated by Crystal of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Even though the trials had only started 4-5 days ago, a quarter of the tasks had already been completed. Although, the most surprising fact was that all the top 5 tasks had been completed. The 5th task by Tang Yu, the 4th by Gao Yang, the 3rd by Ing, the 2nd by Bailey Tianyi, and due to the sudden turn of events, Bailey made an agreement with Zhang Yuxian to exchange the life crystal with what Zhang Yuxian wanted. As for the 1st task, no one thought Ling Xiao and his partner could do it, but they did. After YNFA had one of the elders record the results, he told everyone to leave except for Ling Xiao and XiaoMo, taking them with him. XiaoMo felt butterflies in his stomach as he pondered whether to speak of the incident with Dongshan. He was hesitant since it was related to his secret. If he chose not to tell and they came again, the commotion would not go unnoticed by the vice principal. XiaoMo looked over at Ling Xiao. If he had known earlier, he could have fully prepared a proper testimony with Ling Xiao. That was when Ling Xiao spoke directly in his mind, "Just leave this to me, you just need to nod." XiaoMo blinked in response, an indication that he understood. A while later, Yanfei finally brought them to their destination, a meeting room. Inside, 5 people stood wearing serious expressions, emitting a suffocating and oppressive pressure. There was only one person XiaoMo recognized, and that was the 5th elder Donghan. As Yanfei walked in, he gestured in obeisance towards the elder who stood in the center wearing a black cloak and spoke, "Grand Elder, I have brought them both." As the black-cloaked elder nodded with a frigidness, his piercing gaze landed on Ling Xiao and XiaoMo. XiaoMo felt his heart race as the tension caused him to break out in a cold sweat. The elder's imposing manner was so nerve-wracking that with just a glance, XiaoMo's knees almost buckled beneath him. Ling Xiao too showed a little sign of weakness as his face paled, to not raise suspicion, but not to the point of XiaoMo, of course. With the corner of his eyes, XiaoMo caught this and couldn't help but curse at Ling Xiao's award-winning acting skills. "In detail, recall the events you saw at Uneven Slopes," the Grand Elder finally spoke. His voice didn't sound old, but instead a hint of youthfulness in it. As Ling Xiao was about to speak, the Grand Elder suddenly turned to XiaoMo and said, "You'll speak instead." XiaoMo's eyes widened immediately. Did they need to be this cautious? He didn't dare look over to Ling Xiao since everyone was staring at him, as if to find some sort of clue. At this point, XiaoMo was sweating all over. He quickly tried to reorganize his scattered brain, attempting to find the right answer. After a while he finally stuttered something out, actually. As Yanfei listened to this horrific response, he felt the slight urge to palm his forehead. "Don't rush, talk slowly," he advised. Instantly XiaoMo turned to Yanfei and responded, "You are all looking at me and it makes me nervous." The corner of Yanfei's lip twitched. The reality was, facing so many dignified elders, XiaoMo felt the nervousness of being pulled out during class to recite a poem from memory. To someone of little presence as him, that kind of emotional pressure was beyond great. Not only that, he still hadn't been able to organize his thoughts, much less communicate it. After a few seconds of staring, the Grand Elder finally gave up and turned towards Ling Xiao. "You speak instead, but..." With unchanging expression, Ling Xiao started, "Yes, Grand Elder, what happened was, Ling Xiao's rendition of the events at Uneven Slopes transformed them, the main characters, into bystanders. As the two sides fought, they sneaky slipped in, and when the level 9 demon beast went to spectate, they dug up the Ling Xiao. As for who was fighting? They had no idea. Although when Dongshin come find them again, the lie would be exposed, but to deal the Grand Elder, this was the only answer. They didn't have a better reason as to why they were able to complete the task. "Is that all? Were you able to catch their appearances?" asked the Grand Elder. "No, it was too far away, but this student did see a gigantic demon beast appear above Uneven Slopes. That beast was of a deep blue color, as were his eyes, very beautiful just like the sirens. This student can tell, it was stronger than the bird of pride of Uneven Slope." Ling Xiao replied. "Could it have been the Netherworld Siren?" Yanfei immediately thought of this demon beast, and according to his description, it was most likely the case. However, how could an emperor beast appear on Longxiang continent? "Since that person dared kill one of our students, we will find them no matter what." The Grand Elder spoke, turning to XiaoMo and Ling Xiao, "You may go now, remember, do not speak a word about this to anyone." Assenting to this, the two left. After they walked out, then did the second elder speak, "Grand Elder, do you think they lied?" Before the Grand Elder replied, the elder wearing yellow, the third elder explained, "Why would they have an incentive to lie? I went with the Grand Elder to the scene. According to the scent left behind, I'm almost confident it was that Netherworld Siren. Those people wouldn't have appeared at Uneven Slopes without a reason. For the time being, keep a close eye on it. If they have an objective, they will appear again," concluded the Grand Elder. Once out of the meeting room, XiaoMo let out a sign of relief. Just as he was about to speak, Xiao stopped him. XiaoMo instantly covered his mouth. He knew the walls had ears, although there were really no walls surrounding them. In this unscientific world, something like science could just disappear, but looking at his face that spelled "I know" across it, the corner of Xiao's mouth twitched a little, but he said nothing. Once XiaoMo saw the accommodation area, he couldn't hold it in any longer. "Can I talk now?" He felt as if he was going to suffocate to death with all the queries he had. Xiao looked over. "What do you want to say?" As XiaoMo opened his mouth to speak, the corner of his eyes caught sight of everyone staring at them and quickly said, "Never mind, let's talk later." Just as if he saw an idiot, Xiao looked at him and quickly walked on. XiaoMo rubbed his nose, feeling a little guilty, and followed suit. Once they were back, XiaoMo conscientiously closed the door, and just as he was about to walk in, there was a knocking sound. Impatiently he turned to find Tang Yulin at the door, probably seeking information. Before he said anything, XiaoMo spoke. "The Grand Elder told me to not say anything." Puzzled, Tang Yulin asked, "What thing?" Anxiously XiaoMo replied, "What else could it be? It's about the death of the 6 students." Tang Yulin looked at him hesitantly and said, "My deepest condolence to you." XiaoMo, what? This sounded so familiar. Tang Yulin patted his shoulder in comfort. "People can't come back to life. I know you're sad, but you still have to give me your points." As he spoke, he pulled out his magic bag. As XiaoMo was attending the trials, he was gathering some high-level magic herbs, and it cost him a bunch of points. So, the moment XiaoMo came back, he rushed over for repayment. XiaoMo took a deep breath. He was wrong. Tang Yulin was not on the same wavelength. Level 9 magic herbs were hard to find. It took me 300 points to get 2 immature stalks and 20 or so level 8 magic herb seeds. Tang Yulin spoke with glittering eyes as he stared at XiaoMo. 150 points for 1 immature magic herb stalk didn't sound that bad, but this was the result after his constant bargaining. To obtain this deal for these 2 stalks of magic herbs, he went to find the seller every single day to converse, and only stopped until the seller sold to him. The higher level the magic herb, the less likely it was on the market, thus most of what Tang Yulin found were seeds. It was fortunate that was exactly what XiaoMo had wanted. Including the delivery fee, XiaoMo gave Tang Yulin 500 points in total. Level 8 magic herb seeds were worth a lot, but also not that much since it took hundreds of years to blossom. It was usually a hard sell, so 20 or so seeds for 100 points was not cheap, and 100 points were for the delivery. Really, who could be this generous? Tang Yulin was usually an opportunist. Sending away the miser Tang Yulin, XiaoMo was finally going to lock the door. No matter who knocked, he wasn't going to open it. But alas, as he was about to lock it, knock, knock. XiaoMo peeked out behind the door. As he saw Tongyuasu, he laughed. "Tongdage, are you here for gossip?" But Tongyuasu felt his words get stuck within his throat. "No, I'm just here to see you." "Well, you saw me." "Yes." "I won't see you out then." With a slam, he shut the door. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 328. Chapter 328, Nest Egg. Translated by Rachel of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. As XiaoMo returned to the inner chamber, he saw Xiao sitting down by the table, sipping his water, acting all cool and aloof. XiaoMo ran over to him, eagerly refilling his cup. Xiao raised his head and spared him a glance. There seemed to be mirth in his eyes, but then again XiaoMo could be mistaken. Calmly, he returned to finish his drink. XiaoMo quickly pulled a chair over and sat in front of him, then looked at him intently. Xiao put down his cup, looked at him and smirked. "Don't look at me like that, I can't control myself." XiaoMo blushed furiously as he remembered the debauchery in the forest. Feeling that he had teased enough, Ling Xiao magnanimously decided to return to the point. If you want to return to the Tian Xin sect to have a look, you need to figure out how to get out of here. Warde had a rule that allowed the top 100 strongest to leave, but only for 2 days, which was hardly enough at all. Do you have any ideas? XiaoMo looked towards him hopefully. Currently, no. Even if I did, we can't leave now. XiaoMo was puzzled. Why? 6 students from the academy were murdered. If we leave now, how do you think the old guys will react? They'll most likely send people to follow us. Unless someone sends us a message, we don't have a reason to leave. But who will send us messages? No need to worry. If Yihan really leaked our location, I'm sure it won't be long till he sends people for us. Ling Xiao replied. So all we can do is wait? XiaoMo was truly worried about his senior's safety. Or else what? The other person is already on the way here. This just means whatever has happened, happened. Even if you rush back, you won't be of help. Speaking of which, can you even defeat them? Compared to XiaoMo's worry, Ling Xiao had an air of nonchalance instead. XiaoMo had to admit that what he said was not wrong. Ling Xiao stood up. If you have time to think about such things, you might as well think about how to get stronger. You are leveling up fast, but the power of a level 7 mage is still not enough. You'll be entering the stone chamber in 3 days and it's your only chance. Miss it and you'll never have such an opportunity again. XiaoMo scratched his head frustratedly. Never mind, I'll stop thinking about it. Thinking about it was only adding to his frustration. As Ling Xiao said, he should be focusing on getting stronger now. The next day, XiaoMo and Ling Xiao went to collect their reward together. The choices of reward for first place were plentiful. Originally they were aiming for the red card, but after this period of time, they realized they didn't need it anymore. Reason being XiaoMo didn't only cultivate at the cultivation center. Cultivating there was good and all, but if one leveled up too fast it would do some damage. Occasionally he also had to refine magic pills, leaving no time to go to the cultivation center. Hence, sharing the only red card they had was the most suitable. The most precious reward for first place was a recipe for a level 9 magic pill. Seeing there was only one recipe, XiaoMo's hopes of obtaining 2 recipes were dashed. In the end, he picked a recipe for a magic pill and one of the ingredients stated on it, a level 9 magic herb. He really wanted to ask the academy for high-level magic herb seeds, and knowing the academy, they probably would have a lot of those stored somewhere. Yet, he ultimately wasn't able to. When XiaoMo was collecting his reward, he met other people. The one who got the most out of the trials and put in the least effort was Feng Qiyun. Not only did he level up during the competition, he got a flaming lion and a level 7 magic pill recipe thanks to Yinggu. To use XiaoMo's knowledge, within his power, he hadn't even needed help from Feng Qiyun. There was also another person that made XiaoMo particularly envious. That person would be Tang Yulin, who was pulled over by Bailey Tianyi. Bailey Tianyi already handed over the life crystal to Tang Yulin, who originally intended to sell it to XiaoMo until Bailey Tianyi stopped him. Under the envious looks of others, Tang Yulin kept the crystal of life. Following that, Bailey Tianyi passed the rewards to him. Here are 2 level 7 magic pills. You keep it, use it only when you are ready to reach level 7. Tang Yulin stared at jade bottle pressed into his hands before suddenly asking, can I exchange them for a level 8 magic herb? The corner of Bailey Tianyi's lips twitched. No. He didn't even have to ask to know why Tang Yulin wanted to trade for a magic herb. It was definitely related to XiaoMo. Reaching that conclusion, he glared at XiaoMo, who was not far away. It's all because of you, leading my wife astray. What did I do? XiaoMo felt wronged. I didn't even do anything. Clearly there was something wrong with how Tang Yulin thought. What a pity, seemed to be written all over Tang Yulin's face. "What about you?" he asked randomly. "He finally cares about me." Bailey Tianyi thought excitedly. "I have no use for the level 7 magic pill already. Here are 2 for you, no need to stand on ceremony." Words started to fall out of Tang Yulin's mouth slowly. "No. What I'm trying to say is, if it's for me, is it alright if I sell it?" "No." He gritted out the word. Bailey Tianyi's face darkened. Just when he was feeling his mood improve, he was pissed off again. Tang Yulin made another face that said, "Too bad, but." XiaoMo laughed so hard till he was almost out of breath. He just knew Tang Yulin had this cute dumbness to him and didn't think the way a normal person would. To put it bluntly, he was plain dumb. What people wouldn't give to make speedy progress in cultivation, and he just wanted to earn some points to live a stable life. In the next 2 days, XiaoMo trained at the red card zone accompanied by Tang Yulin. Tang Yulin didn't have a red card, but Bailey Tianyi did, which he got last year. Bailey Tianyi initially wanted to get one for Tang Yulin during the trials, but after considering his character, he gave up on the idea and chose the 2 magic pills instead. XiaoMo took a look at an unwilling Tang Yulin who was sent over by Bailey Tianyi. He sighed and asked, "What is your dream exactly, Tang Yulin?" Speaking of dreams, Tang Yulin was not the least bit unclear of what he wanted. "I want to lead a stable and comfortable life." What a peasant way of thinking. Unsurprised, XiaoMo expected it. He felt that for Tang Yulin to have such a thought, there must have been something that happened in the past. For him to be so caught up with living a stable and comfortable life, that is. XiaoMo didn't have to prod him further to find out. Tang Yulin told him everything about his past. 5 years ago, Tang Yulin was still a normal, average human being. He was born in a normal mountain village and his family led poor but happy lives. Such happiness didn't last long. When he was 4, a catastrophe devastated the village. A huge flood inundated the entire village and his parents and sister perished. 4-year-old Tang Yulin was rescued by an old beggar and became one too. The 2 depended on each other heavily and lived like that for 6 years. When Tang Yulin reached the age of 10, the old beggar passed in his sleep and he started living his life adrift as a vagabond, until he met his Shifu. His Shifu took him in as a disciple and taught him how to cultivate and write. Tang Yulin had a knack for cultivation and made speedy progress. What took others 4 to 5 years to reach, Tang Yulin only spent 2 years to reach the same level. However, his life as a vagabond had left a deep impression on him. His only dream was to live a stable and carefree life, which resulted in him slacking off in cultivation later on. Always thinking about saving up for his nest egg, planning to retire once he saved enough. His Shifu tried everything to get him to cultivate, but he paid no mind. A few years passed like this until his Shifu met his enemy, who wanted to kill everyone close to him. Unable to guarantee his disciple's safety, he decided to send him to Dao Xian Academy. The reason behind doing so? Firstly, he hoped that the drive that students have there could change his perception. Second being that the academy could keep him safe. So, 5 years just passed like that. To keep him safe, his Shifu would send messages to him every year. As for Tang Yulin, his thoughts remained as resolved as ever. After hearing his story, XiaoMo was at a loss for words. Save up enough for his nest egg, then retire. Return to the little mountain village to rest? Seeing how much he didn't care, XiaoMo couldn't help but say, "Tang Yulin, have you ever thought that with your talent, if you cultivated hard enough you wouldn't even have to save up for your nest egg? People will voluntarily send you money. That's much better than saving up for your nest egg bit by bit. You need to know, a practitioner's lifespan is very long. Saving up for a few decades may not even be enough." Tang Yulin stopped in his tracks and turned to face him slowly. "Nope." XiaoMo pressed on. "To tell you the truth, once you've reached a higher level, neither would you age nor die. You don't have to eat or poop. Until you reach that point, you won't even need a nest egg. People will fear your power, and you can lead your stable and comfortable life. Suddenly someone came up to him and disrupted his plans, telling him there was a better way. Tang Yulin's mind temporarily short-circuited. However, his subconscious was telling him that XiaoMo made sense. Why choose the difficult option when there's a better one? You're right. XiaoMo grinned. You see, you don't have to push yourself so hard to earn points. But you can't go back on your promise to help me with the magic herbs. Don't worry, I won't go back on my promise. Tang Yulin nodded. And thus, XiaoMo was able to easily accomplish what Bailey Tianyi and Tang Yulin's Shifu couldn't for years. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 329. Chapter 329, Elemental Essence. Translated by Juessence of Exiled Rebel Scanlations. After confirming his future goals, Tang Yulin, for the very first time, dragged XiaoMo to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed and XiaoMo had witnessed the full potential Tang Yulin had for cultivation. It was probably a mix of it being the first time Tang Yulin had entered the red card zone, and with his natural talent, Tang Yulin managed to break through within 2 days. No wonder Tang Yulin's master was desperate to change his thoughts. With Tang Yulin's cultivation speed, it wouldn't be long before another prodigy appeared on the 100-man rankings. XiaoMo didn't distract Tang Yulin from his cultivation, closing the door behind him as he left. After leaving the stone room, XiaoMo ran to meet up with Ling Xiao. Today was the 4th day since the trials ended, and also the day that the top 5 had to go to the 31st room in the red card zone. The meeting point was just outside the cultivation center, so he saw Ling Xiao and the others already standing there as soon as he came out. XiaoMo walked over and before he could speak, Bailey Tianyi, who stood 5 steps away from Ling Xiao, spoke up first. Is Yulin still inside cultivating? Since he had always looked after Tang Yulin, XiaoMo told him, out of the kindness of his heart, don't worry, he's very eagerly cultivating right now. When I left, he was still on it. Bailey Tianyi looked at him in disbelief. It wasn't that he doubted XiaoMo's words, but because Tang Yulin was the kind of person who could sit there and stare at nothing if you didn't push him into cultivating. XiaoMo grinned, saying, anyways, you'll never have to worry about him procrastinating on cultivating anymore. In contrast, you might have to worry about him forgetting everything to cultivate. Bailey Tianyi understood what he was implying, but no matter what, he couldn't think of how XiaoMo had managed to change Tang Yulin's opinions. XiaoMo obviously didn't seem to want to continue, running to Ling Xiao after finishing that sentence. Ling Xiao glanced at Bailey Tianyi before asking quietly, what's that about? XiaoMo laughed to himself, telling Ling Xiao everything, including Tang Yulin's backstory. After Ling Xiao heard, he said, Tang Yulin doesn't seem like someone who has experienced those things. Usually, when people were struck down over and over like that, they would easily become despairing or walk the wrong path. XiaoMo replied, it might be because of his master. From what Tang Yulin had told him, he could tell that the other's master was a very optimistic and good person. Tang Yulin might have been able to keep his forward-looking attitude under his master's careful guidance. Never mind him, Ling Xiao suddenly said, I heard your master was back. XiaoMo perked up. He had wanted to talk about the Heaven Soul scripture, but then remembered that there were many people around them and lowered his voice on purpose. When did he get back? Ling Xiao said, yesterday he came to look for you. After hearing that you were cultivating, he asked me to tell you to go to the magic herb garden tomorrow. He probably plans on handing you some training techniques. XiaoMo nodded hurriedly. This day had finally come. After 5 minutes, Yenfei finally came over. The 31st room of the red card zone was very important as it was to do with the ley line core. That was why they had to be cautious. The room was in the very center of the cultivation center. That was something XiaoMo had already known. However, he would have never thought that a transport circle would be necessary to get inside. Since the room was completely closed off, if one didn't use the transport circle, you'd be forced to break through the wall to get in. However, you'd probably be found out before you even had a chance to try. Yanfa had everyone walk into the array before he began to transport them. It barely took a second. All XiaoMo knew was a flash of white light, and then everyone appeared in a dimly lit sealed room. The room was simpler than a poor house with only 4 walls. There weren't even windows. Yanfa turned to look at everyone and said, "This is the 31st room. Now, you all have 2 hours. After 2 hours is up, I will come and bring everyone out." And then he left. Apart from XiaoMo and the others who were here for the first time, Bailey Tanny and company had already been here last year. After Yanfa finished speaking, they each found a dais to sit down at, not wasting a single moment to cultivate. Though there was only 2 hours, it was enough to compare to over a month of cultivating in the red card zone. It could be seen from this how precious these places were. Feng Qiyun was pulled over to be with Yinggu. The only reason Feng Qiyun had a chance to be here was because of Yinggu, so he didn't complain. Bailey Tanny was a little disheartened. It was a shame he hadn't been able to pull Tang Yulin over. XiaoMo pulled Ling Xiao over to 2 adjacent daises. No one talked. 2 hours seemed rather long, but in reality it would pass in the blink of an eye, especially when cultivating. XiaoMo had wanted to speak to Ling Xiao, but the room was extremely quiet. If he spoke, it would seem abrupt. Ling Xiao motioned for him to hurry up and cultivate and started to do so himself. XiaoMo had no choice but to keep his words to himself, sitting cross-legged on a dais. These daises were different from the other daises. There was no need for you to swipe your card first. Upon sitting down, you could already feel the immense energy restlessly flowing under you. The leyline core was different from spirit gems, not only just producing a large amount of spiritual energy. Like how spirit gems were the sublimation of spiritual water, the leyline core was the sublimation of spirit gems as well. However, the leyline core had something of a soul. It was like a machine that could still run without an engine. There was a legend about the leyline core. It was said that the leyline core was a cultivator's ticket to divinity. With it, breaking through to the divine level wasn't a fantasy any longer. That meant, consuming the leyline core guaranteed a breakthrough to the divine level. In addition, the leyline core was also a sacred item to mages, as well. Its value was in that it could sublimate a mage's soul. For example, if a mage's soul was purple and they consumed the leyline core, there was a chance above 80% of their soul becoming rainbow-colored. This was an immense temptation. Though talent wasn't the only deciding factor for a mage's success, it did limit how far one could go. For example, for someone with a purple soul, if they couldn't upgrade it, they would forever be stuck a level 10 mage. That meant the highest they could go was level 10. It would be impossible to progress further. Though Daoxian Academy didn't put so much of a focus on the souls of mages, those who could achieve higher states must have better souls. Even so, no one dared to try and steal Daoxian Academy's leyline core. This was because Daoxian Academy didn't just have 1 or 2 powerhouses at its side. Just the 5 elders would be enough to crush any challengers, never mind the academy headmaster or the level 10 mage Duan Qitian. The more powerhouses, the less chance of returning safely. Taking a deep breath, XiaoMo cleared his head of any unneeded thoughts and focused on cultivating. As he began to absorb the energy of the leyline core, he finally saw pools of green energy entering his body. This was the element of wood, the purest form of energy, representing life. It was the gentlest of the 5 elements, able to be put to use by anyone. No wonder people were unwilling to waste even a second in the trials. With the help of the element of wood, there was practically a 100% chance of breakthrough. XiaoMo became excited as he thought of this. It would be a shame if he didn't take the chance to absorb as much of this pure wood element energy as he could. With a thought, the white spiritual structure in his mind's eye began to move faster and faster as it absorbed the wood element energy. More and more energy creeped out of the white spiritual structure's surface, and it was quickly absorbed by the green spiritual core. When the color on the surface became the deepest it could get, the spiritual core suddenly split. By the time it had knitted itself back together, the color had gone to a faint light blue. With that, XiaoMo found that he had broken through and become a mid-grade level 7 mage. Since he had good foundations, breakthroughs for him were like the flow of water. That wasn't all. He realized that his soul force was approaching high-grade level 7. It wasn't fast, but the change was tangible. It wasn't until a sound like booming thunder rose, as if exploding right beside his ear. XiaoMo was startled harshly out of cultivation. Opening his eyes, he found that it wasn't just him who had been dragged out of cultivation like this. It was only when he saw Vice Academy head Yanfa that he realized 2 hours had passed. He realized that the aura of spiritual energy around everyone had changed slightly from before. Those who were already very strong wouldn't be able to achieve breakthrough in a mere 2 hours, but they would still have gained something from this. Their presence was much more intense, and some even had obvious smiles on their faces. After a moment, Yanfa led everyone out. It was only until after they left the others that XiaoMo asked Ling Xiao, "How do you feel?" Ling Xiao made a low hum in response. There was too little time, so it had little effect. However, it won't be long before Xian Academy closes that room, if they don't want to let the ley line run dry. The ley line core was also called the elemental essence. Its element was wood. As they used it, they were slowly depleting it. Xian Academy having used it for so long, the elemental essence was starting to burn out. If they didn't let it recover, the entire ley line would be destroyed. However, even if they let the elemental essence recover, it would need a very long time to do so, unless they found another elemental essence. This was the method XiaoMo had asked about, which could save a ley line from drying out. However, elemental essences were an extremely rare object, not something you could find just anywhere. If Longxiang continent had one, then it probably would have long since been taken by someone else. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 330. Chapter 330, Inheriting Soul Training Technique. Translated by Crystal of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. The next day, XiaoMo went to see the old man alone. He originally thought that it would take half a month before the old man came back, but he could guess the reason. With such a major event having occurred at Xian Academy, and as one of the 8 heads, the old man had a responsibility to take on, so of course he couldn't be lazy. Magic Herb Garden. XiaoMo found the old man in the pill refining room. It had been months since he had been back. At a moment of joy he rushed over and patted the old man on the shoulder. "Shifu, I'm back." Duan Qitian slowly turned his head around with an expression that could only be described as ominous. In surprise, XiaoMo's hands jerked back and let out a dry laugh. He had forgotten about the double personality. Waking up this early with that kind of an expression, it had to be the second, ill-tempered personality, and he had just patted him on the shoulder. "Shifu." With a snort and a face of displeasure, the old man said, "I don't see you for a few months and you sure got courageous." All XiaoMo could do was let out a dry chuckle, and only that. "No, disciples got no guts. No matter how much guts I eat, it wouldn't work either." In anger the old man shouted, "Why are you still standing there stupidly? Come and help." With a string of yes, XiaoMo quickly followed. He wasn't about to bring up the heavenly soul scripture to the second personality. Who knows which one actually wanted to teach him that soul training technique. Before he knew it, 4 hours had passed working in and out. XiaoMo looked up to see the sun shining brightly and wiped the sweat from his face. It should have been time for lunch, but he was still working. He knew meeting the second personality was a bad idea. Just as he was muttering to himself, the old man's voice came suddenly from the pill refining room. "Dumbass, what are you standing around for? Get over here. XiaoMo walked over compliantly. The old man's just being crazy again. This was not the time to rub him in the wrong way, or else he would drive him out. As he arrived in pill refining room, the old man was not refining pills or distilling herbs but rather drinking tea. Speaking of the tea room, XiaoMo really had to roast him. The second personality liked tea more than the first. They say tea is good for self-cultivation, but he felt the opposite. The more he drank, the worse the temper. XiaoMo asked, "Shifu, what do you need me for?" The old man shot him a look of disdain. "Didn't we get your roommate to tell you yesterday? Do you not bring your ears outside?" With happiness, XiaoMo's ears excluded all the displeasing content of that sentence. The old man was finally going to teach him the heavenly soul scripture. His 4 hours had not been wasted. Excitedly XiaoMo asked, "Shifu, when will we be start?" The old man snorted and looked at him. "Half a year and you have gotten a level higher, an okay speed. What soul training manual are you using right now?" XiaoMo went blank for a second. Shit, he couldn't say he was practicing the heavenly soul scripture. Seeing that he wasn't getting a response, the old man narrowed his eyes, a hint of light flashing in them. "What? You can't say?" XiaoMo quickly replied, "No, my current soul training manual is a manual called I Ching, a low-grade high-level manual." This was the manual he had gotten from the Paradise Realm. Although he had never used it, he had briefly scanned through it. If the old man asked more, he could recall a few lines. However, the old man didn't continue. Instead he let out a snort and sunder alike. "The manual is okay, but as my disciple, that's not good enough. If people knew my disciple was using a low-grade manual, that would put shame to my name." XiaoMo's eyes sparked with that. He was waiting for this. "Quickly teach me that soul training technique." As expected, the old man continued, "I have a better soul training manual, take it and learn from it. Don't let anyone know, especially your Deshisiang Chiu Ran. You understand?" "Understood." XiaoMo immediately nodded, but stopped halfway through. "Eh? Why couldn't Deshisiang know about this? Didn't he learn the heavenly soul scripture too?" Of course, he didn't dare ask that out loud since it would take a while to explain how he knew. The old man didn't see his confusion and threw him a jade drive. "The content of that manual is all in this jade drive. Go through it quickly and destroy it afterwards." While XiaoMo was holding the jade drive, he felt an unexplainable feeling. After he finished talking, the old man got up and left, leaving him in the tea room. XiaoMo stood still staring at the jade drive. It wasn't until half an hour later did his conscience leave the drive and he took a deep breath. This was an soul training manual called Buddha's Willow Standard. Even if it wasn't the heavenly soul scripture, he assumed that the old man was going to give him a mid-grade or high-grade high-level manual, but not a low-grade transcendent-level soul training manual. Although he was not originally from this world, living here for a few years had taught him how rare transcendent-level manuals were. It was the equivalent to an elemental essence in value, but the old man just tossed it over like it was nothing. XiaoMo felt touched. It wasn't the heavenly soul scripture, but it was still a huge surprise. No wonder he couldn't let Xiao Ran know. If he knew that Theri Shifu had a better manual, but didn't teach him, he might have other thoughts. He didn't know what happened between them for them to be so cautious of each other, but he was on the side of his Shifu. After reading the manual in the jade drive multiple times and remembering everything by heart, he followed the orders of the old man and destroyed it. When he walked out, the old man was standing in front of a bookshelf, facing away fiddling with something. Once he walked closer, he heard him talking. "Did you remember everything?" "I memorized it. The jade drive has been destroyed too." "Good, from now on train from that manual. If you don't understand anything, figure it out yourself and don't ask me." "Shouldn't you say, ask away?" The old man seemed to realize his phrasing was a little odd. He let out a cough and explained, "Your Shifu didn't learn that manual, so you have to figure everything out yourself." "But why didn't you learn this?" XiaoMo asked carefully. The old man wasn't going to hide anything about the topic, but he did look awkward. That was so out of character that XiaoMo's eyes widened and he stared blankly. The old man went from embarrassment to anger and screamed, "What are you looking at? This is a dual cultivation manual. How is an old man like me a good fit?" XiaoMo, dual cultivation manual? Don't think he was illiterate. He knew very well what these words meant. The reason he wasn't allowed to ask was this: dual cultivation. He couldn't help but imagine the old man soul training with the Buddha's willow standard, two old men. My God, it was horrid. With this XiaoMo could only stutter out, sure fu, if this is a dual cultivation manual, why did you give it to me, The old man flushed red with embarrassment and anger, giving him a look. Don't think I didn't realize you and that roommate of yours are in that kind of a relationship. XiaoMo's face turned red. Although he wasn't hiding it, being told out loud was still awkward. Especially because it was his shifu. The old man calmed down his tone. Although, this manual doesn't have to be dual, you can do it alone, but this will have a lesser effect. If you really don't want to, then just train solo. Anyways, just get out if you're done. With that he shooed him away. As XiaoMo was walking away, his head was still in shambles. An elder knew about him and Ling Zhao's relationship and gave them a dual soul training manual. It still felt unreal. In his mind, if people didn't disapprove of the relationship, that was enough. XiaoMo stood still and turned around to look at the pill refinery. Although dual cultivation was embarrassing, he did it often with Ling Xiao, so it wasn't anything he couldn't accept. Better yet, he was in a rush to get stronger, so this was welcomed. By the time he got back to his room, Ling Xiao was already there. When he saw XiaoMo's face, he couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" XiaoMo fiddled around for a bit before hesitantly telling him about the dual soul training manual. But just after he finished, he regretted it as Ling Zhao's expression was very peculiar. He swore he saw pink bubbles floating around Ling Xiao and that grin was as evil got. He couldn't help but feel an evil chill as if he dug himself into a hole. From now on, Ling Xiao would have an excuse to get him into bed whenever he wanted. Ling Xiao put his hands around XiaoMo's waist and tugged him inside with a bright smile. "XiaoMo, come, let us get inside. Tell me everything about the manual and we'll explore it together." XiaoMo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 331. Chapter 331, Cultivation. Translated by Rachel of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Despite being a low-grade transcendent level manual, the Buddha's Willow Standard was introduced inside. If one practiced this soul training manual with someone stronger than themselves, especially with a practitioner, then the effectiveness would be doubled and could be on par with a mid-grade transcendent level manual. This was such an attractive method to cultivate. Sometimes XiaoMo wondered if Shifu wasn't so old, and was slightly younger, maybe even he would swallow his pride and cultivate this way. Nevertheless, this soul training manual was simply tailor-made for XiaoMo and Ling Xiao. It said on the manual that one must find a strong partner to cultivate with. The greater the difference in power, the better it was for the mage. With Ling Zhao's power, there was no doubt that it had surpassed XiaoMo's by a great deal. Of course, dual cultivation, as one could guess from its name, was meant to help take both parties to a higher level. Ling Xiao would also benefit, but since he was so strong, it would hardly be significant. That night when the sky had just turned dark, XiaoMo was dragged onto the bed by Ling Xiao. Since he decided to cultivate using the Buddha's Willow Standard, he had no choice but to give up on the Heavenly Soul Scripture even if he was reluctant to do so. After all, he had already cultivated till the third stage and was reaching the fourth. Ling Xiao was much more enthusiastic than him. Your Shifu certainly had the foresight. Who knew this soul training manual would come in handy? Ling Xiao remarked. The corners of his mouth twitched. XiaoMo really wanted to bash Ling Xiao from the bottom of his heart. The manual was not even the slightest bit related to him. Ling Xiao wrapped his arms around his waist and carried him to bed. He smiled at XiaoMo and said, "Every moment of the spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Let's not waste any more time and begin." Immediately after he finished his sentence, he reached over to strip the clothes off XiaoMo. XiaoMo slapped his hand away. "I'll do it myself." What a pity, Ling Xiao thought. Humph. XiaoMo ignored him. While his mouth said no, his heart was looking forward to it. A minute later, the two of them had stripped off their outer coats, leaving them in their underwear. They were sitting on the bed and facing each other almost naked. Embarrassment crept up XiaoMo's face. On the other hand, Ling Xiao had a face full of mirth. The Buddha's Willow Standard had very strict requirements for people doing dual cultivation. In particular, the pair had to be highly, if not perfectly, compatible with each other. Simply put, the two people must have chemistry. Without chemistry, the fullest potential of using the Buddha's Willow Standard could not be realized. Ling Xiao peeled the pants off XiaoMo's legs and couldn't get enough of touching his perky butt. This time around, they cut down on the foreplay. When XiaoMo was sufficiently stretched, he buried himself deep within XiaoMo's body. Feeling stretched to the limit, XiaoMo let out a huff of breath. He raised one leg and forced himself to relax, wanting to get used to organ that was getting bigger inside him. Ling Xiao buried his face in XiaoMo's neck and slowly expelled the breath he was holding. Even when he hadn't started moving, he could already feel a numbing sensation within him. Ling Xiao licked his lips. He really wanted to start thrusting now. However, after seeing the youth's body beneath him flushed from passion yet trying hard to suppress it, he decided against doing so. Thrusting could wait until cultivation was over. Ling Xiao pulled his waist closer and sat XiaoMo on top of him, closing the distance where they were connected. "Are you done?" he asked, voice already husky from desire. "Yeah," XiaoMo huffed and let out a small moan as he slightly readjusted his position. While it was only a small movement, it still fanned his desire, causing his member to widen in girth, but he embraced XiaoMo tightly. Being able to enter but not devour him certainly felt horrible. Considering it was their first time doing dual cultivation, they weren't very familiar with the steps, but it'd get better with more practice. "Let's start," XiaoMo said as he blushed. In that moment, a pale blue crystal started turning in his mind. The surface of his skin started to glow with many colors. His soul was projecting. Ling Xiao lowered his head and kissed him. Following the instructions on the Buddha's Willow Standard manual, they began to cultivate. Deep into the silent night, moans of pleasure could be heard. Under the moonlight, two silhouettes embraced tightly, tangled up in each other's limbs. Heated breaths brushed across a youthful face drowned in passion. Accompanied by pleasured moans, tongues danced sensually together between locked lips, only parting unwillingly when XiaoMo was out of breath. Ling Xiao buried his head in the crook of his neck, lapping and sucking at the expense of his nape hungrily. Everywhere he touched, he left a trail of angry red love bites. XiaoMo parted his lips, panting hard. The traces of pain and numbness on his neck blurred together. He couldn't help himself and let out a moan he wasn't able to suppress. The loud slapping of skin on skin never seemed to cease. XiaoMo finally couldn't take it and pushed the body above him. Too fast, slow down," he complained. There weren't many steps on the Buddha's Willow Standard, therefore dual cultivation shouldn't take long. They actually finished cultivating 2 hours ago, but the friction from dual cultivation had awoken their desires, so strong as if they were drowned by a crashing wave. XiaoMo wasn't sure if it was because Ling Xiao had been pent up for too long, as his movements became more forceful. Hearing his pleas, a husky, desire-laden voice spoke into his ear. "Do you really mean it?" Ling Xiao chuckled. As XiaoMo wished, the aggressive thrusting slowed. Yet, the movements that felt 100 times slower teased XiaoMo's senses even more. The tingling numbness felt like thousands of ants crawling over his body. This might as well be another form of torture. XiaoMo didn't want to lose. He gritted his teeth and suppressed his moans. Ling Xiao laughed again. Just when XiaoMo was guessing what he would do next, the stretch he felt behind was suddenly replaced with a hollow feeling within. Ling Xiao had withdrawn his member. XiaoMo stared in shock. In the next second, Ling Xiao entered him again. He pushed his member in bit by bit, slowly rubbing against XiaoMo's inner walls. This time, the tingling numbness felt amplified by a few hundred times. The fact that his body was modified by spiritual water made him more sensitive than ever. XiaoMo couldn't bear it anymore. "Move it, you asshole, Now do you still want me to slow down?" Ling Xiao laughed devilishly beside his ear. XiaoMo blushed furiously. No. He suddenly regretted cultivating the Buddha's willow standard. If every night was going to be like this, he might as well cultivate using the heavenly soul scripture. Receiving the answer he wanted, Ling Xiao gave a satisfied laugh and delivered one powerful thrust. Waves of pleasure coursed through his veins from the delicious friction, seeming many times stronger than what he usually felt. XiaoMo screamed as he reached his release. "This is so not worth it," XiaoMo thought bitterly. As he was spent, his member had already softened. XiaoMo was debating whether to help Ling Xiao with his release when suddenly, he was grabbed down there. A few strokes later and he was up again. XiaoMo stared at his hardened member frustratingly. Seems like men really think with their dicks. In the past, he completely wouldn't agree with this statement. Now, he couldn't even deny it. The night went on until the break of dawn. When XiaoMo woke up, he felt as if his body had been dismantled and reassembled again. His legs in the place where they were connected last night, he couldn't feel them anymore. Noticing him stir, Ling Xiao returned from the outer chamber. He handed a cup of water after seeing XiaoMo's cracked lips. XiaoMo accepted it. His throat felt so parched as if it was on fire. Must have been too loud last night. Suddenly, he thought of something and spluttered, spraying water all over Ling Xiao. XiaoMo couldn't be bothered about that. He grabbed Ling Xiao by the collar and asked, "Did anyone hear us last night?" He forgot that the dormitories of Ward A and Ward B were different. The rooms were closer to each other and it wasn't a small pavilion. Just being slightly louder and others would hear. With how loud he was being last night, he definitely had been heard by others. Ling Xiao held his hands. "Don't worry. I erected a barrier last night. No one can hear." XiaoMo wasn't worried anymore. "Oh yes, you've leveled up." Ling Xiao said it so plainly as if he was saying, "Oh, have you eaten yet?" XiaoMo paused for a moment. Last night he was so focused on something else he didn't even take stock of the results from dual cultivation. It couldn't be that he'd leveled up to high grade level 7 in one night. That was too fast. XiaoMo happily did a check and he was stunned. In one night, he leaped from middle grade to low grade level 8. How was that possible? Seeing his stunned expression, Ling Xiao had expected it. As he sat by the bed he said, "The difference in our levels is too large. This result is expected, but I suspect the change in levels won't be that significant anymore in future. Doing it a few more times shouldn't be a problem." XiaoMo raised his head and looked at him before cursing, "Fuck you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 332. Chapter 332, Zhao Dazhou. Translated by Rachel of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. From that day on, XiaoMo was frequently dragged onto the bed by Ling Xiao in the name of dual cultivation. As what Ling Xiao said, leveling up became slower after the first time they did dual cultivation. However, compared to the Heavenly Soul scripture, it was still faster. XiaoMo never stepped foot in a cultivation center after that. These few days he was rapidly leveling up, from a low-grade level 7 to low-grade level 8. And it hadn't even been a month or two. Worried that there would be repercussions for his speedy progress, XiaoMo frequented the old man's pill refinement room daily. After spending some time observing, Duan Qitian was finally able to ascertain his third disciple's character. An idiot, that's what he was. But it was also the very same idiot that made him want to pass on all his knowledge and wisdom to. While he may scold him frequently, he was never half-assed when it came to teaching XiaoMo. XiaoMo worked for him willingly. One could even say XiaoMo was enjoying the process as his treasury in his dimension grew. For example, a rare magic pill recipe that he lacked. The old man's collection was not to be underestimated. 10 days passed like that. It had been half a month since the trials. The academy was still investigating the murders at the trials, and so Gao Yang had also become busy with work. As he was the leader of the patrol team, he had to organize and send people out to patrol, with he himself going on patrol occasionally. On this day, XiaoMo ran into Gao Yang, who happened to be looking for him when he returned. Gao Yang had already been awaiting his return for quite a while. "Gaodage, what brings you here today?" XiaoMo looked toward Gao Yang in surprise. Gao Yang downed his cup of water before he began. He said, "You're finally back, fellow you. Indeed, I have matters to speak to you about. This morning, when my companions were out patrolling, they met a guy who said he knew you and wanted to meet you. He asked my companions to deliver the message to you. That person looked suspicious, but he doesn't seem to be lying, so I thought about asking if you knew him. If you don't, then I'll get people to get rid of him." XiaoMo looked towards Ling Xiao. "That person is Zhao Dazhou." Ling Xiao answered. XiaoMo's eyes blew wide open. Ling Xiao's words really came true. No doubt Yihan really sent someone to look for them. Zhao Dazhou had already found them much earlier, but due to the academy restricting the movements of outsiders, he could only wander around Yin City for days. It was until he could wait no longer that he decided to look for an opening in the patrol team. Zhao Dazhou had luck on his side. Gao Yang just happened to be in charge of the patrol team that day. While the second in charge was suspicious of Zhao Dazhou's words, he still carried the word to Gao Yang as he knew how close he was with XiaoMo. "Where is he now?" XiaoMo grabbed Gao Yang's hands. "I got my men to arrange for him a place to stay and a rest stop in Yin City. The academy doesn't allow outsiders in, so if you want to meet him, you have to go out." XiaoMo nodded his head. He never expected Zhao Dazhou to come see him. As both XiaoMo and Ling Xiao were on the top 100 strongest, they were given the chance to leave the school one time this month. Even if it was a measly 2 days, it was enough. The next day, XiaoMo ran to tell the old man he was taking 2 days off. As expected, he got reprimanded, and with the help of Gao Yang, he and Ling Xiao left the academy together. This was the second time XiaoMo and Ling Xiao entered Yin City. Ever since he entered Dao Xian Academy, he had never gone out. This time, he went out with a different feeling from before. The rest stop that Gao Yang has arranged for Zhao Dazhou to stay at was in the business district of the city. Initially, when Zhao Dazhou was being watched by Gao Yang's men, he was held in a place where conditions couldn't be considered great. However, after finding out he was XiaoMo's acquaintance, Gao Yang had his men move him to somewhere with better living conditions. On the day of visit, the crowd at the business district seemed larger than before, especially nearer the Lei Tian platform. Having his mind set on meeting Zhao Dazhou, XiaoMo couldn't care less about the crowd. Instead, it was Ling Xiao who took a glance in the direction of the Lei Tian platform. Thinking he was interested, Gao Yang explained, "Recently a few weirdos entered Yin City. They are always challenging the strong ones in Yin City. It's rumored they haven't lost once yet, and very arrogant too. That good? Doesn't Yin City have a lot of strong people? XiaoMo turned around immediately. It is as you said. But amongst those weirdos, there seems to be one person who is especially strong. Many have lost to him. Gao Yang replied XiaoMo. Where do they come from? Not sure, they were only here a few days ago. XiaoMo stopped with his questions. They had already arrived at their destination. In treating a friend of a friend, Gao Yang was very generous. He chose the best rest stop in the business district for Xiao. With Gao Yang leading them, XiaoMo rushed to the room, only to find it empty. Xiao wasn't in the room, and not even Gao Yang's men who stayed to keep watch could be found. Just when everyone was still in shock, a waiter walked in and asked, "Are you looking for the guests of this room?" "Yes, do you know where he is?" XiaoMo asked immediately. The waiter fumbled for a piece of paper before handing it to him. "The guest has requested me to pass this to you, Ot." "What's written on it?" Ling Xiao asked. XiaoMo crumpled the paper into a ball. Zhao Xixiang said he hasn't visited Yin City before, so he got Gaodage's men to show him around. He said he'll be back at about 9:45 a.m. Zhao probably knew they needed time to get from Dao Xian Academy to where he was, but what he didn't know was that they were already there early in the morning. Faster than what he expected. Don't worry. If he still can leisurely stroll on the streets and shop around, it means nothing major has happened to Tian Xian sect. Ling Xiao comforted him. After thinking about that, XiaoMo found that Ling Xiao made sense and stopped worrying. However, Zhao Xixiang said he'll be back around 9 to 11 a.m. It's past 11 already and he's not back. Do you think something could have happened to him? How about this, I'll go ask around. Gao Yang got his transmitter stone out. It was something that every member of the patrol team carried around, main purpose being for communication. Before Gao Yang even did anything, his transmitter stone lit up, followed by a voice of a team member. "Captain, it's bad." He briefly asked a few more questions before hurrying to the Lei Tian platform with XiaoMo and Ling Xiao. Good thing the business district wasn't far from Lei Tian platform, as they managed to reach it in 15 minutes. The situation at Lei Tian platform was similar to the scene they saw before. The crowds surrounded the stage, and by looking up one could see two people challenging each other up on stage. XiaoMo stared hard. Wasn't one of them his fifth Xixiang Xiao? They were only a tad bit late, and Xiao had managed to go from shopping on the streets to fighting on the stage. For one to get into this much trouble, it could be considered a talent. Gao Yang's teammate Dingshi had long been waiting for them. He looked utterly relieved when he saw them. "You're finally here, Captain. I was worried to death," he said helplessly. "So? What happened?" Gao Yang questioned. "Recently wasn't there a group of people who go around challenging the strong ones in Yin City? When fellow Xiao and I were out today, we didn't expect to meet those guys. Fellow Xiao had a brush with them and somehow they ended up in the arena. They're preparing to fight it out now, but please try and talk to him, he can't win," Dingshi explained. XiaoMo immediately started to shove people out of the way to get nearer to the stage. Ling Xiao followed closely behind, taking care of those that were grumbling about being shoved. When they reached the innermost circle of the crowd, XiaoMo could finally clearly see the people up on stage. In front of Xiao stood a young man. He was a practitioner, no doubt about that. XiaoMo was filled with rage. He felt fire burning in his eyes at what he saw. Xiao was only a mage. His opponent was a practitioner who was decently strong. How could he be so foolish as to get involved with such an opponent and dare to challenge the guy on stage? Yet, XiaoMo also knew that, without a special reason, Xiao wouldn't seek the other party out to challenge him. HNG. An idiot who doesn't know his limits. Let's see who'll save you now. The young man spat out condescendingly. Backing down was never in Xiao Dazhou's vocabulary. How about you pray for someone to save your sorry ass, you piece of shit? The young man's face darkened. While Xiao Dazhou's words were crude, people couldn't help but laugh at it. Some even laughed out loud, including XiaoMo. You will pay for this. The young man spoke darkly. TCH. Cutting all the useless talk, Xiao Dazhou summoned his life-bound contract beast. Xiao, show him who's boss. A mage's soul had the power to attack, but Xiao Dazhou didn't learn that. The only card up his sleeve was the six-winged divine tiger that XiaoMo had gifted him in the past. Now, the six-winged divine tiger was no longer the ball of fluff it was before. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 333. Chapter 333, Sneaky Actions. Translated by Rachel of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Idiot. What's so great about a high-level demon beast? I can even defeat you without my life-bound contract demon beast. The young man scoffed as he saw Xiao Dazhou summon his contract demon beast. As a spiritual 5-star practitioner, the young man could have easily crushed Xiao Dazhou if not for the six-winged divine tiger he had. After all, he also had a life-bound contract demon beast of his own. Hearing this, Xiao Dazhou rolled his eyes. Remember what you said. If you have the balls, don't use your contract demon beast. You want to goad me into doing that? As you wish then. The young man smiled evilly. He knew what Xiao Dazhou was trying to get him to do. If Xiao Dazhou was able to make such bold retorts, it would also mean that he was confident of winning. Moreover, for someone as proud as the young man himself, using his life-bound contract demon beast against someone like Xiao Dazhou was nothing more than an insult to his pride. Xiao Dazhou was waiting for these very words. Of course, he knew this young man was no ordinary guy. This guy must have been extremely confident to lay down such claims. But Xiao Dazhou too had faith in himself. From a normal person's point of view, Xiao Dazhou couldn't even be on par with the young man. But that was a given that it was a normal situation. Xiao Dazhou shouted out a command to the six-winged divine tiger in front of him. Xiao, show him who he's messing with. The expression on the six-winged divine tiger changed after Xiao Dazhou gave the command. No longer the clueless little ball of fluff, it seemed to have become more intelligent. Its body grew to be more than 4 or 5 times larger than Xiao Dazhou in less than 2 years. And when it jumped, it reached heights of 4 to 5 meters high. Now, this agile creature was charging towards the young man not far away. The young man snorted dismissively, easily dodging the tiger that threw itself at him. As if his contempt wasn't evident enough, such a move seemed to outrightly mock Xiao Dazhou. Six-winged divine tiger's power was at level 8 4-star. While the tiger's power looked like it's lower than the young man's by a star, demon beasts are naturally stronger than humans, which meant the power difference could be easily compensated by their superior physical build and bloodline. In the first few exchange of blows, neither got the upper hand. XiaoMo watched unworriedly. Ling Xiao, do you think Xiao Shixiang can win? Ling Xiao seemed slightly bored by the spectacle, but surprisingly he gave XiaoMo an unexpected answer. Yes. XiaoMo whipped his head around to look at him. What makes you so sure? Does your Xiao Shixiang look like the type to act rashly? Ling Xiao replied. XiaoMo gave it some thought. Yeah. Oh, alright. I meant that he was like that in the past. Now he looks like he's matured. Doesn't seem to be a rash guy anymore. XiaoMo laughed awkwardly. Ling Xiao gave him a side glance before saying, on the surface it may look like the six-winged divine tiger is only a level 8 4-star, but it's not going all out yet. Its true power probably can be suppressed. To be honest, for that cute little tiger to cultivate from 0 to level 8 4-star within less than 3 years since it was born was considered quite fast. While such progress could be greatly attributed to absorbing its mother's concentrated spirit, its own hard work and talent should also not be dismissed. If what Ling Xiao said was true, that the power of the six-winged divine tiger was greater than level 8 4-star, then such growth could be considered horrifying. As they were having their conversation, the fight between the young man and the six-winged beast was getting more and more heated. The young man obviously underestimated the six-winged divine tiger as he was ultimately forced to take out his weapon, a long, black bow with intricate details carved into its grip. There were no arrows, but as the young man drew the bow, a dark red arrow immediately manifested between the bow and the taut bowstring. The man aimed it at Zhao Dazhou, who was standing on the edge of the arena. The arrow zipped through the air and straight for Zhao Dazhou. The six-winged divine tiger immediately stopped its attack in midair and ran towards Xiao Dazhou. The young man noticed and smirked. He rushed to stop the tiger, but the tiger barely spared him a look before bursting into an even greater speed. In almost 1/100th of a second, its speed increased more than 2 times its original. The six-winged beast grabbed Xiao Dazhou and dodged. However, it was as if the arrow had a built-in radar, following Xiao Dazhou wherever he went. The six-winged beast put Xiao Dazhou on the ground immediately. Its energy rose up suddenly as its level immediately broke out of 4-star to 5-star, and yet, the progress hadn't stopped. The six-winged divine tiger didn't bother to pull back punches anymore. It roared before hitting the arrow flying towards them with a punch. As the two forces collided with each other, the air manifested into visible airstreams and spread out in all directions with what seemed to be the need to destroy. A few seconds later, the arrow shattered. The young man looked grim. He now knew where all that confidence Xiao Dazhou had came from. The six-winged divine tiger's power actually rose from 4 stars to 7 stars. 3 whole stars. Judging by the situation now, he was the weaker one instead, and the difference in power was definitely greater than just 1 star. Below the stage, the people who came together with the young man looked no better. One of them even said, "We were wrong about this one. This guy, Xiao Dazhou, is not that simple after all. Boss Cheng, if we let this continue, the young master will lose." The youth beside him said worriedly. Previously, the young master had promised not to use his contract demon beast. Furthermore, his words were heard loud and clear by everyone present. Should he go against his own words, he would most definitely lose face. But if he were to lose to a level 5 mage, it would be a greater insult than the former. The middle-aged man clearly knew the severity of the issue. He debated about what to do before finally giving the word. "I know what to do. Later on, if the young master can't win, I'll help in the dark." While there were many strong people in Yen City, the real strong individuals would not personally stand out to help. There might be many strong ones near Lei Tian platform, but with their current level of power, calling him out on his actions was nearly impossible. The fight soon became a countdown match. Due to the six-winged divine tiger's surge in power, the young man was no match for the beast. Even with his weapon in hand, the power difference of 2 stars made it near impossible for them to be on par. Not only that, the six-winged divine tiger had unimaginably strong combat power. While the young man might have been strong, it was clear he was lacking in combat experience. Very soon he became the receiving end of the attacks. With one hand placed on the edge of Lei Tian's stage, the middle-aged man secretly sent an invisible force towards the six-winged beast who was currently having the upper hand. As he expected, no one in the vicinity of Lei Tian platform was more powerful than him. Yen City wouldn't send an imperial or emperor level just for this brawl. One must also keep in mind that powerful individuals like himself were basically considered the backbone of powerful and prestigious families. Even if he were to manipulate the situation from behind the scenes, it would be hard to tell. However, he forgot about one person. Ling Xiao couldn't just sit back and watch Xiao Dazhou's demon beast get defeated by some underhanded tricks. No matter what, Xiao Dazhou was use XiaoMo's Xixiang. He already noticed when the middle-aged man made his move. In that instant when the tiger was going to finish off the young man with a swipe of its paw, a loud sound could be heard. About 4 to 5 meters away from where the man and beast stood, a slab of stone exploded. The sudden change stunned everybody. The six-winged divine tiger slowed down because of the commotion. Seeing his chance, the young man seized the opportunity to retreat, narrowly escaping the death blow. So this is how you guys defeat so many of Yen City's powerful people on Lei Tian stage? Use underhanded means when you can't win. How interesting. A voice spoke mockingly. The middle-aged man's expression darkened. Never did he imagine that he would be found out, and he couldn't even find where the voice came from. It didn't take much for a person to put two and two together. An explosion occurring on Lei Tian platform for no apparent reason, and coincidentally when the six-winged divine tiger was about to win? If not for the explosive destruction, the demon beast would have crushed the insolent young man long ago. Someone dared to cheat on the holy Lei Tian platform? The crowd started to buzz. The people of Yen City saw the battles on Lei Tian platform of nothing short of holy. Such incidents had never happened before, and now these outsiders dared to do such a thing like cheating to desecrate their holy stage. Hard to say, maybe even the past few battles were won using such dirty tricks. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 334. Chapter 334, Return. Translated by Column CD and Crystal of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. It was only after overhearing everyone's discussion did Xiao Dazhou realize that someone had sneaked in and attacked them during the duel. Fortunately, someone strong saved them, otherwise Xiao Hu and him could have lost. Just as Xiao Dazhou thought to look for the person who rescued Xiao Hu and him, an excited voice arose from below the stage. Fifth Xiong, we're here. The voice was exceptionally familiar and Xiao Dazhou, for a moment, didn't react. When he saw the person waving at him from below the stage, Xiao Dazhou was so thrilled that he bounced over and even forgot to call back his cute little tiger. Little shitty, I've finally found you. Xiao Dazhou hugged XiaoMo with such eagerness that his eyes nearly fell out. Only heaven knew the struggles he went through on the road from Tianxian sect to Yen City. XiaoMo was also happy to be able to see a familiar face in a foreign land. Like two overgrown kids, XiaoMo and Xiao Dazhou spun around as they hugged. This was a rare moment when Ling Xiao did not stop him from getting too close to another man. The Lei Tian platform was naturally not a good place to talk, and Xiao Dazhou could be considered a main player during the incident, so there was many who were paying close attention. Therefore, XiaoMo refrained from the serious business and instead asked about how he had started the feud with the youngster on the way. The cause of this incident could be said to be due to Xiao Dazhou's incitement. However, the continuation was not all completely his fault. It was the first time that Xiao Dazhou and the cute little tiger had visited such a big city, so they were naturally shocked to witness such a sight. It was rare for the cute little tiger was to be so interested, thus the human and beast enthusiastically strolled around. During that, the cute little tiger accidentally knocked into that youngster, and even stained his clothes with something dirty. As one could imagine, the youngster was not very forgiving. Xiao Dazhou soundly apologized, but the youngster refused to budge on teaching the cute little tiger a lesson. Xiao Dazhou took offense, thus sparked the duel at the Lei Tian platform. Fortunately, the incident had been resolved, and thus the youngster and his entourage became but a brief interlude. The party hastily returned to the inn. Since it concerned personal business, on the way, Gao Yang and his teammates bid their farewells and returned to Daoxian Academy. Closing the door, XiaoMo even let Ling Xiao put up a layer of wards on the outside of the room to prevent others from eavesdropping. But Ling Xiao just looked at him with disdain. Fifth Xiong, tell me quickly, what happened to the Tianxian sect? Was it Yi Shishu who sent you here? Once he opened his mouth, XiaoMo shot out a barrage of questions. Xiao Dazhou knew that his little shitty was very anxious. He had been prepared to tell him about this matter, so he explained calmly and thoroughly, for the time being, the Tianxian sect is all right. You don't need to worry. It is indeed Yi Shishu who sent me to look for you. Originally, the best candidate to send over to XiaoMo was Feng Qinyue, as he was more tactful. However, Feng Qinyue and Fu Zilin had left the Tianxian sect a year ago to go on a journey, and no one was sure when they would be back. Yihan couldn't possibly have sent a random person to look for XiaoMo and Ling Xiao, therefore he could only resort to Zhao Dazhou, the one who XiaoMo was usually the closest to. Zhao Dazhou did not disappoint him either. Knowing that XiaoMo could be in danger, he took on this task without demur and did not even ask for a reason. However, Yihan did fill him in a little. XiaoMo discovered that everything proceeded as per Ling Zhao's speculations, and asked, then, it was Yishirshu who revealed the information that were in Daoxian Academy? Zhao Dazhou was not thick, and he knew what XiaoMo was alluding to. Zhao Dazhou said, it was indeed Yishirshu who revealed that information. However, you should not blame him either, as he did it for the sake of the Tianxian sect. Those people were just too strong. If he did not reveal it, only destruction awaited the Tianxian sect. Then did he not consider our situation? XiaoMo said with a tint of distraught. Zhao Dazhou suddenly laughed. Yishirshu said that you guys would be fine. Actually, in the beginning, he did not believe it either, as those people were truly strong. Even the sect master and the great elders could not beat them, but now seeing them completely fine, he believed in Yihan's words. What does that mean? Asked Ling Xiao. Zhao Dazhou looked at Ling Xiao. He never understood why his Xiaoshidi would be together with this person, but since this was his choice, there was nothing Zhao Dazhou could say. And proven by the situation, if Ling Xiao was not by his Xiaoshidi's side, his Xiaoshidi would not have come out unharmed. Yishirshu said you're stronger than those people, and you guys were living in Daoxian Academy. No matter how strong those people were, they would not dare to challenge the Daoxian Academy. Therefore, even if he told them your whereabouts, they could not have done anything to you guys either. He sure is confident. Ling Xiao said as he smirked. This Yihan was not to be taken lightly. In fact, he was more suitable to be the sect master. Unfortunately, he had his ambitions elsewhere, otherwise Zhou Peng would not be the one in the sect master's position. XiaoMo also had to admit that Yihan's actions were correct. With one move, he could let them know that there were people coming, harboring ill will, and protect the Tianxian sect. It was just like killing two birds with one stone. Although half of XiaoMo's memories from the Tianxian sect were not good, the current Tianxian sect was not the same as the past, and he no longer wished for the eradication of the Tianxian sect. In addition, Yishirshu told me to convey something to you guys. Zhao Dazhou continued. Yishirshu said that the reason those people would have knocked on the Tianxian sect's door would be related to your hometown, Peach Blossom Village. Furthermore, Jiang Lu, who also originated from Peach Blossom Village and joined the Tianxian sect together with you, disappeared after the event. Yishirshu also said that if you want to know the truth, it's best to head to Peach Blossom Village. Maybe you'll be able to unveil the truth. T/N, Jiang Lu first appeared in Chapter 1. He came from the same hometown as XiaoMo and was also the one who helped Tang Yinqi kidnap XiaoMo in Chapter 71. XiaoMo felt deeply that he would have to make a trip back as expected. Ling Xiao was indifferent to it all. He had never objected to returning, and they needed to get to the bottom of this matter. Otherwise, it was not possible for them to determine the real objective of that group. How did Jiang Lu disappear? Some memories surfaced for XiaoMo after hearing this familiar name once more. Naturally, the memories were nothing good. Zhao Dazhou shook his head. We don't know, he just disappeared suddenly. He had no real impression of Jiang Lu. The Tianxian sect did dispatch some people to look for him after he disappeared, however they were unable to find him. XiaoMo did not have a favorable impression of Jiang Lu and simply asked out of a token of curiosity, then stopped. For now, they had to take leave as soon as possible for a trip back and to clarify the sequence of events for them to deal with the aftermath. After that, XiaoMo felt worried about Zhao Dazhou, and told Ling Xiao to take him into his dimension. For the time being, it was inconvenient for him to know about XiaoMo's dimension. Not that he was afraid that Zhao Dazhou would reveal it, but he was afraid that if he knew it, it would bring disaster upon him. Zhao Dazhou also wanted to experience what an expert's dimension was like, so he agreed to enter into the dimension once they have returned to Daoxian Academy. When they finished talking, XiaoMo accompanied Zhao Dazhou out to Yen City on a stroll around the city. He himself was not very familiar with Yen City either, so the two went crazy for a whole day before showing some constraint. They were unaware that others had been monitoring them for the entirety of the day. Only until XiaoMo prepared to return to Daoxian Academy did those people cease their surveillance. As there were many who were strong in Daoxian Academy, their spies were unable to enter. However, unbeknownst to them, after they left the inn, someone visited the room that Zhao Dazhou stayed in. Yet they were foreordained to miss the person they were looking for. Damn it! The youngster ferociously punched the table. The table was of good quality, but even so it was unable to bear the youngster's strength, and with a bang, it collapsed. The youngster was the one from yesterday who got into a conflict with Zhao Dazhou. A middle-aged man spoke. "Master, there is no need to be angry since they'll pay eventually. Although I didn't expect them to be acquaintances." In a malicious tone the youngster said, "You're right, we'll get them together." Back at Daoxian Academy, XiaoMo knew that 2 days weren't going to be enough for his excursion, so he needed an extension. For the application to go through immediately, he went to find the old man. The old man was one of the academy's heads, so if he approved, XiaoMo didn't need to go through anyone else. For the success of getting the old man to approve, XiaoMo specifically waited till the day the first personality came out to speak of him going back to his old home. As expected, the first personality was easier to convince than the second. Just after he told him of the issue, the old man approved his vacation. It was so quick and simple that XiaoMo felt teary-eyed. He really treasured the first personality more. Once Feng Qiyun and Tong Yuesu found out he was going to leave for a while, arrived a day before his departure to say goodbye, only to find he was already level 8. Then, as silently as they came, left. Tang Yulin didn't join them since he was still at the cultivation center. He'd pretty much stopped eating and sleeping to train. This almost made Bali Tianyi go insane. Although the problem of Tang Yulin being too lazy to train was solved, another arose. If he wasn't at the Gravity Mountain, he was at the cultivation center, a direct cause of their plumping in bedtime. It must be said, once you had experienced it once, quitting, like alcohol, was difficult. On a morning 2 days later, XiaoMo and Ling Xiao left Daoxian Academy together. The moment they made sure no one was trailing them, Ling Xiao pulled Zhao Dazhou out. "I'm never going in that dimension again," exclaimed Zhao Dazhou as he got out. Faced red from holding in his breath, he had thought that the dimension was a magical place, but instead there was nothing. XiaoMo glanced at him. "Even if you wanted, there wasn't going to be another chance." Zhao Dazhou choked a bit. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 335. Chapter 335, The Tian Xin Sect. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. From Yen City, the fastest way to return to the Tian Xin sect was through the use of a transport circle. The current XiaoMo was no longer the same old XiaoMo. Be it in strength or in the psychological aspect, all aspects had increased. The transportation circle was no longer a hurdle for him. The mode of transport used by XiaoMo and Ling Xiao the last time they came to Yen City was by riding the gigantic Firebird. The location they disembarked from the gigantic Firebird was at the outskirts of Yen City, and the transportation circle they were going to be traveling by was nearby. The three immediately hurried out after exiting the city gates. It took them less than half an hour to reach the transfer point. The transfer point had many transport circles, and the circles were organized up based on the transportation distance. They were going back to the south and would be covering a very long distance, thus they needed to use the largest transport circle. The price of using the transport circle was much more expensive than what XiaoMo and Ling Xiao paid when they first came from Nanyi City. They paid 100,000 gold coins at that time. Such a sum was already considered to be expensive. But now, the price had more than doubled and they were required to pay 200,000 gold coins per person. The upside was that Yen City's transport circle would bypass Heiyin village and they would be sent directly to the in the middle of nowhere Nanyi City. Unfortunately, transport circles only ran one way, thus people were unable to be sent directly from Nanyi City to Yen City. Zhao Dazhou was speechless when he heard this, although the journey from the north to south is very far, but this price is too outrageous. All the gold coins that I am carrying have already been spent. Yi Han gave him a lot of gold coins before he sent Zhao Dazhou to look for XiaoMo. At that time, Zhao Dazhou was surprised at the large sum. He was only just going to find his little shitty. In his estimation, the journey there and back should not cost that much gold coin. Contrary to his expectations, all his gold coins had been nearly spent before even finding the person he was tasked to. Furthermore, the commodity prices in Yen City were too expensive. Only then did he realize why Yen Shirshu had let him carry more gold coins. XiaoMo took out 600 crystal coins and passed them to the person in charge of the transport circle. One crystal coin was equivalent to 1,000 gold coins. 600 would naturally be 600,000. As he never had a need to use these coins, he was still able to afford the measly sum of 600 crystal coins. The present did not even feel that distressed about spending this amount anymore, as he had never once used the crystal coins since he had entered Daoxian Academy. Zhao Dazhou was nearly drooling upon witnessing this scene. He had heard of this stuff called crystal coins but had never seen them before. Seeing his little shitty take out 600 coins in a blink of an eye, he was envious to the max. Zhao Dazhou was tempted and after hesitating for a moment, he cajoled, "Xiao shitty, these crystal coins are very pretty. Can I have a few of them?" When he finished speaking, the mini Xiaowu riding on his shoulder also cried out in echo of his request. Xiaomo's mouth twitched and he threw 5 crystal coins to him in passing. Zhao Dazhou was so fond that he could not bear to let go of the coins and even threw one to Xiaowu to play with. With 2 claws holding a crystal coin that was almost the same size as him, the cute little tiger looked at it in a daze. He looked just like the first time they met him, when the tiger used 2 claws to hug his mother's life crystal. This gave one the impression that he did not progress much. XiaoMo could not refrain from asking something he had always been curious about. "Fifth Xixian, how did Xiaohu's cultivation base rise so high? Was there some stroke of luck?" Zhao Dazhou breathed out on the crystal coins and used his sleeve to polish them, looking just like a miser. XiaoMo frowned as he saw this. Only when Zhao Dazhou caught sight of his expression did he say, "It's not a stroke of luck." However, the barrier to the Paradise Realm disappeared a year after you guys left the Tianxian sect. XiaoMo was astonished. What in the world happened? Zhao Dazhou explained, "I'm also not too sure about it." After the barrier disappeared, the entire Paradise Realm appeared in front of everyone and many people ran over to hunt for treasure. There were both humans and demon beasts going treasure hunting and it was extremely chaotic. Xiaohu acquired an inheritance in the Paradise Realm, that's why he has his current cultivation base. As for the method to conceal his cultivation base, it was also included in the cute little tiger's inheritance. Therefore, this was the reason that middle-aged man did not discover its true strength. However, the opening of the Paradise Realm meant that it was no longer a treasure that the Tianxian sect and the other great powers could monopolize. Many wandering practitioners were attracted to visit the famous location and came in droves. The Tianxian sect and the Qingcheng sect were afraid to arouse public indignation, so they did not limit those who could enter the Paradise Realm. This was also the reason why the Paradise Realm was currently the most dangerous place in the south. XiaoMo suddenly asked after a while, "Fifth Xixian, did De Shixiang and Second Xixian say anything before they left the Tianxian sect? Why did they suddenly decide to go on a journey?" Zhao Dazhou deliberated, "I don't think they said anything. they had already left when I knew of this incident. But you don't need to worry, the one protecting Xiang and second Xiang are strong demon beasts. Nothing will happen to them. XiaoMo was actually worried that his Xiang and second Xiang had left Tianxian sect because they knew about the news of the death of their teacher. However, that did not seem to be the case from Zhao Dazhou's tone. Just as he started musing over it, Ling Xiao abruptly grasped his shoulder. "We can go now." XiaoMo and Zhao Dazhou then discovered that the people using the transport circle had gathered. Yan City and the type of city like Nanyi City could not be compared with each other at all. There were many people traveling all around every day, thus it was not long before the number of people required to activate the transport circle was met. Just as they had left, the youngster and his entourage arrived. Knowing that they were traveling to the transport circle in the south, the youngsters' group followed behind without further ado. At the Nanyi City transfer point 3 days later, Zhao Dazhou's 2 legs were weak and XiaoMo had to support him out of the transport circle. This was his first time traveling by a transport circle for such a long time. In addition, his own strength was not that high, so he nearly vomited. XiaoMo could understand his feelings. That day, the 3 stayed at an inn in Nanyi City until Zhao Dazhou had nearly recovered before they left. As for the group following them, they had lost sight of their targets when XiaoMo and the other 2 left the transfer point. XiaoMo and the other 2 finally returned to the Tianxian Academy 2 days later. Their arrival did not incite any waves at the Tianxian sect as they had secretly returned. Zhao Dazhou went back to Capital Peak to report his well-being to his father, while XiaoMo and Ling Xiao went to Yinshui Peak to see Yihan. Yihan was much the same, other than enrichment in Yihan's cultivation base, there was not a large difference. He was not surprised with their arrival. "You guys arrived faster than I thought," Yihan laughed. Yihan was after all an elder. XiaoMo did not dare to be impudent in front of him, so he could only look at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was not so scrupulous and he got right to the point. "Let's put aside the pleasantries. Do you know where those people came from?" Yihan replied, "Looks like you guys have crossed paths with them." I presume that Zhao Shizi had already told you guys of this matter. However, I suspect that the people looking for you are not just that group of people. There should also be another group. You have to be mentally prepared. XiaoMo cursed after hearing that. To think that there were still some more. He felt that he had played his part of XiaoMo perfectly since he was transmigrated here. But he did not know if the past XiaoMo was restless or not. After getting the answers they wanted, XiaoMo and Ling Xiao were not in a hurry to head to Peach Blossom Village. XiaoMo wanted to have a little rest. According to his version of events, they had traveled non-stop for many days and he was tired. Ling Xiao did not doubt him. In any case, he was also not in a hurry. The next day, XiaoMo took the chance when Ling Xiao and Zhou Pang were reminiscing together to secretly sneak out to inquire for information. That's right, secretly, because he simply did not know where the Peach Blossom Village was. He had asked Jiang Lu about the location of the Peach Blossom Village before, but it was quite a long time ago. Under the assumption that there would not be any reason for him to return in this lifetime, he forgot about the information. Jiang Lu had already disappeared, so it was not possible to ask him. Therefore, he could only look for those fellow villagers who had joined the Tianxian sect together with him. XiaoMo quickly found one with Zhao Dazhou's help. This person was the only one who had become an inner sect disciple besides him and Jiang Lu. The rest had either left the Tianxian sect, or had transferred to the Commerce Department. The name of the fellow villager was very ordinary, he was called Zhongdi. Everyone in Peach Blossom Village was surnamed Jiang. However, XiaoMo was the exception as he took on his father's surname and his father was not from Peach Blossom Village. Zhongdi was panic-stricken upon knowing that XiaoMo was looking for him. 2 years had passed since that war was over, but XiaoMo had long left a deep and indelible impression in the hearts of his fellow villagers. Jiang Lu had once bullied XiaoMo and was afraid that XiaoMo was there to take revenge. In truth, he was overthinking it. Relax, relax, I just want to ask you something. XiaoMo immediately knew that he had frightened his fellow villager when he saw that Zhang De was as mute as a fish. What thing? Zhang Lu stuttered out. XiaoMo lamented a little. It was always him who was stuttering at other people. Who would have thought that there would be a day where someone was stuttering at him? Actually, it's not a big deal. It's just that I had accidentally knocked my head before and can't really recall the things in my past. Therefore, I wanted to ask you where our native place, Peach Blossom Village, is at. Zhang De sighed in relief. After getting the answers he wanted, XiaoMo placidly went back. Ling Xiao was not back yet, and XiaoMo did not wish to wantonly publicize the news that they had returned. Currently, their enemies were hidden in the dark while they were in the light, and acting too ostentatiously was detrimental to them. Ling Xiao returned in the afternoon. XiaoMo temporarily stationed the Bird of Pride at the Tianxian sect before they left. Although nothing seemed to be happening to the Tianxian sect now, it was difficult to guarantee that some groups of people would not come knocking. In addition, Yi Shishu had also said that there was not only a single group looking for them. It was only after ensuring the safety of the Tianxian sect that they left for Peach Blossom Village. Peach Blossom Village was not far from the Tianxian sect. They only needed half a day to reach it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 336. Chapter 336, Peach Blossom Village. Translated by Crystal of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Peach Blossom Village was a beautiful place surrounded by peach trees. Around March, when they blossomed, these petals filled up the sky as they danced, a once-in-a-lifetime sight. This attracted many tourists for sightseeing, making this time of the year the busiest. Around November, when the peaches started to grow plump and juicy, they filled the mountain with mature peach trees. The villagers lived modestly. When the peaches weren't sold, they were given as gifts to tourists, thus spreading their name far and wide. XiaoMo's mother was a beauty birthed from this peach blossom village and was known as the Peach Blossom Goddess. With numerous followers and suitors, she had a beautifully sounding name, Zhang Taoer. Zhang Taoer was attractive and lovely. Growing up in the village, she never took a step outside. Since her father, the previous village mayor, protected her so well that even she was untainted. Sadly, since the incident, Zhang Taoer was slowly forgotten. Once in a while, looking at the flowing petals in the sky, people would remember the peach blossom goddess who danced beneath the peach trees. Although Zhang Taoer was forgotten, the villagers couldn't forget about what happened that year. It left such an everlasting impression. For XiaoMo and Ling Xiao, it was easy to find out what happened 20 years ago. 20 years ago, when Zhang Taoer was 17, in her prime, and at the time able to marry, her father was reluctant to give her away so easily. Zhang Hai was 40 when his baby daughter was born, and because his wife was too old when she gave birth, she became bedridden right after. It wasn't long before she died, leaving the daughter and father by themselves. Even though Zhang Hai had always pampered Zhang Taoer, miraculously she didn't grow out of shape but prettier by the day, with a doting personality too. In a year's time, from when she was 16 to 17, those who wanted her hand at marriage didn't stop. But, because Zhang Hai kept rejecting those suitors, some with ill intentions decided to deceive Zhang Taoer into leaving the village. Being as naive as she was, and fond of the outside world, she was successfully fooled. What happened was easy to guess: they tried to rape her. However, their plan was fooled. Someone came and saved Zhang Taoer, and funnily enough, they fell in love at first sight. They kept it a secret from Zhang Hai, and by the time they were exposed, she was already pregnant. Thinking family matters should be kept secret, and not wanting to ruin his daughter's name, he had to approve of their marriage, although unwillingly. Once they became married, they were very much in love, and the man had talent too. He was the one who built up the tourist industry in Peach Blossom Village. Although it wasn't until much later did Zhang Hai approve of their love and treated him as his son. Sadly, all good things must come to an end as the man disappeared when XiaoMo became a month old. Nothing was heard of him since and no one had seen him either. Some say he was tired of the life in Peach Blossom Village, others said he was destined for greatness so he wouldn't be satisfied with such a tiny village and thus left his wife and son. They would also say he was but playing with Jiang Taoer and he became bored, then he left. There was also some who said he died. Numerous rumors were there but the truth was that he never came back. Jiang Taoer soon became depressed and at the tender age of 20, 2 years after the incident, left. Still she was beautiful as a flower and unlike 3 years ago had a hint of mature appeal, leaving a lasting impression in the villagers. The old mayor soon died of grief, leaving the small XiaoMo later being taken in by his grandfather's father and mother's uncle. A comedic story, but with a bitter end. All those who heard the story couldn't help but sigh. Once upon a time, there was a goddess beneath the peach blossom trees. The elderly who took XiaoMo in was one who believed that his father had died so that was what he had told XiaoMo. That was what many villagers believed too. When XiaoMo and Ling Xiao were listening, the version of the story they heard the most was, the man died. If one asked any more, the elders would most definitely start swearing since Jiang Taoer's death was directly connected to him. Jiang Taoer left such a strong positive impression on the villagers. Looks like we have to find my great-grandfather, XiaoMo said defeatedly. In the end, it was still a beautiful story since before the man left without a word, he had done no harm to Jiang Taoer. XiaoMo thought such a man, one who was so good to his wife and her family, was not one to abandon them. He must have had a reason and that reason should be what they were searching for. Ling Xiao looked at him, that's what you should have already done, but... XiaoMo touched his nose feeling slightly guilty. He didn't go because he had never seen his grandfather's father, he was afraid of identifying the wrong person and being exposed. As to not waste more time, they went directly to Jiang Taoer's uncle's house. The uncle's house was easy enough to spot. After the old mayor passed away, he became the next mayor. The Peach Blossom Village had an old tradition of having every mayor living in the Peach Blossom compound. Their family could go too, but once the mayor passed, they had to move out. The rule had never been broken. It was easy to spot, beside the compound were 2 100-year-old peach trees and only those 2 bloomed all year round. This year was not the blossoming season, so they were more apparent. As XiaoMo stood in front of the compound thinking of an approach, unbeknownst to him, Ling Xiao was looking at him, deep in thought. XiaoMo? That was when, by his ear, a puzzled voice sounded. XiaoMo turned to look and that was when he noticed a 40 or so middle-aged man looking at him quizzically with an expression of hesitation. He didn't know how to respond since he couldn't recognize this person. His mother's uncle was only older than Jiang Hai by a year but had many children. Comparatively Jiang Hai had only a few descendants and even the original XiaoMo, who had died, was at 2 ends of the spectrum. The uncle's house, other than the 2 sons who left to go work, all stayed in the village. Even with that his close family had a dozen members. As if he could tell who this person was. So, XiaoMo had to awkwardly ignore the name and answered, it's me, I'm back. Good thing the middle-aged man didn't fuss over it and once he confirmed it was XiaoMo, showed a face of delight. Immediately he walked over and pulled XiaoMo's arm towards the compound as he said, ever since you were taken in by the Tianxian sect, Great-Grandpa has missed you. If he saw you coming back, he would be really happy. Great-Grandpa, the one who took in XiaoMo was already 80 or so of age. At this age and still remembering XiaoMo, he really was loved. By XiaoMo's belief, if he took the place of the original then he was obligated to treat his relatives well, since he did give him a body. So, without a word of complaint, he let the man drag him into the compound. At least it was a good excuse. Ling Xiao followed with little presents. Even before they were in, the middle-aged man's excited voice could be heard, Dad, Grandpa, come out, look who is here to meet you. The first to come out running was a middle-aged woman with an imposing manner, as if she was ready to swear and yell given the chance. However, when she saw XiaoMo at the rear, her reaction became the same as the middle-aged man and she ran back in excitement to report his coming. What a passionate family! XiaoMo felt the sweat forming on his back. Once they were inside, everyone had already rushed over to the living room. Pairs and pairs of bright eyes stared at XiaoMo. Zhang Tao's uncle came from the back supporting an elderly man. Even though the elderly man looked like he was in his 60s, XiaoMo knew this was his great-grandfather. Once the elderly man laid eyes on XiaoMo, the look of excitement was stronger than anyone. He walked over and with emaciated arms gently held his hands, as he spoke, "Child, great-grandfather, being able to see you again in this life, it's wonderful." Ever since XiaoMo was taken away, the Tianxian sect had told them that it was likely he would never see him again. For practitioners, time was the least valuable item. That was why when they saw XiaoMo they were so excited. In the beginning, XiaoMo felt slightly uncomfortable, but the elder's words infected him. From his trembling hands a wave of emotion washed over. This was kinship. In his past life, even when his parents were alive, he rarely felt it. "Great-grandpa, I'm back." With these words, the elder's eyes were filled with hot tears. This was his second son's only grandchildren. The one he raised. Even though he was reluctant a few years back about sending him to the Tianxian sect, he knew XiaoMo missed his father. How could he stop him from searching for his only father? "Sweet child, quickly, come inside." The elderly man guided him inside. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 337. Chapter 337, More Than Two Groups. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. XiaoMo easily managed to fish for the information he wanted from them. There had definitely been some people who came to Peach Blossom Village to look for information a while ago. The one who met them at that time was the second son of Zhang Tao's uncle. This was also the middle-aged man who had recognized XiaoMo, Zhang Tao. Although Zhang Tao was already 40+ years old, he seldom left Peach Blossom Village and was inexperienced in the ways of the world. He divulged about everything once those people started fishing for information. However, even if he did not spill the beans, the affair about Zhang Tao was not a secret in Peach Blossom Village. They would also be able to get the same information if they randomly asked someone of the older generation. As they had suspected, those people had come searching for XiaoMo and even asked if XiaoMo's father had left anything for his son. But Zhang Tao did not know about that as they did not live under the same roof in the first place. However, some information was still leaked out. For example, the information that XiaoMo had been taken away by people from the Tianxian sect. This was also the reason why those people would come knocking on the Tianxian sect's door. Zhang Tao did not know that XiaoMo's great-grandfather knew about this matter. However, his great-grandfather would probably not speak about this even if he knew, as this was something that happened a long time ago. In addition, it was also something that concerned their own family and there was no reason to tell outsiders about it. XiaoMo did not dare tarry too long in Peach Blossom Village. He was afraid to implicate them, and after getting the information he wanted, he left together with Ling Xiao. Before leaving, he left some low-grade magic pills for his uncle's family as they were unable to use middle-grade or high-grade magic pills. Those magic pills were all beneficial for the body and some could even extend one's life, letting them really live to be 100 years old. The old man was reluctant to part with XiaoMo, but he still allowed him to leave. On the day they left, the old man specially accompanied him to the entrance of the village. XiaoMo repeatedly turned to look back at every step. Within a few short hours, he had already regarded the old man as his great-grandpa. Finally, he had been carried away by Ling Xiao while in the midst of being reluctant to part. "Put me down, I can walk by myself," XiaoMo protested. Ling Xiao turned a deaf ear. Only when they had walked till the Peach Blossom Village could not be seen did he let XiaoMo go. With an ouch, XiaoMo landed but first on the ground. Ling Xiao ignored his plaintive gaze and thoughtfully said, "Seems like it is as Yihan had said. There are definitely 2 or more groups looking for us." XiaoMo swallowed back the questions he was preparing to ask, and instead questioned, "Why do you say as such?" Ling Xiao replied, "You dunce. If that Dongshan was the person who came to Peach Blossom Village, he should have known your name. But from the circumstances at that time, it was obvious that he did not know. Therefore, the one who gathered information from your uncle should be from another group." That was reasonable. XiaoMo nodded. "Then my dimension should be what they are looking for." The most valuable thing on the genuine XiaoMo's body before he joined the Tianxian sect was that blue teardrop dimension. He did not find any valuable things other than that. Therefore, he was certain that they were aiming for his dimension, and this dimension was probably the only keepsake that his so-called father had left for him. "Let's talk about this when we get back," Ling Xiao said. "Speaking of that, I do have a question." "What question?" XiaoMo did not understand, so he asked. Ling Xiao beamed as he looked at XiaoMo. "You appear to be quite unfamiliar with Peach Blossom Village. Is this not your hometown that you've lived in for over 10 years? XiaoMo tried his best to affect a calm expression and used an indifferent tone to say, "Oh, that's because I accidentally knocked my head in the past. I was in a daze after waking up for some time, and there are some things which I can't remember clearly. I even forgot how I entered Tianxian sect, and it was Jiang Lu who told me about it later." It was not wrong to say this. The first person he saw at that time when he woke up was his fellow villager Jiang Lu. Some of the things he knew were obtained from him. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes. "How did you hit your head?" XiaoMo scratched his head. "I don't remember it too clearly, but I think that I accidentally tripped over a stone." Ling Xiao abruptly injected, "To even be able to trip while walking, it's really your style." XiaoMo. He believed it just like that? On account of him getting through this hurdle, XiaoMo decided to pardon Ling Xiao for implying about the fact that he was stupid. The two picked up their pace. Ling Xiao had intended to directly return to Daoxian Academy, but XiaoMo wanted to personally say goodbye to Zhao Dazhou and the rest. Thus, the two returned to the Tianxian sect again. At the same time, the group that had followed XiaoMo to the south went to look for the Tianxian sect again. The middle-aged man's indomitable strength instantly alarmed all the experts in the Tianxian sect. Zhou Peng immediately led his people and hurried to the plaza. This was the same plaza where the war where the Qingcheng sect came to attack the Tianxian sect occurred, and was also the place where Tang Fan died. His heart sank after he saw 4 familiar faces in the plaza. "It's you guys again? My Yishirshu has already told you guys about the whereabouts of Yushidi. What else do you all want?" The youngster scornfully glanced at him, and soon coldly stated, "Call Zhao Dazhou and XiaoMo out." They had already figured out that one of the people Zhao Dazhou had returned with was the one they were looking for. That's right. This group was the one that came knocking on the Tianxian sect's door. But this time it could be said that the phrase "one will search high and low only to find it when one least expects" to really apply to their situation. They had been fretting about how they could infiltrate Daoxian Academy. Who would have thought that their target would actually walk out? "You guys better not bully us so excessively." Once Zhou Peng heard what they said, he theorized that they already knew about the return of XiaoMo and the rest. Although he did not know how they got the information, don't think that they would compromise again this time. They had disclosed the information the last time as they had no choice. After the middle-aged man heard this, he calmly remarked, "This insignificant Tianxian sect dares to be so impudent in front of this old fellow. Looks like you people want to refuse a toast and be forced to drink a forfeit." T/N, to refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit means to hesitate to do something until one is forced to do even more. Zhou Peng suddenly stared at the middle-aged man in fear. They would not have yielded the last time, if not for the middle-aged man being too strong. Although they desperately trained after that encounter, an expert that could go head-to-head with him had still not appeared in the Tian Xian sect. The strongest was only a peak 7-star Imperial Realm practitioner, but this middle-aged man was an Emperor Realm expert. The disparity was just too large. Zhou Peng spoke with an unchanging expression. "Sire, I admit that you are really strong. Although the Tian Xian sect is just a speck in your eye, it is also not a bone that's good to gnaw on. If this one may offer a bit of advice, there's still time for you to leave. Otherwise you would be reaping what you sow should you choke on this bone." The hand that the middle-aged man lifted paused and his reserved eyes stared at Zhou Peng with a trace of surprise. This person seemed to be a little different compared to before. He had more self-confidence and a hint of pressure. Why had he changed so much? Could it be it was because that Meiju XiaoMo was back, so it made them feel at ease? The middle-aged man felt that this idea was too ridiculous. He glared at Zhou Peng and coldly snorted, "What a bluff! Since you are all looking for death, this old fellow will fulfill your wish." "Fulfill what, you old ignorant man? If you want to deal with the Tian Xian sect, you'll have to go through me first." At this moment, a sound akin to the clap of thunder resounded in midair. Everyone was stunned. In an instant, a red shadow similar to a meteor streaked across the horizon and flew in front of everyone. Wearing a red brocade robe and with a ridiculous dressing style, it was the Bird of Pride, the new member of the Xiao team, Xiao. Other than Zhou Peng, everyone was gawking. The middle-aged man's face slightly twisted. With his judgment, he could naturally see through Xiao's original form and strength. They did not see this Bird of Pride before and abruptly had a bad premonition. The man had always felt that the development of things would not be that simple, and now things seemed to have exceeded his expected range. The people from the Tian Xian sect were already having a lively discussion about Xiao's origins. "You ugly thing, don't interfere in this matter between the Tian Xian sect and us. Since you are a 7 sins beast, then you must have heard of Yin Valley. If you don't wish to be killed by the Yin Valley, scram before this young master's sight." The youngster was slightly startled when heard from the middle-aged man that the one who had arrived was the Bird of Pride. But he soon snorted in disdain, "So what if it's a 7 sins beast? Even the Emperor Beast had to show the Yin Valley some courtesy." Yin Valley? Xiao's expression changed slightly. He had come down from a higher realm and had naturally heard of Yin Valley. But what had truly alarmed him was not these 3 words but some great power behind Yin Valley. Things would be troublesome if they were from Yin Valley. If you're scared, then you should hand the person over. This young master may even think about letting the Tian Xian sect off. The youngster had caught the change in the Bird of Pride's expression and could not help but let out a contemptuous smile. As he had expected, this was only a group of inferior beings. A murderous intent flashed through Xiao's eyes. The thing he hated the most was when others called him an ugly thing. So what if they were people from Yin Valley? This was a middle-level realm. A brat stinking of breast milk actually dared to throw his weight around in front of this uncle? Watch out! The middle-aged man suddenly shouted and his figure immediately appeared in front of the youngster to block Xiao's sneak attack. Carrying a strong corroding nature, an ash-gray radiance that was difficult to perceive emitted out. A hole was instantly corroded in the defense shield that was condensed from the middle-aged man's spiritual power. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 338. Chapter 338, The Captured Young Master. Translated by Crystal of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. A few hours later, Ling Xiao and XiaoMo reached the Tian Xian sect's territory. A little further was the Grand Plaza, but that was when Ling Xiao slowed down his flying speed. XiaoMo realized this abnormality and surprised, looked up and asked, "What's wrong?" Ling Xiao slightly squinted his eyes. "Don't you see that the atmosphere around the Tian Xian sect changed?" Hearing that, XiaoMo took a deep breath, and just as he was about to speak, bam, a hand gently hit his head. "That hurts," XiaoMo said as tears flowed down his face like noodles and covered his head. "Stupid, you think you can smell atmosphere?" Ling Xiao laughingly yelled. XiaoMo looked at him piteously. He was being creative, okay? Just in the 2 days they had left, someone had come to make trouble for the Tianxian sect, and the place of the incident was the Grand Plaza. Even from far away they could tell there were two sides facing off, and one, obviously, was Zhou Peng and the others. Once XiaoMo could see clearly who those picking a fight was, his jaw nearly dropped to the floor. "You're kidding, why would those people be here?" XiaoMo exclaimed as he realized that those who should have been at Yin City were, in fact, here at Tianxian sect. He couldn't have been seeing ghosts in the middle of the day, right? Ling Xiao quirked his eyebrows and said, "Look like they followed us here." XiaoMo replied in disbelief, "If they were following us, how could you not know?" Hearing this, Ling Xiao explained, "Transport circles have different timings. No matter how far-reaching I am, I wouldn't be able to find out that they were on a different transport circle." Once they had arrived at the south, they didn't find anyone stalking them, so that was the only explanation. The middle-aged man was about as strong as Dongshan. There was no way he would miss them. XiaoMo reluctantly accepted this explanation, but if that was the case, then they could be fairly certain the one who came to pick on the Tianxian sect last time was them too. They arrived not too early and not too late. The fight at the plaza was reaching its climax. Even though the Tianxian sect had the help of the Bird of Pride, they were still at a disadvantage. This was only because the young man had a lifebound contract level 9 demon beast, and there was an imperial level practitioner too. The setup was very strong. Although Lanqiao was level 10, he was still lower than the middle-aged man. It was only because he was a demon beast that he could even compete with the man. However, as time went on, the difference was becoming more apparent. Seeing this, the young man smiled triumphantly. "By opposing this young master, your fate has already been decided. Even if you get on your knees and beg now, it would be of no use." "Really?" Suddenly, a light laugh could be heard beside his ear. The young man's face changed. As he was about to dodge, a sharp blade pressed against the skin on his slender neck. The cold yet sharp reflection felt as if it would slice through his flesh. That laughter sounded again, eh? "Young master, why aren't you running?" The young man's face turned livid. XiaoMo walked over to the young man and showed a brilliant smile. "By opposing this young master, your fate has already been decided. Even if you get on your knees and beg now, I wouldn't let you go easily, Ev." In return, the young man stared at him ruthlessly. XiaoMo smiled. He loved using their words against them. "You can't not be pissed." As he finished, he shouted towards the others who were still fighting ferociously, "That uncle over there, stop fighting or else I'll make a mistake and leave a wound on your young master's neck." Seeing the young master in the enemy's hand, the middle-aged man showed a slight mishap, and Lanqiao took the opportunity to attack, making him throw up blood. When Lanqiao wanted to continue, the middle-aged man did not want to fight anymore. "Leave young master alone," a teenager shouted towards XiaoMo, who was holding the young man hostage. XiaoMo looked at him with contempt. Only an idiot would let go. Suddenly Ling Xiao spoke. Sorry, my hand shook a little." As the teen saw the young master's neck being slashed by the blade and hot red blood dripping, he immediately stopped talking. He didn't dare make any more rash movements. Laughingly, XiaoMo said, "That's how it should be. If we must talk, it should be done seated. Why all the yelling? Don't you know we are easily afraid?" The teen felt blood in his mouth. "You are easily scared but kept the young master hostage? What do you guys want?" The middle-aged man had an ugly expression. Of course, anyone who had the absolute advantage before suddenly losing it to the enemy probably wouldn't have a good expression. XiaoMo replied, "Simple, just surrender." But before the middle-aged man could speak, the young man angrily replied, "In your dreams." XiaoMo looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao moved the blade, threatening the young man away, and his surprised expression showed as one of his hands was cut off. Fresh, red blood shot out, a little chilling. The young man let out a sound of horror. Even XiaoMo trembled a little. He just wanted Ling Xiao to show the young man a little something, but he didn't think Ling Xiao would shred off his right hand. A shrilling and cruel voice sounded out by the young man, "Uncle Chang, kill them for me, I want them dead." After he finished, his other hand was also cut off by Ling Xiao. This time slower, as he first cut off each finger one by one before slicing off the whole hand. That way, the pain was intensified 100-fold. The middle-aged man was assigned to protect the young man, so he couldn't watch him get hurt. In the end, he still surrendered, not before Lanqiao gave him a slap. The young man was still screaming, so XiaoMo raised his hand to give him a knock on the head. All was silent again. Ling Xiao sealed the spiritual power of the middle-aged man and 2 other imperial practitioners, then threw them into an underground cell. So, like this, the grand battle ceased. Originally Zhou Peng thought that it was going to be a tough fight, not expecting De Shixiang to arrive on time. If it wasn't for them, the Tianxian sect could have suffered severely. And those who threatened the Tianxian sect were finally eradicated, so the tension from over the past few days was removed. Zhou Peng and Yi Han's hearts could finally be at peace again. After XiaoMo and Ling Xiao consolidated with each other, they decided to take the young man's group with them. They didn't plan on staying for long anyways. They had only a month of break. The next day, before XiaoMo left, he shoved a bottle of magic pills to Zhao Dazhou. Those pills could help him train, to level up, as well as the cute little tiger. So, after bidding farewell, they left the Tianxian sect, but they weren't in a hurry to return. On the road to Nanyi City, Ling Xiao and XiaoMo went into the dimension together. In there were the 4 prisoners who had their spiritual power sealed. They still hadn't recovered from the shock yet. The middle-aged man looked at Ling Xiao with fear. He actually misjudged. This masked man was actually a practitioner above him. He could tell from the dimension. That day on Lei Tian platform, the one who ruined our plans was you? As he remembered their relationship with Zhao Dazhou, the middle-aged man finally remembered this incident. You're correct, it was me. Ling Xiao generously admitted. The young man regretted his decision. If he had known the Tianxian sect had someone this strong, he wouldn't have followed so ruthlessly. He had always thought that Uncle Chen's strength was the pinnacle at this realm. Knowing that they had no advantage, the middle-aged man asked, "What do you guys really want?" Ling Xiao let out a laugh. XiaoMo said with a little smile, "I almost forgot, my name is XiaoMo." The group of 4. As if he had saw nothing, XiaoMo went on, "I heard you guys were looking for me, what is it that you want?" The middle-aged man's expression shifted a little, as if he remembered something. XiaoMo knew they weren't going to talk so easily, but he was in no hurry, they had plenty of time. Ling Xiao went straight to the point, "I'll ask, and you answer. If you don't or you lie, 1 question is 1 hand. If we run out, it'll be your feet next. Remembering how this man, with an unchanging expression, cut off his hand, the young man shivered and brought himself closer to himself. Although he could grow it back with bone growth pill, it would still extremely painful. Growing up without a worry, he wouldn't be able to tolerate that kind of pain. Before Ling Xiao spoke again, XiaoMo had a light bulb moment and stopped him. "I have a good idea that can prevent them from lying." In return, Ling Xiao rose an eyebrow. "What idea?" XiaoMo answered, "We each interrogate one, if their answers are different then they're lying." Only the young man and the middle-aged man seemed to know something, so they just had to focus on them. With a little laugh and a smirk, Ling Xiao said, "Not a bad idea." Then Ling Xiao took the middle-aged man to another room for interrogation. With this, XiaoMo walked over to the young man who was pale from blood loss and said, "Where did you guys come from?" The young man closed his eyes. He thought XiaoMo was going to ask why they captured him and answered, "A higher realm." The answer might as well be blank, both useless. So, XiaoMo asked again, "Why do you want to capture me?" The young man. Not knowing what the young man was thinking, XiaoMo assumed that he didn't want to answer and continued, I have never cut off someone's toes before, I might be a little clumsy, so bear with me, okay? Immediately the young man replied, because you have a treasure on you, If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 339. Chapter 339, Forced Confession. Translated by Jouissance of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. XiaoMo was inwardly shocked, but didn't let it show on his face. He acted calm and asked, what do you mean? What sort of treasure could I have that would lead you to come down from the higher realm just for it? The young man bluntly replied, I don't know. XiaoMo was surprised. You guys came just to capture me and yet you don't know anything? Is there some mastermind behind this, and they didn't tell you anything? The young man immediately said, I guess there's nothing I can do if you found out. XiaoMo looked at him with contempt. Do you take me for an idiot? The young man. XiaoMo then continued, face serious, my patience is limited. If you dare to keep beating around the bush and not giving me a straight answer, I'll cut off one of your toes. Of course, he wasn't actually so cruel, but threats and execution were different. The young man's eye twitched. Wasn't it you who had been talking in circles all this time? XiaoMo then said, okay, now I'll officially start asking questions. Before he could continue, someone tapped his shoulder. XiaoMo turned and startled at seeing Ling Xiao. Ha, how come you're here? Ling Xiao looked at him as if he were stupid. I've finished my interrogation. XiaoMo smiled, strained. So quickly, He had only just begun to ask. Ling Xiao said, don't compare me to you. One idiot is enough. XiaoMo. Ling Xiao then said, move, let me do this. XiaoMo pursed his lips. You don't need to, I can manage fine. Ling Xiao glanced at him and said, unsympathetic, with your IQ, you'll probably just get played by him. Plus, I have a plan in mind already. How annoying. How could he attack XiaoMo's IQ? XiaoMo ended up moving to the side dejectedly. However, he knew that Ling Xiao was right. Disregarding the comment about IQ, Ling Xiao was also from the higher realm, so he would be better able to extract information. Ling Xiao looked at the reluctant XiaoMo for a moment before turning a meaningful gaze onto the young man. Okay, you can say it now, The young man seemed apprehensive of him. Say what? Ling Xiao looked down at him from above and suddenly said with a smile. Say everything you know. I don't want to have to ask you all those questions. Do you want to know why? The young man was immediately afraid. As expected, this man wasn't just anyone. He was much more powerful than XiaoMo, who would go off on a tangent as he spoke. Facing this man, he didn't dare tell a single lie. Even if he knew that Uncle Chang would lie, they hadn't come up with a cover story together. If any of their lies were different, this man would probably strike at them. Like what I just said, I truly don't know what kind of treasure XiaoMo has on him. He overheard this, that's why we came to find him. The young man was from the same power as Dongshan, which was the Vermilion blood clan behind Yinyang Valley. In the Vermilion blood clan, the core members went by the same surname, and that surname was XiaoMo's Yu. Only students of the core members and those who made great contributions to the family could gain this surname. The Vermilion blood clan was an immense power in the higher realm. Their family and influence were massive, so naturally there was a lot of competition within. 20 years ago, the family head suddenly announced that he was going to choose a successor to the family. Considering the position the Vermilion blood clan had in the higher realm, anyone who became the family head would become someone with immense power, reigning over hundreds of thousands of people. So when this news came out, the entire family was in uproar. The Vermilion blood clan was a huge, tangled system and there were many ambitious members hiding within, set on the position of family head and all very powerful in their own right. So, that was why the family head had gave a requirement. Whoever could find the lost family treasure would be named the family head of the Vermilion blood clan. However, since those in the Vermilion blood clan were good at keeping the secretive, very few people knew what the lost family treasure was, only knowing that it was something that looked like a blue gemstone. For the position of family head, these people frantically searched for information. 20 years later, they finally managed to catch a trail. The family treasure had been taken by a core student to the middle realm and left the family treasure there, passing it down to his child. The young man was the son of the head of the Yin-Yang Valley, accidentally overhearing his father speak of this to some other people and offered to take on the job, bringing the middle-aged man and 2 bodyguards to the middle realm with him. Since this wasn't something that had to be done secretively, the young man's father was afraid of other people finding out and only gave him vague information. That was why the young man didn't know much. He was planning on capturing XiaoMo and forcing him to give up whatever treasure he had. He had never expected that he was fail and end up in an even worse situation. XiaoMo's surprise was visible. If the young man was telling the truth, then that meant that man had a reason for leaving his wife and child behind, because 20 years ago was exactly when he had left Zhang Taoer and her child. So, it seemed his background was much more complicated than he first believed. So, XiaoMo looked to Ling Xiao. They gave more or less the same information, Ling Xiao said with a nod. Neither of the two could be certain if the other would lie, so they could only tell the truth. Hearing this, the young man sighed in relief. I've told you everything I know already. Now, you can let us go, right? Ling Xiao said, no, if we let you go, you'll tell other people when you get back. The young man's face darkened. You can't be thinking of silencing us. Don't forget, we're members of the Vermilion blood clan. If my father finds out, you had better be prepared to be hunted down for the rest of your lives. The reason why it had told them about the Vermilion blood clan before was to intimidate them and make them let the two go. However, this guy didn't seem prepared to let them go. Ling Xiao smiled, eyes curving. I know about the Vermilion blood clan you're talking about. It's not like I've never heard of them. We can let you go, so long as your reply satisfies me and you make an unbreakable oath to not tell anyone about us. The young man was conflicted. This was the first time anyone had tried to force him into an oath, but... All right, so long as you don't take back your words either. Ling Xiao smiled. Don't worry, the words I say will be like spilled water. No. XiaoMo felt like in this unscientific world, there was definitely a way to take back spilled water. He didn't know if Ling Xiao was messing with people again or not. The young man clearly wasn't someone you could easily mess with. He said, make an oath, XiaoMo, my friend, oaths aren't reliable. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes at the young man, his smile mocking. Don't try to take more than what I'm giving. Your life is still in my hands right now. The young man's face paled. Ling Xiao then continued, asking, that guy called Dongshan, what is his position in the Vermilion blood clan? The young man's expression twisted into shock. You've already fought him? Dongshan's strength was definitely in the top 10 of the Vermilion blood clan, and he even had an emperor beast. If they had already fought, that meant Dongshan might have already lost to him. Ling Xiao said in disappointment, it's a shame he managed to run. The young man was taken aback, completely thunderstruck by this information. He calmed himself the best he could, too afraid to continue negotiating the terms of their release with this man, and said, the Vermilion blood clan has 4 gods, Shen, North, Bei, East, Dong, South, Nan, West, Shi. Among them, the North god, Bei Shen, is the strongest, while the East god, Dongshan, is the weakest. However, Dongshan is infamous in the Vermilion blood clan. He answers directly to the 4th son of the family head, and the 4th son is very much in the running for the position of family head. He was the one who made it known that you were in the middle realm. XiaoMo didn't want to just stand to the side and listen to the two talk and cut in before Ling Xiao could speak. Apart from you and Dongshan, who else is coming from the Vermilion blood clan? The young man shook his head. That, I don't know. The Vermilion blood clan is very complicated, and you often can't trust what people portray on the surface. They each have their own sources. They asked a few more questions. The young man didn't have much valuable information, but they knew their enemy's identity now. In the future, if they went to the higher realm, the Vermilion blood clan had a 99.9% of being their enemy. After that, Ling Xiao had the young man and his 3 followers swear oaths before telling them to immediately leave the Longxian continent. The failure of their mission was disappointing for the young man. Before coming, he had been full of confidence. Though it was disappointing, he extinguished any further thought of it, knowing that even Dongshan had lost to this man. The family treasure could put the lord that his father supported on the seat of the family head, but it wasn't worth his life. XiaoMo looked in the direction the two had gone in and then turned to look at Ling Xiao. Is it really okay to just let them go like that? Ling Xiao smiled. If you want to silence them, I can go and kill them now. XiaoMo could practically feel black lines on his face. That's not necessary. As a person, we shouldn't go back on our word. Oh? Ling Xiao looked down at him from the corner of his laughing eyes. What a shame. My original form is a demon beast. XiaoMo, he had always thought of Ling Xiao as a person and had gotten used to thinking that way. It was hard to react quickly, suddenly knowing that Ling Xiao's original form was a demon beast. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 340. Chapter 340, Cudgel One's Brain. Translated by Crystal of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Before leaving the south, Ling Xiao pulled XiaoMo over to make him do a briefing of their trip. His attitude was as if it was an annual report, by XiaoMo standards that was highly suspicious. What was there to conclude? So, XiaoMo asked in confusion, do I really need to, but... Ling Xiao nodded seriously, yes, let me hear your thoughts. A's. XiaoMo scratched his head and said, I'm happy to see my relatives, knowing the whereabouts of my father makes me happy, and what? Sneakily, XiaoMo peeked at Ling Xiao, do you want to add anything? Ling Xiao became angry to the point of laughing. He knew he couldn't count on XiaoMo's brain and instead went straight to the point, about the Tian Xi insect, what are your thoughts? XiaoMo blinked a little, the Tian Xi insect my thought is, it's too bad we didn't get to see De Shixiang and second Shixiang. I wonder where they went for training, I want to meet them again. Squinting his eyes, Ling Xiao asked, that's it, Seeing the dangerous expression he was making, XiaoMo knew he didn't get to the point, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't think of anything else. Out of ideas, he carefully asked, maybe, you can give me a hint? Ling Xiao rubbed his hair and answered, is your way of treating people to treat them back double if they're nice to you? XiaoMo replied obviously, of course, it isn't this normal? In his previous life, he didn't have many friends, you could count them with one hand. It wasn't because he was a loner but because his family was strict. They kept a tab of who he became friends with, so when he just started a friendship with a classmate, his family would scare them away. Especially his devil-like brothers, for some reason they had to test all of his friends, to see if they were worthy. Of course, that just scared them away. Whenever he remembered this he became super frustrated, those two were such a pain. But it was because of that he treasured his friends very much. So, Ling Xiao continued asking, your lingering feelings towards the Tian Xi insect, is it because of your 3 Shixiang? Without thinking, XiaoMo said, of course. If Zhao Shixiang left as well, then I wouldn't have a reason to go to the Tian Xi insect. After he said this, he looked over at Ling Xiao suspiciously, you're really weird today, why did you bring this up all of a sudden? Is there something you're not telling me? Suddenly Ling Xiao laughed and raised his finger to hook XiaoMo's nose, seeing that you've suddenly became smarter, I'll let you in on a secret. XiaoMo's eyes went wide. There really was something? Ling Xiao whispered to XiaoMo's ears, about 2 years ago, when we left the Tian Xin sect, I told a secret to your de Shixiang and second Shixiang. XiaoMo froze. It took a second before he found his voice again. What secret? What do you think? Ling Xiao asked in return. XiaoMo stayed silent for a while before asking, you actually told them? It's not a prank, right? There was too much precedence for XiaoMo to not be very. Why would I lie? It's not like I get to eat your saliva, but. XiaoMo didn't blush, instead he rubbed his hand together nervously. What were their reactions? Ling Xiao looked at him expressionlessly and suddenly smiled. As if a bucket of cold water was dumped on him, XiaoMo felt cold inside out. Was he tricked again? Ling Xiao said, actually I didn't say everything, I just told him that Kongwen had died. He set his eyes on someone else's treasure and wanted to kill for it, but instead he died. Although. Just as XiaoMo let out a breath of air, although made him panic again. Stuttering he asked, although what? Ling Xiao continued, although it would seem as if they guessed it already. Want to know their reactions? XiaoMo kicked him. Ling Xiao grinned, Fong Qinyue blanked for a second, Fu Zilin just let out a O sound and they both left after acknowledging they knew. Looking at them, it seems like they were unsurprised. Blinking XiaoMo asked, that's it? Ling Xiao nodded, that's it, but I think they were playing dumb. Playing dumb seemed like a good option. If XiaoMo was in that situation, he would probably do the same. As long as everyone had a mutual understanding, it seemed like he didn't need to worry anymore. Looking up, XiaoMo stared at Ling Xiao with sparkling eyes. Ling Xiao rubbed his head in return, yes, you don't have to worry about it anymore. XiaoMo responded by putting his hands around his waist and laughing. It was so great to let go of a burden. After he finished, Ling Xiao chilled his excitement. After this, if there is no need to, don't get into contact with Yihan. A sudden stop came to the laughing. XiaoMo threw over a question, why? Ling Xiao continued matter-of-factly, if he can sell us out once, he can do it again. Yihan's roots are at the Tian Xin sect, so regardless of me being there, strong or not, his only has one option and that's to protect the Tian Xin sect. XiaoMo paused for a moment, he had never thought about this before. When he met Zhao Shixiang, he told him the reason Yi Shishu revealed their location was because he knew Ling Xiao was strong enough to deal with them. Everything was built on that notion that Ling Xiao was stronger. This was what Yi Shishu told Zhao Shixiang to relay. After Ling Xiao gave the hint, he realized he was tricked. Since it was told by Zhao Shixiang, who he hadn't seen for 2 years, when they met, his attention wouldn't be on the conversation and so he would have no suspicions. But if it was someone else, like those other fellow disciples who he was not close with, the situation would be very different. The most important thing though, he realized, by Zhao Dazhou's strength, this task of going to Daoxian Academy was too much for him to handle. He was just a level 5 mage with no fighting power. Enough with the cute little tiger, humans were deceptive, and Zhao Dazhou was not very clever. If he got tricked by someone with ulterior motives, he'd be dead. For the Tian Xin sect, Yi Hanshirshu would cudgel his brain out. Seeing his troubled face, Ling Xiao knew he understood. I won't object to you meeting with your seniors but only as pure friends. Anything related to the Tian Xin sect you shouldn't be involved with. XiaoMo looked at him listlessly, okay, but didn't you help Zhou Pengxixiang get to where he is now? He seems like your little brother. At that, Ling Xiao raised his eyebrow, that's his path to take, I just gave him an opportunity. Even if he destroys it, it has nothing to do with me. XiaoMo bared his teeth. He thought that Ling Xiao wanted to make the Tian Xin sect be his first place of power in this middle-level realm since he wasn't one to help without a reason. But it seemed like he was wrong. Ling Xiao didn't plan on having any influences on Longxiang continent. Seeing that Nanyi City was up ahead, XiaoMo remembered a question. Ling Xiao had said before that he came to a middle-leveled realm to find someone, and that someone was him. To be honest, he was certain they had no interactions before this, and as for the original XiaoMo, if Ling Xiao knew him, he would know his identity. Clearly, he didn't, so it was most likely Ling Xiao found him by his soul. Ling Xiao, what you said in the trials, about my past, is it true? After the atmosphere was silent, for a while, XiaoMo couldn't help but ask. Ling Xiao didn't seem like one of those evildoers with a terrible past. Also, if he really were to fight with the Qilin clan and the Demon Phoenix clan, shouldn't he develop his influence or recruit some underlings? The more he thought, the more things didn't add up. The chance of this being a lie was very high. Ling Xiao let out a sign. What is there to lie about? It's not like you're going to give me your heart. Seriously, I tell you the truth and you don't believe me. Do I have to lie for you to trust me? XiaoMo felt a little guilty. That's because you had such a bad record previously. But what does your past have to do with you finding me? Ling Xiao said, when did I say these two things were related? Now XiaoMo was confused. Then why did you come find me? From the corner of Ling Xiao's eyes, he could see XiaoMo's face shine in expectation and said, the reason, I can't tell you right now. This got XiaoMo's interested and he said impatiently, why can't you say? Ling Xiao replied warmly and caringly, I'm afraid you'll feel pressured. The reason I found you is not simple. If I tell you now, it might be a hindrance to your training, so it's best if you stay oblivious to it. XiaoMo felt his mouth twitching. He really didn't like this conclusion one bit. Fine, let's not think about these questions anymore. See, we are at Nanyi City already. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 341. Chapter 341, Boundless Sea. Translated by Rachel of Exiled Rebel Scanlations. When XiaoMo and Ling Xiao reached Heiyin village, 4 days had already passed. Heiyin village was the same as before. It was still a dreadful place as expected, but it seemed worse than the first time they came. Mostly, it was due to the people who were entering and leaving the village. XiaoMo clearly remembered the previous events here, especially the teleportation spot, as it was their first time in the village. Previously, they went to the gigantic Firebird Square. The teleportation spot was just next door, and even during its peak period, it wasn't so crowded to the point there was no place to even stand. Furthermore, wasn't the transport circle very expensive? So why was it so crowded? A sea of black hair, bodies colliding into each other, and smell of the unbearable stench of sweat. XiaoMo covered his nose. He was starting to get a little lightheaded and his eyes were losing focus. Ling Xiao fared no better, as he was actually a bit of a clean freak. Not long after, the both of them stepped out of the transport zone. While they could squeeze their way through, the stench was too overpowering. Furthermore, something felt amiss with the place being so crowded. Unsure of what to do, XiaoMo looked towards Ling Xiao and asked, what now? There were so many people. If they were to queue up, God knows how long it would take. They might have half a month left, but time was not meant to be wasted here. Ling Xiao lowered his eyes. Seems like something big happened. What? Don't know. Let's ask around and we'll know soon enough. Ling Xiao replied. Speaking of getting information, inns, restaurants and others of that sort were naturally the best place to go. In the ancient world, a brothel would also have made for an excellent intelligence center, but XiaoMo discovered much earlier that this world didn't seem to have one. The two quickly found a restaurant near the transportation zone. The restaurant could only be considered mediocre at best in Yan City, but in such a lawless place like Heiyin village, it was already pretty decent. When they arrived, the restaurant was already filled with people. Luckily for them, the restaurant was big enough and a table of people left after paying just when they arrived. XiaoMo immediately rushed forward and occupied the empty table, while others who shared the same intentions, but missed their chance, ground their teeth jealousy. XiaoMo smiled at them. So what if you have that many people? You're still not as fast as me, too bad. Hey brat, get up. Triggered by his dazzling smile, a tall, burly man shouted at him. Feeling challenged and slighted, the man was having none of that. He walked up to XiaoMo and slammed the table with his palm. No! XiaoMo simply declined. The burly man rolled up his sleeves and flexed his beefy arms. Say that again, one more time. It'll be the same no matter how many times I say. XiaoMo smiled. They had already gained an audience as people around had started noticing. Fistfights arising from verbal provocation was the norm in Heian village. The burly man's eyes revealed his killing intent. You brat! I'll grant you your death wish for refusing my kindest offer. A lazy, exasperated voice rang out from behind the man. To whom are you granting that wish? The man jumped in shock. He saw a man cloaked in white, with a hideous mask on his face who had an air to him. When faced with the man who suddenly appeared behind him without being noticed, the burly man was no naive fool. He could already guess that the man was stronger than him. Furthermore, people in Heian village were all crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Anyone on the streets could easily be a powerful person who had yet to reveal themselves. Ling Xiao. Come sit over here. XiaoMo smiled and beckoned Ling Xiao over. Ling Xiao stuck out a finger and pressed it onto the other man's shoulder, albeit with a face of disgust. The man quickly sat down on a chair, as if he had done it willingly. Only the burly man himself knew the crushing force of the finger on his shoulder. The clothes on his back were already drenched in sweat. Surprised, XiaoMo questioned, "What are you doing? It's not every day someone offers themselves to you. Might as well make the best of them." Ling Xiao sat down. XiaoMo shifted his gaze to the burly man who broke out in cold sweat. He chuckled, "You're right, how smart of you. Like this we don't have to search for people anymore." "That's because you're too dumb." Ling Xiao casually added on. XiaoMo rolled his eyes, "You really don't give any mercy. What do you guys want?" The burly man shouted, trying to put on a brave front yet failing as he eyed Ling Xiao fearfully. His companions had already taken off. As he was the strongest among his group, the others felt they had no chance of winning if even he could not defeat Ling Xiao. The audience felt cheated. There was nothing to watch here. Nothing much. Just answer a few questions and we'll let you off. XiaoMo said. What questions? What day is it today? Why are there so many people at the transport zone? The burly man heaved a sigh of relief. So it was this matter. It was no secret, the whole Heian village knew about it. It's like this. 10 days ago, shocking news came from the boundless sea. The news spread very far and many people are dying to go there to have a look. The gigantic firebird is too slow and by the time it reaches everything might be over already. What news? XiaoMo asked. The name Boundless Sea seemed familiar. It's rumored that an elemental essence appeared there. XiaoMo blinked a few times before processing what the man said. What exactly do you mean? The burly man explained cautiously, to be honest I'm not very sure either. I just know that someone discovered an underground ley line under the Boundless Sea. I've heard people say that the underground ley line could be bigger than the one at Dao Xian Academy. Dao Xian Academy sitting on a ley line was no secret, but it was hardly mentioned by people. So? I've also heard that the superpowers in the north have already set off a ley line that was bigger than the one at Dao Xian Academy discovered after they left. 10 days had already passed, had it been snatched? XiaoMo's worries were written all over his face. The Boundless Sea is no ordinary place, is it? Ling Xiao asked calmly. He had a better memory than XiaoMo. When the burly man spoke of the Boundless Sea, he immediately remembered the flying fish sect people they saved at the trials. A person called Zhoulin did talk about the Boundless Sea. The man immediately replied, yes, the Boundless Sea is very vast and incredibly dangerous. While someone has confirmed there is a ley line under the sea, the exact location is not clear. XiaoMo's eyes lit up. Not clear of the location meant that they still stood a chance. The elemental essence was a huge temptation, but there was only one of it. Some people who knew they lacked power would be aiming for the spirit gem. If the ley line was large, then there would be plenty of spirit gems. XiaoMo could more or less be sure that all the powerful clans and strong individuals in the Longxiang continent were rushing to the Boundless Sea now after hearing the news. Ling Xiao, let's go there now. XiaoMo exclaimed excitedly. Calm down. Even if a human practitioner discovers the existence of the ley line, he or she definitely can't venture too far into the Boundless Sea in a short time. Going there earlier or later by a few days doesn't matter. Ling Xiao was not in a rush at all. That's right, the Boundless Sea is fraught with demon beasts. If a human can notice it, so can the powerful demon beasts living in the sea. If a human wants to go under the Boundless Sea to search, his greatest enemy would be the demon beasts in the sea. The burly man added on. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with his answer, so he magnanimously let him off. The man took off immediately. XiaoMo ordered something to eat and left after they were finished. The transport zone was no different from how it was in the morning. Even after a few hours, the place was still as packed as ever. Just as the saying goes, even money can make a ghost do work for you. XiaoMo unwillingly parted with a few crystal coins to pay to leave through the teleportation portal that day. For such a short distance, he spent nearly 200 crystal coins. The person in charge at the transport zone really knew how to bleed him dry, making use of the situation to earn so much. Yen City and Heiyin Village were the same. The human traffic was heavier than normal as Yen City was the only way to the Boundless Sea. Walking on the streets and seeing streams of people walking past them briskly, XiaoMo picked up his pace to catch up with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, do we go back to Dao Xian Academy first, or head directly to the Boundless Sea? Go to the Boundless Sea. We still have 10 days break. If we go back, we may not be able to come out. While the top 10 in Warda might be strong, they were nothing compared to those seasoned individuals who had already earned their fame many years ago. That was why the academy had at least a 50% chance of not letting them go. Then let's get moving. XiaoMo hugged Ling Xiao's arm and dragged him along happily. Ling Xiao pressed a hand on XiaoMo's head. Idiot, do you know the direction of the Boundless Sea? Do you know how to go? XiaoMo stayed silent for a moment before he spoke. Isn't it just north? Ling Xiao gave him a look. Yes, it's at the northernmost part. But the Boundless Sea is so vast it stretches out towards both east and west. Do you know where the human practitioners are gathering? XiaoMo laughed awkwardly. How about we go buy a map now and find out where the transport circle to the Boundless Sea is? Let's go. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 342. Chapter 342, A Familiar Person. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. A year since the last time they came to the CNG building. Many people rushed over to the Boundless Sea upon hearing the uproar about the incident. The sales for maps of the Boundless Sea were beyond previous sales levels as the Boundless Sea was too vast. The map from CNG building was most the complete and detailed map in Yen cities, and they could also gather information about where the origin of the ley line there, but it was awfully expensive. The Grand CNG building was filled with people, was as raucousness as a food market. XiaoMo and Ling Xiao squeezed inside until they could finally see an enormous screen in the hall. There were numerous news displayed on the screen. There was a large amount of information concerning the incident in the Boundless Sea on the screen as it had been widely circulated recently. XiaoMo looked carefully at the news. There were 5 types of maps for the Boundless Sea and the prices varied for each one. The first type was extremely expensive and it needed 50,000 crystal coins. The price was so expensive that it was outrageous, and the map was also not very comprehensive. Only 70% of the area of the Boundless Sea was marked out. As for the remaining 30%, even CNG Building was unable to be completely map it out. The prices for second and third type were 30,000 and 10,000 crystal coins respectively. XiaoMo immediately passed over these three types. He once again experienced the feeling of having a shortage of money, as all the crystal coins he was carrying would total up to less than 10,000. In the end, he selected the fourth type, which had a price of 5,000 crystal coins. This purchase also happened to empty out his entire fortune. XiaoMo shook his magic bag upon exiting from CNG Building. Now he really was penniless. Seeing his mournful expression, Xiao said, "Don't you still have magic pills on you?" XiaoMo shot him a look of accusation. "They were all eaten by you, so there's not much left." However, he was not ready to rely on magic pills to earn money even if he had pills. Xiao realized that justice was not on his side. XiaoMo suddenly remembered a problem and stalled. Xiao discovered his strange action. "What is it?" XiaoMo replied, "I don't have crystal coins anymore. We can't take the transport circle or ride on the gigantic Firebird. We can't go to the business district, and there's no way even if we wanted to buy magic herbs." Xiao paused. "There's a trading area here. Let's go there to take a look." The trading area and the business district were different, as transactions there were mainly done through bartering. However, one also could not exclude the use of crystal coins for doing business. Crystal coins would be used to exchange for some items with a relatively small value. The two roamed the area before finally deciding to set up a stall in a corner. XiaoMo first took out a piece of cloth from his dimension and spread it on the ground. Just as the other people were assuming that he was preparing to take out some items to display, he pulled Xiao down to sit on it. Then he took two transparent jade boxes out from his dimension. There was a stock of level 8 magic herb in one box and a level 7 magic herb inside the other box. Then he put the jade boxes on the bare ground. The mouth of everyone who saw this scene incessantly twitched. Normally, when one spread a plain cloth on the ground, it was for the purpose of placing a treasured object on it. Instead, this guy went the other way. XiaoMo was not aware of what the other people were thinking because this was their first time setting up a stall here. There would definitely not be a lot of customers in the beginning. To attract customers, he made a small sign and displayed it on the side. Written on the sign was, "High-grade magic herb, purchases only made through crystal coins." The gazes of everyone who were looking at XiaoMo suddenly became the gaze of people looking at an idiot. High-grade level 7 and 8 magic herbs were very expensive. Sellers would generally choose to barter for them, as crystal coins were unable to accurately measure their genuine value. Furthermore, crystal coins could be earned at any time. Yet, high-grade magic herbs were not available at all times. So the biggest difference between the two lay in the fact that the latter had no specified price and no market. Sure enough, this move was super effective. It was not long before customers arrived one after another. However, most were only here due to curiosity. Among all these people, those who had money were only a few. Even if they had money, they would not be able to afford it, as XiaoMo's opening price was 30,000 and 50,000 for one stock. This price was simply unaffordable to many. They had still not met a customer with deep pockets after manning the stall from morning till noon. "Do you want to take a break?" Xiao asked as he rested his chin on one hand and looked at the sweat beading XiaoMo's forehead. "No." XiaoMo firmly shook his head. "You're sweating." Xiao lightly touched on a problem. "It's okay, I can still carry on." It would be strange if there was no sweat when they were under the sweltering sun for the whole morning. There was shade from the buildings around when he was manning his stall in Daoxian Academy. Therefore, this was his first time setting up his stall under the scorching sun, but he was still able to bear this level of discomfort. Xiao leisurely stated, "Did you not think of using your spiritual power to block the sun?" XiaoMo experienced a blue screen of death for a second. "You can use spiritual power to block the sun?" Ling Xiao replied, to be more accurate, it's not blocking the sun. When you envelope your entire body with spiritual power, you can withstand the heat of the sun and you won't feel very hot. Was that to say, he had actually been carrying an air conditioner everywhere he went, only he was not aware of it? XiaoMo fell silent for a moment. Why did you not say it earlier? Ling Xiao shot a glance at him. I just didn't think that your IQ was actually negative. XiaoMo. Why did he have a feeling that he was unable to refute that? Ling Xiao looked at him contemplatively. Why did he still seem like a fool even though it had already been a few years? But Ling Xiao had to admit that this was also his charming point. A certain person who frequently bullied XiaoMo expressed his joy. XiaoMo, who suffered a blow, did not have any reaction. In any case, he was used to it. After performing the familiar action of cloaking his whole body with spiritual power, he immediately felt cool and relaxed as a slight chill suffused him from head to toe. It was as if the sun over his head did not exist. Time passed in a flash and dusk was soon approaching. Finally their stall welcomed a wealthy, familiar person. Silver-colored long hair was unusual and eye-catching and attracted even more attention as compared to Ling Xiao's ogre mask. It framed an extraordinarily handsome face. This person was none other than Yin Gu. Although they did not know why, he ran over here too. A hint of surprise flashed through Yin Ji's eyes upon seeing them, but it quickly disappeared again. Appearing like a leisurely person, he walked to them. How much are you selling the shape-shifting herb for? Seeing that he was not prepared to talk about former times, XiaoMo simply declared, 30,000 crystal coins. XiaoMo was afraid that Yin Gu might have thought that it was gold coins and specifically emphasized the last two words, although such a mistake was unlikely to occur. Yin Gu straightforwardly paid the crystal coins and then he took the shape-shifting herb and walked off. XiaoMo looked at his retreating back. Ling Xiao, what do you think Yin Gu is buying that shape-shifting herb for? Does he have a contracted demon beast? Ling Xiao indifferently replied, who knows? Maybe he bought it for someone else. The chance of successfully changing one's form with a high-grade shape-shifting herb was more than 85%. Generally speaking, as long as the rank of the demon beast was not so inferior that it was hated greatly by both man and god, most demon beasts would be able to successfully shapeshift. XiaoMo felt that he had just seemed to have glimpsed an insight into this, but it soon vanished in the blink of an eye. After selling his stock of level 7 magic herb and seeing fewer and fewer people in the trading area, XiaoMo decided to pack his stall up as it was unlikely that more customers would come. They stayed at a nearby inn for a night. The next day they hurried to the business district. 30,000 crystal coins may look like a large sum, but it certainly would not be able to last long. To avoid the situation that happened yesterday, he decided to take advantage of this opportunity to sell a few more stocks of magic herbs. Xianji Building's price was too high for the news regarding the underground ley line in the boundless sea. He could not afford it, so he gave up. Walking out of the magic herb pavilion, XiaoMo's waist purse had an additional 20-something thousand crystal coins. Originally he had planned to exchange more crystal coins, but Ling Xiao stopped him, saying that he should wait till he needed it to exchange the herbs for coins, as if there was too much they would not be able to finish using it. XiaoMo had been mulling over this sentence on the whole journey. He only figured it out when he knew that they had arrived near the transfer point. I know. You said that we would have no use for it. Are you saying that the currency in the higher level realm is not crystal coins? XiaoMo excitedly ran to Ling Xiao and asked. Ling Xiao showed a smile. Yes. XiaoMo was obviously not satisfied with his answer, and gave a slight complaint. Why are you? Ling Xiao, why am I what? XiaoMo reconsidered, and swallowed back his sentence of why are you not boasting about my cleverness? Under heaven and earth's witness, he had the feeling that he would be disdained if he said that out. XiaoMo resentfully asked, then, what's the currency used in the higher level realm? Ling Xiao gave a profound smile. Spirit gems. XiaoMo was momentarily surprised. Are you serious? He had finally gotten a spirit gem after much difficulty. To think that his was actually the currency in circulation in the higher level realm. Ling Xiao did not continue the topic and walked off without a word to the transfer point. XiaoMo quickly caught up to him. The situation at the transfer point was different from the past. In the past, the 4 big clans from Yen City took turns to guard the transfer point. Recently, due to the incident in the Boundless Sea, the 4 big clans decided to recruit able people via means of the transfer point, so they separately dispatched people to guard and defend the transfer point. Once the 2 went in, they immediately saw 4 registration points. Those interested could go over to register, and colleagues were also eligible to receive remuneration. XiaoMo discovered the one who gave the most remuneration was the Tang family. They were only recruiting practitioners with cultivation levels above the spiritual realm. The remuneration was in magic pills and magic herbs. If one was a practitioner at the imperial realm, the remuneration could be negotiated. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 343. Chapter 343, Saliva. Translated by Juessence of Exiled Rebel Scanlations. After looking for a while, XiaoMo lost his interest. Though the reward the 4 great clans were giving wasn't small, anyone could guess that you'd be nothing but cannon fodder if you accepted and weren't at least an emperor-level powerhouse. Nonetheless, many people were still lured over by it, especially for the Tang family, as they had a very long line in front of the sign-up area. The smallest lines belonged to the Bailey family and Tong family. The rewards they were offering weren't low, but weren't high either, so less people were willing. Their line wasn't that long, and soon it was their turn. Giving the transportation fee over, the man operating it immediately transported them out of Yen City. The destination of the transportation was the only town near the Boundless Sea. To get there, you'd have to travel thousands of kilometers over the deep mountains. However, with the powers of Yen City needing to have close dealings with the town, the 4 great families had to talk things out with them upon arrival. Tilehouse roofs of the same color, people bustling in the streets, there was a tense atmosphere across the town. This was Boundless Town, named after the Boundless Sea. Standing on the street, XiaoMo took a deep breath. The atmosphere here was even more tense than Yen City, people talking about the ley line everywhere. However, the most crucial aspects were never brought up in these conversations, such as how the location of the ley line was found to be in the Boundless Sea. They did, however, mention where the powers of Yen City had settled, along with the various powers of Boundless Town. Where should we go now? XiaoMo gazed at Ling Xiao as he walked backwards. Let's go and gather some intel first, Ling Xiao replied. XiaoMo agreed with an O. Gathering intel naturally meant going to a place with many people. The inns at Boundless Town were rather old, not blanketed with extravagance like the ones in Yen City. They hadn't even gone in when they heard the cacophony of voices from inside. It was even more crowded than Yen City. Pretty much all the tables were squeezed full and there were no spare chairs left. XiaoMo had only just walked in when he walked out again. He wasn't a clean freak, but hygiene was still important to him. The 2 could only find another inn. In the end, they found some space in the most expensive inn in Boundless Town. Because it was expensive, there weren't too many people and those that were here were rich, so it wasn't as crowded as the other inns. An attentive fellow came over with a pot of hot tea. What would you 2 like to order? XiaoMo replied, Is there a menu? The man said, Yes. Please wait for a moment, I'll bring it to you at once. XiaoMo was surprised. He had asked that at random, but there really was one. In his eyes, this world's culture was like ancient times, so he hadn't expected there to be anything like menus. Not long later, the man brought them the menu. The menu was a slab of wood about the size of 2 palms of an adult. On it, all the dishes the inn offered were carved there. The font was a little small, but still clear. Next to the names, there was prices just like in the modern world. Looking at the menu, XiaoMo couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. No wonder there were far less people here than everywhere else. There was a reason for it. Almost half the prices listed here were calculated in crystal coins. Seeing the look on his face, the waiter immediately knew what he was thinking and explained, "You probably think the dishes are very expensive? There's actually a reason behind that." XiaoMo raised his head to glance at the waiter. "What reason?" The waiter pointed to the dish calculated in crystal coins at the top of the menu. "The ingredients these dishes are made with are no ordinary ingredients. For example, the egg rolls listed here use the eggs laid by the level 6 demon beast crushing claw vultures. Crushing claw vultures only ever lay eggs in September, and they don't lay very many either. In addition, to get them, you'll have to enter the deep mountains. That's why the price is so high." XiaoMo nodded his head. This was obviously something made to be eaten by the rich. XiaoMo sadly thought to himself that he was no rich man. "Then we'll have a plate of egg rolls and this toffee fruit." Hearing the man's explanation, Xiao began to order. He picked the two absurdly expensive dishes without sympathy. XiaoMo immediately glared at him. The person who didn't earn any of the crystal coins was spending them so liberally. Even if he didn't feel pained by it, XiaoMo did. Xiao said, "We can just earn more crystal coins if we run out. We won't come here often, so we might as well try out the local specialties while we're here." That was true. In the end, XiaoMo caved. At his level, he didn't need sustenance all that much anymore. Yet it was precisely because of this that he missed the feeling of eating food. It had been a while since he had experienced the taste and texture. Xiao's toffee fruit reminded him of all sorts of caramelized treats, such as toffee apples. The restaurant was very fast at making their dim sum, getting it ready in under 5 minutes. "Enjoy your meal." The waiter placed the 2 plates of dim sum on the table and then asked, "Would you like some wine with that?" XiaoMo startled for a moment and then quickly shook his head. No, he didn't drink. "We'll have a flask," Xiao cut him off. XiaoMo glared at him with hidden bitterness. "At the very least ask for the price first." The waiter quickly brought a flask of wine up to their table along with 2 cups. The sweet smell of alcohol filled their noses before the flask was even unsealed. Even XiaoMo, who had never drank alcohol before, enjoyed the smell. The waiter said with a smile, "This is the most popularly sold treasure of our store, razor wine. It has a very pure taste, and when you first taste it, it'll be like a fire burning. However, after a while, you will be able to taste its true flavor." Since it had already been brought to the table, XiaoMo poured him and Xiao each a cup. He didn't drink it and pushed the other cup to Xiao. "Try it out." Xiao raised the cup and sniffed it first before taking a small sip. XiaoMo immediately asked, "How is it?" Xiao's eyes narrowed, looking like he was enjoying it, and replied after a moment of silence, "Not bad at all, as expected of their restaurant treasure." Hearing this and seeing his expression, it seemed very delicious. XiaoMo hesitantly licked his lips, but couldn't help his curiosity and took a light sip, and then there was no more and then. The amusement in Xiao's expression was obvious. "How is it?" XiaoMo spat it all out, the wine mixed with his saliva, all splattering over the egg rolls and toffee fruits on their table. The surrounding people immediately looked on with disdain. XiaoMo wiped his face with his sleeve and then said with a stutter, "And not bad." Following that, he quickly picked up his chopsticks and shoved a piece of the sweet toffee fruit into his mouth, not caring if it was dirty or not. It was his own saliva, after all. He ate until all he could taste was that sweet flavor. Raising his head, he saw Xiao watching him. XiaoMo rolled his eyes in thought and pushed the wine over to him. "These egg rolls and toffee fruits have my saliva all over them." "I'll have them, you can have the wine, but..." Xiao ate an egg roll right under his nose before asked, "So what if it has your saliva?" XiaoMo, this guy's skin was too thick. Soon enough, he realized something was wrong. Wasn't it a little too quiet? XiaoMo discreetly glanced around and saw that everyone was looking at Ling Xiao in shock, occasionally glancing over at him. This meal was a trying one for XiaoMo. It finally came to an end and the waiter very attentively ran over to give them the bill. That will be a total of 11 crystal coins. 11 crystal coins was equal to 11,000 gold coins. This was most definitely the most expensive meal XiaoMo had ever eaten. XiaoMo paid the crystal coins indignantly and the two decided to settle in the hotel. That evening, XiaoMo was dragged onto the bed by Ling Xiao to cultivate, and was then devoured inside and out, his struggles disregarded. It wasn't until halfway through the night that their bed stopped creaking from all the swaying. XiaoMo lay on top of Ling Xiao, exhausted, with the bottom half of his body a sticky mess. It was very uncomfortable. Nowadays, doing it once felt just as tiring as doing it twice or thrice. XiaoMo said tiredly, "Hey, get out." Wait another moment. Ling Xiao spoke in a low, sexy tone. XiaoMo rolled his eyes. If he kept waiting, he suspected that Ling Xiao would want to go again, because the desire inside him was beginning to bear the hints of reawakening. It was then that a noise came from next door. The fitful bursts of sound was very familiar. After listening for a while, XiaoMo suddenly felt black lines on his face. This was the same creak that the bed had made just now when he and Ling Xiao were exercising on it. He climbed down from on top of Ling Xiao, shuddering as the other's desire left his body. After hurriedly cleaning off the stickiness on his skin, XiaoMo returned to the bed to see Ling Xiao still naked, unmoving, and his face half-shadowed. He didn't know what the other was thinking. XiaoMo put on his clothes as he called to the other, "Hey, you! SH!" Ling Xiao suddenly made a shushing motion at him. XiaoMo was a little taken aback. "What are we doing?" Ling Xiao said, "Listen closely." XiaoMo obeyed in confusion. Creak creak. Dot. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 344. Chapter 344, Ugly. Translated by Crystal of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. XiaoMo wasn't a virgin anymore, and so just by listening for a little bit, he knew what the people on the other side of the wall were doing. It was something they had done just a moment ago, although they seemed to be much more intense. He could hear the bed creaking. With a face of surprise, XiaoMo looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Could it be, you have a peeping fetish?" Without changing his expression, Ling Xiao replied, "Peeping from a wall away? But then what are you doing?" XiaoMo asked. Ling Xiao, eavesdropping. XiaoMo's mouth twitched and he threw a piece of his clothing at Ling Xiao while saying, "Then what did you hear?" He couldn't be wanting to learn from them, could he? What a scary thought. The next day, to avoid being recognized, the two put on a disguise before leaving the room. At the same time, the neighboring door opened. Out came a neat and tidy man with a hint of grace around him. Following him closely was a glamorous woman with a peach-red blush and eyes that seemed to hold spring water. XiaoMo froze instantly. Now he understood why you couldn't judge a book based on its cover. The two, especially the man, definitely did not seem like the type who would be intense in bed. Noticing his gaze, the man turned around and gave him a light smile and a nod before walking away, escorting the women downstairs. There weren't many people eating breakfast, so as XiaoMo and Ling Xiao came down, they were coincidentally seated next to the two. The two seemed like a happy couple. During the meal they were laughing and chatting. The women often broke out into a charming laugh. Looking at this couple, XiaoMo couldn't help but contemplate on his own. This was his image of an ideal dating experience before Ling Xiao came along. He looked at Ling Xiao, who was pouring tea for him, a blockhead that liked to tease him, so annoying. "What are you looking at?" Taking a sip of the tea, Ling Xiao asked monotonously. "Nothing." XiaoMo replied, avoiding his gaze. Their relationship isn't what you think it is. Suddenly Ling Xiao said. What do you mean? Asked XiaoMo blankly. You'll see soon enough. Ling Xiao leaving him hanging. XiaoMo showed a face of suspicion as he remembered last night. Although Ling Xiao eavesdropped for a bit, the other two didn't speak a word. All there was moaning and the bed creaking. At that condition he couldn't have possibility heard some secret code, could he? About 15 minutes later XiaoMo realized the wonders of Ling Xiao. The atmosphere suddenly changed. Just a moment ago the two seemed so lovey-dovey and inseparable, were now distant and polite. They stopped smiling too, with one graceful while the other cold. XiaoMo hurriedly tugged at Ling Xiao's shirt. What just happened? Shrugging his shoulders, Ling Xiao just told him to keep watching. About 5 minutes later, at the inn's door arrived a group of men carrying weapons. These men all had one similarity, and that was the handle of their weapons had a yellow tassel. A young girl that was charming but pampered looking, after seeing the two had her face immediately lit up and ran over to them. Hi Gij, Lan Jie. T/N, Gij, brother, Jie, sister. These can either use for sibling or close relationship. The girl, without reserve, sat next to the man and intimately hugged his arm. Haila didn't struggle, and Lan Yilan, who sat across from him, didn't react either, as if it was a normal thing. Haila looked at the young girl dotingly. Little you, why did you come? Didn't Shifu tell you to stay in the sect? If he realized, you'll get a scolding again. The young girl stuck her tongue out cutely while looking at Haila admirably. I don't care, Shifu loves me most. He wouldn't scold me. XiaoMo looked at the scene dumbfoundedly. This scenario looked like a love triangle but was also not really a love triangle. He seemed to understand a little of what Ling Xiao meant. The two were probably sharing an hidden love affair and didn't dare let the young girl know. During this moment, the girl called little you saw XiaoMo, who was staring, and gave a smile. What are you looking at, ugly? The young girl, when saying this line, had a voice that was soft and sweet. If one ignored its contents, XiaoMo would have found this girl to be cute and even pitied her. However, when he heard that word ugly, he couldn't react. Looking at himself, he knew he wasn't handsome, but at least he was okay. Most definitely not ugly. However, the girl just straight up called him ugly. Did she think her looks could cause the downfall of a kingdom? Even though she wasn't even as pretty as her Lan Jie, she dared to call him ugly. That meddling woman. XiaoMo looked over at Ling Xiao. Am I ugly? Ling Xiao said, very handsome. XiaoMo blushed a little before giving a sigh of relief. That's good, looks like it isn't my problem then. Ling Xiao added viciously, looking normal doesn't mean the brain or eyes are normal too. XiaoMo couldn't help but let out a pt before saying, understood. The young girl stood up with a bang, her delicate features slightly twisting, but before she could rage, Hai Lu, who was beside her, grabbed her arm and said, little you, don't make trouble, later we still have to meet up with Shifu. If we are late, he wouldn't be happy with us. But, how dare he yell at me? The young girl continued on relentlessly. Although she did not pounce over, she stared at XiaoMo and Ling Xiao with a fiery glaze. If you didn't insult them first, why would he retaliate? Little you should really control your temper. Hai Lu spoke in a resigning manner. Little you, due to her Shifu's doting, never controlled her temper and insulted people left and right. If it wasn't for this, he and Yilan wouldn't have to resort to being underground lovers. The young girl looked at him in disbelief. Hi Gij, how could you help an outsider? I'm your shimmy, you should know that. Hai Lu was speechless. Shifu pampered her too much. Lan Yilan put down her teacup and spoke with her brows slightly furrowed. Little you, stop with this tantrum. Being scolded consecutively by two of her closest people, she gave XiaoMo a look before walking away angrily. Weary of what she might do, Lan Lu and Lan Yilan had to bring the rest of the disciples to follow her. Looking at them, one could tell they were used to the young girl's troubling personality. Only once they left did the people in the inn talk freely again. Looks like that evil girl is out again scourging others. I really don't understand why Elder Heiyun loves her so much. Isn't her talent just slightly better than others? Her personality is really awful. I'd say Lan Lu and Lan Yilan are much better. If it wasn't for the evil girl, they would already be together. Who knows what Elder Heiyun is thinking? Stop ruining the mood. I heard that from Yen City came a lot of strong practitioners. There is the 4 great clans and Dao Xian Academy. Looks like this fight for the ley line is going to be a tough one. Although the great 4 clans were very strong, the people of Boundless Town were nothing to fret about either. I heard the one who found the ley line was the sect leader of the Flying Fish sect. The Flying Fish sect is just a second-rated force. Their sect leader has already been controlled by the Boundless Town's top 3 strongest practitioners. The contents of the chatter and whispers did give some hints to XiaoMo and Ling Xiao. They were originally troubled by how to approach this, now they had a direction. Although it would be difficult taking advantage with so many strong people around. XiaoMo couldn't help but ask a question: how did you know their relationship was troubled? Ling Xiao looked at him: you weren't watching? Their relationship seems good, but between the eyes there was a hint of distress and strain. The two also looked towards the door multiple times, clearly waiting for someone, but XiaoMo rubbed his nose embarrassingly. He really wasn't paying attention to their expressions. At this moment, Ling Xiao abruptly got up and grabbed XiaoMo's arm before walking quickly to the second floor. Before he could ask why, a familiar voice could be heard, and just as he turned to look, Ling Xiao grabbed his head and turned it back. XiaoMo. Ling Xiao pushed him inside the room before walking in himself and closing the door. Although he didn't see clearly, XiaoMo knew that voice. It was Bailey Tianyi, and he didn't seem like he was alone either. Just as XiaoMo was about to ask, Ling Xiao took off his mask. That's when he realized their getup had some problems. Before, when they didn't want to be recognized, Ling Xiao's ugly mask got changed back to the silver one and their clothes changed too. He himself had a change of clothes, his hair was also down, their style was very different compared to before. It really wasn't suited to greet them. Now what should we do? Ling Xiao took the ugly mask and wore it. Tomorrow we'll find a moment to meet them coincidentally. XiaoMo raised an eyebrow at that. If we go with Dao Xian Academy, wouldn't that restrict our actions? No, we are going to muddy the waters and take the prize. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 345. Chapter 345, Coincidental Meeting. Translated by Rachel of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Taking advantage of a crisis for personal gain was a skill. The second day, XiaoMo and Ling Xiao changed back into their original clothing. They intentionally left the restaurant earlier than Bailey Tianyi to loiter around the pre-arranged meeting point, preparing to stage a coincidental meeting later on. It was as if they were serial stalkers. XiaoMo felt especially guilty. However, after walking around, XiaoMo started to shop around instead of stalk. The Boundless Town had developed differently from Yen City. They started off developing their economy from seafood, and it hadn't changed till now. As a result, most of the goods sold in the town were related to the aquatic creatures that dwelled in the depths of the boundless ocean. In all their sales, seafood took up as much as 70%, whereas the rest were hunted from the mountains. An hour later, the both of them walked towards a large harbor where they guessed Bailey Tianyi and his group would be heading to. The fisherfolk of Boundless Town were already there early in the morning, setting up their stalls and laying out their catch to sell. Those that were selling the seafood were mostly ordinary people, while those setting sail out to sea to catch demon beasts were clearly practitioners with the exception of a few mages. Due to the recent incident regarding the ley line, there was an increasing number of people heading out to sea. Those dependent on catching demon beasts from the sea for a living were more or less affected. Do half-demon beasts like the water demons live in the boundless sea? Along the way, XiaoMo discovered that there were a lot of aquatic demon beasts. Most of them he hadn't seen in his scroll. He couldn't help but thinking about the water demon live in the shallow shore. They also seemed like the type of demon beasts spending their life away underwater. No, water demons can only survive in 10,000-year-old frozen lakes with ice poison in them. Ling Xiao explained. Water demons are a highly contagious species. Even if they existed in the boundless sea, it would soon be obliterated by the strong fighters of this area. XiaoMo took a look around. Not even a single thing sold at the harbor caught his interest. High and middle-level demon beasts generally could not be found at the stalls. XiaoMo suddenly tugged at Ling Xiao's sleeve. Do you think I can contract an aquatic demon beast? Ling Xiao gave him a side glance. The demon beasts that you have contracts with, which one of them doesn't know how to swim? Especially Paiqiu and Maoqiu, they had fun daily in the lake. He reckoned it wouldn't even be a problem to get them to dance on water. T/N, it's a wordplay. Shuaxing can mean aquatic or know how to swim. In this case, LX thought he meant the latter meaning. XiaoMo ignored his teasing and immediately started correcting him. I'm talking about the demon beasts that live in the water. It would be easier to go to places with oceans in the future. Then we'll do something about it when the time comes. Ling Xiao replied. XiaoMo, fellow Ling? A voice behind them called out in surprise. XiaoMo jolted to his senses. He unknowingly forgot his objective of coming here in the first place. He was so engrossed in shopping that it became Bailey Tianny finding them first instead. XiaoMo turned around and smiled brightly at them. What a coincidence! What are you guys? He greeted them, only to be stopped halfway through his speech when Ling Xiao gently pinched his waist. What? Bailey Tianny raised his eyebrows slightly. XiaoMo hurriedly slapped Ling Xiao's hand away and replied, Nothing, I'm just being weird. Why are you guys here? Gao Yang's loud laughter could be heard from the back. If we didn't come, how would we know you two came here on your break? But I didn't expect you two to return so early. In fact, you guys came back right on time. Dao Xian Academy didn't really restrict its students' movements. Those who wanted to take the opportunity to train and level up could sign themselves up. Tempted by this rare opportunity, Gao Yang and his group came over. Gu and the rest also walked towards them. He slightly nodded his head in acknowledgement of XiaoMo and Ling Xiao. And Xian Rui had her eyes trained on Gu, whereas Qin Zhao, the top on the list of the 100 strongest mages, had his eyes on her. Both of them did not speak. Realizing that a few people were missing from the group, XiaoMo was surprised. He asked, The academy only sent you guys here? Not getting the message, Gao Yang replied, Not only us. Shifu and a few elders will be bringing the others over to meet us. There's other fellow schoolmates, but they have places to be at. XiaoMo nodded in understanding. He knew the academy's underground ley line was already reaching its limit, so obtaining the elemental essence was absolutely necessary. To ensure that the academy could secure the elemental essence, Fa was personally attending to the situation. As for the schoolmates, most likely Teng Xian and the rest, they were probably heading back to their clans. Which was a good thing, as they wouldn't have to face them later on. After the coincidental meeting, XiaoMo and Ling Xiao started tagging along with the rest of the group. Gao Yang and the rest had their minds set on training themselves, as those who were vying for the elemental essence were at least imperial level or above. If they were to compete with those superpowers with their current level of cultivation, there was no doubt they would be crushed in an instant. In order to prevent unnecessary casualties, Fa had already warned them long before they set off. When they were returning to the inn, XiaoMo purposely walked beside Bailey Tianny. Where's Tang Yulan? He didn't come this time? Bailey Tianny couldn't help but sigh when he was reminded of Tang Yulan. I did drag him here, but he's cultivating in the inn now. XiaoMo couldn't hold back his snort. From a money addict to a cultivation-obsessed fellow, XiaoMo could already predict this outcome when he persuaded Tang Yulan. Tang Yulan's personality was honestly easy to understand. He was both devoted to and perseverant in achieving his goals. Once he had his mind set, unless there were better reasons to convince him otherwise, he would not budge despite reaching dead ends. Stop laughing already. Do you have any ideas on how to make him not so obsessed with cultivation? Bailey Tianyi responded. In truth, Bailey Tianyi was quite grateful to XiaoMo. Compared to being a money addict, he'd much rather Tang Yulan become a cultivation fanatic. But that didn't mean he should cultivate till no end. If this continued, Bailey Tianyi couldn't hold it in much longer. Oh, XiaoMo smiled knowingly. It's actually very simple, you just have to tell him the flaws of cultivating in isolation for a long period of time and lie a bit. If not, you can always think of another way to raise his level without cultivating in isolation. For example, dual cultivation. However, XiaoMo was not so kind as to reveal this to him. Bailey Tianyi looked at him skeptically. Leveling up without cultivating in isolation, he must be joking, right? He probed, what methods do you have, ? What methods can I have? I'm just giving you suggestions, you think for yourself. He answered straightforwardly. XiaoMo could tell Bailey Tianyi about dual cultivation, but being a bottom himself, he didn't want Bailey Tianyi to take advantage of a fellow bottom so easily. What he didn't think of was that the more a man was pent up, the one who gets hurt was most definitely the one at the bottom. But now, XiaoMo didn't think that far ahead. He had unwittingly made the situation worse for Tang Yulan. When they finally reached the inn, the sun had almost set. XiaoMo and Ling Xiao pretended that it was their first time in the inn. Having checked out of their rooms when they left in the morning, they had to check into a new room again. Luckily, the innkeeper did not recognize them. Most probably it was because many people were entering and leaving the inn in a day, and they even made the effort to disguise themselves. You're only getting one room? Gao Yang looked at them in disbelief. Ling Xiao turned back and replied, yes, we can save on crystal coins like this. Finishing his sentence, Ling Xiao walked into his room and shut the door in Gao Yang's face. Gao Yang was still in shock. He originally wanted to say, I can help you pay for it, but didn't have the chance to get the words out of his mouth. Thinking about it, those words felt inappropriate and he eventually gave up on saying them. Zhan Yuxian had observed everything at the back. He chuckled and spoke to Yingge, who was beside him. I didn't expect Gao Yang to be such a naive person. They were already being painfully obvious and he still didn't get the message. Yingge just glanced at XiaoMo's and Ling Xiao's room before returning to his own without a word. It wasn't the first day Zhan Yuxian knew him, he understood his personality and stopped speaking. Zhan Yuxian couldn't help but be reminded of Feng Qiyun. Whenever Feng Qiyun was around, Yingge seemed to talk more. By nightfall, everyone stayed in their own rooms. The next day, everyone gathered punctually in the lobby. As there were many people in the group, they were split up into 3 tables. And Xiao hadn't given up at this point, she followed Yingge and shared the same table with him. Yet, the latter showed no change in his expression. Clearly, he couldn't be bothered. Chen Zhao chased after an Xiao and went over to that table. At that table sat 4 people, the 4th being Zhan Yuxian. XiaoMo found the relationship between them very intriguing indeed. An Xiao liked Yingge and Chen Zhao liked an Xiao, but Yingge didn't reciprocate an Xiao's feelings. Their relationship felt like a marathon. It was a simple concept, but the people involved never seemed to notice or understand. When breakfast was served, XiaoMo ate and watched Ling Xiao inquire about information of the elemental essence from Gao Yang and his group discreetly. However, it was a pity that even the insider information that Gao Yang and his group had was not very clear. Nevertheless, Gao Yang was the only disciple of Yanfa, he would still know about things that others didn't. For example, the flying fish sect leader who discovered the underground ley line. Despite him being hidden by the superpowers in the boundless town, their actions were still found out by Dao Xian Academy, and the academy was able to track down the whereabouts of the leader. Shifu only told me to not go near the Mirage Sand Sea. I believe that the elemental essence should be there. Gao Yang recalled. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 346. Chapter 346, So Hungry and Thirsty. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. The Mirage Sand Sea was a part of the Boundless Sea, but this area was famous for being treacherous. Besides the dangers posed by the environment, there were also many strong and powerful demon beasts hidden inside. It was reported that the kingpin of the Mirage Sand Sea was a level 10 demon beast. This demon beast was known for years in the Mirage Sand Sea, and even the 3 strongest experts in the Boundless Town were afraid of incurring its wrath. Therefore, those from Boundless Town who came out to see to fish would not got to the Mirage Sand Sea and would even deliberately make a detour when they passed by. But because of the elemental essence, everyone was willing to barge in, even though they clearly knew it was a chasm for dragons to hide or a cave for tigers to have their lair. Yanfei finally arrived with 5 elders at about 9 in the morning. Their rendezvous point was the inn. Everyone immediately discovered them once the group came in. Shifu. Gao Yang stood up and called out to them and gave his seat up to his Shifu. Yanfei gave a faint nod and took the seat. The others had also originally planned to give up their seats to the rest of the elders, but the elders took off towards an empty table to sit. XiaoMo, who had planned to follow Gao Yang's example to respect the elderly, stuck his butt back onto his chair. Yanfei held up the cup of tea that Gao Yang poured for him and took a drink. Gao Yang asked, Shifu, the elemental essence has attracted a lot of experts. It would not be easy for us to attain it. Why not let your disciples help you? Yanfei did not even consider it for a moment before rejecting it. No. In order to vie over the elemental essence, all parties would need to sally forth in full strength. You would be of no help even if you went. Gao Yang knew that his Shifu was saying this for their benefit. Ling Xiao indifferently stated, Vice Principal, we are here to learn through experience. The others suddenly turned their attentions towards him. Yanfei frowned slightly, but after a while he sighed, Fine, since you are all raring to go, I will no longer stop you. But you should all note that once the elemental essence appears, it will be impossible for the elders and me to take care of you. Gao Yang beamed, Shifu, please rest assured, we will be careful. Ling Xiao smirked. Tilting his head, he saw XiaoMo blinking at him with an I know what you're getting up to expression. XiaoMo was indeed not wrong. Ling Xiao indeed had some motive to say as such. If Gao Yang and his group really followed Yanfei's instructions to stay away from the Mirage Sand Sea, there would be no point in following Gao Yang and his group. However, this was the only reason. As he had said, they were here to learn through experience. Their path of cultivation could only end here if they retreated at the slightest hint of danger. Yanfei had agreed, as he was probably also thinking of this point. The hall was not an ideal place to talk. Boundless Town and Yen City's 4 big clans were paying extremely close attention to matters concerning Dao Xian Academy because their biggest competitor was not each other, but the colossal monster called Dao Xian Academy. Therefore, there was always someone paying attention to each and every action of theirs. A few minutes later, a crowd gathered in Gao Yang's room. Yanfei specially sent 2 elders to guard the outside to prevent people from eavesdropping. Since they were going to let Gao Yang and the others participate in the fight for the elemental essence, Yanfei did not want to waste this fighting strength of theirs, so they were currently drafting out a plan before the General Assembly, which would be beginning 3 days later. It was fortunate that they were all at the level of a spiritual realm practitioner. Yanfei looked at everyone present and a hint of relief flashed through his eyes. Everyone here was a powerhouse on Dao Xian Academy's top 100 rankings. Besides Bailey Tianyi, who was part of the Bailey family, the rest did not belong to any other forces, and this gave him some degree of peace of mind. Of course, this did not mean that Yan Fa was uncertain about Bailey Tianyi. His personal character was very trustworthy. 3 days later, the powerhouses from Boundless Town will be holding a general assembly at Jinghua Island. I will represent Dao Xian Academy to attend the assembly. You will all be heading there with me. But there's one thing of note. To prevent underhanded actions, try not to act alone when we reach there. Jinghua Island was an important gateway which leads to the Mirage Sand Sea. As Boundless Town's 3 experts had assigned people to co-guard the island, whoever wanted to head to the Mirage Sand Sea would need to gain their consent. Naturally, this only applied to the weak parties. For parties such as Yen City's 4 big clans and Dao Xian Academy, there was no need for them to gain consent from those people if they wanted to go to the Mirage Sand Sea. However, Yan Fa did not wish to breed enmity with the experts from Boundless Town at the moment. As said, rabbits will bite if they are anxious. Although the experts from Boundless Town did not dare to directly oppose Dao Xian Academy, but if Dao Xian Academy really did not give them any face, it was very possible that they would remember the slight when the students from the academy came into the mountains to gain experience in the future. Starting a feud is a small matter, but losing students would be a big issue. Yan Fa continued, Boundless Town has tripartite forces. They are the Black House Square, the Hibiscus Valley and the Flying Scorpion Stronghold. Each fraction has an Emperor Realm expert. The Black House Square is under Old Heiyun, Hibiscus Valley is under Fairy Fu Rong, and Flying Scorpion Stronghold is under Thunder Fei Xia. I will pass the information on these 3 and their men for you all to look at later. If you encounter them in the future, it's best to avoid them if possible. XiaoMo was stunned for a moment upon hearing a familiar name. As expected, the old Heiyun they heard of from the mouths of those people was not an ordinary elder. No wonder those people would dare to discuss that only when the maiden and her group left. However, since these people were experts of the Emperor Realm, this force consisting of Yan Fa and 5 elders that Dao Xian Academy had sent did not seem to be enough. Ling Xiao had told him before that Yan Fa was the weakest among the Academy's 8 giants. His cultivation base was only that of a 7-star Emperor Realm. Although it was quite good, he certainly would not be able to gain the upper hand against old Heiyun and his men. XiaoMo did not know what Dao Xian Academy was thinking. Perhaps, they would be sending more people over secretly? If even XiaoMo could clearly understand this, then the others would be able to understand it much better. But despite that, there was not one who raised a question. Vice Principal, please rest assured. We would definitely avoid people from Hibiscus Valley if we meet them. Bailey Tianyi meaningfully said. XiaoMo could not refrain from shooting a puzzled look at him when he saw that Bailey Tianyi had specifically mentioned the Hibiscus Valley. Tang Yulin followed his action. They were both new students and were totally unfamiliar regarding the matter with Boundless Town. Bailey Tianyi had originally wanted to stop a story at climax to keep the listeners in suspense, but he could only explain upon seeing that Tang Yulin was also curious. Hibiscus Valley only takes in female disciples. But due to their special cultivation method, each and every one of those women are all extremely hungry and thirsty. Once they see a man, they would seduce him. It is rumored that every woman from Hibiscus Valley, has slept with 3 or more men before. A layer of goosebumps formed on XiaoMo's skin. This number was just too alarming. Every single one, and even more than 3. There must be many female disciples in this sect since Hibiscus Valley was one of 3 powers of Boundless Town. He suspected that about half of the men in Wujin Town have had some relations with the women from Hibiscus Valley. That is nothing. I've heard that Fairy Fu Rong has a harem of 3,000 male pets. It's not known where they were captured from, but all the men are very pretty. It's rumored that all who she had taken a fancy to were unable to escape her clutches. Every year, the men captured by her number no less than 100. The one who said this was Zhang Yuxian. He had come to Boundless Town together with Yinggu before and they had heard many things about Fairy Fu Rong's affairs at that time. XiaoMo did not think that the one who would be continuing this topic was Zhang Yuxian and blurted out, "That many?" Then wouldn't she be unable to finish one complete round every night? This remark caused everyone to fall silent. It must definitely be more than 3 since 1 per night is obviously not enough. But what sort of direction is this topic heading in? The only one who agreed with XiaoMo among everyone present was Tang Yulin, this adorable person. He said, "1 is not enough, ba?" XiaoMo did not react for a moment. "What's not enough?" Tang Yulin replied, "Since she's so hungry and thirsty, 1 is definitely not enough to satisfy her. She needs 5 at the least." XiaoMo, how do you know this? Everyone. So what? I've heard all the disciples in the Flying Scorpion stronghold are male. Their cultivation method is also quite special and it needs such methods like collecting yin to nourish yang. Similar to the female disciples from Hibiscus Valley. Then why don't they simply pair up together? Because Hibiscus Valley and the Flying Scorpion stronghold don't get along well. Yanfa cleared his throat. Alright, that's the end of this topic. We will be next discussing other plans, such an explicit topic. This old man can't eat too much of it. They cannot take this lightly as there were many people fighting over the elemental essence this time. When the meeting was about to end, XiaoMo suddenly remembered a problem and asked, "Vice Principal, will my Shifu be there?" He felt that the old geezer may have conflicting interests in his heart, as the elemental essence was very important to him, but the academy also had more need for it than him. Yanfa replied, "He will be coming over together with the Great Elder 3 days later. You'll be able to see him when we reach Jinghua Island." Everyone could not help but be startled. They did not think that the academy would send out that person and the Great Elder who was as shrouded in mystery as the principal. It seemed like the academy was determined to win the elemental essence. The Great Elder and the principal were all mystical characters and few had seen them before. The reason that nobody dared to provoke the academy and why they were able to stand tall till now was all due to the two's great achievements. Yanfa stood up. "The meeting will conclude here. Everyone is dismissed. Be sure to remember to gather tomorrow afternoon at the hall downstairs." With that, he took the lead and walked off with other elders. Gao Yang had booked rooms for them yesterday. The rooms were located just next door. Gao Yang hastily stood up and followed them. Ingu was not a person who loved to join in the fun and was immediately ready to leave. XiaoMo was faster than him by a step. Only, he suddenly turned back when he walked to the door, and exposed a smile that took joy in calamity and delight in disaster to everyone. "Speaking of, every one of you are a giant among men. After we reach Jinghua Island, remember to be careful of Fairy Fu Rong, ha!" Everyone. Ling Xiao had long guessed what he wanted to say upon seeing that devious expression of his. He calmly walked out of Gao Yang's room. He was wearing a mask and totally did not need to worry about it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 347. Chapter 347, Fairy Fu Rong. Translated by Juessence of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. The afternoon of the next day, everyone gathered downstairs in a timely manner. Seeing Tang Yulin, XiaoMo almost began laughing uproariously, because the other's face had an extremely ugly mask covering it. So that was what Bailey Tianyi had dragged Tang Yulin out so early for. After asking after it, XiaoMo found out that the reason for the mask was because Bailey Tianyi was afraid that Fairy Fu Rong would go after Tang Yulin. XiaoMo felt that Bailey Tianyi was the one who should be wearing the mask. Fairy Fu Rong had become infamous a long time ago and was a merciless woman. She probably wouldn't be attracted to a delicate person like Tang Yulin. Though he didn't want to admit it, neither he nor Tang Yulin had an impressive and imposing air. Since the gigantic firebirds weren't appropriate for overseas travel, their choice of transport this time was a different demon beast, the ocean rocks, which usually resided in the skies over the boundless sea. They were extremely fast, even faster than gigantic firebirds, and you didn't have to worry about them getting lost over the sea. However, even with the ocean rocks, they still needed 3 or 4 days to get to the Jinghua Islands. During the journey, XiaoMo grew bored and fell asleep in Ling Zhao's embrace. Seeing this, Tang Yulin dragged Bailey Tianyi over to be a pillow, copying XiaoMo and lying in his man's arms to sleep. It was rare that he didn't take the chance to hurry and cultivate, probably because XiaoMo's lessons were paying off. The single men weren't envious at all. There was a lot of mist in the skies above the boundless sea, and they could only see the environment within 1,000 meters from them. If they looked down, they could see the demon beasts in the ocean swimming about. Due to how high up the ocean rocks flew, even massive demon beasts looked like nothing more than tiny fish. After a few days, the ocean rocks arrived at their destination. They were able to see the massive island from very far away. There were many practitioners patrolling the skies above the island. The security was very tight. As they approached, the patrols rose their guards, and a tense air arose. "Who are you and why have you come?" A middle-aged man dressed in a deep red robe and holding a long spear yelled as the ocean rocks approached. The surrounding people all readied themselves for battle. XiaoMo was startled awake by this voice and only realized they had arrived after rubbing his eyes. A black tablet flew out at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man caught it and took a look. The 2 red words Dao Xian Academy were written on it. His expression changed and threw the tablet back after getting his subordinates to make way. Only after the ocean rocks had disappeared into the islands below did he say to the people around him, "Go and tell the 3 island masters that Dao Xian Academy's people are here. The person leading them should be the vice principal YNFA." Jinghua Island was split into a total of 7 small islands. In the middle was the largest, and it was surrounded by 6 smaller islands. The largest island's area was almost 10 times each of the small islands. The ocean rocks landed in the massive plaza on the outskirts of the biggest island. They had come rather late and tens of ocean rocks had already landed in the plaza. Familiar and unfamiliar people gathered in a huge group. YNFA was the first to come down from the ocean rock and many recognized him immediately. XiaoMo, Ling Xiao, and the others climbed down after. They hadn't realized it while in the air, but this island really was massive. Just the plaza for ocean rocks was as large as several football fields. Not long later, the person managing this came over to welcome them, greeting YNFA with false enthusiasm before leading them to the meeting. After an hour, they arrived at the meeting place. The meeting was held in a large open space. It wasn't very grandiose, and instead rather plain. It was separated into several sections, and each power had their own section with a few tables and chairs. However, Old Hei Yun and the other 2 island masters didn't dare to neglect the Dao Xian Academy representatives. XiaoMo looked towards the section for the academy and didn't see his master or the first elder there. It seemed like they had yet to arrive. "YNFA principal, it's been a while, hasn't it? I've missed you so much." As they sat down, a voice that was seductive to the point of causing goosebumps suddenly rose. Everyone looked over and a figure that was enough to be a scene of beauty on its own drifted over. It was an extremely beautiful woman. The woman looked only 20 or 30 years old, with an almond-shaped face and peach-colored cheeks, eyebrows like the new moon, spring in her eyes and a shapely figure, like a blooming lotus in the water. The woman wore a charming expression, her clothes slightly revealing, though she seemed very mature. She was the topic of XiaoMo and Co.'s discussion a few days ago, Fairy Fu Rong. YNFA's expression tightened, subconsciously reminded of the discussion his students had been having a few days ago. It was good that he had long since cultivated his composure, and this tightening of his expression lasted only for an instant. Not even Fairy Fu Rong could tell that there was anything wrong. However, his students weren't unaffected. Gao Yang and the others had seen Fairy Fu Rong before. As soon as she arrived, almost everyone's gaze went to her, and they all seemed to be doing their best to control some sort of urge. In the end, they couldn't help but look away. This was all noticed by Fairy Fu Rong, and she couldn't help but feel a little confused. Since she didn't know why they did this, she attributed it to the fact that she was too beautiful and that made them stare dumbly. Fu Rong flicked her beautiful hair, immediately becoming charming. Her seductively smiling eyes swept over Gao Yang and the others, a sort of calculating look, making people feel rather uncomfortable. Everyone's expressions tensed, unable to help but think of a few days ago what XiaoMo had said when he had left Gao Yang's. He must have jinxed it. She hadn't really set her sights on them, had she? That was when Fu Rong laughed lightly, saying, "Principal Yan-Fei, the students of your school really are getting more and more handsome." Yan-Fei's expression cooled, replying mercilessly, "As handsome as they aren't people you can go after." Fu Rong didn't mind the mockery in his voice, saying with another laugh, "Vice Principal, you really are rather serious." "I'm just joking. How could I possibly dare intend to do anything to the students of your school?" Though Yan-Fei's power wasn't anything to be afraid of, there was a person stronger than her backing him. No matter how confident she was, she didn't dare do anything to offend Yan-Fei. She didn't know if Yan-Fei would be forgiving or not either, so she didn't continue speaking with him. Fu Rong didn't want to stay here, bored, so she turned to leave. Suddenly she felt a gaze secretly alight on her and glanced over. It was a young man she had never seen before, his big dark eyes watching her in curiosity. "Little guy, if you keep staring at me, I'm going to start thinking you like me." Fu Rong blinked towards him, her beautiful face giving another seductive smile and her voice holding an alluring charm. XiaoMo came back to his senses abruptly and realized that everyone was looking at him, hurriedly waving his hands and saying, No, I'm not interested in old women at all." The crowd looked away and Fu Rong's face darkened. She hadn't heard anyone call her an old woman in ages. After she became an emperor-level powerhouse, not even the old He Yun or Thunderface Xia called her that to her face before. "Oh? So you mean if she wasn't an old woman, you'd be interested in her?" A lazy voice drifted over calmly, with a hint of inattentiveness. XiaoMo wanted to cry. Ling Xiao was pulling aggro for him here, but if he didn't reply, Ling Xiao would definitely be unhappy and he'd be done for tonight. I can't possibly be interested in her. As for the reason, you all know why. Everyone around him immediately understood. Fu Rong's face darkened further, her dark eyes giving XiaoMo a vicious glare. She whirled around and left. Now he really had completely offended her. Cao Yan walked over to comfort him. "Don't worry, her target is the elemental essence, so she won't have any time to come after you for this." XiaoMo blared at Ling Xiao. As time went on, more and more people arrived at the meeting place. The four great clans opposite them had about all arrived and XiaoMo realized that Tang Zixian, Chai Zhang and Tang Mengchang were all there. Tang Ziyi hadn't come. He heard that the day before the news of the elemental essence got out, he had sealed himself in his family's forbidden heritage site. Though they were also students of the Xian Academy, they weren't coming as a representative of the Academy and the Academy didn't force them to stand by the Academy either. Chai Zhang saw him and glared at him coldly before looking away and lowering his head to speak with the elderly but imposing man beside him. After a moment, the elderly man looked over at him. Bitingly cold, even with several meters between them, he could feel the intense and suffocating pressure that came with the elderly man's gaze. A hand suddenly came down on his shoulder and XiaoMo knew it was Ling Xiao without looking. His body immediately felt lighter and the pressure disappeared. Ling Xiao bent down and whispered in his ear, "This person must be the famous elder of the Chai family. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 348. Chapter 348, Bossy He Tian. Translated by Crystal of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. XiaoMo immediately remembered Chai Jun, who they had disabled. After the Chai family knew of the incident, there was no way they would let them go. If it wasn't for Xian Academy's protection, this Chai family elder would have been here much sooner. Now there was also Duan Chi Tian, making the Chai clan elder even more cautious. Thus, he didn't dare do this and resorted to using the pressure of an emperor practitioner on them. Really, no grace at all. Not soon after, the two other island master of Jinghua Island arrived. The moment they arrived, the room quieted down. The first to enter the public eyes was a tall and muscular man whose face was half covered by a short beard. His expression gave off a sense of stateliness without resorting to anger. His bare shoulders were tattooed with an almost realistic scorpion. As he walked in, an immense pressure followed, leaving everyone breathless. This was Thunderface Xia. It was rumored that his ability was just below old He Yun. Beside him, the one cloaked in black with a flame embroidery was old He Yun himself. Even his face was covered by a mask, that was his trademark. No one knew of his real face, even his disciples. All people knew was that every time he arrived, this was his getup, highly secretive, but no one dared to comment. As the two were seated, other than Duan Qitian and the Grand Elder, almost everyone arrived. Old He Yun barely talked, so the ones who did the opening small talks were Fu Rongfei and Fei Xia. The greetings continued for a half hour before getting to the main point. The general meeting was not about the elemental essence because the ley line was underwater in the boundless sea. They couldn't use it like Dao Xian Academy did with theirs. All they could do was dig out the spirit gems, but that meant all of the forces wanted their share of the pie. The spirit gem wasn't like the crystal coins, although they were both currencies in the higher realms, only the spirit gem could help with training. The crystal coins were just for show. Through their testing, it would seem that the ley line below the Mirage Sand Sea was not very small. In fact, it was many times larger than the underground ley line of Dao Xian Academy. So, this meeting had two objectives. One was how to distribute the spirit gems and the other was how to defeat the level 10 demon beast resting in Mirage Sand Sea. Although multiple emperor-level practitioners were present, that demon beast's reputation far succeeded any of them. It wasn't something easily defeated, especially since it had many strong demon beasts and helpers. Who would fight it? How to fight it? These were all tough questions. But before they could even get to the second point, the first had already caused a divisive split. With Yin City's 4 great clans, Boundless Town's top 3 forces, and Dao Xian Academy made the split with ways. However, the top 3 forces wanted 20% each, leaving Dao Xian Academy and the 4 great clans only 40%, which meant their share would only be 8% each. The unfairness was extraordinary, so of course the 4 great clans were unhappy, and although Yen Fa hasn't said anything, it was apparent he wasn't either. Just this question caused everyone to start arguing. No one was willing to step down. Why aren't they talking about the second question first? As XiaoMo listened to their argument, at this rate, there wasn't any need to even talk about the second point. If you don't split the loot first, how could they calmly work together? Ling Xiao answered. That's true, but aren't old He Yun and the others way too greedy? It's not like the boundless sea is theirs, asking for that much. XiaoMo mumbled. Just a little more percentage is a huge fortune. Since they are so greedy, of course they want the biggest piece. It's just too bad that, Ling Xiao's lips curled to a sinister smile. XiaoMo turned around to ask what is too bad when up in the sky 2 sounds broke through, causing waves of sound ripples. Coming closer and closer and, in seconds, it arrived on top of the meeting ground. As everyone looked up, there were 2 elders, one with a blue patterned robe, his whole body emitting a feeling of kindness, which was a facade. The other was covered in cool, black clothing, ice cold, and expression of vicissitude. However, that could not cover the alarming pressure they brought. Fairy Fu Rong and the others' faces changed instantly. The 2 were none other than Grand Elder He Tian and Duan Qitian. Dao Xian Academy sending 2 strong fighters was unexpected. Even though Duan Qitian was a mage, his strength was nothing to be calm about. It was even above normal emperor practitioners. Of course, with He Tian, it was rumored that his strength was just slightly below that of the president of the academy. With these 2, there wasn't anyone here who could win. Dao Xian Academy wants 30%. He Tian said, floating in midair, hands behind his back. giving off the aura of strength. His pitch-black eyes glanced over to Fairy Fu Rong and others as well as the 4 great clans. After he spoke, a wave of silence washed over the area. Even Fairy Fu Rong had done her share to ask for 20%, but He Tian went even further, straight up asking for 30% before doing anything. XiaoMo covered his mouth with his hands and whispered in excitement, "The Grand Elder is so cool." When he first met with the Grand Elder, he thought he was a cold person, but he didn't think he could be this cool too. Just throwing a bomb like that out of nowhere. After Gao Yang heard him, he couldn't help but laugh. This is nothing. The Grand Elder is just that type of person, not asking for 40% is already holding back, but... The 4 great clans didn't say a word and just shook their heads. They had all been in contact with He Tian before. If he said he wanted 30%, he would get that 30%. If one disagreed, he would beat you until you did. That was the reality. Not only that, their clan's disciples would all enroll in Daoxian Academy one day. Even if He Tian asked for 30%, it wouldn't really harm their profits. The 4 great clans could still get 10%, so they didn't need to offend He Tian over this. Of course, it was a different story for Fairy Fu Rong and the other 3. From 20 to 10%, one could not underestimate that 10% as it would lead their powers to another level, building stronger practitioners. Fairy Fu Rong spoke first. "He Tian, aren't you asking for too much? There are 8 families here, but you alone want 20%, don't you think that's going too far?" "I cannot agree." "I also don't agree," Fei Xie said somberly. "This old man here doesn't mind." A cold raspy voice surprisingly sounded. Fairy Fu Rong and Fei Xie turned towards Elder He Yin shockingly. They couldn't believe it came out of his mouth. Their faces turned dark. Without He Yin, even if the 2 of them worked together, they had less than a 30% chance of winning. He Tian looked over at Elder He Yin for a few seconds before moving to Fairy Fu Rong and the other 2. "I'll give you guys a chance. If you win against me, Daoxian Academy will give you guys 10%. This seemed like a wonderful deal, but neither Fairy Fu Rong nor Fei Xie were stupid. If they get hurt here, they wouldn't recover in time to fight for the elemental essence. They wouldn't want to risk the big prize for the little advantages. After they realized this, the 2 couldn't only sit back angrily. Without shedding blood, Daoxian Academy got 30%. "No wonder they were the number 2 of the 8 heads," exclaimed XiaoMo. After dealing with the first question, the meeting could finally start on the second stage. Since there was only one element essence, the conclusion was that first come first serve. Lastly was the level 10 demon beast of Mirage Sansi. Although it was strong, they had 9 emperor-level practitioners. Dealing with it would be easy. However, the question was who? Fighting with a level 10 demon beast, no one would come out unharmed, but if they were hurt, that weakened their chances of getting the elemental essence. That wasn't something any side wanted. Daoxian Academy asked for 30%. I here believe that Grand Elder He Tian should take part for getting that percentage. Wouldn't you all agree? Fairy Fu Rong still held a grudge about the earlier incident, so she couldn't let He Tian stay out of this. As she finished, immediately there were voices of approval, even the 4 great clans. Their thoughts were the same as Fairy Fu Rong, and not only that, He Tian was much stronger than Duan Qitian, so without him, they had a greater chance of winning. An hour later, it was finally settled. He Tian would fight the level 10 demon beast while the others fought its helpers. It seemed as if they got the better end of the stick, but this was not really so, as the demon beast gathered strong fighters as well. XiaoMo surprisingly found out that the old man had not spoken a word since the very beginning. His face was gloomy, and he couldn't tell what he was thinking. By the looks of it, it was the second personality. When the meeting dispersed, XiaoMo hesitated a bit before finding him with Ling Xiao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 349. Chapter 349, Beast Transfiguration. Translated by Rachel of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. As they were setting off the next day, Fairy Fu Rong ordered her servants to prepare rooms for them. Due to the limited number of rooms available, 2 had to share a room, but this was only the case for them. The Great Elder and Duan Qitian each had a room to themselves. Even the interior decorations of their rooms were not as minimalistic as they looked on the outside. The old man's room wasn't hard to find. Just grabbing any passing disciple to ask would do the job. Both the old man's and Great Elder's rooms were situated right beside Fairy Fu Rong's, either for convenience or some other reason. 10 minutes later, XiaoMo and Ling Xiao found the old man's room. From afar, they saw a glowing figure standing right outside a room. Who else could it be other than Fairy Fu Rong, who appeared to be knocking on someone's door? After a while, the door opened. As XiaoMo strained his eyes to see, it was actually the Great Elder's room. He Tian had an expressionless look on his face. They seemed to have conversed briefly, barely a few lines, before Fairy Fu Rong suddenly leaned in towards He Tian's chest. Of course, she didn't succeed. Instead, she was pushed a far distance away. Ling Xiao rubbed his chin and smiled meaningfully. I didn't expect He Tian to be the first person that Fairy Fu Rong tried courting. XiaoMo remained silent throughout. On closer inspection, the Great Elder was indeed a looker. If he was younger, he would definitely be a pretty boy. Cold and aloof pretty boys were the most attractive. Seldom could anyone pull away from the attraction to pretty boys. No wonder Fairy Fu Rong was infatuated with the Great Elder. Fairy Fu Rong had lived for so long, she must have witnessed his beauty when he was younger. At this moment, the door from the adjacent room swung open. Duan Qitian walked out looking immensely irked before yelling at Fairy Fu Rong without second thought, "Bitch, you wanna be a hoe, do it somewhere else." A feisty temper. Definitely his second personality. XiaoMo confirmed. Fairy Fu Rong wasn't affected the least by his harsh words. She smiled prettily at him and replied, "Old geezer, I hope you remember the Mirror Flower Island is my territory. Where I, the owner of the island, want to be is none of your business. If you're unhappy, you can always leave. I won't stop you." Seeing the old man on the verge of losing the argument, XiaoMo quickly intervened. "Shifu, please calm down. We shouldn't waste our breath and energy on an old woman who's been ridden by many men. This will only make us seem uncultured. People who don't know any better may think us on good terms with her." The old man wasn't the only one who was fiercely protective of the people he knew. Duan Qitian's anger vanished. The more he thought about what XiaoMo said, the more it made sense to him. He then replied gleefully, "Well said, my dear disciple. We have not sunk so low as to squabble with a loose woman, but..." Fairy Fu Rong's hands were shaking from anger. So these two were actually master and disciple. No wonder both of them were equally hateful. "Fairy Fu Rong, if there's nothing else, we won't see you out." He Tian, who had remained silent throughout, finally gave the order to leave. After making his point, he returned to his room and slammed the door in everybody's faces. Not only had her attempts at seduction failed, she was utterly insulted by the master and disciple duo. Fairy Fu Rong glared menacingly at them before storming off. After she left, Duan Qitian looked towards XiaoMo and his demeanor took a 180-degree turn. "What are you doing here? What do you need me for?" XiaoMo immediately reverted to being cautious. He tried to placate his Shifu and said, "Shifu, I saw that you weren't in the best of moods this morning, so I came over to ask. Did something bad happen?" Duan Qitian didn't expect him to look for him because of this reason. "It doesn't concern you, don't ask so much." He scoffed. "Shifu, you're here for the elemental essence too, aren't you?" XiaoMo stared hard at the old man's face. Duan Qitian frowned but had an unexpected answer. "Nonsense. Of course I'm here for the elemental essence. Dao Xian Academy must have it at any cost. What about you? XiaoMo questioned. The old man was a level 10 mage. If he could obtain the elemental essence, his soul could improve further, thus, achieving higher level wouldn't be a dream. Not only that, it could even cure the issues caused by his double personality. XiaoMo never forgot that point. It was one of the reasons why both he and Ling Xiao were at the boundless sea for. T/N, a little reminder, one that not possess a rainbow color soul cannot progress further than level 10 due to the limitation of the soul. However, soul color can advance through multiple methods. The old man took him in as a disciple and taught him many things. If not for him, he would still be figuring out what to do himself and even less likely to be at the level he was today. Therefore, after knowing the uses of the elemental essence, he wanted to repay his master. Duan Qitian contemplated before giving his answer. The academy needs the elemental essence more than me. His trip here was to help the school obtain the elemental essence and had nothing to do with himself. But there was another reason he was unwilling to divulge. Sure, Fu. Alright, that's enough. If you have nothing else to say, you should also leave. Duan Qitian shooed him out impatiently, unwilling to speak to him anymore. Like hey Tian, he shut the door. Sure, Fu, please don't use the word also. When the both of them went back to their room, Ling Xiao saw a gloomy XiaoMo and said, Your Sure Fu has a lot on his mind. He most likely has some secrets he can't tell. Sure Fu still has something that troubles him? Most probably something related to Yu Shixiang Qiuran. Ling Xiao sat down in the only chair in the room. Hearing what Ling Xiao said, XiaoMo was reminded of a matter that didn't seem to make sense. Qiuran was also a level 10 mage. He had already reached the peak with what he had achieved so far in life. If he wanted to progress, the only way was through the elemental essence. That was why, logically speaking, he should be rushing here the moment the news of the elemental essence was out. Yet, they hadn't heard a word from or about him till now. XiaoMo doubted Qiuran would give up on pursuing the elemental essence. Even after meeting Qiuran only once, he could already tell that he was an ambitious man. Since he had yet to appear, he was most probably hiding and waiting to make his move. Ling Xiao, what do you think Qiuran could be up to? XiaoMo couldn't help asking. It doesn't matter what he's up to, his goal is definitely the elemental essence. Ling Xiao stood up. Don't think about it anymore, he will show himself in the next few days. Get some rest, we're setting off tomorrow and we need all the energy we have to fish in the troubled water. That night, Ling Xiao didn't insist on doing dual cultivation and XiaoMo was able to get a restful sleep. The second day they both woke up early. Similarly, others did too, with some who couldn't sleep a wink last night. At 7:20 a.m., people gathered at the square as planned. As people started talking, the crowd sounded no different from the noisy port of Boundless Town. The chatter only died when Fairy Fu Rong and the rest of the superpowers arrived. Due to the unique conditions of the Mirage Sand Sea, they couldn't use the ocean rocks this time, having to rely on one's own ability to fly there. But people also had the option of getting someone to bring them there, albeit this method was a bit embarrassing. Seeing everyone else flying on their contract beasts, Xiaomo's original intention of getting Ling Xiao to carry him started to retreat. Mages and practitioners were different. They needed to rely on external forces to lift themselves off the ground, so the only way he thought of was to get one of the Qios from his pocket dimension. Get Lan Qiao out. Ling Xiao whispered into his ears. Why choose him? XiaoMo looked up. Lan Qiao's traits were too distinctive and many knew of his existence. If they were to be discovered, how should he explain? You haven't learned any legitimate beast dominion laws, so you wouldn't know a contract demon beast still has another important use, such as beast transfiguration. Ling Xiao explained. What is beast transfiguration? XiaoMo curious. Ling Xiao answered, a mage's contract demon beast and a practitioner's one have a very large difference. And that is the power of the soul which cannot be obtained from cultivating. It can transform the demon beast into any weapon or form you wish. That is beast transfiguration. Longxiang continent has this, but it's less commonly seen than in a higher realm. XiaoMo couldn't wait to try it out, but when he thought of a problem, he calmed down a fair bit. Is it too late to learn it now? They were setting off already. No, Ling Xiao continued, there are many different types of beast transfiguration, ranging from easy to difficult. The difficulty level is determined by what you want to transfigure the beast into. The simpler the transformation, the easier to learn. XiaoMo's eyes lit up. Hurry up and teach me how to use beast transfiguration to fly. Lancho can be considered a bird, so you can make him your wings. This kind of transfiguration isn't hard, you only need to say one sentence. Come closer, I'll tell you. Ling Xiao urged. It was one sentence indeed, but that sentence was a bit long, and also insanely hard to pronounce. Most importantly, it wasn't even in the same language. He needed to practice regularly to familiarize with it and also get the power from his soul to cooperate. In reality, it seemed impossible. XiaoMo repeated the line a few times with much trouble in his mind. It was time to set off. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 350. Chapter 350, unfortunately, it's not included in the set. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebel Scanlations. In the end, XiaoMo let Ling Xiao carry him for the moment, he would be learning it while on the road. Since there were only a few people who needed to be carried, XiaoMo's situation was fairly eye-catching, causing the old geezer at the front to glare at him in dissatisfaction. Shifu, I am not trying to deliberately disgrace you. The distance between Jinghua Island and the Mirage Sand Sea was a 2-day journey. He could take advantage of this opportunity to practice. But that verse was indeed quite hard, and it was in a language that he was unfamiliar with. After XiaoMo studied it for a few hours, he finally managed to barely chant it out in a coherent manner, but the speed was a little slow. In the midst of battle, it was possible that he would be rapidly dispatched by his opponent if he was even slightly slower by a second. Therefore, no matter whether it was mentally or verbally, he needed to study it until he could rapidly chant it once through. Although some people have excellent talent, they are still a useless person who needs others to carry them. A ridiculing voice was heard from the front. The person who spoke was Chai Zhang. The ridicule on his face was even more obvious when he saw XiaoMo look over. Tang Mengcheng was beside him. He did not speak, but his eyes that were looking at XiaoMo held the same disdain. Almost all the people around heard it as Chai Zhang did not deliberately lower his voice. XiaoMo swept a glance over them, and then he nonchalantly moved his line of sight away shortly after. This evidently gave off a feeling of contempt for the opposite party and the impression of beneath one's dignity to converse with them. Compared to this, Tang Mengcheng and Chai Zhang's childish and provocative behavior was just subpar. The two were immediately maddened till their faces twisted in anger. So full of yourself, huh? We'll definitely make sure you're gone forever during this journey to the Mirage Sand Sea, the two maliciously thought. Chai Zhang looked ahead at the old ancestor from the Chai family in relief. It was clear that this old ancestor was both his hidden trump and his biggest guarantee. After a while, Gao Yang, who was at the front, suddenly made an about face and flew over. XiaoMo, you need not care about what they say. Chai Zhang and Tang Mengcheng have always been petty-minded. It's not necessary to disturb your frame of mind because of them. Gao Yang consoled. XiaoMo had been practicing chanting that verse. He was slowly becoming a little more familiar with it, and he estimated that he would be able to recite it out in less than a second within the next hour. He froze for a moment upon hearing Gaudage's words. Gaudage, what are you talking about? I don't care about what they said. He felt that he would be aggravated to death on a daily basis if he really cared about such things. Didn't you just? Gao Yang was stumped. Looking at his open and candid expression, it seemed that things were really not what he thought it was. XiaoMo hee as he laughed. Sorry, I was thinking about other things and accidentally got caught up in my thoughts. Gao Yang smiled. That's good. When he saw XiaoMo with his head lowered while he was at the front, he had thought that XiaoMo was affected by the two's words and was feeling deeply hurt. It seems your Gaudage really cares about you. Ling Xiao suddenly interjected after Gao Yang left. XiaoMo had just relaxed and when he heard this sentence, and guiltily replied, Really? I feel that it's normal. We ought to be concerned about each other. After all, we are friends. He came to his senses after saying that. What was there for him to feel guilty about? Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes. In the end, he let XiaoMo go, and did not continue this topic. He asked, How's your training going? XiaoMo, it's acceptable. I've nearly got it, but it still needs more refinement. Ling Xiao, bring out Lancio and give it a test. Remember to have him mask his aura lest he be discovered. XiaoMo was also thinking along the same line. He was the master of the dimension and only needed a thought to pass a message on. Lancio transformed into his animal form, a red-colored bird, after he appeared in order to not be discovered. At a speed visible to the naked eye, Lancio quickly transformed into a beam of red light and threw himself towards XiaoMo's back. After a moment, there was an additional pair of dull and gloomy wings on his back. They deliberately flew behind the procession so as not to attract too much attention. Everyone was occupied with hurrying on or chatting to pass the time. Thus, not many noticed this. XiaoMo turned and looked at the dusty gray wings. This color was really ugly. Don't tell me that it was still related to the body of the original form? Ling Xiao instructed, trying flapping them to see if you can fly. Remember to visualize the wings as part of your body. This will make it so that you can do half the work with twice the effect. XiaoMo closed his eyes to concentrate on feeling his wings out. His body and the wings were connected through his soul power. It was no wonder that only mages could use this. Soul power was equivalent to the soul. Using it to connect to the wings would cause the wings to turn into a part of your body. This method of flying was much more convenient than the practitioner's method of using their spiritual power to fly, and it also consumed less soul power. The heavens were really fair. XiaoMo picked it up very quickly with Ling Xiao's directions. Half an hour later, he was already able to fly by himself without Ling Xiao's help. This feeling was more intense than being carried by others. In his previous life, he had dreamed that he could freely fly through the sky. In this life, his dreams were finally fulfilled. Ha ha! Ling Xiao, look, I can finally fly now. XiaoMo flew hither and thither around Ling Xiao. Only until flying so many laps around Ling Xiao that he was nearly dizzy did he stop. Yet the excitement on his face never diminished. Ling Xiao also let out a smile upon seeing that he was so exhilarated. Next, just practice more and you will be able to have a better grasp on the speed and direction. XiaoMo vigorously nodded like a good student, and soon exclaimed in excitement, Do you still have any more beast transfiguration method? Tell me all you know. Ling Xiao shrugged, There's none left. I only know this one. His original form was a demon beast. No matter how bored he was, it was impossible for him to intentionally take the effort to learn these things. The beast transfiguration method that he told XiaoMo about was known to him by chance. In addition, due to some reason, he was also not that willing to tell XiaoMo about it. Though XiaoMo was a little disappointed, he was still very excited. He could now fly about any time in the future and would not need to depend on Ling Xiao. In order to retaliate against Chai Zhang, he specially dragged Ling Xiao and flew to the front of the procession. Although his wings were gray, it was particularly conspicuous when he plunged into the middle of the crowd. There was always someone looking at his wings in astonishment as he flew to the front. Chai Zhang was talking to Tang Mengcheng when he suddenly caught sight of XiaoMo's figure from the corner of his eyes. Just as he was about to coldly snort in disdain, his entire body stiffened as he suddenly saw the wings on XiaoMo's back. Tang Mengcheng discovered his strange action. Following his gaze to look over, his face unsurprisingly darkened. XiaoMo provocatively looked back at them and needled, "Aren't you two still being carried by your own contracted demon beast? If you have the skill, then you should fly by yourself like me." Tang Mengcheng and Chai Zhang were so furious that they were spouting smoke through the 7 orifices. These sentences were much more acerbic than what they said before. XiaoMo's action of directly singling the two out was so brazen that it made people detest it even more. XiaoMo, don't think that I won't dare to touch you just because there's someone supporting you. If you really want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end. Chai Zhang furiously snarled. XiaoMo heard this and he was delighted instead of being frightened. The present him had no need to fear Tang Mengcheng and Chai Zhang. Just as he was about to take the opportunity to reply, an imposing voice was abruptly heard from the front. "Zhenger, come back here." The voice seemed to have sounded just beside his ear. XiaoMo had only felt a ringing near his ear but was nearly deafened. Then he felt a heavy gaze falling on his body. XiaoMo's scalp tingled. He could vaguely feel that the gaze was coming from the very front, and it was probably from Chai Zhang's old ancestor. Ling pulled XiaoMo behind himself and that gaze disappeared. The hair on his arms had risen from the gaze and XiaoMo breathed a sigh of relief with it gone. It was unfortunate that he did not manage to mess with Chai Zhang. A lofty ancestor actually bullied a younger generation. This is really shameless. Duan Qitian's voice was suddenly heard as he rudely mocked the old ancestor from the Chai family. The Chai family's old ancestor was not shamed into anger after being mocked but calmly said, "Duan Qitian, you actually took in such a good disciple. His schemes are so profound that he actually thought of luring my great-grandson into a trap." With his experience and vision, he could naturally see through XiaoMo's strength. Chai Zhang would definitely suffer losses if he was to go up against XiaoMo. Duan Qitian sneered, "Then you could only say that your great-grandson is an idiot, but..." The old ancestor from the Chai family coldly glared, "Duan Qitian, do you want to fight with me? This old ancestor is not afraid of you." Duan Qitian shot a glance of contempt at him, "Let's fight it out if you want to fight. You both should stop your quarreling. We're reaching the Mirage Sand Sea soon. If you want to fight, you can do it later. There's plenty of time to let you guys fight to your heart's content." The old man from the Tong family, who had always been the mediator, spoke up to smother the sparks between them. "Old Tong is right. There'll be a tough battle coming up." Bailey Tanny's great-grandfather placated as he smiled and stroked his snow-white beard. Duan Qitian gave a cold snort but did not add anything else. Although the face of the Chai family's old ancestor was still twisted in anger, he was also a person who knew how to take the big picture into consideration. The embers were suppressed before they sparked. The Mirage Sand Sea was finally sighted after flying for 2 days. However, the Mirage Sand Sea was different from other places in that only the landscape within a 100-meter radius could be seen. This was because the density of the white fog saturating this place was 4 to 5 times thicker than other places. Not only that, the white fog here was also poisonous. This was also why they could not ride the ocean rock to the Mirage Sand Sea. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.